A wreck of a man given a terminal illness notice by a doctor with only 3 days to live, directly detonated the talent crystal during the awakening test. Even the staff member responsible for recording the results suspected a system error on the spot. While they all thought it was a final burst of energy before death, you clearly felt power surging wildly within your body, all because your talent multiplier had been magnified by 100 million times. Ding! Host's vitality detected to be in decay. Life is nearing its end. System activation conditions met. System is now activating. Haicheng, Shuguang Residential Area, Unit 208. An old man, with white hair, wrinkled skin, and lifeless eyes, lay in bed, clearly at death's door. "Doctor, how is my husband? We're willing to spend any amount of money, as long as he can live." The physician diagnosed Ye's condition and then shook his head helplessly. "There isn't much hope. He's over 90 years old, his vitality is already in decay, and with his internal injuries, even with treatment, it would at most extend his life by a few days. It's not worth it. And given your family's situation, my suggestion is to give him a grand funeral, so he can leave with a little more dignity. If there are no other questions, I'll be leaving now. No need for the diagnostic fee. Let him eat whatever he wants, it's only for these next couple of days." After the physician took his leave, the family gathered around Yi, sighing one after another. All these years, it had been Yi who managed the household, supporting this large family with his meager warrior's pay. But now, the pillar of their family had fallen. Their lives would be difficult from now on. They were orphans and widows, all ordinary people, with very few ways to earn money. As for Yi, he was still in a daze. He knew his own condition clearly. His vitality was decaying, his internal injuries had flared up, and his great-grandmother was already beckoning to him from the other side. He had thought his life was simply over, but who would have imagined that the voice he had yearned for decades for would appear? It was just that the timing of its appearance was really not good. Just as he was about to kick the bucket, ready to go play mahjong with his great-grandma, the system began to activate. "System? What's the use of you showing up now? If you had come just a few decades earlier, I wouldn't be in this state today." When he transmigrated decades ago, he was full of high spirits, always believing his golden finger system would follow close behind. Then he would advance by leaps and bounds and reach the pinnacle of life. But this waiting had lasted until now. A lifetime of mediocrity, unable to even support his own family. What was the use of the system activating now? He only had 2 days left to live, his vitality was nearly exhausted. He might as well go play mahjong with his great-grandma. System Phase 1 unlocking. 100-fold talent is activating. Activation successful. Talent will double daily. Host detected to be nearing the end of his life. Compensating with 10 days of lifespan. Please increase your strength as soon as possible, restore your vitality, and enhance your life force. After the system's voice stopped, a stream of life energy was injected into his body. With the injection of life energy, it felt as if his mind had been unlocked. Before, his thoughts had been sluggish, but now they became lively. He could clearly feel his brain cells activating, and his vision was no longer blurry, his hearing no longer dull. It was as if he had returned to his youth. Past memories echoed in his mind, one scene after another, and he remembered everything clearly, even events from before his transmigration. Holy shit! Yi couldn't help but exclaim. "Dad, what's wrong?" Yes, holy shit startled the mother and daughter. Right now, Yi was their biggest worry, and they thought something had happened to him. Hearing his daughter's anxious voice, Yi came back to his senses. Realizing he had lost his composure, he smiled and nodded at the mother and daughter. "I'm fine, I just suddenly remembered something. You two should leave for now and let me have some quiet time alone." For some reason, they felt that Yi was full of vigor at this moment, with a light shining in his eyes. Looking at him, he didn't resemble a dying old man at all. However, they still left Yi's room. The physician had once advised them that at this time, they should let Yi do whatever he wanted. "Husband, if anything happens, remember to call us, we'll be right next door." After gently closing the door, the mother and daughter embraced and wept. In their eyes, this was a final burst of life before death. Otherwise, how could he possibly sit up with such a ravaged body? Daughter, go buy some of your dad's favorite dishes. We'll give your dad a good send-off. MHM. Yi had no idea that the mother and daughter were already preparing his final meal. At this moment, he was sitting at his desk, feeling the changes within himself. As the system continued to activate, his brain became increasingly active, and his thoughts grew clearer. He felt that if he were given an advanced mathematics problem right now, he could solve it instantly. No, I have to try. I need to figure out what's going on with my mind. He rummaged through his belongings, finally finding the long-forgotten technique, surging wave palm at the bottom of a dusty old chest. This surging wave palm was the key to his successful breakthrough to warrior. Cultivating just this technique alone had pushed him to the peak of the warrior realm, just one step away from breaking through to warrior master. Unfortunately, his talent was simply too limited, and he could never break through the second layer of the surging wave palm. As he aged, his talent continued to decline. He could barely even maintain the first layer of the surging wave palm, let alone break through to the second. But now, he wanted to try again. What if he could break through to the second layer, the third, or even all the way to the ninth layer? The surging wave palm was not just a palm technique, it was also an amplification technique. 9-layer palm technique, each layer doubles combat power, so 9 layers can increase combat power by 9 times. He only needed to comprehend the second layer to be temporarily considered a warrior again, which would allow him to continue receiving a warrior's salary. Moreover, as his strength increased, the vitality within his body would become active. As long as his vitality was active, his lifespan would continue to extend. 10 days. This was his last chance. He had to get his vitality active again. Having finally awakened a system, he didn't want to die just yet. With an excited heart, Yi opened the surging wave palm. He was already extremely familiar with the contents of the first layer. After a simple review of the first layer's content, he found it very easy and straightforward to understand. Perhaps because he was already familiar with it, after reviewing the first layer of the surging wave palm, he began to read the contents of the second layer. Just like that, without realizing it, he became completely engrossed, unable to pull himself away. He even lost track of time. His mind was filled with nothing but the surging wave palm. Time passed continuously. He turned the pages one by one, the excitement in his eyes growing more intense. It wasn't until he closed the technique manual that he finally broke free from that mysterious state. I finished reading it? I actually finished reading the entire surging wave palm? I was able to finish it. My God! Looking at the complete technique manual in his hands, Yi fell into deep thought. Everything felt like a dream. He had tried to read the entire book before. But when he turned to the second layer, the obscure, profound, and mysterious content made it impossible for him to continue. But now, not only had he read the entire surging wave palm from beginning to end, but he had also completely understood its principles. It's worth noting that it used to take him several years just to get started with the first layer, meticulously deciphering each word and phrase until he fully understood them before he could progress. Even the slightest misunderstanding would cause damage to the body. Many of the internal injuries he carried were from experimenting with the surging wave palm. Otherwise, with his former peak warrior strength, he should have been able to live to at least 200 years old. Yet now, not even 100 years old, his vitality was depleted. If the system hadn't awakened in time, he wouldn't have survived these past 2 days. Fortunately, the system had awakened. Not only did it grant him an extra 10 days of life, but it also increased his talent 100-fold, making his brain cells extremely active. He easily read and understood the entirety of the surging wave palm, grasping all its principles. The technique that was once insurmountably difficult for him was now like a children's book, simple to the extreme. In fact, after reading it, he felt like he could continue writing it, much like the 9 times multiplication table. Now he could easily write that 10 times 10 equals 100. At this thought, Yi couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry to continue writing. He wanted to first test if he truly understood everything. If his feeling was correct,
he should now have a 9-fold amplification of the surging wave palm.
The slightly bulging muscles and the constantly flowing blood told him that it was all true. The familiar surge of power in his palm was just like how he felt in his youth, vibrant, passionate, and even surpassing his former self.
Have I truly mastered the surging wave palm? The technique I failed to grasp in my youth, have I really mastered it now?
The 9-fold increase still made him somewhat disbelieving, so he decided to go out and try it himself.
To see how much his palm strength had truly increased.
Pushing open the door, his wife and daughter were waiting by the entrance, quietly.
"Old man, what are you doing?"
Yi knew they were worried about his safety, so he didn't say much, just smiled at them.
"Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'm going out for some fresh air, I'll be back soon."
Now, no matter what Yi said, they would support him, just so he could find a little more happiness at the end of his life. Walking slowly in the neighborhood, it wasn't that his legs and feet were stiff now, he just felt that his legs and feet were full of strength.
He could even run at a 100-meter sprint pace if he wanted to.
But that would be too shocking. Everyone in the neighborhood was familiar with him, and they all knew his previous condition. A sudden change in his state would arouse suspicion.
Everyone he met along the way greeted him warmly.
His status in the community was very high, not because of his age, but because of his honors.
When Yi first transmigrated here, this world was actually a normal one.
It was only when he reached adulthood that the world underwent a strange transformation. Disaster struck, various monsters appeared out of nowhere, and flora and fauna mutated. Humanity was caught off guard. At that time, to make a living, Yi had no choice but to enlist and go to war. He was among the first batch of warriors to defend their homeland and resist the monsters. His luck, it must be said, was quite good. Although he was constantly injured, he didn't lose his life like many of his companions. He even unexpectedly found the surging wave palm, thus embarking on the path of a warrior. Unfortunately, his luck was good but his talent was poor. He was fated to never reach the realm of a warrior master in his lifetime. Coupled with his injuries, his vitality began to decline in his 90s, and he nearly died. Precisely because he was one of the first warriors to defend their homeland, people treated him with great reverence. Even though his talent wasn't very strong, people respected him all the same. Moreover, if it weren't for the help of these neighbors over the years, their family would have been evicted long ago. Fortunately, he had gained an extra 10 days of life, and his talent had also been greatly enhanced. After this, as long as he went to be recertified as a warrior, his family would be able to return to their former peaceful life. He wandered around the community for about 10 minutes, arriving at the community fitness area. Unlike the fitness areas of his previous life, all the equipment here was specifically designed for warriors. What Yi was looking for was the power gauge among them. It resembled a boxing bag, with a display screen on its head. As long as you hit the testing target with force, it would show your personal strength value. Of course, the power gauge here also had its limits. After all, it was just fitness equipment in a senior community, with an upper limit of only 10,000 gene of force. A force of 10,000 gene was the minimum strength standard for a warrior master expert. In this community, warriors were few and far between, let alone warrior master experts, so a 10,000 gene power gauge was more than enough. Yi looked around and, after seeing no one nearby, confidently approached the power gauge. He had tested himself before. With the decline of his vitality, his palm strength no longer met the standard of a warrior. And with the continuous decline during this period, his palm strength should be around 400. To be recertified as a warrior, one's palm strength had to reach at least 500. First, I'll test my own palm strength. Yi held his breath and focused, channeling all his strength into the palm of his hand. Fusing his essence, energy, and spirit to reach his peak state, he struck the power gauge before him with his palm. The rebound force that traveled up his hand made his very bones ache. The power gauge trembled slightly, and a number quickly lit up on the screen. When he saw his own strength, he still felt a little upset. 435 caddies. Although he had anticipated this result, seeing it still made him feel somewhat down. He had once been at his peak as well, a peak warrior whose palm strength had reached over 8,000 caddies. Now it was only over 400 caddies. The difference was simply too vast.
The warrior assessment test was in 3 days.
If he failed again, the government would reclaim the house they had allocated him, and his entire family would be forced to live on the streets. He would absolutely not allow such a thing to happen. Not only did he have to become a certified warrior, but he also had to provide a good life for his family.
Who said old men couldn't have their spring? This old man, over 90 years old, was going to experience his second spring.
Restoring himself to peak condition once more, this time he channeled the surging wave palm and struck out again. Like waves in the ocean, one surge followed another, one breaker after the next, crashing heavily against the power gauge. This time, he used the amplification from the first layer of the surging wave palm. The moment his palm collided with the power gauge, a deep boom echoed as the machine quickly absorbed the full force of the blow. The numbers on the screen rapidly flickered, finally settling at 870. It had doubled his strength entirely.
This was the incredible amplifying effect of the surging wave palm.
With the surging wave palm, he could now barely be considered a warrior.
Phew! He let out a long sigh of relief.
It was as if that single palm strike had vented all the resentment he had accumulated over the years. Previously, due to insufficient vitality, he had been unable to use the surging wave palm, which was why he had failed the warrior assessment for the past 2 years. Today was the 3rd year. If he failed again this year, all his welfare benefits, salary, and wages would be revoked. But today, he had successfully executed the surging wave palm. To do so again after 2 long years brought a sense of excitement that an ordinary person could never understand. Tears welled up in his eyes, blurring his vision.
870 gene.
For an ordinary person to become a warrior, their attack power must exceed 500 caddies. Only then could they be considered a novice warrior. Reaching 1,500 caddies in attack power would classify one as an intermediate warrior. Breaking 3,000 caddies meant entering the ranks of advanced warriors. The range from 3,000 to 9,999 caddies was all considered the advanced warrior level. Those who surpassed 8,000 were known as peak warriors, also called the gatekeepers to the warrior master realm. Once one's strength broke 10,000 caddies, they became a warrior master.
There was an enormous gulf between a warrior and a warrior master. Some people spent their entire lives unable to break through to the warrior master realm. To become a warrior master, one needed wealth, talent, and physical conditioning not one could be lacking.
Yi had once been stuck at the peak warrior level, but he had never been able to break through to become a warrior master. A warrior master was considered a core pillar of strength in a city. Moreover, upon reaching the warrior master realm, one would receive a generous stipend, starting at 6 figures at the very least. Even without a stipend, becoming a martial arts instructor at a dojo could also bring in exceptionally generous compensation. Unfortunately, he had lacked talent in his youth, and the stipend for a warrior was only enough to cover his family's expenses.
Otherwise, he wouldn't be so worried about money now. I can now execute the first layer of the surging wave palm. I wonder if I'll be able to perform the subsequent layers.
He felt a sense of anticipation. Taking a deep breath, he quietly adjusted his state. Whoosh! He suddenly opened his eyes, and a flash of light streaked across them.
The essentials of the surging wave palm's second layer surfaced in his mind, and he struck out with a palm. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive layers of force slammed heavily onto the power gauge.
On the display screen, the number 870 pounds trembled and then began to surge wildly. It finally stopped at 1,305 pounds. He succeeded, he really succeeded. Although it was his first time using it, it didn't feel that difficult. Looking at the numbers on the display screen, Yi could hardly believe his eyes.
His strength had doubled again. If the second level was successful, then the 9th level should also be possible.
After all, the memories in his mind told him that this was not a dream.
After calming his slightly trembling body, he began his subsequent attempts.
The fighting spirit in his eyes was impossible to conceal as he raised his palm and repeatedly struck the power gauge.
Bang, 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 bang.
Palm after palm, each strike rapidly stacked up, triple force, quadruple force, 9th force. The force continuously impacted the power gauge, and the numbers on the display screen jumped rapidly.
174021752610304534803915.
The force kept climbing, directly breaking through to 3915, just shy of breaking 4000.
Seeing the number that finally settled, Yi couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath.
A 9-fold amplification directly pushed his strength to 3915. He could now be considered a high-level warrior. Even though he already knew the result in his heart still trembled involuntarily when he saw that number. Just a few hours ago, he was an old man on the verge of death, yet now he had leaped to become a high-level warrior, a figure of some note. The constantly surging vitality within his body told him that this was real. Yi, was alive. No one could truly empathize with being on the brink of death, life bleak, the sharp edge of a transmigrator already dulled by the ravages of time. But now, everything was beginning to awaken. His youthful dreams, the transmigrator's goals, he would achieve them little by little. Moreover, with his current talent, 100-fold talent was already unparalleled, not to mention that his talent was still increasing day by day. Doubling every day meant a 365-fold increase after a year. The longer the time, the stronger his talent. The saying "the older, the more monstrous" perfectly described him. Perhaps I can continue to develop on the foundation of this surging wave poem. 10 layers, 100 layers, 1,000 layers. A palm strike, heaven and earth collapsing, that scene was simply unimaginable. With such a powerful talent, he had this confidence. Act now, for delay breeds trouble. After quickly tidying himself up, Yi turned and ran towards home. Old man Yi, bah, what a waste. Watching Ye's departing figure, Zack spat directly on the ground, his face full of disdain. Don't say that. Old Yi is very kind, and he was one of the first warriors to go to the battlefield. If someone heard you, be careful of being badmouthed. Zack clearly paid no mind to the words of the person beside him. Others might not know, but he knew all too well that Yi hadn't passed the warrior assessment for 2 years. If he still didn't pass the assessment in the 3rd year, all his benefits and treatments would be revoked. After all, the country doesn't support useless people. He wishes he could be unkind. Just a piece of trash who can't even maintain his warrior status. The warrior assessment is coming up. This is his 3rd attempt. If he can't pass, he'll be kicked out. Me, Zack, afraid of him? Ridiculous. My punching power has already broken through 400 pounds and will soon break 500. Then I'll be a real warrior. As a warrior, can't I say a thing or two about some ordinary person? Hearing that Zack's punching power was about to break 500 pounds, the people around him revealed looks of shock. Really? You're about to break through to warrior? Zack, you're too strong. As expected of Brother Zhang, that's what you call talent. Zack basked in their praise, thoroughly enjoying the feeling. Brother Zhang, show us what you've got. Let's see your punching power. Zack was just looking for a chance to show off. Since they brought it up, he wasn't going to hold back. Since you want to see it, I'll give you a demonstration. Under the adoring gazes of the crowd, Zack walked step by step to the power gauge. However, before he could even test it, he saw the number on the power gauge that had yet to fade. 3,915 Gene. Hiss. Seeing the number on the power gauge, Zack couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. The others also noticed something was off with Zack and hurried forward to check. Holy shit, 3,915 pounds. Which high-level warrior tested this? Is there even a high-level warrior in our neighborhood? The number on the power gauge hasn't disappeared yet, which means it was just used. I looked around, and no one else has been in this area except for Old Yi, who just left. Old man Yi? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could it be Old man Yi? His vitality has clearly declined, and he hasn't even been certified as a warrior for 2 years straight. How could he possibly produce the stats of a high-level warrior? Zack couldn't believe it, nor did he dare to. If he was a high-level warrior, he must have overheard their entire conversation just now. For a prospective warrior like him to badmouth a high-level warrior behind his back was purely suicidal. Even if he killed him, no one would dare say much. So, his only option now was to believe that this result wasn't yes. Although I really don't want to admit it, it's the truth.
There's no one else around.
You should know that there are very few warriors in our neighborhood, and besides Old G, no one else happened to be around here.
Yeah, besides us, it was just Old G. In terms of timing, only Old G is a possibility.
I'm sure this number was produced by Old G.
Zack was stunned.
Although he didn't want to admit it, the truth was already before him.
What do I do? What should I do?
I really didn't know Old G was a high-level warrior. If I had known, I would never have spoken ill of him behind his back. Zack's face was filled with terror as he looked to the others for help.
Don't worry, Elder Yi is a very kind person.
I've greeted him a few times, and he doesn't put on airs. If you said a couple of bad things, Elder Yi probably wouldn't take it to heart. If he really wanted to target you, he would have made trouble for you just now.
After hearing his companion's reassurances, Zack let out a sigh of relief. Still, he couldn't be sure. He decided to lie low and stay away for a while. If he ran into Yi, he might face repercussions later. Yi was old, after all. If he disappeared for a while, you would probably forget about him over time. I'm going to lay low for a bit. You guys carry on. Zack left in a hurry. They all knew what he was thinking. They would have done the same in his shoes. After all, this was a high-level warrior, considered an expert even in Sea City. The consequences of offending such a person were severe. Yi was also aware of Zack's actions behind his back. However, having lived for so long, he didn't bother too much with a little kid. Besides, he had other things to do right now and no time to concern himself with such matters. Upon returning home, before he could even enter his room, his wife called him to a halt. Yi still held Anna in high regard. After all, she was his lifelong partner who had accompanied him for so many years, never leaving his side. All his feelings for her were in his heart. Old man, stop what you're doing and come eat. They're all your favorite dishes. Anna's eyes held a trace of sorrow as she looked at Yi. The more energetic he seemed, the more worried she became. Looking at the table full of his favorite foods, Yi instantly understood what they were thinking. After all, the doctor had already diagnosed him with only 2 days left to live. Now that he appeared so energetic, they likely thought it was a final burst of energy before death. Old man, what were you out doing? Anna asked tentatively. Just some exercise. I want to give it one last push. Hearing his casual words, Anna merely sighed silently and gently took his hand, her eyes filled with heartache. If you can't, then don't. Don't torment your body anymore. You're already over 90. If you're afraid of being lonely on the journey, I'll go with you. We've walked together our whole lives, let's be together at the end too. Anna's words made Ye's heart tremble violently. This woman loved him deeply, and now she was even afraid he would be lonely on the journey and wanted to go with him. But how could he let the woman he loved do that? It's okay, everything will be fine. I can still give it one more shot. Yi didn't tell them that he had already become a warrior. He would wait until after he passed the warrior test to give Anna a real reason to celebrate. Anna had gone from a graceful young girl to an old woman, having sacrificed so much for this family. She bore children, worked hard without complaint, and never uttered a single grumble. He hadn't been able to give Anna a good life in their early years. Now that he was on the rise, he naturally wanted to take her with him to a better future. A wife who shared hardships should not be abandoned. But Anna didn't see it that way. Even at a time like this, he was still thinking about giving it one last shot. Her eyes were filled with heartache for him. She knew he was doing it for the family. As long as he was certified as a warrior, their family could hold on for another 3 years. She was about to leave, yet she was still fighting for this family, and her heart ached. You're too tired, old man. You're not young anymore, and your body can't handle such a heavy load. We don't need the house. My daughter and I can go out and work to earn some money. Maintaining a living shouldn't be a problem. You should get some proper rest. Don't push yourself." Anna's tenderness made Ye's heart tremble. He gently pulled her into his arms and comforted her softly. "I know you're worried about me, but trust me, I know my own body." Both mother and daughter knew Ye's temperament all too well. Once he set his mind on something, he would absolutely never back down. "Then if anything happens, remember to tell me. Don't make me worry." Yi nodded and then changed the subject. With so much delicious food, it wouldn't do for the atmosphere to be so somber. "Time to eat, time to eat. I bought so many of my favorite dishes today, I must eat my fill." After so many years of frugality, it was probably only during the New Year that they would have such a lavish meal. But none of that mattered anymore. He was about to be certified as a warrior, and he would only get stronger from there, so he didn't need to worry about money at all. After a happy family meal, Yi eagerly returned to his room and opened the Surging Wave Palm Technique I. This time, he read it very slowly, comprehending each word deliberately, and occasionally jotting down some principles in his notebook. When he opened the Surging Wave Palm Technique I, his mind became active. The hundredfold talent activated, and he continuously pondered the principles of the Surging Wave Palm, even being able to draw inferences and apply them to other situations. He became so engrossed that he lost track of time, and before he knew it, it was already past midnight. At this moment, Ye's eyes were tightly shut, his brain working non-stop, endlessly deducing the 10th level of the Surging Wave Palm in his mind. After an hour of deduction, he had completely formulated the 10th level of the Surging Wave Palm. Whew! When the deduction was complete, Yi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The constant mental exertion had left his body feeling somewhat fatigued. After all, his body hadn't been strengthened yet. But his heart was still very excited. He had truly deduced the 10th level. If he wished, he could unleash a strike with a 10-fold amplification from the Surging Wave Palm. The power could reach 4,350 Jin. Thinking of this, Yi couldn't help but gasp. Of course, what surprised him the most was his hundredfold talent. This was only the first layer, increasing his talent by 1-fold each day. Later, he might unlock the second layer, where his talent could reach 1,000-fold, increasing by 10-fold each day. As time went on, he could unlock 10,000-fold talent, 100,000,000-fold talent, and even 100 billion-fold talent. It was simply unimaginable. By then, perhaps the 10th level of the Surging Wave Palm would emerge with just a single thought. With such talent, no technique or art would be a problem for him. Of course, these were just his conjectures. For now, this hundredfold talent was more than enough for him to use. Moreover, it hadn't reached its limit yet, and the 10th level of the Surging Wave Palm wasn't the limit either. He could continue to deduce further until he found the limit of his hundredfold talent. What he didn't know was that after dinner, Ilara had used the excuse of going for a walk to head to an abandoned training ground. At this moment, Ilara was not in a normal state. Steam rose from her entire body, making her look like a little red figure. If he were by her side, he would definitely be able to tell that Ilara was currently breaking through to the warrior realm. All of this were signs of becoming a warrior. The reason he hadn't was that in his youth, he had already reached the peak of the warrior realm and received its boon. Therefore, if he wanted to extend his life and receive the boon, he could only quickly break through the warrior realm and reach the warrior master realm. Only then could his life continue to be extended. Back to Ilara, the vitality within her body was churning rapidly. Her brow was furrowed, and she looked to be in great discomfort. And within her soul space, a voice was continuously echoing. "Keep going, you must hold on. This is the most crucial step to becoming a warrior. You absolutely cannot fail. It's do or die. Think about it. Think about how much your father and mother have sacrificed for you. Your father's life is already at its limit, yet he still forces himself to train, striving to break through to the warrior realm, all to buy you 3 more years. Don't you want to fulfill your filial duty and become their pride? Can you bear to see them at their age still struggling for survival? What can't you endure? Keep going. Become a warrior, and the system's energy will be replenished.
Then you can extend your father's life by a few days. Moreover, as long as your strength continues to improve, you can exchange for various good things. Extending your parents' lives by hundreds or thousands of years will not be a problem. It turned out there was a system in Ilara's soul space. However, this thing was a chatterbox with a penchant for pyramid scheme-like persuasion, constantly trying to brainwash Ilara. Of course, everything it said was exactly what Ilara wanted to hear. The reason she wanted to quickly advance to the warrior realm was to extend Ye's life. She couldn't watch a man who had dedicated his life to his family just die like this. He had never enjoyed a single day of comfort. With her, his daughter, around from now on, you wouldn't need to struggle and fight anymore.
Breakthrough for me.
With a sudden, explosive shout from Ilara, a series of crackling sounds echoed from her body, as if her major meridians had just been cleared. Her vitality surged even more rapidly, and her body was strengthened to an unprecedented degree. She knew she had succeeded. She was now a warrior. From now on, she could personally take care of this family, and she could extend Ye's life.
Not bad, host. Your talent is strong, and so is your willpower. But don't get complacent. You're only the lowest level of warrior right now.
You're still a long way from the world's peak.
Ilara didn't say much.
Her most pressing concern was Ye's condition. Although the doctor said it would be these 2 days, no one knew exactly when these 2 days were, and there was always a possibility of death at any moment.
Seeing Ye's state of terminal lucidity, she knew it wouldn't last much longer.
She needed to extend his life, starting with 1 year for Yi.
System, you promised me. Extend my father's life by 1 year.
Rest assured, host.
The system always fulfills its promises.
After I help you extend your father's life by 1 year, please continue to work hard, improve your strength, and strive to extend Ye's life even further. A green energy, radiating with infinite life force, shot up into the sky and sped towards Yi. However, just as the energy neared Yi, it was blocked by his system. His own host, he'll dote on himself. There's no need to rely on others.
That's strange. What's going on? This shouldn't be happening.
The system in Ilara's soul space muttered continuously.
Hearing the system's voice filled with self-doubt, Ilara knew something was wrong. System, what shouldn't be happening? Did it work? Was my father's life extended?
The system was embarrassed but could only tell the truth.
The life energy is being blocked by a powerful force.
I cannot help you extend your father's life.
Ilara was stunned.
She slumped to the ground, her eyes vacant, at a loss for words.
What was the point of all her hard work to break through? Wasn't it all to extend Ye's life? But why did it fail now? If that was the case, then Yi was sure to die.
Host, do not worry.
Although the life energy is blocked, I sensed a trace of Ye's aura.
His lifespan has been enhanced, so there shouldn't be any problems in the short term. Ilara, who had just been in a panic, instantly regained her spirits.
Really? Are you telling the truth?
Of course, it's true.
When has the system ever lied to the host? My father's life extension wasn't successful.
Yi was completely unaware of everything that was happening. Right now, he was entirely focused on the surging wave palm. He studied it over and over, practiced it repeatedly, and finally, a complete vision of the 11th level of the surging wave palm emerged in his mind.
11 times the amplification, a full 11 times. Success.
The smile on Ye's face grew wider. Creating the 10th and 11th levels himself was something he wouldn't have dared to imagine in the first half of his life. But ever since the system awakened, he had been in an unprecedentedly good state, his brain cells exceptionally active. When he fully concentrated on studying a technique, the knowledge seemed to pour into his mind for free, desperately drilling its way in, even if he didn't want it.
I haven't reached my limit yet. I can continue to deduce. I can do this.
You wanted to see where his limits were. He wanted to see how many levels he could deduce for the surging wave palm now. One must know that the surging wave palm was a technique that combined both technique and amplification. Normally, for a technique like this, it was already impressive for someone to master it, let alone continue to deduce further levels. Although subsequent deductions had the foundation of the previous levels, the difficulty was no less than creating a new technique from scratch. In human history, no one capable of creating their own techniques had ever been discovered. Even the strongest humans of the present day, peerless powerhouses who outshone all before and since, could not create their own techniques. All the cultivation techniques and martial arts practiced by humanity came from ruins and secret realms. Moreover, people dared not create techniques rashly. There were once those who experimented with creating their own, but the final result was always cultivation deviation, leading to a violent and sudden death.
Without exception.
Therefore, people later abandoned the idea of creating their own techniques. The techniques from the ruins and secret realms were more than enough for them to use. They simply didn't need to invite trouble upon themselves, risking chi deviation to do such thankless work.
But now, Yi had done it.
Not only did he avoid chi deviation, but he also successfully practiced the 11th layer. Give him a little more time, and he would be able to smoothly practice the 12th layer. Just as Yi was practicing the 12th level of the surging wave palm, he suddenly sensed a figure pass by the doorway.
It was none other than his precious daughter, Ilara.
Although he didn't know what she was going to do, she certainly had no intention of harming him. So he ignored her and continued practicing the 12th layer. He didn't know how long he had been practicing until he was awakened by Anna cautiously reaching out to check his breath.
"Old dear, what are you doing?" Yi's sudden words startled Anna.
Seeing that Yi was fine, Anna gently patted her chest in relief.
"It's good that you're okay. You really scared me. I thought you..."
Yi naturally knew what she had thought and reached out to gently take her hand.
"Don't worry, I'm fine. I was just lost in thought. Besides, I couldn't bear to leave you and our daughter.
Even if I have to go, I'll make sure you two are living comfortably before I do."
Anna's eyes filled with emotion.
Back then, she had fallen for Yi precisely because of his sincerity.
Bah, don't say such things.
Our family will all be fine, and no one will have an accident. You should go to bed and rest for a while. I'll go cook first, and remember to come down for dinner later.
After checking on Yi's condition, Anna quietly withdrew. "Mom, how is he? Is Dad any better?" Anna was just an ordinary person, completely unaware of the changes in Yi.
Moreover, seeing his bloodshot eyes and weary expression, it clearly seemed he was developing in the wrong direction.
Sigh.
A sigh confirmed everything. He hadn't changed at all, and his condition was even worse than before.
"I'll go see Dad." Before Ilara could go in, Anna pulled her back. "Don't disturb your dad. Your dad is making his final efforts for this family he wants to break through.
If you disturb him now, you'll affect him.
Let's just let nature take its course." That was Yi, always willing to dedicate his life to this family.
Now, even at death's door, he was still thinking of breaking through to the warrior realm to provide for his family. Although he would only have 3 years after succeeding. But this was Yi's heartfelt intention, and they had to respect it. Ilara fell silent, her head bowed, not speaking for a long time.
Seeing Ilara's state, Anna sensed something was wrong.
She had been acting strangely since the morning. No one knows a daughter better than her mother. She could detect even the slightest change in Ilara.
"Warner, is something on your mind?"
Ilara didn't speak, her head still bowed. After a long while, she finally looked up, her gaze fixed on Anna as if she had made a firm decision. "Mom, I want to drop out of school and join a martial arts dojo to become a warrior." Hearing Ilara's words, Anna's brow furrowed slightly.
"Why would you suddenly have this idea? Aren't you about to graduate? Besides, the process of becoming a warrior is incredibly painful." Thinking of Yi, then thinking of her own family's situation, she understood Ilara's idea.
"Warner, you don't need to worry about family matters."
"But Mom, I can't decide your matters."
"Why don't you go talk to Dad?" Knowing what Ilara was about to say, Anna immediately brought up Yi.
Yi's status in the family was unshakable.
Even though Yi doted on her, couldn't bear to hit her or scold her, and would agree to whatever she said. She knew something. She knew that if he found out about this, he would absolutely never agree.
She might even get a spanking from Yi.
Speaking of which, Yi was a bit of a male chauvinist. He wasn't dead yet, and as long as he was alive, a woman didn't need to worry about earning money to support the family. Never mind then, I wouldn't dare tell Dad, or but might get a beating. Mom, I'll go cook with you.
I want to have lamb offal soup today.
I managed to snag some fresh lamb's blood at the market today.
It's to help Dad recuperate.
Who knows, he might even recover his vitality. The mother and daughter laughed and joked in the kitchen, completely unaware that at this very moment, Yi was in his room, frantically increasing his combat power. It took the entire night for Yi to completely perfect the 12 layers of the surging wave palm. Moreover, the surging wave palm had reached its limit. Its potential had reached its end. If he wanted to continue improving, he would have to develop other methods of augmentation. However, if he were to develop other amplification methods, it would no longer be called the surging wave palm. Besides, developing a new amplification method would be very difficult. With his current talent, he might be able to develop one, but it would waste a great deal of time.
He didn't have much time now, he couldn't afford to delay.
He might consider slowly researching it in the future when his talent improved and his lifespan was extended. Furthermore, he had been exposed to far too few techniques. In the first half of his life, he had only learned the surging wave palm. If he wanted to improve his comprehension speed, he would have to combine the strengths of many different schools and then integrate them, which might accelerate his comprehension. Although he didn't know if it could be achieved, this was indeed the only feasible method currently. He turned on his computer, logged into the Warrior Forum, and entered the Warrior Shop. It was similar to Pinduoduo from his previous life. Basically, anything a warrior needed could be bought there. Techniques, weapons, elixirs, and even more advanced combat machines, little mushrooms, and the like could all be purchased. Of course, at Ye's level, he could only purchase the most basic items. Combat robots and small mushrooms not only required a sufficient strength certification level but also a certain amount of merit. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to buy them, and no one would sell them to him. Yi had no time to admire these things, he directly locked his gaze on the techniques. Search, palm techniques, amplification, price low to high. After a search, the dazzling array of techniques disappeared, leaving only amplification type manuals. And the prices were sorted from lowest to highest. After all, his current family wasn't wealthy, and amplification type palm techniques could cost billions at the high end, which he couldn't afford. He could only look at the cheaper amplification type techniques. Once he started making money, things would get much easier for his family. He soon locked onto a palm technique, Sonic Palm. It cost only 100,000 dragon coins and was also an amplification type technique. However, unlike the surging wave palm, it increased attack speed. The two techniques have different enhancement methods, yet they achieve a similar effect through different means. When Sonic Palm is cultivated to the 9th level, the speed of a palm strike can break the sound barrier. With one strike, you wouldn't even see the hand move before the target is hit. This palm technique is quite good, very suitable for me right now. Surging wave palm has already reached its limit. If I could learn Sonic Palm, I might find inspiration from it and continue to break through the limit. The key is that this Sonic Palm is ridiculously cheap. Compared to those techniques costing millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, this is a real bargain. Of course, the reason why an enhancement technique like Sonic Palm is so cheap is that few people are willing to learn it. What's the use of being fast if you can react and hit someone but your attack power isn't enough to break through their defense? Moreover, apart from a few geniuses, ordinary people simply don't have the time or the talent to learn multiple enhancement techniques. Therefore, they would rather choose an enhancement technique that increases attack power than something like Sonic Palm. Over time, this type of technique became slow-moving stock, receiving little attention, and could only be sold at a reduced price. Selling them at a reduced price is better than keeping them on hand and having them continuously devalue. But even at 100,000, very few people inquired about it. Attack-type enhancement techniques comparable to Sonic Palm are priced in the tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. For a sonic palm at 100,000 dragon coins, Yi really wanted it. However, their current savings were only around 100,000, and that still needed to sustain the family's life going forward. If he spent the money on sonic palm and it didn't help him much, then it would truly be money down the drain. Yi mulled it over, and after thinking for a long time, he still decided to buy it. He didn't have much time left. This was one of his few opportunities. He had to rise up by relying on techniques, and with his hundredfold talent, sonic palm wouldn't delay him for too long. Besides, even if he didn't buy it, 100,000 dragon coins wouldn't last very long anyway. Rather than live a life of mediocrity, it's better to risk it all. Yi went all in and placed an order for sonic palm directly. Ordering online wouldn't take too long, the item would be delivered right to his home. With nothing else to do, Yi began to sit cross-legged and meditate, regulating his breath and recovering his vitality. Holy shit! Just as he closed his eyes and prepared to regulate his breath, Yi couldn't help but let out a curse. He had wanted to recover a bit, but who would have thought that the vitality inside his body would suddenly surge at this moment? Although it was still not as good as when he was at his youthful peak, it was incomparably stronger than before. What's going on? How did my vitality become so much stronger? Wasn't it said that my vitality was already depleted? Yi was a bit confused, so he could only ask the system. Surging wave palm has broken through to the 11th and 12th levels. Vitality has increased, internal injuries have been repaired, and lifespan has been extended. Please keep up the good work. So that was it. He had thought he was seeing a ghost with this explanation. It made sense. Breaking a technique's limit can also increase vitality, which makes things much easier. After becoming a certified warrior, he could take on missions to earn money, then buy techniques, continuously break through, and constantly increase his vitality and extend his lifespan. Of course, those were all for later. Right now, he just wanted to test how much palm force he had. With an excited heart, Yi hurriedly left home. His rushed departure stunned both mother and daughter. Mom, was that Dad who just went out? Anna was also a bit dazed. After all, Yi's speed was too fast, not at all like a man on the verge of death. He should be. But how could Dad run so fast? Has his health recovered? Ilara was truly dumbfounded. The speed at which she had just left was incredibly fast. Even if she ran at full sprint, she would be just as fast, and possibly even slower than Yi. I don't know. Maybe it's your dad's last burst of glory. Whatever he does, as long as he's happy. Yi had no idea that his unintentional sprint had caught Ilara's attention. At this moment, he had arrived at the community fitness area. However, unlike last night, many people had gathered here, all exercising their strength. Of course, this was normal. After all, becoming a warrior was a leap in social status, and the warrior assessment was just 2 days away. They were all seizing the time to train, hoping to break through to the warrior level. Yi, however, wasn't in a hurry to test himself. Instead, he strolled around leisurely, looking just like a little old man. He found a spot to sit down and quietly waited for them to leave. It was almost lunchtime, and they would naturally leave to eat. After they left, it would be time for him to retest his strength. He didn't want to show off in front of so many people. After all, most people in the community knew him and were aware of his condition. Someone who was close to death suddenly bursting out with such strength would easily arouse suspicion. The bird that sticks its head out gets shot. The tree that stands tall in the forest is bound to be broken by the wind. Low-key development was the way to go. Upon seeing Yi, people at the training ground greeted him. Little old men in their 60s called him uncle, and young people in their 20s and 30s called him grandpa. His seniority in the community was quite high. Uncle Yi, you're here to exercise again? Can your body still handle it? Why don't you rest? Don't exercise anymore. Hearing someone greet him, Yi turned his head to look. Little Lu, you're here too. Yi recognized the person who greeted him. They were on pretty good terms. He was still a warrior, but his talent was poor. As he aged, his vitality declined day by day.
Even with daily training, he couldn't stop his continuously dropping vitality. In another year, he might have to bid farewell to being a warrior. Sigh, I have no choice. If I don't train, my vitality will drop. The warrior assessment is coming up soon, so I'll just try to hold on for another year if I can. Lu's troubles were the same as Ye's. They had both toiled their entire lives for the meager benefits of being a warrior. He stood to the side and smiled in agreement. What difference was there between the old him and Lu? Yeah, the warrior assessment is coming up soon. It's another huge hurdle. Who knows how many will rejoice and how many will despair? Just exercise, there's no other way. The two chatted briefly and then each went to find exercise equipment. As time passed, fewer and fewer people were training. After all, they couldn't spend the entire day working out. Some had to go to martial arts dojos to seek guidance on their techniques. Grandpa Yi, you're still exercising? Just a casual workout. You all do your thing, I'm just watching. Alright, Grandpa Yi, you keep busy. We're going back to eat. You should also go home and eat soon. After bidding Yi farewell, everyone left the fitness area. Only after everyone had gone did Yi walk up to the power gauge. With no one else around, it was the perfect time to test his palm strength. Taking a deep breath, he focused his mind. His first palm strike was without the amplification effect of the surging wave palm. He wanted to see how much his palm strength had reached now that his internal injuries were healed and his vitality had recovered a bit. Bang! As he struck out with his palm, Yi himself could feel the immense power behind it. Compared to before, this strike was full of force. His palm stung from the impact with the power gauge, and soon, a string of numbers appeared on its display. 1280 Jin. The moment he saw the number, Yi was stunned. It felt somewhat dreamlike, as if it were unreal. But the slight throbbing in his palm told him that it was all real. Just last night, it was only 435 Jin, but today, it had skyrocketed to 1280 Jin. Such a rate of improvement would be jaw-dropping in the entire warrior world. Having a strong talent is just great. As long as I can keep deducing techniques, I can keep increasing my strength. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this rate, he wouldn't have to worry about his lifespan anymore. However, he was still uneasy and decided to test it again. He struck out with his palm again, still without the surging wave palm's amplification. 1281. A fluctuation within 10 Jin was considered normal. Once, twice, thrice. He struck 4 or 5 times consecutively, and his palm force was basically between 1280 and 1290. Without the amplification effect of the surging wave palm, he was already approaching the level of an intermediate warrior. If he were to use the surging wave palm, how terrifying would that be? Yi didn't dare to imagine it, and his body couldn't help but tremble. 2 years. After a full 2 years, he had finally stepped back into the ranks of warriors. It would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. After managing to calm himself down, Yi began testing his palm strength with the surging wave palm's amplification. 1 palm, 2580. 2 palms, 3877. 3 palms, 5168. His palm force was constantly increasing, and soon it reached the 10th palm, a 10-fold amplification. With one strike, the power gauge began to shake violently. The numbers stopped climbing after hitting 10,000. After all, surpassing 10,000 meant stepping into the ranks of a warrior master. The power gauge in the residential complex had a testing limit of only 10,000 Jin of force. There was already a sunken palm print on the power gauge. If he continued to hit it, he would destroy it. He was only here to test his own strength. There was no need to destroy the power gauge. Moreover, as long as he knew his basic palm force, the amplification after 10 layers could also be calculated. 10-fold amplification, 12,800 Jin. 11-fold amplification, 14,080 Jin. 12-fold amplification, 15,360 Jin. In his current state, if he unleashed the surging wave palm with its full 12-fold amplification, he could generate a palm force of 15,000. Hiss. At this thought, Yi couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Then I should be considered a warrior master now, right? Not should be. You definitely are a warrior master.
When his palm strength broke through 10,000 gene, he could be certified as a junior warrior master.
Warrior master and warrior.
Although only one word apart, the difference in both strength and treatment was like heaven and earth. Just the allowance for a warrior master could reach 6 figures.
Not to mention the status.
If his identity as a warrior master became known to the residents of his community, his home would absolutely be packed every day with an endless stream of people trying to build connections. Of course, the most important thing was that once he was certified as a warrior master, he would receive a blessing, and his vitality and lifespan would be correspondingly increased.
After becoming a warrior master, his authority and other privileges would be greatly enhanced.
He would also be able to take on more missions, and resources and money would be his for the taking. If he didn't want to take risks, he could even become a teacher in high school or a coach in a martial arts gym. These incomes were all exceptionally substantial. Their family's good days were coming finally. He wouldn't have to make his family suffer with him anymore. Phew, at full power, my palm strength can reach that of a junior warrior master.
I'm not too far from becoming an intermediate warrior master. Slap.
He lightly slapped himself and cursed himself with contempt.
Look at you, so pathetic.
With the system's help, all you're thinking about is breaking through to intermediate warrior master. I need to surpass the warrior master level in a short time, and then become a grandmaster. In the past, a warrior master was an unattainable existence for him, let alone a grandmaster.
Grandmasters were already pillars of humanity.
Such powerful beings rarely lived in the cities, they were all guarding the borderlands. And their status was never low, at least at the level of a battalion commander, with several warrior masters under their command. These were once unattainable dreams for me, but now, with just a little effort, they are within my grasp. To rest on a beauty's lap when drunk, and to wield power over the world when awake.
To reach the pinnacle, I can do that too.
A glint flashed in Ye's eyes as the dreams of his youth resurfaced in his mind. These were once just dreams, now, they are merely his goals. After suppressing his excitement, he left the fitness area. After this delay, he already saw people walking towards him. To avoid attracting attention, he couldn't linger here. He still needed to keep a low profile for now. Even though he was 90 years old, he still had the urge to show off. In his youth, he wanted to show off ostentatiously. In old age, he wanted to show off quietly, and invisible showing off was the most deadly. Just as he returned home, he ran into a delivery person at his door. The sonic palm was delivered into his hands. After checking that it was undamaged and complete, he put the book away. "Old man, you're back. I was just about to go look for you. It's time to eat. I bought some fresh meat from the market. Have some to replenish your vitality." Anna's bowl was filled with simple fare, while his contained fresh meat and eggs. All so that he could replenish his vitality. He once had no choice, as he had to sustain the entire family's life. Now, he no longer needed Anna to sacrifice so much. "I don't need it, you eat. Don't worry, these days will soon pass. I will definitely make sure you and our daughter live a good life." "All right, old man, I believe you can do it. But you should eat this meat. You're going to become a warrior, and you need a lot of meat to maintain your vitality. Listen to me, you go ahead and replenish your energy first. We'll eat together next time." He was very moved by Anna's understanding. She wasn't wrong at all. Warriors were powerful, but their consumption was equally immense. To maintain one's vitality and prevent it from declining, one not only needed sufficient training but also meat for nourishment. He had just thrown several punches downstairs, consuming a lot, and his stomach was already empty. He now urgently needed meat to replenish his body. Simple meals could no longer meet his physical needs. "Anna, this is my promise to you. Don't worry, within a week, our family's life will get better." She was already very happy that Yi was healthy and there was nothing wrong with his body. As for changing their life, her inner desire wasn't very great. After all, they had lived this way for a long time, and she had grown accustomed to it. But looking at Yi's current state, it was obvious that he had recovered quite a bit, and might even be on the verge of breaking through to become a warrior. Having lived with Yi for half her life, she knew his every move.
His current spirit was completely different from before. Although she didn't know what had happened to Yi, it was good that he was okay. "Alright, eat quickly.
You must be starving after exercising all morning. I can already hear your stomach protesting." After the loving couple finished their meal, Yi gave Anna a mysterious smile and then returned to his room.
At this moment, Ilara also came home from school.
Passing by the community's fitness area, she saw a group of people gathered around the power gauge, wondering what they were doing.
"What are you all doing? Is there a problem with the power gauge?"
The crowd turned to look at Ilara. Since they were all from the same community, they saw each other often and basically knew one another.
"Don't know what happened. It was perfectly fine when we tested it this morning. We went to eat lunch, and when we came back, it was like this. The display screen is frozen, showing 10,000 kilograms, its maximum limit. And there's a palm print on this power gauge. Even though our community is old and the equipment is a bit outdated, the materials used to build the power gauge are strictly controlled. But now, it's been destroyed by someone."
Ilara, intrigued, moved closer to take a look. Just as they said, the digital display on the large screen showed 10,000 kilograms, and there was indeed a clearly visible palm print on the power gauge.
Was this done by a warrior master expert? What's the purpose of doing this? To satisfy some twisted sense of humor? Ilara couldn't figure it out.
She was just a warrior right now and couldn't possibly understand the thoughts of a warrior master expert. Perhaps when she became a warrior master herself, she would understand the reasoning behind it. It was not broken by a warrior master expert.
Ilara was stunned. Not a warrior master expert? Then could it be a grandmaster expert? Ilara was even more confused. In her view, a warrior master or grandmaster expert wouldn't be this idle.
Why would someone come to their residential complex for no good reason and break a power gauge used for testing? Not a warrior master grandmaster, but a warrior. Ilara completely trusted the system's words. After all, the system wouldn't lie to her. However, believing that this was the work of a warrior was somewhat difficult for her to accept. They were both warriors, so why was the gap so enormous? How could a warrior achieve something comparable to a warrior master? Amplification, taking a 500 gene palm strike as an example, only needs a 20-fold amplification to achieve such an effect. That statement is as good as saying nothing. Did they really think a 20-fold amplification was a joke? If someone had that kind of talent, how could they possibly be just a warrior? Only those with insufficient talent, incapable of breaking through to the next realm, would research amplification techniques at the warrior stage to scrape by and obtain national rewards. But this was ultimately futile. As long as their realm didn't advance, their vitality would eventually deplete, and at that point, amplification techniques would be of no help to them at all. Ilara's inner thoughts were all monitored by the system, which expressed great disdain. "You know too little. Don't let your perspective be so limited. For a true genius, cultivating amplification techniques is not nearly as difficult as it is for you people. Perhaps you need 1, 5, 10 years, or even a lifetime to research, while for them it might only take 1 or 2 months. But you don't need to worry. With my assistance, your future is limitless. Have you considered my proposal from last time? As long as you do as I ask, your talent and strength will both be enhanced." The system continued to manipulate Ilara. This time, Ilara didn't refuse outright but lowered her head in thought. She didn't want to live a mediocre life forever, ending up like her father, vitality exhausted and riddled with internal injuries. "Let me think about it." Knowing that Ilara was tempted, the system stopped pressuring her. Haste makes waste. Yi, having returned to his room, had no idea that his little test had completely baffled everyone in the residential complex. They were still pondering which powerful warrior master was behind this prank. At this moment, Yi was immersed in the joy of the sonic palm. He once again experienced the terror of 100-fold talent. After quickly browsing through the sonic palm manual, he had already mastered it. Not just learned it, but truly grasped its principles,
achieving genuine integration and understanding.
Through his rapid thinking, he soon discovered the imperfections of the sonic palm.
How could his obsessive-compulsive nature allow such imperfections?
He modified it from time to time. Whether it was the circulation of spiritual energy or the speed of his palm strikes, everything received a significant boost.
Not bad, not bad. This should make it perfect.
As he fixed the issues within the sonic palm, he also began to merge it with the surging wave palm. Knowledge collided, and inspiration sparked. Sonic palm, under his constant deduction, also successfully reached the 12th level. Previously, he could strike once per second. Now, he can strike once every 12th of a second. In other words, he can deliver 12 strikes within a single second. Quick as lightning, he is undoubtedly the fastest man. It was 2 hours later when he had completely mastered both palm techniques. When he opened his eyes, streaks of brilliance flashed within them. After a practice session, not only did he not feel tired, but he felt even more energized. Even his vitality felt like it had recovered quite a bit. As expected, to extend one's lifespan, one must rely on talent, constantly comprehending techniques and breaking through one's own limits. Now that both surging wave palm and sonic palm had reached their limits, to enhance them further, he could only combine the essence of both to create a new enhancement palm technique. Breaking through the limit of a technique could restore a significant amount of vitality, let alone creating a new enhancement technique.
The blessings received would surely not be small. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. However, he didn't immediately begin the deduction.
Instead, he restored his energy and spirit, calming his excited mood. In an excited state, he wouldn't be able to fully concentrate, which would significantly slow down the speed of his self-creation.
Old wife, I have something I need to be busy with. Don't disturb me.
After giving some instructions to the mother and daughter, Yi began his path of creation. Sitting cross-legged in meditation, his brain operated at high speed. Under the blessing of 100-fold talent, his brain's processing speed was incredibly fast, so much so that even Yi found it a bit hard to adapt. However, he soon threw himself into it completely, deconstructing and reconstructing techniques, gradually coalescing them into a new form. That entire night, no one disturbed him. The next day was the same. Yi's brain continued to operate at high speed. In the first half of his life, for the sake of researching surging wave palm, he had dabbled in various aspects of the human body's structure, palms, joints, and more. Now, all of it came into use. Although they weren't critically important, it truly wouldn't work without them. To create an enhancement technique that perfectly suited his own body, he needed this theoretical knowledge as support. The first layer, complete. His brain spun faster and faster, finally consolidating all the knowledge into the first level of the new technique. The moment the first level was successfully rehearsed, Yi collapsed onto the bed, sweat pouring down his forehead. But this could not hide the excitement on his face in the slightest. He had only intended to give it a try, but he didn't expect to actually succeed. He had combined the two different enhancement methods of surging wave palm and sonic palm to deduce an enhancement palm technique that was most suitable for his body's structure.
Soundwave palm.
Although only the first layer of soundwave palm has been created so far. This single level alone already surpassed the vast majority of enhancement techniques. In his vision, soundwave palm would have at least 9 layers, with each layer providing a 10-fold amplification. The first layer amplifies strength and speed 10-fold. The second layer, 20-fold. The 9th layer, 90-fold. The most crucial thing is that his soundwave palm is not limited by strength. The stronger he becomes, the greater the amplification. Even if the soundwave palm can't keep up with his progress later, he can continue to create, making the soundwave palm even more powerful. At this thought, he felt an unprecedented sense of pride. This was a technique he had created himself. Although it currently only had the first level, it had already far surpassed the common enhancement techniques on the market.
Techniques like surging wave palm and sonic palm, without further development, would only provide a 90% enhancement, and a single attribute one at that.
Compared to his dual attribute enhancement technique, which provided a 10-fold boost at the very first level, the difference was like that between the clouds and the mud. The superiority was instantly clear. If others knew he possessed such a powerful enhancement technique, the entire world would tremble.
Too strong. I, Yi, am truly too strong. From now on, this era shall be called the Yi era. Ha 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 ha. Yi wept with joy. After half a lifetime of repression, he finally blossomed in his old age, ushering in his era.
After a long moment of excitement, Yi calmed his emotions. After all, having lived most of his life, he still possessed some composure. He was too astonishing now and absolutely couldn't let anyone know. Moreover, even if he told others, no one would believe him. Even if they believed him, who would dare to rashly practice a technique someone else created? What if it led to a fatal deviation? No one would risk it. He stopped thinking about the technique. The first layer had been successfully practiced, but he had no clue about the second. To continue improving, he would need to learn more palm techniques, and even fist and staff techniques. To gather the strengths of 100 schools, take their essence, discard the dross, and create his own unique technique. Pulling his thoughts back, he began to feel the vitality fluctuations within his body. It was fine if he didn't feel it, but once he did, he was completely stunned. Compared to his previous vitality, the amount he now possessed had doubled. If his previous vitality was like a trickling stream, his current vitality was like a surging ocean wave. Creating my own technique actually blessed me with this much vitality. Even without an amplification technique, I should be considered a high-level warrior now, right? He wasn't sure exactly how strong he was now. He didn't know how many years it had been since he had last experienced this feeling of surging vitality. He felt his youthful self in this body once more. Increased vitality, increased strength, and increased lifespan. But exactly how much they increased still needed to be tested. However, there was no way to test it in the residential complex. A single punch from him would shatter the power gauge. What a shame, I can't immediately feel my changes. But it doesn't matter. Tomorrow is the day to test my realm. After the test tomorrow, everything will be clear. After sitting in meditation for 2 days, his stomach was almost growling. In his youth, going into seclusion for several days wouldn't have much of an effect, but now, after just 2 days, his stomach was already feeling hungry. Getting old, really not living up to expectations. Yi Chen stood up and gently stretched his body, followed by the crackling sounds of his bones. With a light clench of his fist, the air was directly compressed. He opened the door and found Anna busy in the kitchen. Fresh meat was on the table. "You're out, hurry and eat. You must be hungry. You're not young anymore, don't push yourself so hard. Rest when you need to." Without even needing to turn her head, Anna knew it was Yi who had come out. As for Yi, he didn't hold back, heartily devouring the meat on the table. He was only satisfied after finishing all the food on the table. "You ate it all?" Anna looked at Yi in disbelief. It wasn't that she begrudged him for eating so much, but she was astonished that he could eat it all. After all, one's appetite could be an indicator of their mental and physical state. The last time Yi had such a good appetite could be traced back decades. As his vitality declined and his body grew weaker day by day, his appetite had long since diminished. She never expected him to eat so much today. You've completely recovered?" Anna looked at Yi, finding it hard to believe. Yi said nothing in response, simply giving her a mysterious smile. "I told you, from now on, I will make sure you and our daughter live a good life. I may not have money now, but after tomorrow, we will." Anna burst out laughing and gave Yi an exasperated eye roll. "You're older now, and your promise-making skills have improved. Are you full? I'll make you some more, consider it an early celebration for your success." To be honest, Yi was still a bit hungry. Thinking about successfully passing the assessment tomorrow, he didn't dwell on it. "Then I'll trouble you, I'm still a little hungry." The next morning, Yi crawled out of bed early. After all, being older, his sleep quality wasn't what it used to be. Plus, today was the day for warrior certification, so it was only natural that he was too excited to sleep. Waking up in the morning, facing the sun, his vitality surged, filled with positive energy. Moreover, after a night's rest, his vitality had actually increased slightly.
It was exactly as he had guessed. After upgrading the enhancement technique to its limit, it could not only enhance attributes but also vitality. However, very few people could upgrade an enhancement technique to its limit at the warrior stage, so no one knew this. As for those geniuses, this little increase in vitality was utterly useless to them. They only needed to continuously advance their cultivation realms, and their vitality would not deplete, nor would their lifespans decrease. The Surging Wave Palm and Sonic Palm increase my vitality daily, and the Soundwave Palm I created is also constantly providing benefits. Life is getting more hopeful day by day. After a brief morning workout downstairs, you went back up. By then, Anna had already prepared breakfast for him. After a simple meal, the family of 3 saw him off. Of course, they weren't sending him to his death. Today was the day of the warrior assessment, and they were sending Yi off to take it. Warriors, who were usually busy training, began to appear on the streets one after another. There were quite a few in their community too, though mostly elderly men and women, mixed with a couple of young people. After seeing Yi out of the residential complex, Anna looked at him with some concern. "Yi, are you sure your body can handle it? If not, let's just forget it." Yi gently squeezed Anna's hand and comforted her. "Don't worry, I will definitely succeed this time. Besides, don't you know me? I never do anything I'm not confident about. If I couldn't do it, I would have given up long ago. Just wait for my good news." Hearing Yi say this, both Anna and her daughter breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Yi was confident, that was all that mattered. "Mom, don't worry. I believe Dad can succeed. Dad, you can do it." Yi reached out and stroked Ilara's head, his face full of fatherly affection. "When have I ever let you down?" Ilara smiled and nodded. "I know, Dad, you're the best. But even if the test doesn't go well, don't be discouraged. I'm still here for this family, and I'm grown up now. I can support our family." Only after messing up Ilara's hair into a bird's nest did Ji let go. "You little girl, your dad is still alive. As long as I'm alive for one day, you don't need to support this family. Study hard, find someone you like, and don't worry about the rest." Ilara really wanted to tell him that she was already a warrior. But in the end, she couldn't open her mouth. Although she knew her family wouldn't harm her, she had gone from being an ordinary person to a warrior in an instant. This would be quite shocking if it got out and would cause unnecessary trouble. She would find a suitable reason to tell them later. Just as the few of them were chatting, the bus that was picking them up arrived at the community entrance. "Those participating in the test, get on the bus. Line up, there's a seat for everyone." Everyone lined up and walked towards the bus. "Go back, you just wait for my good news." The bus picked up people from one residential complex after another until all the aspiring warriors were on board. It then took them all to a building in the city center. This building was specifically established for their warrior tests and could accommodate tens of thousands of people at once. Normally, it wasn't very crowded, but today it was packed. All the gates were guarded by soldiers, and many people were maintaining order on site. And when Yi and the others arrived, the place was already packed. "Those who just arrived, come here to get your number tags." They were already very familiar with the process, after all, it was the same every year. After lining up, registering, and receiving their number, they just needed to wait, and someone would notify them when it was time to go in for the test. "Oh, who is this? Isn't this our brother Yi?" Just as Yi received his number and was waiting, a mocking voice came from behind him. Following the sound, he turned to look and saw an old man who looked like he was in his 30s, but was actually over 80, standing behind him with his grandson. The little guy looked no more than 13 or 14, his eyes full of naive ignorance. Yi naturally recognized him. The two could be considered old acquaintances. He just didn't know what this guy was doing here today. Was he here to show off his grandson to him? He was reluctant to marry off his late-born daughter so quickly to have children for others. "Who do we have here?" "Old Zhang, if it isn't you." A smile appeared on Zhang Tian's face after seeing Yi recognize him. He looked Yi up and down, clucking his tongue twice. "Brother Yi, it's only been about 10 years since we last met, right? How have you aged so much?
Your vitality has declined so drastically. You're only in your 90s, and you're already like this.
Look at me. I'm over 80, but my vitality is still surging. I feel like I'm in my 30s.
The corner of Ye's mouth twitched slightly. He knew this guy was definitely up to no good.
Sure enough, he was here to mock him. But it didn't matter. At his age, he'd seen all kinds of storms. What was a little sarcasm to him? Oh, is that so? That's quite good.
After saying that, Yi ignored him.
Having finally gotten a chance to lecture Yi, how could Zhang Tian let it go so easily? Come, meet your grandpa Yi.
He used to be your grandpa's good team captain back in the day. The corner of Ye's mouth twitched slightly.
This old fellow really held a grudge.
Back when they were young and full of vigor, he had targeted him a bit in the team. He didn't expect him to hold a grudge until now.
Hello, Grandpa Yi.
Although he didn't have a good impression of Zhang Tian, the grievances between adults had nothing to do with children.
How old are you, little one?
Yi just spoke out of habit to tease the kid, not expecting to give Zhang Tian an opportunity to show off, as if he was afraid others wouldn't know.
Brother Yi, you won't believe it, but this grandson of mine is only 15 this year.
His talent is just average, and he's only just stepped into the ranks of a warrior.
Look at him, sigh. To be able to shoulder the family's burden at such a young age.
Brother Yi, you're lucky you're still revolving around your family at your age, unlike me, who just strolls around, plays chess every day.
These days are becoming more and more hopeless. Yi didn't want to talk to him. Talking to someone like this was too much of a blow to one's confidence. If he didn't know Zhang Tian's character, he would have actually believed what Zhang Tian had just said.
15 years old, a warrior. This would definitely be considered a unique talent in Haicheng.
One had to know that 80% of people might never become a warrior in their entire lives. Even if they could, it would be at 20, or even 30 years old.
There were 15-year-old warriors, but not many. Every single one is a key talent the school focuses on nurturing.
This kid is just here to show off. He really went to great lengths just to rub it in my face.
But he couldn't refute anything. After all, the facts were right in front of him, so he could only force an awkward smile.
Well, congratulations then, on having such a good grandson.
You're welcome, Brother Yi. You should also work hard, quickly have a grandson. Oh dear, my memory, you don't have a son. A grandson from your daughter would also work. A grandson from your daughter is also good. The more Yi looked at that face, the more punchable it seemed. He wished he could smash it to a pulp with one punch.
Endure, he must endure. He couldn't make a move, otherwise he would be disqualified from the test.
Just then, a string of numbers appeared on the big screen.
Brother Yi, please wait patiently.
I'm taking my grandson for his test, so I won't chat with you anymore.
After speaking, Zhang Tian left with his grandson.
Yi looked at his own number, which was also on the screen, coincidentally right after theirs. It seems old foes are destined to meet. Even for the warrior test, he was scheduled right after them.
Holding the number, he walked towards the testing hall.
There were a total of 10 transparent cubicles in the middle of the hall.
Inside each cubicle was a professional power gauge for testing.
These were the most professional and precise instruments, with an accuracy level down to 2 decimal places. Each cubicle had professional examiners who monitored everything inside to prevent any cheating. Ye's group had a later number, so they waited in the hall for the time being. They could only go up for the test after the 10 people inside the cubicles finished. Soon, the 10 people in the cubicles finished their tests and came out, though some were happy and some were sad. Those who managed to pass the test had faces full of excitement, unable to suppress their joy. As for those who didn't pass, they could only hang their heads in dejection and leave disconsolately. Go back and train diligently, striving to break through to the warrior realm as soon as possible.
Of course, there were also those like Yi, whose talent was insufficient.
In their youth, they had relied on diligence and enhancement techniques to luckily become warriors. Now, old and frail, with internal injuries acting up, the vitality within their bodies had decayed, and they had reverted from warriors back to ordinary people.
For people like them, without significant opportunities, this was all their lives would amount to, watching their vitality decay step by step until death.
The ideal is beautiful, but reality is cruel.
Seeing their dejected expressions, Yi couldn't help but sigh with emotion.
Then, the barking sound reappeared in his ears.
Brother Yi, are you feeling empathetic? Seeing them reminds you of yourself, doesn't it? It's okay, you only live once, don't overthink it. So what if you don't become a warrior?
It'd be great if you were like me, taking birds for a walk, fishing every day, just living one day at a time.
Oh my, look at my memory. Brother Yi, don't blame me, I really forgot. You're the only warrior in your family. If you fail the test, your family will run out of food. If it were before, you would have truly been provoked by him, but now.
Ha! Yi snorted coldly and ignored Zhang Tian, who was nothing more than a buffoon. Seeing that Yi was no longer paying him any mind, Zhang Tian could only mutter to himself on the side. He was going to get back everything that Yi had once taken from him. My grandson is still the best, becoming a warrior at such a young age.
Grandpa's good big grandson, you must perform well later.
Our family will depend on you in the future. You are the man of our family. Being coaxed by Zhang Tian like this, the little boy's face was full of excitement, clenching his fists as he spoke to Zhang Tian.
Grandpa, don't worry, I definitely won't let you down. Soon, the examiner's voice rang out.
Up to Zhang Tian's grandson, there were a total of 10 people.
Booth number 1, 573 caddies, qualified. Booth number 2, 433 caddies, unqualified. Booth number 3, 495 caddies, unqualified.
Their scores were displayed on the large screen in the booths. Out of 10 booths, only a few people broke through 500 caddies. Even if someone's strength was infinitely close, they were still an ordinary person and could not be recognized as a warrior.
Scores were displayed one by one, and soon it was time for booth number 10. Zhang Tian watched booth number 10 nervously.
Although he was very confident in his grandson, he couldn't stop the nervousness during the test, which could lead to an underperformance. Such things had happened before. A person's state is also very important for the display of their combat power. Sometimes, whether one could become a warrior came down to that tiny difference in state.
They didn't have to wait long. Numbers appeared on the large screen in cubicle number 10. Cubicle 10, 677 gene, excellent. To be rated as excellent, this was the first one today. You have to understand, this is an official evaluation. Those rated excellent are generally super geniuses. Seeing his grandson's test results, Zhang Tian couldn't hide the smug look on his face. This little brat, I told him not to be so high profile, just show his usual results, but he insisted on being so serious. What do you say? It seems I'll have to give him a good talking to when we get back. He's young, he needs to be a bit more humble. His voice was heard throughout the entire testing hall, betraying no hint of modesty. However, this was understandable. If they had such an excellent successor, they'd wish everyone in the city knew about it. 15 years old, a junior warrior, truly a young genius. Listening to his boasting, Yi just smiled. It was human nature to show off one's children. The sound of testing echoed through the testing hall again. Ye's name was on the list this time, and he was the first. As he walked forward, he happened to brush past Zhang Tian's young grandson. Children don't understand sarcasm and taunts. He thought Yi and Zhang Tian had a good relationship. Grandpa Yi, you can do it too. I believe you'll succeed. Children are just that innocent. Yi patted his little head and smiled dotingly. Grandpa will try his best. Let's both do our best. After passing him, Yi entered the testing booth. The little one returned to Zhang Tian's side. The child initially wanted to leave with Zhang Tian, but Zhang Tian stopped him. We're not in a hurry to leave. Let's see Grandpa Ye's performance. The little guy didn't understand, but since his grandpa said so, he might as well stay and watch. It wouldn't take too long anyway. After Yi entered the booth, the person next to him began the examination. Name: Yi. Age: 92. Gender: male. After comparing the photo and pupils, and confirming it was indeed the person, the rules were introduced. If you intend to start the test, let me know in advance, and I will begin recording for you. After the test begins, you have 3 minutes to attack the power gauge as you wish. There's no limit on the number of strikes or the force you use. In the end, we will take your highest and lowest readings to calculate your average. If your highest value reaches the warrior level, we will use that as your final score. Do you understand? Yi was very familiar with the rules, having taken this test for so many years. For the past 2 years, he had always given it his all but had never managed to reach the warrior level. Now, with his current strength, a casual punch would definitely surpass the power of a beginner warrior master. There was no need to worry about this assessment. He could use this opportunity to see just how strong he truly was. After all, the machines in the community could only withstand a maximum of 10,000 Jin of force. He adjusted his state, took a deep breath, walked up to the power gauge, and nodded at the examiner. The examiner at the side was focused on recording, showing little reaction to Yi. After all, he had seen too many warriors like Yi. Today, there had been at least 8, if not 10, elderly people taking the assessment. For people like them, there was almost no chance of passing. From the looks of him, Ye's vitality was likely depleted to its absolute limit. There was no chance of him passing. He was just here to try for an unrealistic possibility. In his opinion, such tests were purely a waste of time. When one reaches 60, their vitality declines, and any internal injuries sustained from training in their youth will erupt at this time. Unless one has absolute resources and consumes heavenly treasures, only then can they stabilize their vitality. For an average family, an elderly person of this age would already be failing. Moreover, the record showed that Yi had failed the warrior assessment for 2 consecutive years. It was unlikely there would be much of a difference this time. Ready? Then let's begin. After receiving the examiner's signal, Yi exhaled lightly, turned his body slightly, raised his palm, and let out a powerful shout. Slap! With a dull thud, Ye's palm slammed directly onto the power gauge. After just one palm strike, Yi stopped and quietly watched the numbers on the screen. 050100. In the blink of an eye, the number on the screen broke 100. The examiner didn't pay much mind to this, merely casting a casual glance. Yi was, after all, a peak warrior. Even though his vitality had declined in his old age, breaking 100 with a palm strike was still an easy feat. In his view, someone like Yi should score between 300 and 400. As for breaking 500, that seemed highly unlikely. The number continued to climb as expected, quickly surpassing 300. But it still didn't stop, breaking 500 in an instant. Once he broke 500, Yi would have successfully entered the ranks of warriors. The examiner paused, a third more seriousness in his eyes. It seemed Yi was quite impressive after all. He must have taken some medicine to restore his vitality, which allowed him to break through to the warrior level this year. However, he thought 500 was probably the limit. But in a flash, the numbers on the screen continued to climb after surpassing 500. 600, 700, 800, 900, 1000. To the examiner's astonishment, the palm force broke 1000, instantly soared to 1500, and finally settled at 2100. Holy shit! When the examiner saw 2100, he couldn't help but stand up and exclaim, "Holy shit!" For a young person, a palm force of 2100 was nothing special. But who was Yi? An old man of 92, whose vitality had been declining for 30 years and who had failed the assessment for the past 2 years. Yet now, he had broken through to 2100, becoming an intermediate warrior. He was even on the verge of becoming an advanced warrior with just a little more effort. This made the examiner discard his disdain, his eyes filled with utter shock. Yi had no time to pay attention to the examiner. His gaze was entirely fixed on the screen. It was important to remember that he had just done this without using any enhancement skills. His palm strength alone had already reached the level of an intermediate warrior.
If he were to use amplification skills, he dared not imagine how powerful he truly was. Let me see just where the limit of my palm strength lies. Yi chose to strike again, and this time, he didn't hold back. He directly used the surging wave palm. In terms of pure palm strength, the 12th level surging wave palm was clearly stronger than the sonic wave palm. Only when the sound wave palm developed its second layer could they be completely discarded. Shatter. With one palm strike, the power gauge trembled violently. Although it quickly stabilized, the examiner standing to the side was left dumbfounded. This was the first time he had seen someone shake the power gauge, and to such a great extent. Most importantly, the numbers on the screen also changed at this moment. They directly doubled, reaching 4,200 caddies. Before the examiner could recover from his shock, his fists fell like a torrential downpour, smashing onto the power gauge one after another, as if possessed. He could not fathom that the person being assessed before him was a 90-year-old elder. And the numbers on the screen were constantly refreshing and skyrocketing. 6,300 caddies, 8,400 caddies, 10,500 caddies. 25,200 caddies. Only after he threw the final punch did he return to his previous stable state, the vitality within his body now calmed. He then turned his head to look at the examiner, waiting for him to give the result. The examiner was already scared senseless at this moment. 25,200 caddies of palm strength. At 90 years old, he now possessed strength approaching that of an intermediate warrior master. He couldn't understand how such an existence could have failed the test 2 years ago. Even if he had used some forbidden method this time, the examiner couldn't fathom what kind of method could elevate someone from being unable to even certify as a warrior to a warrior master in an instant. The examiner wanted to say something, but he found that Yi had entered a state of meditative concentration. Towards a warrior master expert, one's attitude was entirely different. After all, a warrior master was already considered a renowned figure in a city. Offending a warrior master expert was tantamount to not wanting to make a living here anymore. So, seeing Yi enter a meditative state, he could only wait by the side, not daring to disturb him in the slightest. In a world where the strong prey on the weak, the strong represent absolute authority. At this moment, Yi had entered a mysterious state, perhaps the legendary epiphany. After all, he now possessed 103 times the normal talent. Entering a state of epiphany was a perfectly normal occurrence. Just as he was punching to vent his frustration, inspiration suddenly struck him. He had new insights into Soundwave Fist, faintly grasping the key to the second level. His brain quickly processed information, with knowledge he had acquired constantly cycling through his mind, becoming clearer and clearer. The testing time had already passed, and everyone else had completed their tests and left their cubicles long ago. Only Yi remained in the cubicle, experiencing his epiphany. Zhang Tian waited outside, completely unaware of what was happening inside Ye's cubicle. Even if others failed, at least a score would appear. But for Yi, there was no display at all. Even if Ye's vitality had declined, it couldn't have declined to the point where he had no strength at all, right? What's going on? Why hasn't he come out yet? A look of confusion appeared on Zhang Tian's face, his brows furrowed as he stared intently at the cubicle Yi was in. Although such things happened every year, the probability of them occurring was not very high. After all, the power gauges used for testing were all meticulously calibrated, and the probability of a malfunction was minuscule. He's really lucky, running into a damaged machine. And at this moment, Yi, inside the cubicle, suddenly opened his eyes. The brief moment of epiphany just now had given him a simple concept for the second layer of the sonic palm. He would only need to add some details to fully complete it. "Old sir, you're finally awake." The assessment staffer at the side couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. After all, Yi had already been delayed here for far too long. Yi was old, after all. Even for a warrior master expert, his physical condition was what it was. The staffer was afraid Yi might accidentally pass away. However, with Yi not waking up, all he could do was watch from the side, not daring to disturb him in any way. If he were to interfere with Ye's business, he couldn't afford to face the wrath of a warrior master expert.
Seeing the examiner's nervous expression, Yi gave a slight nod.
I'm so sorry, I'm getting old and easily get sleepy. I accidentally dozed off just now and wasted some time.
Can I continue? Please, continue. Continue.
Yes, terrifying palm power from before had already exceeded his expectations, so he had no intention of stopping Yi from continuing the test. This time, Yi was testing the sonic palm. If he could still clearly see Yi's palm strike before, now all he could see was a blur of palm shadows. Yi's palm strikes grew faster and faster, from blurry shadows at the beginning to a point where the shadows were completely invisible. In the end, all that could be heard were the thudding impacts coming from the machine. Yi paid no mind to the examiner's astonished gaze and focused on striking the power gauge with all his might.
1 speed. 2 speed. 3 speed.
Finally, he directly struck at 12 times the speed. Under such terrifying speed, the examiner didn't even notice the record falling from his hand to the ground. His gaze toward Yi became even more terrified, as if he were looking at some ancient monster. It was as if his body were covered in arms, striking the power gauge one palm after another.
And the numbers on the power gauge were also skyrocketing.
Although it wasn't as terrifying an increase as before, it was still growing steadily.
2.6W, 2.7W, 2.8W.
Until his last palm strike landed, the number on the screen finally stabilized.
36,000 caddies.
In his desperate state, his strength had increased significantly. As soon as he sat down, he directly unleashed a palm force of 36,000 caddies. This value satisfied him greatly. Looking at the numbers on the screen, he smiled with satisfaction. The examiner's soul beside him had long since drifted away, and it took him a good while to finally react. Noticing the non-existent sweat on Yi's brow, he scurried over like a sycophant. "Senior, please wipe your sweat and rest for a bit, don't overexert yourself."
Yi naturally wouldn't refuse another's goodwill.
He took the towel to wipe his sweat and smiled at him. "I'm sorry for taking up so much of your time, but I want to know, did I pass the test?"
"Pass, you definitely passed." The examiner didn't hesitate for a second. If such strength couldn't pass the assessment, then what kind of strength could? "Then I'm relieved. I'll leave the rest to you, I'll be going now."
Knowing that he had passed the assessment meant his life was stable, so leaving now was fine.
As for Zhang Tian, who was waiting outside, he was already impatient.
Not coming out for so long surely meant the machine was broken, and waiting for it to be fixed would take ages. He still had to go home and show off to his grandson. His grandson had become a warrior at just 15. He couldn't imagine how many people would come to their door to offer congratulations.
"Good grandson, let's go. Grandpa will take you home for some delicious food." "Aren't we waiting for Grandpa Yi?"
"No, it's too much of a delay, our business is more important."
But just as they were about to leave, exclamations came from behind them. "Holy cow, what did I just see? Cubicle 10, combat power over 10,000? My goodness, this must be the first one today. More than just breaking 10,000, it's a combat power of 36,000. That's already an intermediate warrior master. Why is a perfectly good intermediate warrior master joining in on the fun? Isn't this a place for testing warriors?
He must be here to crush our confidence."
Hearing the crowd's discussion, Zhang Tian was stunned.
Although he didn't want to believe it, booth number 10 seemed to be Yi's.
Out of curiosity, Zhang Tian couldn't help but turn his head to look.
Sure enough, on the screen in Yi's testing room, the number 3.6W was clearly visible. 36,000 was already the level of a super being, an intermediate warrior master. Yi, the old man with decaying vitality who had failed the test for 2 consecutive years. Previously, he had struggled even to be certified as a warrior, yet now he had leaped to become an intermediate warrior master. The difference between them was simply too vast. Even his grandson, who became a warrior at 15, would find it incredibly difficult to break through to the warrior master level with such talent. Let alone an intermediate warrior master. Without sufficient resources for cultivation and enough talent, very few could cross this chasm. Although there's only a 1 caddy difference between 9,999 caddies and 10,000 caddies.
The common person simply doesn't understand the gap between them.
So when he saw Ye's testing booth, he couldn't help but gasp.
It was Yi. It was really Yi. His former captain was now an intermediate warrior master.
He had originally thought that with his grandson's talent, he could find a warrior master expert to be his mentor. Then their family would have crossed a social stratum. But as it turned out, not only had he failed to find a warrior master mentor, but he had also managed to offend an intermediate warrior master in advance.
He didn't believe for a second that Yi hadn't understood his earlier sarcastic remarks.
Having lived this long, he understood those words clearly. His heart was ashes, and large drops of sweat dripped from Zhang Tian's forehead.
At this moment, Yi also walked out of the booth, escorted by the examiner's deferential attitude.
For an ordinary warrior, the examiner would never be so respectful. After all, every examiner was a high-level warrior. Only a warrior master expert could command such treatment from them. The examiner's attitude alone proved that it was all real. Yi was truly a warrior master expert. Zhang Tian's young grandson, standing beside him, also understood the power of a warrior master expert. After all, his family constantly reminded him about finding a mentor at the warrior master level. So when he saw Yi being certified as an intermediate warrior master, a hint of pleasant surprise couldn't help but appear on his face.
Grandpa, look. Grandpa Yi is an intermediate warrior master. That's amazing. The little one didn't notice Zhang Tian's ashen face at all.
In his understanding, his grandpa and Grandpa Yi had talked so much, they must be good friends.
His grandpa's friend was his grandpa too. How could he not be proud that Grandpa Yi possessed such incredible strength?
After walking out of the booth, Yi strode step by step toward Zhang Tian.
With each step, Zhang Tian's expression grew a shade uglier.
But the current Yi was a warrior master level expert, someone he absolutely could not afford to offend.
He could only force a smile and greet Yi.
Brother Yi. Yi didn't even give him a direct glance, instead walking straight to the little boy and gently stroking his head.
Little guy, keep up the good work. Grandpa is rooting for you. Yi never involved children in the grudges between adults.
Besides, this little kid had shown him kindness from the very beginning. So, a few words of encouragement were no big deal.
As for Zhang Tian, well, that was a different story. Yi had no intention of getting friendly with him. Just as Yi was leaving, all the assessment videos were uploaded.
To ensure fairness and impartiality in the testing, all those who passed the test would undergo a second test to prevent cheating. The testing units were the major martial arts halls and universities in Haichang.
They could not only verify the fairness of the tests but also seek out suitable candidates. If they could attract someone to their martial arts hall or university, it would greatly enhance their institution. At that moment, a warrior master level expert was staring at Ye's video. He hadn't paid any attention to Yi at all. So what if he broke through to warrior? An old man of this age had no cultivation value whatsoever. It would just be a waste of money. In the days to come, his vitality would only continue to decline. Before the next test, he would have become an ordinary person. They would not recruit such a person. However, as the video fast-forwarded, the person watching was jolted awake by a few slaps. The power gauge rang out with loud smacks from Ye's strikes, and finally, the number 36,000 gene appeared on the screen. Holy crap, this is a 90-year-old man. What the hell, this is insane.
His sudden exclamation startled his colleagues nearby, who gathered around to ask him.
What's wrong? Did someone cheat?
Following his gaze, they saw the 36,000 power on the screen.
A combat power of 36,000? That's an intermediate warrior master level expert. Why would they show up at a warrior test? Is this going to bully others? This old man is not kind. Although amazed by Ye's strength, they still couldn't understand his actions.
Normally, the warrior assessment was for warriors, and the warrior master assessment was for warrior masters. The status of a warrior master already surpassed that of a warrior. They were highly respected and would never deign to participate in such a test.
Quickly check this old man's information.
According to his records, Yi is over 90 years old and his vitality has been declining for 30 consecutive years. He failed the warrior certification for the past 2 years. This is the 3rd year. If he doesn't pass, all his warrior benefits will be revoked. I can't believe he's had a breakthrough now. Not only did he become a warrior, but he also broke through to warrior master.
This old man must have cheated. How could anyone go from being an ordinary person, not even a warrior, to an intermediate warrior master within a year? That's absolutely impossible. Perhaps he has some hidden difficulties.
No one can become a warrior master from an ordinary person in just 1 year. Even the geniuses of the younger generation can't do it, let alone an old man whose vitality has begun to decline.
Everyone gathered around, watching Ye's performance and discussing it.
If we consider his sandbagging, being able to maintain the strength of an intermediate warrior master at over 90 years old means he must have been a grandmaster level figure, or even a garrison general level existence, in his youth.
No way. A garrison general level expert can become the lord of a city.
Even if they're old and their vitality has declined, they would still receive generous treatment from the state. They wouldn't be like him, needing to come for a test. Those who participate in tests every year are usually people who lack money and want to support their families, so they can only come here for certification.
Do you think a city general expert would condescend for tens of thousands in monthly allowances?
The crowd had mixed opinions about Ye's strength. They couldn't figure out his motive.
An ordinary person for the past 2 years, an intermediate warrior master in the 3rd. Is there a possibility that he cheated? What do you mean? Cheated?
From the video, there's no sign of cheating. After carefully reviewing Ye's test video, there was not a hint of cheating.
Just because we can't see it doesn't mean such methods don't exist.
Perhaps he already colluded with the examiner beforehand. Anything is possible. Ye's situation is too unusual for us to make a decision on our own. We just need to retest him to know if he cheated.
What do you all think? If he were retested, it would indeed ensure fairness and impartiality.
If he cheated, they would have caught a cheater, a great achievement. If he didn't cheat, they could seize the opportunity to recruit him, adding a super expert to their martial arts hall.
No matter what they do, they won't lose out. It's settled then.
Notify him shortly to come to the martial arts hall tomorrow for a second test.
At this moment, Yi was sitting on the bus, anxiously waiting for a notification.
Others had already received notifications one after another, and their allowances had been deposited into their accounts. But he had received nothing. Not only was there no notification, but he hadn't even gotten the warrior master's stipend. He had boasted to his family that he would succeed this time, no matter what. He had even planned to take his whole family out for a nice meal with the warrior master's stipend.
But now, there was nothing. This was not the outcome Yi had expected.
Old Yi, it's your 3rd year, right?
Still haven't passed?
It's alright, we're neighbors, we definitely won't stand by and do nothing.
My house has an empty warehouse. If you don't mind, you can clean it up and live there.
On the bus, an old man was chatting with Yi.
Although they weren't particularly close, they helped Yi whenever they could. Yi gave an awkward smile. Even though there was no text message, it couldn't be that he didn't pass, right?
Thank you, but I think I should have passed this year.
The housing within 3 years should still be fine.
Hearing Yi's words, the person he was speaking to paused for a moment but quickly understood.
People from their small community wouldn't say anything like jealousy. If a strong person emerged from their community, they would also benefit. Is that so? Then congratulations to you.
Many people participated in the test this year, so it's normal for messages to be received a bit slowly.
The message might come through in a moment, just wait patiently.
Just as the two were chatting, Yi's phone vibrated. A text message had arrived.
Hello, Mr. Yi.
This is Yuantai Martial Arts Hall.
Due to your exceptionally striking results this time, we require a secondary review. If there are no issues with the review, we will award you the medal of an intermediate warrior master and provide you with additional compensation. Address, road, no. Please prepare to come.
After seeing this message, Yi instantly understood what was happening. No wonder I hadn't received any message for so long. It turned out my performance was too astonishing, making them doubt my strength.
But on second thought, it was normal.
They could pull up his records and see that he wasn't even a warrior in the previous 2 years, yet this year he had suddenly leaped to the level of a warrior master. The second test was just for more rigor, for fairness and impartiality, and besides, if I passed the review, I would also receive additional remuneration.
Are travel expenses reimbursed? On a whim, Yi sent a text back.
The Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Center was stunned when they received his message.
A figure at the level of an intermediate warrior master was actually asking about travel expense reimbursement.
Everyone was instantly dumbfounded, looking at each other without a word.
See, I told you. There's no way he's a warrior master. He definitely cheated. What warrior master would care about such a small amount of money? He doesn't have the mindset of a warrior master at all. You can't say that. Who says a warrior master has to be rich? What if he has special circumstances? We'll only know for sure after the review is complete. Send a message to Yi.
Tell him that all travel expenses, meals, and accommodations will be covered by the martial arts center. He shouldn't have any worries.
It wasn't a large sum of money anyway. What if he really was a warrior master?
They could consider it an early investment in building a good relationship with him.
All expenses and costs on the road will be fully covered by Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Academy.
You don't need to have any worries.
After seeing the message from the Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Center, Yi's anxious heart finally relaxed. As long as they reimbursed the travel expenses, that would be fine.
At this thought, Yi's mood improved considerably, and he started gossiping with the little old man next to him. Although they were warriors, they also enjoyed chatting about daily life, and the atmosphere was quite congenial.
Soon, the bus took them back to the residential community.
At this moment, the entrance to the residential community was already crowded with people, all waiting in anticipation for their family members to pass the test.
He spotted Anna in the crowd at a glance. Her face was filled with unease.
Although she had said it didn't matter, she still hoped he would pass.
This way, the family pressure would be much less.
Seeing Yi get off the bus, Anna hurried over to him, gripping his hand tightly as she asked her question.
How was it? Did you pass the test?
She was clearly trying to appear calm, but her trembling hands already proved her inner tension. Seeing Anna's nervous expression, Yi suddenly felt playful and wanted to tease her. Her face instantly filled with sorrow.
Sigh.
With just that one sigh, Anna understood. Her body trembled slightly, but she still feigned composure. She knew Yi was hurting more than her at this moment. She knew what hardships he had endured, and she couldn't put any more pressure on him.
It's okay, it's really okay. If it didn't pass, then it didn't pass.
Old Wang next door has a warehouse.
We can rent it.
We can live in the warehouse, but it'll be tough on our child Xingwan.
Yi didn't expect Anna to have thought so far ahead.
If he didn't tell her the truth now, Anna might actually move out.
All right, I was just teasing you. The test passed.
You're not young anymore, why are you in such a rush? Anna looked up at Yi, her gaze meeting his eyes, which were as deep and vast as a starlit sky.
Thump, thump.
They were an old married couple, yet she still felt this fluttering in her heart. However, she quickly came to her senses and reached out to pinch Yi's waist.
Yi, you dare to lie to me? Getting bold, aren't you? Don't think just because you've become a warrior, I won't dare to discipline you. No matter what he became, Anna was someone who could easily keep him in line.
So, after being pinched by Anna, he could only beg for mercy repeatedly.
I was wrong. Please let me go, wife. How about I kneel down for you right here as my punishment? Anna shot Yi an exasperated look. In public, at their age, how could they be so dramatic?
It would just make them a laughingstock.
How dare you? Are you going to forgive me or not? If you don't, I'm going to kneel.
Seeing Yi about to kneel, Anna panicked and quickly pulled him up.
I forgive you. Why do you act more and more like a child as you get older? Really?
As he spoke, Yi held Anna's hand tightly, his face serious. The hard days are over.
From today onwards, our family will live a good life. This is my promise to you, rest assured.
Life had worn down Yi's edge, and she never thought she'd live to see him flourish a second time.
Okay, I believe you.
To her, a good life was simply being with Yi, even if it meant living in a warehouse. But she much preferred this sharp-edged little old man he had become. Now this was the man she, Anna, had once loved to death. Brother Yi, sister-in-law, you two old lovebirds are quite affectionate, still holding hands at such an advanced age.
Hearing the bystander's comment, Anna's face turned a rare shade of red.
But when she tried to pull her hand back, she found Yi's grip was like an iron clamp, impossible to break free from.
We promised to walk hand in hand until our hair turns white. How could I ever let go? If he hadn't said anything, it would have been fine. But his words made Anna's face turn even redder, especially in front of so many people. It was too embarrassing. What's wrong with being old?
Love is a lifelong thing. Never mind holding hands, kissing is perfectly fine. If your sister-in-law wasn't shy, I'd give you all a kiss.
It's not easy to grow old together. Cherish the people around you.
As Anna looked on bashfully, he led her away with large strides, leaving a trail of envious gazes behind them.
Wife, come hold my hand. Scram, you shameless old man.
The two chatted and laughed all the way, walking hand in hand back home. After a simple meal, Yi returned to his room.
He had some ideas for the second layer of the sonic wave palm during his previous tests. Currently, the first layer of the sonic wave palm only provided a tenfold boost, which wasn't of much help to his strength. Viewed on its own, it was indeed less practical than the surging wave palm and the sonic palm.
However, this was only temporary. The limits of the surging wave palm and the sonic palm were only at the 12th level. Soundwave palm, on the other hand, is completely different from them. Its first layer already provides a tenfold amplification effect, and subsequent amplifications grow exponentially. Besides, he currently only had 100-fold talent. As his strength increased and time went on, his talent would become stronger and stronger. By then, he will easily be able to create the 10th layer of the soundwave palm.
100-fold amplification would be a sure thing.
He currently has a combat power of just over 2,000. With 100-fold amplification, he could possess over 200,000 combat power. Not to mention, his strength will improve later, and his base combat power will become increasingly high. Millions, tens of millions, or even over 100 million in combat power. These were all things he had never dared to imagine before, yet now he could aspire to them. Given time, he could achieve them all. Yi's blood was pumping. He could hardly wait. While the memory was still fresh in his mind, he began to practice the second layer of the soundwave palm.
He sat like that for an entire day.
If Anna hadn't noticed he was still breathing, she would have called a physician long ago. She didn't understand much about the affairs of warriors.
Yi might be at a critical moment.
Such things often happened in her youth too, secluding oneself for cultivation to enhance one's strength.
Gently closing the door, she left the room. She would reheat the meal whenever Yi woke up. Night fell.
Yi opened his eyes, which seemed to burst forth with endless knowledge.
After a long moment, he became fully lucid and couldn't help but roar with laughter. Yes, exactly, my direction is correct, it should be like this.
Just one more step, keep practicing. Rubbing his feverish head, Yi continued his practice runs. He didn't open his bloodshot eyes until the next morning, a clear sign of an overloaded brain. Exhausted, utterly exhausted. But he was incredibly excited, because after an afternoon and an entire night of effort, he had successfully deduced the second layer of the soundwave palm. Although it wasn't yet perfect, with some flaws still present in certain areas, this didn't prevent him from using it.
The second layer, a full 20-fold amplification effect.
At this thought, Yi couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath of cold air.
Good heavens, there probably isn't an amplification technique this incredible on the market yet. It reaches a 20-fold increase at just the second level. If anyone else found out, they'd probably be scared to death. Yi couldn't be bothered with that now. He could perfect it slowly later. Right now, he was exhausted. At his age, he needed some sleep. After half an hour of rest, his mental state recovered a little. Although he needed to recover his energy, the necessary exercises still had to be done. To temper vitality, strengthening sinews and bones. The day's plan is made in the morning. Waking up to embrace the sun and exercising in the daylight might not double your efficiency, but it will certainly lift your spirits. After Yi walked out of his room, Anna immediately went up to him. Looking at his crimson eyes, she knew he definitely hadn't slept last night, and wondered what he was thinking about. "You're already old, don't you know moderation? You should sleep at night when you're supposed to, and stop thinking about inappropriate things. You're not a young man anymore, you're over 90. Yi looked at Anna with a bewildered expression, then glanced at Alara, who was stifling a laugh nearby. He had a feeling his innocence had just vanished in that instant. Although this sort of thing had little to do with age and was mainly dependent on vitality. However, his mind was completely focused on cultivation now. How could he have the time to think about those things? "Old woman, you can't say that you're ruining my reputation in front of our child. I, Yi, am an upright man, solely dedicated to cultivation. How could I think about such things? I was talking about cultivation, what are you talking about? Sincerity is the ultimate weapon." Anna looked at Yi with an innocent expression, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. "All right, hurry up and eat. You haven't eaten all day, aren't you hungry? This is fresh meat your daughter bought for you at the market early this morning. We must at least ensure your meat supply doesn't run out." Anna seemed a bit embarrassed as she spoke. After all, providing meat for Yi had already stretched the family's finances thin, and the $100,000 had also been spent by him. I wanted to ask you, I'm not questioning you, I just want to ask, when will your allowance come down? We're running low on food at home." Seeing Anna's cautious demeanor, Yi stepped forward and pulled her directly into his arms. He didn't even care that Ilara was watching with a silly grin. As husband and wife, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. "Wife, just ask whatever you want to say, why are you so nervous? I know we're out of money at home. I just spent $100,000 on a technique book a few days ago, but don't worry, my allowance arrives today. From now on, our family will have a long run of good days." Hearing Yi say this, Anna breathed a sigh of relief. She struggled in Yi's arms for a moment but gave up when she couldn't break free. "The child is here, why are you hugging and cuddling? I didn't see anything at all. You two show your affection, I won't be a show-off." The family atmosphere was quite pleasant. Yi sat at the dining table, eating and occasionally looking up to glance at Ilara. Before, his vitality was declining, and his perception was weak. But now, he was a powerful warrior master, able to easily sense the vitality within Ilara's body. The amount of vitality she currently possessed was simply not something an ordinary person could have. At the very least, she was a warrior. This puzzled Yi. Ilara had clearly been an ordinary person before, but in just a few days, she had become a warrior. "It seems my daughter also hides a big secret." He himself had been brought back from the brink of death and awakened a system. It was perfectly normal for Ilara to have her own opportunities, and he had no intention of interfering. The stronger his daughter was, the happier he would be. At least he wouldn't have to worry about her safety. Besides, no matter how strong Ilara became, she still had to call him dad. This was a suppression based on bloodline, something that strength could not overcome. "Dad, what are you looking at me for? Is there something on my face?" Yi had been lost in thought and forgot to look away. Hearing Ilara's words, he snapped back to his senses. "I was just thinking how my daughter has grown into a beautiful young lady. I wonder which lucky punk will win her over in the future." Ilara's face flushed, and she shot Yi a look before hugging Anna's arm coquettishly. "Mom, look at Dad, always spouting nonsense. I'm still young and focused on my studies. I want to become a warrior in the future.
Men will only be stumbling blocks on my path to cultivation.
I'm not going to get a boyfriend. Even now, Ilara was still pretending.
But she didn't mind. He figured the little girl was planning a surprise for him. It's just a pity that he is no longer the man he once was.
Your old man is still your old man.
Even if you become a warrior, you're no match for me.
After smiling and patting Ilara's head, Yi went out. And after Yi left, Ilara finished cleaning the dishes and prepared to go to school.
Of course, going to school here was just an excuse. She didn't want her family to know about her situation yet.
Moreover, there was truly nothing at school worth her lingering over.
The system had recently provided her with an amplification-type technique. When cultivated to its peak, it could increase combat power by 20 times. No such amplification technique existed in this world, except from the system. She needed to devote herself entirely to it, otherwise, given the difficulty of the amplification technique, she would never reach the 20-fold enhancement in her lifetime. After leaving home, Yi headed towards Sea City Mountain.
As the sacred ground of Sea City, it was incredibly popular.
Most importantly, there's a power gauge with 1,000,000 combat power on Haichang Mountain, which can be tested after reaching the summit.
Moreover, Haichang Mountain was also the best place for ordinary people to engage in physical exercise. On Haichang Mountain, a powerful sage once ascended here. Therefore, a faint pressure always permeated Haichang Mountain.
To climb Haichang Mountain, one had to bear this pressure on their shoulders and advance against the wind. Just one trip will leave your body exhausted, but it's an excellent way to train your physical vitality. Yi soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. Not many people were exercising today after all, everyone had completed their tests yesterday.
A balance of work and rest, rest when it's time to rest, entertain when it's time to entertain. Everyone needs to relax.
So, only a handful of people were climbing today.
This actually suited Yi perfectly.
Since there weren't many people, he could go all out and test his own strength. After a simple warm-up, he unleashed the full power of his body, vitality surging wildly within him.
He was no longer what he appeared to be on the surface.
The surging power within his body was like a primeval beast, its speed astonishing. He drove straight towards the mountaintop in one go.
Holy shit! What the FCK? What did I just see? A big black rat? Holy crap, that speed is insane. How can anyone be that fast? Yi's sudden burst caught everyone off guard.
It's important to know that people come to this place to exercise every day, so they had long grown accustomed to it and weren't surprised. But they had never seen anyone like Yi, who shot out like a big black rat with a whoosh. Too fast. He was so fast they couldn't even see his face clearly. They only saw a head of flowing white hair. Yi was completely unaware of their reactions. He was currently enjoying the exhilarating climb. After all, he had been idle for so many years, his body almost rusted. Now that he had finally recovered, he naturally wanted to enjoy himself thoroughly. He was like a gust of wind, rapidly traversing the mountains, covering dozens of meters with each step, leaving no trace. And his speed was getting faster and faster. Of course, this was also thanks to his constantly working brain. His super strong talent required no deliberate learning.
If the sonic palm could be used on the palms, why couldn't it be applied to the feet?
Slightly altering the details could make him run faster, unleashing his speed more than 10 times his usual pace. Yi pondered and made improvements as he went, his feet continuously experimenting. Although few people were training today, there were still many warriors exercising, and from time to time, one could even spot warrior master level individuals.
All of you, pull yourselves together. Look at you, all listless and without an ounce of spirit. Do you think you can become warriors like this? Weren't you all clamoring to be the best? Don't you want to become warriors? Is this all the perseverance you have? Don't stop, all of you, get energized. Even if you have to crawl, crawl your way up. Halfway up Haichang Mountain, a warrior master instructor was berating his students. Among the students present, aside from the 2 warriors who were still pushing on, the others had already collapsed on the ground, their clothes soaked with sweat. His legs were even trembling, on the verge of exhaustion. Yet, even so, the
the teacher had no intention of letting them off.
You truly are the worst class I've ever taught. I am so utterly disappointed in all of you. If you still have the heart to become warriors, then get up and keep climbing. If you just want to be ordinary people, then for the rest of your lives, you can just... Who?
Just as the teacher was about to continue scolding them, a gust of wind swept past his eyes. Even the warrior master level instructor only saw a fleeting shadow. The others didn't even know what had happened.
What was that? It just zoomed past in a flash. Was that something? I didn't see anything. I just felt a gust of wind. It was actually quite cool.
You didn't stop in front of them at all, just left directly, so they didn't notice anything. But the teacher beside them was dumbfounded.
Swallowing hard. Such incredible speed, such abundant vitality. That must be a grandmaster. My God, I actually encountered a grandmaster. The teacher only snapped out of it a long while after Yi had left. He turned to look at his students sprawled on the ground, and anger flared within him. What are you all doing lying there? Aren't you ashamed? Get up right now. I'm giving you 3 counts. If you don't get up and continue climbing, you'll write a 50,000-word self-reflection when you get back. You choose. Groaning, they struggled to their feet from the ground. A 50,000-word self-reflection would surely be the death of them. As for Yi, he paid no mind to the students along the way. Although the teacher felt somewhat familiar, he didn't halt his experimental pace. With a 20-fold speed boost, Ye's velocity was astonishingly fast, and he soon spotted the mountaintop. It's right there, charge! With the wind at his feet, Yi gave a powerful stomp and charged explosively toward the summit. However, he seemed to have underestimated his own strength. With the 20-fold amplification, the force in his feet was terrifyingly powerful. With a forceful push, he soared into the air like a landed eagle, spinning 720 degrees before slamming down hard towards the mountaintop. Boom! Like a meteorite crashing into the earth, a deafening boom echoed across the entire mountaintop. Everyone felt the peak tremble, their pupils involuntarily contracting. Those not far from Yi all retreated. They had to show sufficient respect to the strong. In this era where the strong prey on the weak, if a powerful individual wanted your life, you wouldn't even have the strength to resist. After steadying himself, Yi let out a long breath, calming the vitality within his body. It had been so long since he had run so freely. Years of decadence vanished like smoke today. Moreover, he could clearly feel that his own vitality had grown much stronger. As for by how much, he didn't know. His body was developing in a good direction. His vitality was increasing at every moment. He was making progress and growing stronger every single day. After I go back, I'll slightly modify the soundwave palm so it can be applied to the legs, or any part of the body simultaneously, achieving instant conversion. That way, my combat power can increase several-fold. And no matter what part one used to fight, there'll be a 20-fold amplification, even at night, hee. Now that he had an idea in mind, he would experiment with it when he got back. For now, it was better to test his combat power. Ye's gaze swept toward the power gauge tester on the mountaintop. At this time of day, there weren't many people who could reach the summit. Aside from the sightseeing tourists who came up by cable car, there were only a few warriors. Compared to Yi, their strength was not very outstanding. Especially when they saw Yi walking toward the power gauge tester, they immediately cleared the path, their attitudes extremely respectful. Senior, please go ahead. Although Yi looked very old, it was undeniable that the scene of him ascending the mountain just now had completely stunned them. The closer one got to the summit, the greater the pressure. They had already exhausted all their strength just by climbing, let alone leaping high into the air and flying up like Yi. Yi crushed them in terms of strength. Coupled with his age, which was old enough to be their grandfather, they yielded the right to use the power gauge to Yi as a sign of respect. Yi wasn't overly polite about it either. Anyway, there weren't many people, just a few. It didn't matter who went first. Then Grandpa won't be polite, it'll be quick. The 3 of them stepped aside, quietly watching Ye's performance. They were quite expectant of Ye's display.
After all, a super expert who could soar into the sky had to be at least a grandmaster level master. This was the first time they had been so close to a grandmaster level expert, and one who was so amiable and approachable, just like a neighborhood grandpa. If word got out, this would be capital for them to boast about.
What? You've gazed upon the revered face of a grandmaster level expert?
Pardon me, but we've had close contact with a grandmaster level expert, less than a meter away, and were even fortunate enough to exchange a few words. The grandmaster level expert you gaze upon is arrogant and condescending, but the one we've met is like a neighborhood grandpa.
Boom! A dull thud pulled everyone back from their thoughts.
Yi had already struck, his palm slamming directly into the power gauge. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, the screen on the power gauge suddenly lit up. The numbers began to climb frantically, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. Finally, it settled at 6,000.
An advanced warrior?
Everyone looked at the numbers on the screen with a hint of disbelief. While a combat power of 6,000 wasn't weak, it couldn't be considered particularly strong either. At most, it was the level of an advanced warrior. But based on Ye's previous display, he was definitely a grandmaster level powerhouse. How could this be? They were utterly stunned, while Yi himself was a little surprised. After all, his combat power just yesterday was only a little over 2,000. He hadn't expected that after completing the second level of the sonic wave palm drill and converting his palm technique, his vitality would swell so much that even his combat power would triple along with it.
One more punch, 10 times amplification.
This time, Ye's strike was even faster, and its power was far greater than before.
Bang!
With a deep, thunderous boom, a powerful surge of air erupted from Ye's palm, smashing heavily against the power gauge. The power gauge, having absorbed Ye's powerful blow, transmitted the force to the screen. The combat power, which had just been hovering at 6,000, instantly skyrocketed, breaking directly past 10,000. Under the effect of the 10 times amplification, the combat power directly surged to 60,000 before stopping.
Seeing the number on the screen, Yi was quite satisfied.
A tenfold increase had brought his combat power to 60,000. The first layer's 10 times amplification was done next. It was time to try the second layer, with a 20 times amplification effect. The few people watching from the side were already stunned by Ye's palm strike. They had been saying to themselves, how could a mere 6,000 be worthy of Ye's arduous journey up the mountain? 60,000 might be acceptable, but of course, they believed this was not Ye's limit. After all, Yi had just made it look far too easy, not using his full strength at all. Of course, a combat power of 60,000 was more than enough. It was already at the level of a high-level warrior master, an existence they could only dream of reaching. I wonder if the senior can break 100,000 combat power.
100,000 is the dividing line for a grandmaster. I think he can.
The senior's strength is comparable to a grandmaster's. He should be able to break 100,000 with ease.
I think so too.
Senior isn't planning to leave yet, which clearly means he can make another push. This time, he should break through 100,000 directly.
Amidst the crowd's discussion, Yi began his third punch.
This punch directly caused the power gauge to tremble slightly. One must know, this was a super power gauge capable of withstanding 1,000,000 in combat power. There were only a few like it in all of Hai Chang. To make the power gauge tremble, one needed at least grandmaster level strength.
He's got it, he's got it. This time, he definitely has it. Can we say we've just witnessed the birth of a grandmaster with our own eyes?
Shoo, quiet down, look. The numbers on the screen began to jump wildly, and 60,000 combat power was instantly breached. 70,000, it didn't stop, not even for a moment. 80,000, 90,000, the numbers were still soaring, breaking through 100,000 in a blink of an eye. Grandmaster, it really is a grandmaster powerhouse.
We were right about him after all.
The old grandpa is truly a grandmaster.
The faces of the spectating warriors showed uncontrollable excitement as their eyes were glued to the screen, wanting to see Ye's limit. 110,000. 120,000. A full 20-fold increase, raising his combat power to 120,000 in one fell swoop.
100,000 combat power was a watershed.
Stepping into the realm of a grandmaster meant truly entering the upper echelons.
After becoming a grandmaster, one could serve as a commander on the frontier, or become a headmaster of a school or the director of a martial arts hall within the city. He was very satisfied with this result. Although he was thrilled inside, his expression remained calm and nonchalant. After the test concluded, he gave a slight nod to the young people beside him and said, "Grandpa has finished his test, you all can proceed with yours." After speaking, he left with a smile, his body once again stooped over like an old man on the verge of death. If they hadn't just witnessed Ye's immense power, they might have been deceived by his appearance. Is that the Grandmaster Grandpa we just met? How did he suddenly turn back into that? Haven't you read novels? Playing the pig to eat the tiger, setting up a facade to land a blow. If you hadn't seen his performance, wouldn't you have taken him for an ordinary old grandpa too? There are always those clueless fools who provoke old people just to show off their warrior status. Wouldn't it be satisfying to unleash grandmaster level power at a time like that? Indeed, your grandpa is still your grandpa, there's simply no comparing. From now on, we need to be more discreet in our actions, who knows, we might encounter someone like grandpa. Only after watching Yi leave did the three of them breathe a sigh of relief and continue testing their own strength. Looking at Yi's combat power and then at their own, the gap was simply too vast. It felt as though their self-confidence was about to be shattered by Yi. Forget it, I'll go back and train more. I'm not in the mood to test today. Me too. The gap is just too wide. But it was still awesome to see a grandmaster in person. After taking the cable car down the mountain, Yi had a simple meal at the foot of the mountain and then took a taxi to the Yuantai Martial Arts Hall. The timing was just right, he would arrive exactly when he could take the test. Yuantai Martial Arts Academy was a super powerful organization, well known even in Haicheng. The Martial Arts Academy was located in the very center of Haicheng, and one of the tallest buildings there belonged to Yuantai Martial Arts Academy. It covered a vast area and was rich in resources. Everyone coming and going was a warrior, and there were even many warrior masters. This demonstrated the power of Yuantai Martial Arts Academy. After the car stopped at the entrance of the martial arts hall, Yi walked step by step into the building. "Hello, esteemed sir, how may I help you? Are you here for an assessment or to train? We have several types of membership cards here. You can take a look, they are all quite affordable." Yi received a warm welcome as soon as he entered. Although Yi was old, anyone who came here was a warrior. Besides, it was easiest to make a sale to older people like him. As people age, their vitality declines, so they are more anxious to improve it. This was their way of life, and Yi didn't find any fault with it. He just nodded to them and said, "I'm here for a test, this is the notification from Yuantai Martial Arts Academy." "Is that so?" Though a little disappointed, she still greeted him enthusiastically. "Then, esteemed sir, please wait a moment. I'll verify your information, it won't take long." Based on the information Yi provided, they quickly found his file. "Sir, you're over 90 this year. That's truly amazing. To maintain your vitality at such an age, you must have been a super strong expert in your youth." Yi just smiled at their praise. "My dear girl, your words are sweet, but Grandpa really doesn't need to sign up for a card. Whether you sign up or not doesn't matter. If someone around you, Grandpa, needs to sign up for a card, you can contact me, and I'll give a discount. Now, I'll accompany you for the test, Grandpa." To still be greeted enthusiastically after knowing he wouldn't sign up for a card, this young lady was truly commendable. All right, if anyone needs it, Grandpa will definitely introduce them to you." As the staff member led Yi to the testing area, the warrior masters responsible for his assessment also received the news. "He really came, and he's quite punctual. At our martial arts academy, no one can help him cheat. This time, I'd like to see if he can pass." "That's true, but since he dared to come, it means he's confident. Maybe he really relies on his own strength. It wouldn't be good to be slapped in the face then. Is it cheating or real strength? Wouldn't it be better to go down and see for ourselves?" "Exactly my thought, let's go check it out together. The three of them went together, waiting in advance for Ye's arrival in the testing area. At this moment, Yi, led by the staff, also arrived at the testing area. When Yi reached the top floor and saw the layout of the Yuan-Tai martial arts hall, he couldn't help but be surprised. All sorts of advanced training equipment, and every single combat power testing power gauge was $1 million model.
Old man, this way. Given your special circumstances, you'll need to undergo a specialized test. All right. Yi didn't suspect anything and followed the staff member's directions. He quickly arrived at an exclusive testing machine. This was the most advanced testing machine available, and no one had ever managed to cheat on it. Using this was the best way to test Yi, eliminating any possibility of cheating. In front of the machine sat 3 assessors. Considering Yi's situation, they had dispatched 3 warrior master experts this time, showing Yi considerable respect. Master Zhang, Master Lu, Master Wang. Alright, you may go now. After dismissing the others, the 3 of them fixed their gazes on Yi. According to the data and the video, your strength has reached the level of an intermediate warrior master. However, because the change in your strength is too drastic, according to the higher-ups instructions, we need to conduct a spot check on you. If your strength has truly reached the intermediate warrior master level, the martial arts hall will issue a warrior master medal on your behalf. And you will also receive some compensation. We hope you understand. It wasn't that they were deliberately targeting him. If it were them, they wouldn't believe it either. Just 2 years ago, he was struggling to break through to the warrior level, yet in the 3rd year, he had directly reached intermediate warrior master. If such a person wasn't retested, then the original test would indeed not be rigorous enough. I understand, but just remember to reimburse me for my travel expenses and food costs at the end. The corners of the 3 men's mouths twitched slightly. Even at a time like this, he was still thinking about getting his taxi fare reimbursed. However, his mentality was indeed excellent, and he had absolute confidence in himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't be thinking about having them reimburse his expenses. Remember, if you fail the test, it proves that you were cheating before, and you will face fines and detention. You have 2 minutes. You can inspect the machine. If you need to start the test, just let us know. As for the rules, they are the same as the previous test. Yi understood the rules. As for inspecting the testing machine, the thing was sealed up like an egg. How was he supposed to inspect it? He looked around. It was quite ugly. He patted it here and there. It felt quite good to the touch. The 3 people to the side just watched quietly as Yi inspected it. The way he was inspecting, the more they watched, the more suspicious and dodgy it seemed, as if he was up to something. This time he's got nothing, right? Our machine has been sealed, so he can't cheat. It certainly looks like he's searching for a way to cheat, but unfortunately, our machine is highly secure. Unless it's violently destroyed, it's absolutely impossible to cheat. Moreover, there's an induction device inside. Even the slightest addition of anything will be detected. Regardless of whether Yi was planning to cheat, they weren't worried. They had already made preparations for Yi's test, determined to find out his true strength this time. Are you done checking? If so, we can begin. Seeing that Yi was still fiddling with it, one of them couldn't help but speak up with a reminder. He didn't want Yi to continue making a fool of himself. After all, he was already quite old, an elder from that bygone era. They wanted to leave Yi with a shred of dignity. Oh, it's ready. Yi's face was expressionless, but in their eyes, it looked like he had given up in resignation. They had no idea that Yi had overheard every word of their earlier whispers. His inspection of the equipment was actually perceived by them as an attempt to cheat. From the looks of it, they truly didn't believe he could become an intermediate warrior master. In that case, he would give them a good eye-opener and a thorough slap in the face. Having lived for so long, Yi had long since mastered the art of masking his emotions, always maintaining the same expression. After they cleared the area, he slapped the machine directly with one hand. It was so casual, like delivering a sharp slap to someone's face. This slap seemed to land not on the machine, but on the faces of the 3 of them. After the sound of the slap, the numbers on the machine screen began to flicker wildly.
Finally, it settled directly at 60,000 caddies. That slap was a scorching pain. The three of them stared wide-eyed, disbelieving the number on the screen. 60,000, a full 60,000. This wasn't 6,000, nor was it 36,000. 60,000 was already in the ranks of an advanced warrior master.
And so casually it that they couldn't, and dared not, believe it. Impossible, how can this be? 60,000 with one slap? This is definitely cheating. How could he be so strong? Even we can't do it. How can an old man over 90 achieve this? This is outrageous. Cheating right in front of all of us, completely disrespecting us. After all, Ye's age was simply too great. He was well into his declining years, and it wouldn't be a surprise if he were to pass away tomorrow. Yet, for such a person to become an advanced warrior master was something they would absolutely never believe. To achieve such combat power, he must have used some unknown cheating method. Hearing their words, a smile appeared on Ye's face. Cheating? May I ask, sirs, what evidence do you have? If you have no evidence and yet slander me here for cheating, I can file a complaint and have your examiner statuses revoked. You don't really think that being examiners for the martial arts hall gives you the right to do whatever you want, to spread whatever rumors you please, do you? Ye's single sentence silenced them immediately. They were indeed examiners, but they also didn't have the right to arbitrarily slander people. Not to mention, the old man before them was an advanced warrior master. So what if they suspected Ye of cheating? They had no evidence. If they made accusations without proof, Ye could successfully sue them every single time. He watched as their expressions grew increasingly unsightly. A smile tugged at the corner of Ye's mouth, and he immediately delivered a second slap. The second slap used a 20-fold amplification. With that one slap, the machine trembled slightly. Slap. A crisp, resounding crack. The force of the palm had already exploded the air. As the palm landed on the machine, the numbers on the screen rapidly climbed. 70,000. 80,000. 120,000. Finally, the number settled at 120,000, exactly the same as the test on High City Mountain, with no significant difference. The moment the number 120,000 appeared, it instantly stunned the three of them. They looked at the number, then back at Ye, their eyes filled with disbelief. Grand! Grandmaster level expert! How could you possibly be a Grandmaster level expert? Exceeding a combat power of 100,000 meant one had reached the Grandmaster realm. Even for their Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Academy, one of the strongest factions in High City, the number of Grandmasters could be counted on one hand. In other, smaller martial arts academies, a Grandmaster would be more than enough to be the head. At Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Academy, being a vice head would absolutely be no problem, their status second only to the head. Gentlemen, did I pass? Ye's two slaps had thoroughly woken them up. What kind of cheating could allow someone to cheat their way to the level of a Grandmaster? The thought of the things they had just fabricated about Ye made their faces burn with shame. You passed, congratulations, senior, you can claim. Wait a moment. Just as they were about to announce that Ye had passed the test and let him claim the Grandmaster medal, a voice suddenly came from behind them, stopping them. It was none other than Feng Biao, the academy supervisor. Upon seeing Feng Biao, the three of them fell silent. Neither Ye nor Feng Biao was someone they could afford to offend. They were only intermediate warrior masters, whereas Feng Biao was an advanced warrior master, and Ye was an even more powerful grandmaster. And you are? Ye frowned slightly. He didn't want to waste too much time here after all, he wanted to take the money and improve his family's living conditions. But now he was being stopped repeatedly. Even with his calm demeanor, a hint of anger rose in his heart. Martial Arts Academy Supervisor, Feng Biao. So what? Do you have something to say? Feng Biao sneered, looking at the data next to him, then at the machine. Old man, don't think these little tricks can fool everyone. I'm telling you, you might fool them, but you can't fool me, Feng Biao. You cheated, didn't you? You used methods to hack this machine, modifying the data the moment you made your move. If you were an intermediate warrior master, I'd let it slide. I'd give you some face.
Seeing your age, you probably came from that era and might have run into some trouble, needing money. Our martial arts academy could even cover this cost for you.
But you just had to portray yourself as a grandmaster. Do you really think our Yuan-Tai martial arts academy is a pushover? Yi was truly amused.
All of them were doubting his strength.
I still say the same thing. Do you have any proof? If not, I can file a complaint against you.
Also, if there's nothing else, you can step aside.
I don't have time to play with you.
He hadn't cheated at all. It was simply impossible to find evidence of him cheating. That's why he dared to leave so brazenly. However, Feng Biao had no intention of letting Yi leave just like that. He absolutely would not allow someone to freeload off their Yuan-Tai martial arts academy.
Thinking of leaving? No way.
Feng Biao directly blocked Ye's path, preventing him from stepping out of the martial arts academy.
What is the meaning of this?
Ye's gaze suddenly turned cold and sharp. Although he was old and had restrained his temper a great deal, he was inherently irritable. Moreover, this guy was being unreasonable again and again, which put him in a very foul mood. With surging vitality, having a fiery temper was understandable.
I said you can't leave.
To use such despicable methods in our martial arts academy, trying to pass the test, I tell you, with me, Feng Biao, here, it's absolutely impossible. Honestly explain how you cheated, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Even at this point, this guy still thought he was a cheater. Yi was furious. He had tempered his temper years ago because of his late-born daughter. He reined in his fiery temper for her sake. Yi never tolerated such behavior from others.
I'd say you're pushing your luck. Don't you understand a single word I'm saying? Or is it just that easy to frame others? Yi took a gentle step forward, and a terrifying pressure immediately followed. Feng Biao was about to retort when he was stunned by Ye's aura.
Previously, Yi had looked like an old goat that anyone could bully. But now, he was like a fierce tiger descending a mountain, with a brutal look in his eyes.
Young man, by age, I can be considered your grandfather. By strength, I am also your senior.
You have no respect for elders or for proper order. Today, on behalf of your grandfather, I will teach you a good lesson, to let you know what respect for hierarchy means, and what it means not to speak carelessly without evidence. As he spoke, Ye's aura erupted violently, the terrifying pressure forcing Feng Biao back 2 steps. Just as he was about to resist, Yi made his move. Moving with incredible speed, he was but a blur to onlookers. By the time they realized Yi had struck, the afterimage had already dissipated. The real Yi had suddenly appeared right in front of Feng Biao. A pair of icy eyes stared intently at him.
Feng Biao was terrified.
He hadn't known before, but now that he was face to face with Yi, he finally understood just how powerful Yi was. The sheer force of his presence alone struck fear into his heart.
But how could Yi let him off so easily?
Since he doubted his strength, there was no need for a machine test.
His body would be the test.
He was merely an advanced warrior. Beating him would be enough to prove his own strength. Feng Biao was an advanced warrior, after all. The moment he saw Yi make a move, he prepared to defend himself.
Just as he raised his hands halfway, an intense feeling of suffocation washed over him. Ye's hand was like an iron clamp, seizing him by the neck.
The intense suffocation caused all the strength in his body to dissipate, leaving him suspended in mid-air, held by Ye's single hand. His face had already turned purple. If this continued, he might become the first advanced warrior to be choked to death.
St. Thump.
Without giving him any chance to beg for mercy, Yi, holding him by the neck with one hand, slammed him viciously onto the ground. His back made a powerful impact with the floor. If the floor hadn't been of excellent quality, this blow might have broken through to the floor below. The violent impact made Feng Biao uncontrollably spit out a mouthful of blood, lying on the ground like a pile of mud.
Everyone present was dumbfounded. Completely and utterly stunned.
An advanced warrior master, instantly defeated in a single blow.
Who would dare say Ye's results were achieved by cheating now?
This was a bona fide grandmaster powerhouse.
Of course, although Ye's actions looked brutal, he hadn't actually used much force.
Otherwise, it wouldn't have been as simple as just spitting up blood. For offending a grandmaster, even if he had taken his life, no one would have dared to say a word.
This is the law of this world: the strong possess a certain degree of immunity.
Everyone who heard the commotion upstairs rushed over.
Seeing Feng Biao beaten to the ground, they immediately surrounded Yi.
Who are you, daring to cause trouble at untill Martial Arts Academy?
Get him.
Stop, all of you, cough, cough. Just as everyone was about to make a move, Feng Biao, who was on the ground, quickly raised his hand to stop their rash behavior. It was bad enough for him alone to offend a grandmaster, dragging so many others into it wasn't worth it. He struggled to his feet, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then bowed respectfully to Yi.
If you do something wrong, you admit it. If you get hit, you stand straight.
The fact that Yi hadn't killed him was already showing him great mercy.
Thank you, Senior, for your leniency.
I realize my mistake and apologize to you here. I hope you, as a magnanimous person, will overlook my transgression this time. A true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. This young man's apology was quite prompt. His crime wasn't punishable by death, and his attitude of admitting fault was good, so he didn't dwell on it too much. The hostility emanating from him dissipated in an instant, and he returned to his harmless, kind old grandfather state. Sigh, at my age, I still can't control my temper, and my hand was a bit heavy. But you all remember, in the future, without evidence, don't make arbitrary judgments.
Not everyone is as easygoing as I am. Next time you encounter someone less reasonable, you might not have the chance to stand here again.
This incident with Yi served as a wake-up call for them. They would certainly not be so reckless in the future. In this world, besides their untill Martial Arts Academy, there were many powerful individuals they could not afford to offend.
Thank you for your guidance, Senior. We will definitely change our ways.
Yi nodded in satisfaction.
If there's nothing else, I'll be going then. Wait a moment, Senior. Just as Yi was about to leave, Feng Biao stopped him again.
Yi raised an eyebrow at Feng Biao, wondering what he wanted. At Ye's glance, Feng Biao felt his body tremble. He really didn't want another beating, so he quickly explained.
Senior, it's like this.
Your test results showed you're at the Grandmaster realm, so we need to register you, which requires more detailed information. Only then can we award you the Grandmaster's medal and also transfer the Grandmaster's stipend to you. Ye might not care about other things, but this was something he couldn't ignore. The Grandmaster's medal was proof of his status. It not only reflected his standing but also effectively prevented some clueless people from bothering him.
As for the money, he needed that even more.
What he lacked most right now was money, and the stipend for a Grandmaster expert was quite substantial.
Is that so? Then let us get it done quickly. Hearing Yi agree, Feng Biao finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Senior, please follow me. Following Feng Biao, they walked all the way to the untill Martial Arts Hall's certification area. The place was crowded, mostly with warriors. However, the majority were junior warriors and intermediate warriors, with few senior warriors, let alone warrior master experts.
Although Haichang isn't a remote, small city, it's not an exceptionally developed one either.
Becoming a certified warrior was already a great success, to say nothing of a senior warrior, warrior master, or grandmaster. When Feng Biao and his companion walked in, everyone's eyes were filled with respect.
Manager Feng.
Good day, Manager Feng. Everyone greeted him respectfully.
Feng Biao just nodded casually, which served as his response to them.
Although his attitude was perfunctory, no one dared to say anything. After all, Feng Biao wore a silver medal with a 3-moon pattern on his chest, representing his status as a senior warrior master. Not only was this Feng Biao's home turf, but even within the entire Haichang, he was a renowned expert. So, when they saw Feng Biao, after bowing respectfully, they naturally made way for him. The privilege of the strong, it was that simple.
Manager Feng, what brings you here?
The staff member asked Feng Biao respectfully. It was known that under normal circumstances, Feng Biao wouldn't come to their area.
Registering identity information and collecting medals were tasks that didn't require Feng Biao's personal attention.
Feng Biao had come here only a handful of times, so they were surprised he would personally come down to handle business today.
These are Grandmaster Ye's documents. Enter his information into the system. It's a rush order. Hearing Feng Biao's words, the staff member was stunned.
He took the documents, looked them over, then turned his head to look at Yi standing beside him, momentarily at a loss for words. It wasn't just the staff member, even the warriors registering nearby were shocked by Feng Biao's words. Looking at Yi next to Feng Biao, they were momentarily speechless. They had originally thought he was just an old man coming to conduct business, lucky enough to be following behind Feng Biao and his group. To think that this was actually a Grandmaster expert. The deception was too great. No matter how they looked at him, Yi didn't seem like a Grandmaster expert.
Since when did Grandmaster experts look like the friendly old man next door?
With that gentle and kind demeanor, no one would ever take him for a Grandmaster. You can't judge a book by its cover, and you can't measure the ocean with a bushel basket. This old man is actually a Grandmaster expert.
Hiss you brat, do you have a death wish? Do you really think a Grandmaster is just some ordinary old man? He's not hard of hearing.
If he overhears what you just said, no one will be able to save your life today.
Holy crap, that's terrifying. I'll never underestimate anyone in this world again.
A neighborly old man could turn out to be a Grandmaster expert. At this moment, the way they looked at Yi changed. This was the disparity brought about by status. If your strength was only slightly greater than theirs, they wouldn't respect you. But if your strength far surpassed theirs, making it unattainable for them, then they would only admire you. Looking at Yi, then at Feng Biao, it seemed that being a high-level warrior master wasn't so unattainable after all. A Grandmaster expert was in a league of their own in High City, a true member of the upper echelon. Experts of this caliber rarely showed themselves in public. It was unexpected to see a living Grandmaster expert today.
Amidst the crowd's discussions, the dojo staff expedited Ye's registration.
Director Feng, what faction affiliation should we choose for Grandmaster Yi?
Should we put down our dojo?
This young lady knows how to handle things, it seems she can be promoted. A smile flashed across Feng Biao's face, and then he turned to look at Yi with feigned hesitation.
Senior, which faction affiliation do you think you should choose?
This serves as a sort of sponsorship, otherwise, the system won't be able to accept your information.
Moreover, with a sponsor, things will be much smoother for you in the future.
Of course, you can also select unaffiliated, but it's a bit more troublesome.
You'll need to register once every year. Having lived for over 90 years, what couldn't Yi understand? He was fully aware of Feng Biao's little schemes.
He wasn't an ordinary warrior, a Grandmaster expert was a rare commodity in High City. As soon as his identity was known, people would surely do everything in their power to recruit him, and Feng Biao was simply trying to pull him into the dojo. Yi didn't mind this, but he would certainly fight for the benefits he deserved. After all, with his strength, going to any major martial arts gym would make him a deputy head-level figure. Don't let the seemingly amicable facade fool you, there's constant competition among martial arts gyms.
The importance of an additional Grandmaster expert to a dojo was self-evident.
He could join the Yuan Tai dojo, but they had to match the treatment befitting a Grandmaster.
Otherwise, he wouldn't mind visiting another dojo. I haven't joined any faction for the time being. Since I'm registering at the Yuan Tai dojo, let's just put down the Yuan Tai dojo.
After Yi spoke, Feng Biao visibly sighed in relief. He had been afraid that Yi wouldn't join the Yuan Tai dojo, letting a Grandmaster expert slip through his fingers.
The dojo master would have chewed them out for that. However, you name it, whatever you say, we will agree to it. Seeing Feng Biao's nervous expression, Yi just smiled. Don't be nervous, I'm not that hard to get along with. I'm a kind person, don't I look like your friendly neighborhood uncle? Feng Biao's mouth twitched slightly.
If it weren't for the clearly visible finger marks on his neck and the lingering pain in his back, he would have truly believed him. Normally, Yi was indeed quite amicable, but once he was displeased, he wouldn't show a shred of mercy when he acted. I know, senior, your temper is the best. Please state any conditions you have, and we will definitely agree to them as long as we can. To recruit a Grandmaster expert, they would basically agree to any condition, no matter how high. Of course, Yi wasn't a greedy person either. If you want benefits, your own strength must keep up. He was currently only a Grandmaster, so he only asked for the conditions befitting a Grandmaster. It's nothing much. I'll join the Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Hall. Just give me the same treatment you offer to other Grandmasters. They had thought Yi would propose some impossible condition. Showing sufficient sincerity to a Grandmaster was a given. They couldn't just push away a Grandmaster who had fallen into their laps. Senior, rest assured, what should be given, our martial arts gym will not shortchange you even a single cent. Please don't worry. Our martial arts gym's main principle is honesty, and we respect strong individuals. With this assurance, Yi was relieved and signaled for them to continue with the registration. It was simple, the terms were settled, and all that was left was to collect the money. The staff member quickly entered Ye's information, afraid he might change his mind. Senior, may I ask, what is your power level when testing combat strength? You didn't need to worry about such trivial matters. Feng Biao handled all the arrangements with them directly. 120,000 combat power, a low-level Grandmaster. After all the information was logged, the staff member looked at Feng Biao with some difficulty. Supervisor, I only have a Martial Master's medal here at the moment. What should I do? Before the staff member could finish speaking, Feng Biao's tiger-like eyes glared at her. How could she dare give a Grandmaster a Martial Master's medal? How long have you been working here? Do I need to remind you about something this basic? Giving a Grandmaster a Martial Master's medal, are you trying to get fired? Now, immediately, right this instant, go place an expedited order for a Grandmaster's medal. I want to see it within half an hour. If they ask, just say I authorized it. It had been over a decade since a Grandmaster came for certification, so they didn't keep Grandmaster medals in stock. To prevent Yi from leaving, they had to rush the process and firmly bind him to the great ship that was the Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Hall. Alright, Xiaofeng, don't make it difficult for them. They're just doing their job, a little wait is fine. Besides, even a Martial Master's medal is fine. As long as the compensation is at the Grandmaster level, it's just a medal. I don't really care about it. Only someone with Ye's magnanimity would be so easygoing. Any other Grandmaster would not have been so accommodating. Feng Biao breathed a sigh of relief at this and nodded repeatedly at Yi. You're right, senior. But giving you a Martial Master's medal would be an insult to you. Please rest assured, it will be quick. We've already put in a rush order. The medal will be forged in just half an hour. Since they had adopted such a humble attitude, Yi couldn't say much more. Although he truly didn't care about medals or no medals. As long as the money was right, a Martial Master could still receive a Grandmaster's stipend. Half an hour passed quickly, and the staff member jogged back, her forehead covered in sweat. Seeing her anxious look, one would think an enemy was chasing her if they didn't know better. Slow down, little girl, don't rush. Grandpa here has plenty of time. She handed over a glass of water, and the young girl was so nervous she didn't know what to say. Is this really a Grandmaster? He's so kind. Should I kowtow to him? Alright, go back and rest for a bit, don't overwork yourself. After Ye's show of concern, the young lady returned to her workstation, her eyes darting toward Yi from time to time. Although he's a bit older, he's really nice, it's not entirely out of the question. Back at her desk, the young girl took out the Golden Sun medal she had retrieved from her bosom. Sealed, certified, and exclusively Ye's, this medal was essentially Ye's identification card. His identity could be verified with it. Senior, your medal, please keep it safe. He placed the medal in an exquisite box and presented it to Yi. Yi took the box and removed the medal from inside. Forged from pure gold, it was engraved with the sun emblem unique to a Grandmaster. Moreover, an array was carved on the back of the medal, capable of concentrating the peak strike of a Grandmaster-level powerhouse within it, serving as a life-saving measure.
Its value was immense, its significance extraordinary. Yi was very satisfied.
As for Feng Biao and the others nearby, they were already overcome with envy.
Although they had the authority to issue medals to Grandmaster-level powerhouses, they themselves were not qualified to wear one.
One could indeed abuse their power to issue themselves a Grandmaster medal, but without the corresponding strength, they would face severe punishment. At this moment, every certified warrior on this floor was looking at Yi. They looked at their own Bronze Star Warrior medals, then at Ye's Golden Sun medal. The gap was simply too vast.
Envy, so much envy.
The rank of Grandmaster was truly a realm they could only dream of but never reach. This Sun medal is a symbol of status and strength, and wearing such a medal on the streets of High City, beautiful women would turn their heads, and handsome men would run into walls. These were all very probable occurrences. As for special privileges, that went without saying. The state offered extremely high treatment to Grandmaster-level powerhouses. Free transportation, VIP access and priority reception at national institutions, a green light for all national enterprises. The benefits are simply countless. Of course, these are also things they earned with their strength, and they are well deserved. Of course, all of this isn't the most important thing. The most crucial part is the incredibly massive allowance one receives. At least a 7-figure sum per month, meaning over 10 million in income annually just by lying in bed and doing nothing. Not to mention the annual welfare dividends from the state, totaling at least 20 million in value. Plus, with Yi having joined the Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Hall, could the hall possibly skimp on his benefits? The state's allowance is merely to stabilize these powerhouses, ensuring their unwavering loyalty to Dragon Country. Martial arts academies, however, are for wooing, so they naturally can't offer just basic guarantees like the state. They will give much more. Therefore, after becoming a Grandmaster, the benefits were truly numerous, too many to count. Who wouldn't be red-eyed with envy over such treatment? He also noticed the envy in their eyes and casually pinned the medal to his chest. Though it didn't show on his face, he was extremely happy inside. He had to hurry back and show off to his wife. If there's nothing else, I'll head back now. My phone number and other details are in the materials. If you have any problems, call me promptly. Naturally, receiving benefits from others means having to do work. People can't just spend money to support idlers. Of course, ordinary matters could be handled by Feng Biao, a high-level warrior master. Only matters he couldn't resolve would require the deputy hall master, and if the deputy hall master couldn't handle it, the hall master would be asked to intervene. Oh, and remember to reimburse me for the cost of my meal and taxi when I arrived. He was already a Grandmaster-level powerhouse, yet Yi was still concerned about getting his taxi fare reimbursed. Don't worry, senior, not a single cent of your money will be missing. All expenses incurred during your visits to the Martial Arts Academy will be reimbursed. Even if he paid for it himself, how much could it possibly be? He wished you would ask him to front the money. That way, he could latch onto Ye's coattails. After giving his instructions, Yi turned and left. He hailed a random taxi by the roadside, gave the driver the location, and then began to rest with his eyes closed, mentally rehearsing the subsequent parts of the sonic wave poem in his mind. This time, he intended to refine it, applying the soundwave poem to his entire body, so that a 20-fold amplification could be achieved regardless of where the attack originated. This would require an understanding of the entire body's structure, a much more massive undertaking. As he sat there pondering, the driver was covered in a cold sweat. He had originally wanted to strike up a conversation with Yi, but then he saw the gleaming Golden Sun medal on Ye's chest. Although he was just an ordinary person, he knew what the Golden Sun medal represented. A Grandmaster powerhouse. A top-tier expert in Sea City. Such a formidable presence was now sitting in his taxi. Nervous, flustered, scared, honored. Usually, to make money, they would drive fast, run red lights, cut in line, block other cars, and even take detours to overcharge. But today, he dared not. This was a Grandmaster-level powerhouse. If he angered him, his life would be forfeit. So, he drove very slowly. Even if he didn't make any money today, he had to serve this Grandmaster well. But when a person's luck turns bad, even drinking water can get stuck in their teeth. He had never had an accident when driving fast, but today, driving slowly and with extreme caution, problems arose. The driver in front, perhaps having some kind of episode, slammed on the brakes, blocking his way directly. There was no time to brake, and his car crashed straight into it. The impact jolted Yi awake, scattering all his thoughts. Yi was furious, and his expression naturally soured. The driver, noticing Yi's state in the rearview mirror, turned pale instantly. It's over, it's really over this time, my life is at stake. Wife, son, I'm sorry, I won't be coming home today, I'm sorry. Cold sweat dripped from the driver's forehead. He didn't dare look at Yi and could only sit there, cowering, awaiting Yi's punishment. However, Yi didn't receive an apology. Instead, he was met by a middle-aged man with a brutish, fierce-looking face full of flesh. Holding a baseball bat, he got out of his car and stormed towards the taxi driver. This was clearly a case of road rage. Towards him, the driver didn't feel much fear at worst, it would be a beating and some compensation, nothing life-threatening. But angering Yi was a different matter entirely. He was a grandmaster-level expert, a super powerful individual who could kill him with a casual wave of his hand. Bang! The baseball bat smashed directly onto the hood, and the man with the beefy face pointed at the taxi driver, shouting incessantly. Roll down the window, you blind idiot! I just got this new car, and you dared to crash into it. Brother, you slammed on the brakes, that's why I... Thump! Before the taxi driver could finish speaking, a baseball bat once again smashed onto the hood. You still dare to argue, you fucking idiot? Don't you know what a safe distance is? So close to me, are you in a hurry to be reincarnated? Get out of the car. Did you hear me? Don't make me do it, or you're dead. The taxi driver had a difficult expression. He didn't want to get tangled up in this matter. His priority was to get Yi home first. He endured it. Brother, it's true that I was careless driving. How about this, I have a few thousand yuan here, I'll pay it all to you. You can get your car repaired, and we'll call it even. What do you think? The taxi driver's attitude made the middle-aged man pause. He looked at the few thousand yuan being offered, then at the small scratch on the rear bumper of his car. He knew it was his sudden braking that caused it, and he had originally just thought of extorting a few hundred yuan. He hadn't expected this guy to offer thousands right away. It seemed the driver had been intimidated by his domineering presence. A coward like that, he should take this opportunity to get more. Thinking this, the middle-aged man's face grew even darker, and his arrogance became more pronounced. Who the hell is your brother? You're not worthy of calling me brother, you stinking taxi driver. I'm telling you, this is a top-of-the-line luxury car, even a scratch costs tens of thousands at least. You think you can get rid of me with a few thousand? Dream on. I'm telling you, this isn't over unless I see 100,000. Now get the hell out of the car. Yi was very annoyed. The more anxious he was to get home, the more trouble he seemed to run into. Shut up. Yi's thunderous roar echoed, full of vigor. His vitality had been recovering so rapidly lately that his temper had also flared, threatening to erupt. Hearing Yi's voice, the middle-aged man looked toward the back seat of the taxi. Because his view was obstructed, he could barely make out an old man sitting in the back. What status could an old man taking a taxi have? Just a poor old geezer. Of course, this was a normal person's assumption. After all, who would have thought that a dignified grandmaster-level expert would need to take a taxi home? Old man, this has nothing to do with you. You better shut up obediently. You can't meddle in my business. If I wasn't considering your age, I'd tell you, I'd beat you up too. Hurry up, get down and pay up. He was cursed at by an ordinary person. Did he have no regard for his face as a grandmaster? He opened the car door and walked towards the middle-aged man. What did you just say? I'm getting old, I didn't hear you clearly. Yi's movements were not fast as he walked toward him step by step. You, holy crap, grand. Seeing that Yi dared to get out of the car to argue with him, the middle-aged man didn't hold back. Just as he aimed the baseball bat at Ye's head, his gaze fell upon Ye's chest, and the flesh on his face trembled uncontrollably. The golden sun medal, a symbol of a grandmaster's status. No one would dare to fake such a medal and go out. There was only one possibility: the old man before him was truly a grandmaster-level expert. The middle-aged man backed away repeatedly in fright, the color completely drained from his face. He had only wanted to demand some money for car repairs, and now look what happened. How had he managed to offend a grandmaster-level expert? He should have just taken those few thousand yuan and run away. Now, it was too late to even think about running. Not only had he just cursed at a grandmaster, but he had also pointed a baseball bat at the grandmaster's head. It's over, it's really over. His life is going to end here today. The car he just bought, only driven for less than an hour, gone, all gone. The more the middle-aged man thought about it, the more despair he felt, and he slumped directly to the ground. Grandmaster, I truly didn't mean it. His jaw was chattering, his mind was dazed, completely devoid of the arrogance he had just moments ago. Originally, I didn't want to get involved in your business. If you had settled it privately, there wouldn't be any issues. But you're not playing fair, you've wasted my time. What do you suggest I do? Insulting a grandmaster in the street and even wanting to fight me. I have to admire your courage. Perfect. How about you let this old man test your strength? The middle-aged man was already scared witless. Fighting a grandmaster-level expert like he? Wasn't that just asking for death? I'm sorry, sir, I really didn't mean it. I just have a foul mouth sometimes. I truly wasn't targeting you, sir. Please, let me off, give me a chance, I beg you. The middle-aged man was a man who knew when to yield. In front of so many people, he dropped to his knees and kowtowed to Yi, thud, 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 putting all his strength into every single bow. After a few kowtows, blood was already seeping from his forehead. Yi was, after all, a kind person and didn't want to argue with them over such matters. Given his current state, to argue with him further would be an insult to my own status as a grandmaster. Moreover, this was just an ordinary traffic accident, even if the middle-aged man had a bit of a short temper. All right, stop kowtowing. The middle-aged man raised his head, looking at Yi with a face full of hope. He only begged for Ye's mercy. If he didn't let him go, he would continue to kowtow, as this was his only chance. Sir, I truly know I was wrong. I will never make such a mistake again. Compensate the driver for his losses, apologize to him, and then get lost. Yi had actually given him a way out. A glint of light returned to the middle-aged man's eyes. Money or apologies, none of that mattered compared to one's life. So, after Yi finished speaking, the middle-aged man darted forward and knelt before the driver, even giving him 2 resounding kowtows. Brother, I was wrong. You must forgive me. I truly won't dare next time. This is just a small token of my sincerity, I hope you can accept it, please don't refuse, truly don't refuse. He immediately offered 10,000 yuan. If it weren't for maintaining the dignity of a grandmaster, Yi would have wanted to take the money for himself. Although his current monthly salary was 7 figures, 10,000 yuan was not a small sum. Just a few years ago, his family had to stretch every single yuan. Alright, hurry up and get lost. If there's a next time, you won't be so lucky. Relieved, he sped off in his car. As for Yi, he returned to the taxi. Alright, let's continue. Hearing that Yi didn't intend to blame him, the driver breathed a sigh of relief. This time, he was even more careful, determined not to let a second accident happen. Only after watching Yi and the others leave did the crowd begin to whisper among themselves. That guy's luck is really good. He ran into such an easygoing grandmaster expert and got to keep his life. 1 life? I'd say 2. If you displease a grandmaster, both the one who caused trouble and the one who was troubled have to die. Exactly. That's the power grandmaster experts have. If a grandmaster is angered, we could all be affected.
It's a good thing this grandmaster is good-tempered and doesn't have a penchant for killing. But why? He's already a grandmaster expert, so why is he taking a taxi? Shouldn't they all have their own exclusive cars? Maybe a special hobby, who knows? The crowd shrugged, not understanding Ye's preferences. Of course, they couldn't possibly understand. Before today, Ye was on the verge of being kicked out of his room. A man who could barely afford to eat meat, how could he buy an exclusive car? Soon, the taxi brought Ye home safely and slowly. As for the fare, the taxi driver refused to take it no matter what, driving off in a flash. It was good enough that Ye wasn't causing him trouble. How could he dare to take Ye's money? Besides, the middle-aged man had already compensated him with a considerable sum. He would just consider that as Ye's fare. Since the driver wouldn't take the money, Ye couldn't do anything about it. Not that he really wanted to pay anyway. Every penny saved was a penny earned. After reaching the entrance of his residential complex, Ye took off the medal from his chest. On one hand, he didn't want to attract too much attention in the community. After all, they were old neighbors, and there was nothing to show off. Besides, once the people in the complex learned of his grandmaster status, he would never have a peaceful day again. Instead of guiding others, he might as well cultivate himself. He still had to focus on deducing techniques and improving his own combat power. Secondly, he wanted to give his family a surprise. In the past, he wasn't a warrior and couldn't provide them with the life they wanted, but now he had become a grandmaster expert. Their family's life could also be significantly improved. When he returned home, Anna was there cooking, while Ilara was engrossed in a book, so focused that she didn't even notice his arrival. Cough cough. What, you don't even greet your dad when he comes home? After Ye closed the book she was reading, she reacted and then looked at Ye with burning eyes. Dad, you're back. How was it? Did anyone catch you cheating? Did you pass the test? Thump. He smacked Ilara on the head and gave her an exasperated look. Rebellious daughter, oh, rebellious daughter, how can you spread such rumors about your father? Is your father the kind of person who cheats? Here, a little toy for you to play with. Ye casually tossed his medal to Ilara. A streak of golden light flashed before Ilara's eyes. What girl could resist something that glittered with such golden brilliance? Gold, the sun, a medal, Dad, this can't be. Ye looked at her encouragingly. Go on, say it bravely. This is your dad, your invincible dad. Go on, it's exactly what you're thinking. No way, Dad, how could you do something like this? Come on, let's go turn ourselves in right now. How dare you snatch a grandmaster's medal? Aren't you afraid a grandmaster will come knocking on our door? Who in our family is a match for a grandmaster? We wouldn't even survive a single slap from them. Confession brings leniency, resistance brings severity. Since it's our first time, we should be able to beg for the grandmaster's forgiveness. Seeing Ilara's earnest expression, Ye staggered, momentarily at a loss for words. Daughter, tell me, is there a possibility that this medal belongs to me, your father? In front of his daughter, he certainly wanted to show off his strength as a father. But all he received in return was a look of disbelief from Ilara. Dad, let's be realistic. Just a few days ago, your vitality was failing, and you weren't even a warrior. If you had become a warrior, I might have believed you a little. This is a grandmaster. Warrior, warrior master, and then grandmaster. The entire Sea City doesn't even have 2 grandmasters. How could you possibly be a grandmaster level expert? Ilara definitely wouldn't believe a word Ye said. Grandmaster level experts weren't that common. She would rather believe that Ye had stolen this grandmaster medal from a grandmaster's home. But to steal a medal from right under a grandmaster's nose, if he had that kind of power, he would have to be a grandmaster level expert himself. Dad, how on earth did you do it? To be able to take a grandmaster's medal, your skills are quite something. A hopeless student, a piece of rotten wood that cannot be carved. Ye gave her a light rap on the head. Your dad here picked it up on the road. It looked valuable, so I brought it back. If you don't like it, just sell it for some money. The corner of Ilara's mouth twitched slightly. Picked it up on the road, my foot. She'd have to be a ghost to believe that. What pure gold metal would just drop on the street? Bite it and see, it's not fake at all. I know, it's a replica, definitely a replica. This is a replica gift my dad gave me. He was thoughtful. She certainly didn't believe he could have earned a Grandmaster medal himself, and as for stealing or robbing it, that was even more absurd. The only plausible explanation was that this was a replica, a counterfeit Grandmaster medal he had made to cheer her up. Regardless, it was the thought that counted, so she naturally wouldn't dislike it. As for Ilara's thoughts, Yi had no idea. The reason he gave her the medal was to provide her with an extra life-saving card. If Ilara encountered danger, she could take out the Grandmaster medal, and others would be wary. Anyone with a discerning eye would be able to tell it was real and would assume Ilara had a Grandmaster-level expert backing her. As for those without discerning eyes, well, he wouldn't be polite. For now, he might be a Grandmaster-level expert, but after a while, he would become a great Grandmaster-level expert. By then, with the Crystal Crown medal in hand, who would dare to offend Ilara? After returning to his room, he began to practice his techniques again. However, the value of the Surging Wave Palm and Sonic Palm had already been fully exhausted, and it was difficult to draw any more inspiration from them. Therefore, he had to find other techniques. Without a sufficient foundation, inspiration simply wouldn't strike. After all, a tall building starts from the ground up, and glory still relies on money. He opened the official website and logged into his account. But now, the official website had completely changed for him. He was once just a warrior with limited permissions and access to a limited amount of information. Many techniques were not displayed to him. But things were different now. The Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Hall had already uploaded his information, a Grandmaster level powerhouse, security clearance A, permission level A. He could now access the vast majority of information on the official website, and even the selection of techniques was much greater than before. Moreover, he no longer needed to specifically look for palm techniques. He could comprehensively apply the Sonic Palm to any part of his body. So, he could use any amplification type technique, accumulating knowledge to make a breakthrough, finding inspiration from various techniques and then integrating it with the Sonic Palm. He began to sift through them one by one, finally setting his sights on a defensive technique called the indestructible Vajra body. The introduction was simple. This defensive technique only had a 6-layer amplification effect. Once cultivated to mastery, a golden light would protect the body's surface. Crashing into a tank, the tank would surely be scrapped. The body would be comparable to adamantium. Even bombardment with large caliber shells would barely injure him in the slightest. Of course, the difficulty of cultivating this technique was also extremely high. One wouldn't have permission to cultivate it without reaching the Grandmaster realm. Most importantly, this technique was damn expensive, costing a full 5 million. Yes, heart ached just looking at it. But a higher price meant a more powerful technique. As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child, so he directly purchased the adamantine indestructible body. Fortunately, after advancing to Grandmaster, the platform allowed for temporary loans, similar to a credit service. The credit limit for a Grandmaster was in the tens of millions, and the more one purchased, the higher the limit would become. After all, a Grandmaster's stipend alone was in the 7 figures, and with other subsidies, paying off the loan was a breeze. After adding the indestructible Vajra body to his cart, he started looking for the next amplification technique. He had palm techniques, he had movement techniques, now he needed to find a leg technique. After searching for quite a while, you finally found a leg technique with a 10-fold amplification. Cultivated to its extreme, a single whip kick could shatter a tank, and it could also indirectly increase dodging speed. Most importantly, the price wasn't very expensive, only $1 million to acquire it. After spending a large sum on movement and leg techniques, he also bought several ordinary palm techniques to expand his knowledge base. In just this short while, 7 million had slipped through his fingers. Who could afford to cultivate without some family fortune? They couldn't even afford the techniques. And this was with the discount for being a Grandmaster powerhouse. Otherwise, these techniques would have cost at least 10 million. He felt the sting,
but for the sake of his own faster growth, he could only endure the pain and buy them. "Old man, time to eat." Just as he finished arranging everything, Anna's voice sounded from outside the door. After a quick tidy up, you went to the living room. In just that short time, Ilara had changed again. The vitality in her body had actually increased so much. The speed of her improvement was almost catching up to him. Ilara had probably already entered the ranks of an intermediate warrior by now. What has this little girl been up to? Her vitality is increasing so quickly. Like father, like daughter. She's Maya's flesh and blood, not bad, not bad. Everyone has their own secrets, and Yi had no intention of prying. He simply sat down at the dining table. "Why are you all looking at me? Eat. If something's wrong, just say it. Are we out of money? The payment from above will be transferred soon, don't you worry." Anna had never really cared about money. If they were rich, they'd live like they were rich. If they were poor, they'd live like they were poor. A day was just a day, no matter how it was lived. "Dad, I have something to talk to you about." "Are you short on money?" "If you're short on money, just say so. Your dad is rich now, and I'll increase your allowance in the future. Our little princess needs to be raised lavishly." However, it was obvious his guess was wrong. The worried look on Ilara's face didn't disappear. "Girl, you're not really looking for a boyfriend, are you?" "It's alright, even if you found a boyfriend, it's fine, as long as he's as handsome as your dad. You're old enough to look, Dad won't scold you." "What? You're pregnant? No way. Whose brat is it? I'll kill him." It had to be said, Ye's imagination was truly wild to even think of such things. Anna shot Yi an exasperated glare. "What are you thinking? Our daughter isn't that casual. Listen to what she has to say, don't guess." It seemed he had guessed wrong, but as long as she wasn't pregnant, it was fine. Anna was still young and had her whole youth ahead of her. How could she become a mother so early? As long as it's not that, everything else is negotiable. Really? A sharp glint flashed in Ilara's eyes. Her fiery gaze was enough to make even Yi back down. "First, tell me what it is, then I'll consider it." Yi absolutely wouldn't fall for it. Anything that could make the two of them act like this was definitely no small matter. Rashly agreeing would only lead to him being at a disadvantage in the end. Therefore, only after she finished speaking would Yi consider whether to agree or not. "Dad, just agree first." "Had ha." Yi sneered, completely ignoring Ilara's attempt to act cute. "Speak." They knew Yi all too well. When he was stubborn, he was truly stubborn. No amount of coaxing would work. "Girl, just tell the truth. I believe your dad will understand you. Don't try to sweet-talk me. First, tell me what's going on. I have my own considerations." Anna shrugged, looking as if her hands were tied. Ilara saw through it too. It was do or die, and anyway, she had already made up her mind. No one could change her decision. What could she do? She was Ye's flesh and blood, with a stubborn streak in her bones. Once she decided on something, she would definitely see it through. "Dad, I want to drop out of school. I don't want to attend for another single day." As soon as Ilara finished speaking, the temperature in the house instantly dropped. Neither of them dared to look at Ye's expression. They knew that Ye's expression right now must be incredibly cold. He was at the tipping point of a volcanic eruption. If either of them said one more word, Yi would explode. At this point, they could only wait for Yi to slowly calm down before explaining things to him. "Who?" After a while, Yi let out a long breath. Perhaps sensing the tense atmosphere at home, he reined in some of his cold demeanor. But he had no intention of letting the matter go. Having a daughter late in life, he had sent Ilara to the best school to cultivate her, hoping she would strive to become a warrior. Although she was already an intermediate warrior, that was no reason for her to drop out of school. She still had a lot to learn at school. Most importantly, the school was the safest place, and he didn't want Ilara to face any danger. Perhaps it would be a better choice to let her enter society when he was stronger and could protect her better.
But with a single sentence, Ilara had thrown all his plans into disarray.
The thought of this made Ye's anger flare up, and he stared intently at Ilara. Normally, she could be as willful as she wanted. She was the little princess of the family and could be spoiled.
But on the matter of schooling, there was no room for discussion. He would absolutely not agree.
They were all familiar with Ye's fiery temper. He always looked like this whenever he got angry.
But while others couldn't sense it, Ilara's system could clearly perceive that Ye's strength was immense. Give me a reason why. Ordinarily, Ilara would have definitely softened up and acted cute with Yi.
This time, however, she didn't yield an inch, her stubbornness flaring up as she directly confronted Yi.
Dad, I've already decided. I'm dropping out this time, and it doesn't matter if you disagree. I'm determined to do it. Ilara's attitude was resolute.
Yi wasn't actually that angry that his daughter had her own ideas. He simply wanted to protect her better.
Now, seeing Ilara's determined attitude, Yi actually began to ponder the situation. Ilara had indeed been acting strangely recently.
Ever since he obtained the system and recovered his strength, he had noticed something was off about her. He didn't know when, but Ilara's strength had also undergone a massive change. He had been unaware of her advancing to the warrior realm, and now she was even an intermediate warrior.
He would never believe it if she hadn't come across some fortuitous opportunity. And now, she was so adamant about dropping out of school.
It seemed she had an opportunity to rapidly increase her strength.
Ilara wasn't a reckless person. She would definitely weigh the pros and cons before acting.
This proved that this opportunity was more important than school. As a father, his desire to protect his daughter was good, but he also had to respect her choices.
This time, Yi chose to let go. Why do you want to drop out? Don't tell me you think you can just walk all over the world with the strength of an intermediate warrior. Warriors are a dime a dozen.
Even a warrior master can barely protect themselves.
An intermediate warrior is nothing special. Hearing Ye's words, Anna, who was standing to the side, was completely dumbfounded. What on earth were these two talking about? Intermediate warrior? Who was an intermediate warrior? Ilara? Her precious daughter? Girl, you. Seeing Anna's shocked expression, Ilara decided not to hide it anymore.
Yi had seen through her cultivation level.
Mom, Dad is right. I'm an intermediate warrior now. As she spoke, Ilara no longer concealed anything.
The aura from her body erupted, and the surging power of her bloodline could be felt even from a great distance.
When did you become an intermediate warrior? You little rascal, why didn't you tell us about this? Ilara smiled apologetically. Mom, I just wanted to give you a surprise. I didn't expect Dad to find out. I was able to break through to intermediate warrior now, and soon I'll break through to advanced warrior, and even warrior master, grandmaster, and great-grandmaster. None of these will be able to stop me.
Ilara spoke with high spirits, and Yi believed she had such potential.
So why do you want to drop out of school?
Because I want to improve faster. I want to become the pillar of the family, not rely on you, Dad, to struggle alone.
The warrior realm is just my starting point. My goal is to become higher and stronger. Continuing to study at school will only delay my time, which is a waste of my life. So I want to drop out of school and seek my own opportunities.
Before Yi could speak, Anna, who was beside them, became excited first.
My girl, you're truly amazing. To think you secretly became an intermediate warrior. Mom approves your application. School isn't the only path to success. Ahem.
Yi coughed a couple of times from the side, trying to defend his authority as the head of the household. However, all he got in return was a roll of the eyes from Anna. In this family, she was the one in charge.
What, do you have an opinion? I agree to the girl dropping out of school. What about you?
Those lobster claws were already raised. If he dared to say no, the flesh around his waist would suffer.
My daughter is finally accomplished, growing into an intermediate warrior.
Let's go back to my parents' house another day and show off properly. Yi was quite speechless.
What was there to show off about a mere intermediate warrior?
Her husband was a grandmaster-level expert. However, he still couldn't bring himself to compete for affection with his daughter.
After a round of praise from her family, Ilara's face couldn't help but turn red. After all, she was still a minor. Dad, do you agree to my withdrawal from school?
The situation with Mom was already handled now, all that was left was for Yi to give his approval. As long as Yi agreed, she could withdraw from school without any issues. What could Yi say? A pair of eyes was staring daggers at him from the side, and he had no desire for his waist to suffer.
With your current strength, there's not much you can learn in school anymore.
You'll have to walk your own path eventually. Dad can't protect you forever, so I won't oppose your withdrawal from school.
Hooray, Dad!
I love you so much, moi.
Before Ilara could even start acting spoiled, Yi stopped her.
But.
With just one but, Ilara's expression fell. She knew it wouldn't be that simple. Dad, what other conditions do you have? If you want to withdraw from school, you can. Win first place in the upcoming joint exam.
If you get first place, I won't interfere with anything you want to do, even if you bring back a ghost fire punk with dyed hair, I'll agree. But if you can't get first place, then I'll decide how you live and what path you take from now on.
Do you dare to bet with your dad? Beside them, Anna's eyes widened as she looked at Yi in disbelief.
Although she was just an ordinary person, she was aware of the joint exam.
Old Yi, what nonsense are you spouting? Our daughter is only an intermediate warrior.
To win the joint examination championship, one needs to be at least an advanced warrior.
Besides, the joint examination involves combat.
What if the girl gets hurt?
Even if you don't feel heartache, I do. Yi shot Anna an exasperated glare. Woman!
Don't interfere when I'm educating our child.
If she leaves school, she'll face opponents far crueler than those in the joint exam.
If she can't even pass this hurdle, then she should just stay obediently in school. I'm here in the family, so she doesn't need to strive for anything, she can just be a little princess. Getting hurt now is better than losing her life later. This is my bottom line, and no one can shake it. They both knew Yi was doing this for Ilara's own good. The joint exam of the 100 schools was a competition among super geniuses, and the competition for first place was incredibly fierce. Not only could she get injured, but there was even a risk of death, which was why she was unwilling to let Ilara participate in the 100 schools joint examination.
Dad, you promise?
A gentleman's word is his bond.
All right, I accept your condition. I was planning to withdraw after the 100 schools joint examination anyway.
I'll take this opportunity to see the geniuses from other schools.
Ilara was in high spirits, full of confidence in herself.
Only Anna stood to the side, frowning with a pained look at Ilara.
Girl, you don't need to participate. I'll talk to your dad.
What if you get hurt? Your mom would be heartbroken. A doting mother spoils her child.
How can a hothouse flower grow without experiencing wind and rain? This matter is settled. Don't interfere with the bet between me and your father.
After rolling his eyes at Anna, Yi started to eat. Once he was full, he returned to his room, not forgetting to instruct Ilara as he reached the doorway. After you help your mom with the dishes, come find me. Anna and Ilara stared at each other, completely clueless as to what Yi meant. But since Yi had called for her, she might as well go. After all, it wasn't like Yi would harm her.
Mom, why am I a little scared?
What are you afraid of? You know what, your dad is like, a sharp tongue but a soft heart.
He usually dotes on you the most. He's only stopping you from quitting school because he's afraid you'll get hurt.
Ilara stuck out her tongue playfully, a smug look on her face. In that case, my dear mother, I'll leave the dishes to you.
I'm off to find my dad.
Ilara darted into Ye's room and affectionately wrapped her arms around his.
Dear Dad, what did you want to see me for?
Sigh, you little brat. He had intended to lecture Ilara a bit more, but after her interruption, he decided to drop it. After all, she was his daughter, and he had to spoil her.
Moreover, this girl's temper was just like his. Lecture her? Sorry, she wouldn't listen at all. Stubborn and self-willed. It was precisely because of this that he was worried Ilara would be at a disadvantage. Instead of lecturing his daughter, it was better for him to become strong himself. As long as he was strong enough, no one would dare to target his daughter. Take this. Practice it well. If you don't understand anything, come and ask me. Just after returning, Yi wrote out the newly revised sonic wave poem. This version of the sound wave poem could be used on the entire body and could achieve a 20-fold amplification of the whole body. Although it only had 2 layers, it was enough for her to learn. I've made detailed notes on it. Follow the steps written here to practice, and you won't have any problems. Ilara took the amplification technique from Ye's hands, a nameless technique manual. But it didn't matter. She liked anything Yi gave her. Even though she had the system and was by no means lacking in techniques, the meaning behind this gift was different. Yi had always used various excuses to refuse her from learning. Now, his initiative to give it to her proved that he acknowledged her strength. Gaining Ye's approval was her greatest wish. After seeing Ilara off, Yi continued to deduce and perfect her sonic wave poem. Time ticked by, second by second. Ye's brain was operating at high speed, the knowledge within his mind growing ever more vast. The more he processed, the more he realized that 100-fold talent wasn't enough. His mind was somewhat overloaded, and the excessive operation was causing his head to ache. Boom! It was as if a massive explosion had occurred in his head. After the roaring subsided, a mysterious power surged directly into his brain. The system's mechanical, ethereal voice sounded once again. 100-fold talent has overloaded. Evolving. Evolution successful. Advanced to 1,000-fold talent. What an unexpected surprise. Yi had never imagined something like this would happen. However, the heavy sensation in his head was too much for him to bear, and he collapsed onto the bed, his consciousness slipping into a coma. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious, but when he woke up again, the sky was already bright. His brain rebooted, and a flood of thoughts overwhelmed his mind. Everything within his sight transformed into a mass of data, perfectly presented in his mind. A sparrow outside the window flew past a utility pole. The sparrow's size, its measurements, the amplitude of its wing beats, its flying speed. Everything was clear in his mind. Holy crap? What's going on? Yi was a bit dazed. It seemed his talent had evolved before he passed out. The 100-fold talent had evolved directly into a 1,000-fold talent. But it shouldn't be this abnormal. Just a glance, and all the information was analyzed. Other people had absolutely no secrets in his eyes. Is this the terrifying power of a 1,000-fold talent? Yi unconsciously sucked in a sharp breath, but he quickly calmed down. It was just a 1,000-fold talent. What was there to make a fuss about? In the future, he was destined to be a man with 100 million-fold talent. This little bit of talent wasn't worth getting excited over. But he had to admit, this 1,000-fold talent felt incredibly good. It must be because of the previous mental overexertion, combined with the rapid improvement of my own strength. My physical constitution caught up, so my talent naturally improved along with it. Not bad, not bad. The system is truly amazing. I'll keep up the good work and strive to raise my talent to the highest level. After a simple analysis of the situation, Yi understood the reason behind it. Of course, a self-disciplined person wouldn't be so arrogant. After awakening his 1,000-fold talent, Yi didn't show off. Instead, he continued to research and perfect the technique he was working on. I wonder how many times my deduction ability will increase under the boost of a 1,000-fold talent. 10 times should be about right. He began to rededuce the technique he had worked on before. It was better not to, because as soon as he started, he realized that what he had deduced before was all garbage. He skirted the crucial points, lingered on the surface, and completely failed to grasp the essence. Even though he deduced it himself, it gave him a sense of embarrassment.
He overturned his previous deductions and began a new round of inferences. He incrementally modified and perfected the problems he discovered within. With the hundredfold talent, such a large workload would have probably taken several days to complete. But now, with just a quick scan, all problems were solved. Moreover, the soundwave palm was even more perfect, though compared to before, its difficulty had increased by several levels. If the previous sonic wave palm was elementary school math, the current sonic wave palm was advanced calculus. Anyone without supreme talent wouldn't be able to understand or learn it. They might not even be able to get started in their entire lifetime. Just then, the door to the room was pushed open by Anna. Seeing that Yi was awake, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What exactly happened to you? Why did you suddenly faint for no reason? You scared me to death. If the doctor hadn't said your vital signs were fine, I would have suspected your life was at its end. This time, it had happened so suddenly. The system had unexpectedly rewarded him, upgrading his talent from 100-fold to 1,000-fold. Then he directly fell unconscious. It was indeed his fault for not notifying his family in advance and causing them to worry. I'm sorry, it's all my fault for making you worry. Anna walked over and gently held Yi's hand. There's nothing to be sorry about. You haven't wronged anyone. You've already done very well. You're not young anymore. Don't push yourself so hard. Our daughter is already an intermediate warrior. We won't starve depending on her. Just settle down, let's live our old age comfortably. If it were the old Yi, he might have actually agreed. But now that he possessed a system, how could he be so willing to let himself fall into mediocrity? If not now, when should I strive? And do you think I'm the type of person who would rely on my daughter? I still have my pride. As long as I can move, I must strive, constantly improve myself, and let our family live a good life. Most importantly, I need to improve my strength and find an elixir for you, so you can become a warrior too, extend your life, and regain your youth. When you were young, I couldn't provide you with a good life. Now that I have the ability, I must make it up to you. So I will do my best, and you must have faith in me, so that we old folks can keep going on and on. Caught off guard by Yi's sudden display of emotion, Anna was at a loss for words. She could feel the sincerity in Yi's words. He truly intended to do this. At this age, saying such sentimental things, it's so annoying. Then you go ahead and fight your hardest, the rest of my life depends on you. After giving Yi a sidelong glance, Anna left. As long as Yi was okay, she was relieved. As for what Yi wanted to do, she wouldn't interfere in the slightest. She would just make sure there was a hot meal waiting for him when he returned, and that was enough. After seeing Anna off, Yi continued to practice the surging wave poem. Under the effect of his 1,000-fold talent, many problems were solved with ease. He had already outlined a rough framework for the third layer. Just then, the techniques he had ordered from the official website were delivered to his home. It was like a pillow appearing when one was sleepy. Diamond indestructible body, limitless wind shadow legs. The moment he got his hands on them, he began flipping through them non-stop. With his current comprehension ability from his 1,000-fold talent, these techniques seemed ridiculously simple in his eyes, even simpler than when he first comprehended the first layer of the surging wave palm. Of course, he wasn't counting on these techniques to bring him any significant increase in power. These techniques were merely to build up his knowledge reserve, allowing him to perfect the surging wave palm he had created himself. The current Yi was like a dry sponge thrown into an ocean of knowledge. He could absorb it frantically. Inspiration constantly burst forth in his mind. Yes, exactly like this. Ha ha ha, it's really too simple, so simple after all. Inspiration gushed forth, unstoppable. Techniques that took others a lifetime to cultivate were fully mastered in his mind in just a matter of minutes. Not only did he master them, but he could even continuously derive from them, pushing the techniques to their absolute limits. In just over an hour, the diamond indestructible body, limitless wind shadow legs, and a dozen or so other dense techniques that came with them were all mastered by him. With such rich accumulation, it was of great help in advancing his soundwave palm. In a blink of an eye, a day had passed. Even with the boost from his 1,000-fold talent, it still took an entire day to deduce the third layer of the surging wave palm.
Moreover, while deducing the new technique, a complete deduction formula automatically formed in his mind.
As long as he could master this universal deduction formula, no matter the technique, he could plug it in, and his body would automatically execute it. His original intention was to help himself master the third level faster.
Unexpectedly, a slight anomaly occurred now.
The vitality within his body also began to circulate on its own according to the deduction formula. And along with the surge of vitality, his meridians felt a faint, scorching numbness. This is blood spirit. Feeling the change in his vitality, Ye's pupils dilated unconsciously, the shock on his face impossible to hide. Everyone knew that to become a warrior, one had to continuously temper their vitality, thereby strengthening their body. Once their combat power was sufficient, they were considered a warrior. This method continued all the way to the Grandmaster level. As long as one constantly tempered their vitality and pushed for breakthroughs, they could become a Grandmaster expert. But above Grandmaster, there were Great Grandmasters, experts at the general level.
However, advancing to Great Grandmaster wasn't something that could be achieved by merely tempering vitality. Only by imbuing one's vitality with their own unique spirituality could one become a Great Grandmaster level expert. Once the blood spirit was condensed, one would have half a foot in the ranks of the Great Grandmasters.
Such individuals, wherever they were highly respected super existences.
Holy crap, I just deduced the third level and actually accidentally invented something so awesome. I'm too great. Feeling the surging vitality within his body, arcs of electricity occasionally flickered through it.
His vitality was now imbued with an element, and from the looks of it, it was the exceptionally rare lightning element. If one listened closely, a faint rumbling could be heard from his blood vessels. Under the stimulation of the lightning power, his vitality, meridians, and body were continuously strengthening. Although he couldn't completely control the lightning power within it yet, even just a little attribute power would greatly increase the attack strength. Not to mention the extremely rare lightning power among attributes. This was a super attribute power that combined both attack and speed. Attacks imbued with the power of lightning not only enhance the force of the strike but also increase attack speed. Furthermore, the power of lightning can continuously temper the body. It's truly a versatile attribute. And all this change in his vitality was due to a deduction formula he had unintentionally invented. The more he thought about it, the more he felt great, not out of arrogance, but simply because he truly believed he was good enough. I wonder how much my base combat strength has improved now. In any case, his vitality was now very powerful, and his base combat strength had certainly increased. It had at least surpassed 10,000, and might even be stronger. It seems I need to visit the martial arts academy again to properly test how strong I am. Before that, I'll first fully condense the blood spirit and completely master the power of lightning. After giving Anna a few instructions, he began a week-long closed-door cultivation session. Even with the enhancement of 1,000-fold talent, he had only managed to grasp a sliver of lightning power. The difficulty was much greater than he had imagined. But just grasping that hint already made things feel different. Electric sparks occasionally flickered around him. Anyone unaware would think he'd just been struck by lightning. To master the power of lightning, he had endured considerable torment this week. Despite being old enough to be a grandfather, he was zapped like a grandchild. His whole body was scorched black, and his hair stood on end. When Anna saw Yi in this state, she couldn't help but be startled by him. This blackened egg before her bore no resemblance to Yi at all. You. It's me, Yi. Don't be afraid. Just a tiny little mishap during cultivation, nothing to worry about. Hearing that it was indeed Ye's voice, Anna finally relaxed. I was wondering what outrageous thing you said to anger the heavens and get struck by lightning. Yi rolled his eyes and headed straight for the bathroom. He really needed to clean himself up after all, he was a grandmaster now. This appearance was truly unsightly and a disgrace to the dignity of a grandmaster. Old man, someone named Feng Biao called for you. Okay, I understand. After quickly cleaning himself up, Yi walked out of the bathroom and called Feng Biao back. Hello, what's up?
Concise, straight to the point.
Feng Biao, who was about to speak, paused for a moment, then quickly relayed the orders he had received to Yi.
Grandmaster Yi, here's the situation. The chief and the 4 vice chiefs returned today. After hearing about you, they all wish to meet you. I was wondering if it's a convenient time for you. The curator and deputy curators of Yuan Tai Martial Arts Academy, he really should meet them. After all, they still had to pay him, didn't they? I'm free today. Where are we meeting? Yuan Tai Martial Arts Academy? The curator and others have booked a hotel. We'll meet at the Martial Arts Academy first, then go to the hotel for dinner. You don't need to worry about these things. We will provide you with full service throughout the process. In a moment, we will send someone to pick you up and bring you to the martial arts hall. The treatment of a grandmaster is truly different. They even have dedicated staff for transportation. Since they had someone coming to pick him up, he wouldn't need to waste money on a taxi. After all, saving money whenever possible had been his habit for so many years. After changing into formal attire, the academy staff picked him up and took him to the martial arts academy. Upon entering, he was met with a warm welcome from the staff. Compared to his last visit to apply for a card, this time it was a simply enthusiastic welcome. After all, Yi was a grandmaster. Who among them would dare to try and sell him a membership card? Grandmaster Yi, you've arrived. The hall master and the others just stepped out on business, but they will be back soon. The hall master instructed us to take you to his office to rest for a moment. Yi smiled and shook his head. No need for all that trouble. I'll just go up and train by myself for a while. Just let me know when the hall master and the others get back. With Ye's current privileges, there were basically no places within the martial arts hall that he couldn't go. So the staff didn't bother him, allowing him to move freely. Grandmaster Yi. Greetings, Grandmaster Yi. His identity was no secret within the martial arts academy. Don't let his old age fool you. This little old man's strength was extraordinary. Even a young and vigorous high-level warrior master like Feng Biao was insta-killed with a single blow, which showed just how formidable Yi's strength was. In response to everyone's enthusiastic greetings, Yi also replied politely to each one. However, once he arrived at the testing hall again, he finally understood why all those powerful individuals seemed so aloof. It wasn't that they wanted to be aloof, but society forced them to be. He had almost smiled, his face stiff on the way here. There were simply too many people greeting him. Next time, I must be aloof. I absolutely cannot appear to be easily approachable. Greetings, Grandmaster Yi. Hello, hello. Yi instinctively turned to respond. Just after he finished smiling and replying, he remembered what he had just said. He could only give a wry smile, shaking his head repeatedly. Still can't be aloof. He found a deserted, remote corner and looked around, noticing that there were many warrior masters testing today, and they all carried a faint scent of blood. Their eyes were sharp, and a fierce killing intent surged around them. These people were not to be trifled with. They had all emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Little girl, where did these people come from? When the staff member saw it was Yi, he explained respectfully. Grandmaster Yi, it's like this. These people are all from our martial arts hall, but they have been out training with the hall master and vice hall master during this time. They just returned today, so they've all come to test their strength. They're all our own people. After hearing the staff member's explanation, Yi nodded. I understand. Go ahead. Yi didn't pay them much mind. He had only come up to test the changes in his strength during this period. Having condensed the blood spirit, his basic combat power should have soared. A simple test would give him a good idea. However, before he could test, a sinister voice came from behind him. Old man, who told you to come up? Don't you know that this entire floor has been reserved by our martial arts academy today? Sneaking up here so sneakily, you've got some nerve. Yi lowered his raised palm and turned to look at Zhao Lon behind him. This person spoke very arrogantly, his words full of defiance. He glanced briefly at his chest. A silver moon medal, all 3 moons activated a high-level warrior master. Judging purely by strength, he should be superior to Feng Biao.
No wonder he acted so brazenly and dared to speak with such insolence. Within the martial arts academy, besides the head and deputy head, such a strong practitioner could pretty much do as they pleased. If he were just an ordinary old man, he might have really been bullied today.
He could only blame himself for not checking the almanac before leaving home.
If he had checked, he would have known that today was not a good day to offend an old man.
Kid, didn't you see?
Before he could finish his sentence, Yi realized something. No wonder Zhao Long would come looking for trouble with him. He almost forgot that his own badge was being used as a toy by his daughter.
These people had just returned, so they wouldn't know his identity. But it didn't matter if they didn't know his identity, a good beating would make them realize. He still rather enjoyed using a slap to let people know who he was.
Seeing Yi standing there woodenly, Zhao Long became even more furious.
Was this old man ignoring him?
A dignified high-level warrior master was actually being ignored by a little old man.
Old man, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? This isn't a place for trash like you, get out of here right now.
As Zhao Long shouted loudly, the gazes of all the warriors on the same floor turned in their direction. Their eyes were filled with amusement. They didn't take an ordinary old man seriously at all. Moreover, the person the old man had offended was Zhao Long, who was their leader, a high-level warrior master.
How interesting. This is really quite interesting. A smile unconsciously appeared on Ye's lips. Anyone who knew Yi would know that he was angry at this moment. And an angry Yi was quite volatile.
Just as Yi was about to teach Zhao Long a lesson, a young girl suddenly rushed over from the side, took Ye's arm, and apologized profusely to Zhao Long. He was certain that he didn't know this young girl at all.
Mr. Zhao, please don't be angry, please don't be angry. He's my grandfather, and he's a bit confused.
I couldn't leave him alone at home when I came to work, so I brought him here.
You are a person of great magnanimity, please don't hold it against us. I'll take him away now. Feel free to use the equipment here, I've already cleaned it. Come on, Grandpa, let's go. Let's not disturb the adults using the machines here. Come this way, obediently. The young girl pulled Yi away.
Yi didn't resist and obediently followed her, curious to see what this young girl was up to. As for the cursing sounds coming from behind, he'd remember them now and settle the score later. Only after the young girl had pulled Yi to a deserted corner did she let out a sigh of relief.
I say, old man, are you really trying to get yourself killed? Is this a place you should be coming to?
Good thing I reacted quickly, otherwise you'd be in trouble.
Do you know who that is?
Zhao Long, young Master Zhao. Not only is he powerful, but he also has strong connections.
He's a high-level warrior master, and he's the son of the vice director. We can't afford to provoke him. Did you see the bloodstains on them? They're all ruthless killers. We should avoid them if we can. You, old man, should hurry back. Don't let Zhao Long see you again. I can help you once, but I can't help you a second time. Please leave quickly. I still have to clean and earn some living expenses. It wasn't easy to get this job, I can't lose it. This young girl had a pretty good nature. Although her help didn't achieve much, her intention was enough. I can't leave here.
I still have to wait for the curator and several vice curators here. Zhang Manman, who was just about to leave, felt the corner of her mouth twitch slightly upon hearing his words. She looked Yi up and down. Although Yi was fairly good-looking, he was quite a spirited old man. But why was his mind so muddled? What kind of people were the curator and vice curators? Could he just meet them whenever he wanted? Old man, even though we're ordinary people, we shouldn't brag. With our status, can we really be received by the curator and vice curators? Forget about meeting them, you probably don't even know their names or faces, do you? Old man, I'm not trying to put you down, but if you tell me the names of the curator and vice curators, I'll believe you. Zhang Manman's words left Yi completely stunned. Speaking of which, he really didn't know the names of the curator and deputy curator. Although I don't know their names, what I said is indeed the truth. Zhang Manman clearly didn't want to listen to Ye's boasting and was just humoring him.
Alright, old man, everything you say is right. Can't I believe you?
If you don't want to leave, just wait here.
Don't let them see you, otherwise, they'll be heavy-handed and someone might get hurt.
After giving Yi a few words of advice, Zhang Manman prepared to leave.
Just then, Ye's phone rang with an unknown number.
Hey!
Hello, Grandmaster Yi.
On the other end of the phone was a powerful voice, which sounded like an elderly person. But their strength should not be weak.
You are?
Let me introduce myself. I'm Sun Yuan, the curator of Yuan Thai Martial Arts Academy. I just stepped out to handle some matters and kept you waiting. I'm really sorry.
We don't know where you are now. We'll come find you. Yi glanced around.
He knew this was the top floor, but he didn't know which part of the top floor. Little girl, tell him where I am right now.
Zhang Manman took the phone, thinking it was Ye's family on the other end.
You are truly irresponsible, letting an elderly person come to such a dangerous place.
What if something happens?
Rebuked by Zhang Manman, Sun Yuan on the other end of the phone was also a bit confused, unsure what was happening. But soon, she heard Zhang Manman reporting Ye's location. The old gentleman is currently on the 59th floor, but I've brought him to the staff workspace.
It's safer here and won't disturb the adults conducting the tests. You all hurry up and come get the old gentleman. He's very stubborn and refuses to leave. I'm busy with work here and can't stay for too long.
Zhang Manman mumbled for a long time, and when she heard no sound from the other side, her temper worsened.
I said, did you hear me? The old gentleman is with me now, hurry up and take him away. If anything happens to the old gentleman, I won't be responsible.
After a good while, bursts of laughter finally came from the other end of the phone.
What are you laughing at? You didn't intentionally leave the old man here, did you?
What irresponsible family members you are.
Let me tell you, abandonment is a crime.
If you don't take the old man with you, I will report it and file a complaint.
You'll be in trouble then. A smile involuntarily appeared on the corner of Ye's mouth. The other end of the phone laughed even louder. Little girl, do you know who I am? How dare you threaten me?
Hearing the confident voice on the other end of the phone, Zhang Manman's heart skipped a beat. But she quickly composed herself.
Anyway, they didn't know her. I don't care who you are.
Even if the King of Heaven came, if you dare to abandon the old man, I'll still report and complain. Sun Yuan's laughter abruptly stopped. It had been so many years since anyone had talked back to him like that. He didn't expect to be talked back to by a young girl today.
Little girl, I am Sun Yuan. Sun Yuan?
Zhang Manman raised an eyebrow, indicating she had never heard of him.
What about Sun Yuan? Does being Sun Yuan mean you can abandon an elderly family member? Don't say your name is Sun Yuan, even if it were Sun Bian, it wouldn't be allowed. I'm giving you 20 minutes. Get over here quickly, or you'll be waiting to be arrested.
Without giving Sun Yuan a chance to explain, Zhang Manman directly hung up the phone.
Sun Yuan on the other end of the phone was dumbfounded.
Not only had he been talked back to, but now the call had been hung up on him.
But none of that mattered anymore.
They already knew Ye's location, all they had to do was go find him. As for Yi, he was looking at Zhang Manman with a face full of smiles. This must be what they call a newborn calf not fearing a tiger.
Little girl, you are truly amazing. Do you really not know who Sun Yuan is?
Zhang Manman waved her hand dismissively.
What Sun Yuan or Sun Bian? Is his face that big that I have to know him? It's good that you don't know them, very good.
Yi was already prepared to watch the show. When Sun Yuan called him, he had already returned to the Yuan Thai Martial Arts Hall. I'm sure he's already come looking for me by now. He really wanted to see what expression Zhang Manman would have when she saw Sun Yuan later. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Before Yi had to wait too long, a series of greetings echoed from outside. Master, Vice Master. Master, Vice Master. And the voices were getting closer. Hearing their greetings, Zhang Manman opened the door and peeked out. It wasn't a problem not to look, but when she did, she was startled. For some unknown reason, the master and vice master were walking in the direction where the two of them were. If the master saw that she wasn't working, she would lose this job. What to do? What to do? The master and vice master are coming. What should I do? Go, let's hide quickly. We absolutely cannot be discovered. I still rely on this job to live. One must know that the salary at Yuan Tai Martial Arts Academy was top tier in the industry. With good benefits and high pay, she had burned a lot of incense to get in here. If someone discovered she was slacking off here, she would definitely lose her job. In her haste, she could only take Yi to find a place to hide, trying to evade the notice of the hallmaster and the others. However, when she tried to pull Yi, she found that no matter how hard she pulled, Yi remained motionless, as if nailed to the ground. Sir, I'm begging you, please come with me. I really can't lose this job. Yi turned back, gave Zhang Manman a smile, and then followed her to hide. Who says old people can't have a bit of childlike innocence? Let's just play a game of hide and seek with her. The two hid in a corner that wasn't easily discovered. Zhang Manman squatted there, praying and trying to lower her presence, hoping to get past unnoticed. Unfortunately, such a minor trick was completely transparent to Sun Yuan. The vitality emanating from Yi was so dense he could feel it the moment she entered the door. There was no hiding from it. Sun Yuan, along with several deputy chiefs, walked toward Ye's location. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Zhang Manman panicked. She'd been discovered. Her job was on the line. I'm sore. Just as Zhang Manman was about to bow and apologize, she saw Sun Yuan and Ye's hands firmly clasped together. Grandmaster Yi, it's a true honor to meet you in person. At your age, you're not the least bit inferior to the young folks. You're too kind. Yi also smiled amiably at the 60-something-year-old kid before her. His vitality was quite vigorous. He had bronze-colored skin, and although his hair was somewhat white, his eyes were bright and he looked very spirited. The two chatted enthusiastically, like long-lost brothers, showing no sign that this was their first meeting. As for Zhang Manman, standing by the side, she was completely stunned. The person in front of her was indeed the curator, no doubt about it. She cleaned daily and had seen the curator's portrait. But what did the curator just call this old man? Grandmaster Yi. Grandmaster. He was a grandmaster, yet here he was, being dragged around by a young girl like her. Hiss. Zhang Manman unconsciously took a sharp breath. What exactly had she done? Dragging a grandmaster powerhouse to hide in this obscure corner. Wait a minute. And just now, she seemed to have reprimanded someone named Sun Yuan on the phone. Could it be that this Sun Yuan was their curator? Right after the call, the curator arrived and came directly to find them. The more Zhang Manman thought about it, the more she felt it was true. After all, how could such a coincidence happen? A strange chill shot directly from the soles of Zhang Manman's feet to the top of her head. She, an ordinary person, a young girl not even at the level of a warrior, had actually berated the chief of a martial arts hall. What was Sun Yuan's identity? He managed the entire Yuan Tai Martial Arts Academy and was its strongest member. The entire academy had tens of thousands of people, let alone its immense wealth. The most crucial part was that the chief was a great grandmaster powerhouse. A super powerful being capable of tearing fierce beasts apart with his bare hands. If others found out she disrespected the curator, it's estimated that his subordinates would tear her to shreds without him even lifting a finger. As an ordinary person, no one would care about her life or death. Zhang Manman was trembling all over. She was no longer worried about keeping her job. She was worried about whether she would still be alive in a moment. Little girl. After a brief chat with Yi, Sun Yuan's gaze slowly shifted to Zhang Manman. He had a deep impression of this young girl. Not only did she dare to scold him, but she also dared to hang up on him. In all these years, Zhang Manman was the only one who had done so. Zhang Manman stood there, bent at the waist, not daring to look up, cold sweat unconsciously dripping from her forehead. This girl is good, I like her very much. Sun Yuan had originally planned to say a few words, but since Yi had spoken up, he certainly had to show Yi some respect. Anyway, they were just a couple of innocuous words that wouldn't affect anything.
Little girl, you're really lucky. Since our 5th deputy curator has personally spoken, we'll let bygones be bygones today.
But in the future, you must rein in your temper, otherwise, you might accidentally cause big trouble for your master.
Zhang Manman froze for a moment, lifted her head to glance at Yi, and met Yi's smiling eyes. Old master, you.
Zhang Manman wasn't a fool. She naturally understood the meaning behind Yi's words. She was just an ordinary person who had offended a great grandmaster. She was bound to face some punishment, at the very least losing her job. But now, because of a single sentence from Yi, she was suddenly on the fast track to success. Previously, the Martial Arts Academy only had 4 deputy curators, and they all had their own power bases. Only Yi, this newly promoted Grandmaster powerhouse, had no resources or connections to speak of. And she, seizing this opportunity, had just become the first confidant under Yi's command. A Grandmaster's confidant. Even though she was just an ordinary person, with this status alone, no one would dare to offend her. Most importantly, the salary would be higher, and if he was willing to offer her some guidance, it wouldn't be impossible for her to become a warrior. Inside, the atmosphere was peaceful, while those waiting outside were somewhat anxious. Each one wanted to peek inside, but fearing punishment from Sun Yuan, they suppressed their inner curiosity.
What's going on? What happened to warrant such a grand display?
The head curator and all 4 vice curators are here. A little birdie told me that our martial arts hall has a new grandmaster powerhouse. The chief and the others came to welcome them and have even established a 5th deputy chief position. Zhao Long, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow and looked at them with dissatisfaction.
Why are you only telling me now? Couldn't you have informed me in advance?
Such a major event as adding a deputy chief, and I was completely unaware.
Go, fetch my Grandmaster level ferocious beast blood essence.
I'll present it to our 5th deputy chief later. Hearing that Zhao Long was going to bring the Grandmaster level ferocious beast blood essence for Yi, everyone was slightly taken aback.
Boss, that's Grandmaster level beast blood. Are you sure you want to give it away?
Something worth 30 million, just given away as a favor, this.
Zhao Long glared at everyone in annoyance. They simply didn't understand what a 5th vice curator represented. Just get it when I tell you to get it. Don't talk so much nonsense. If I'm willing to part with it, what's there for you to be reluctant about? Grandmaster level beast blood is tempting even to Grandmaster level powerhouses. I refuse to believe he can turn it down. After watching his subordinates leave, a smile unconsciously appeared on Zhao Long's face. His father was the most powerful of the vice directors, a high-level grandmaster. In the Yuantai Martial Arts Hall, he was second only to one and above tens of thousands, controlling half of the martial arts hall's cultivation resources. Apart from the 2nd vice curator, who belonged to the head curator, everyone else was on good terms with their family. If they could recruit Yi to their family's side, then their status in the Martial Arts Academy would rise to another level. By then, even if the head curator wanted to act against their family, he would have to think twice. As soon as he thought of this, the smile on Zhao Long's face became even brighter. However, when he saw Yi walking out from inside with the director and the others, the smile on his face froze, and his eyes filled with disbelief. An illusion, it must be an illusion. Zhao Long rubbed his eyes hard. He couldn't quite believe what he was seeing. The old man he had previously driven away was actually chatting and laughing with the head curator, walking side by side as if they were brothers. In this situation, even a fool would understand. This old man was a Grandmaster level powerhouse, and also the 5th vice director of their martial arts hall. They were actually still thinking about currying favor with Yi, little knowing that they had already offended him to the point of no return. Yi felt Zhao Long's scorching gaze from a great distance. This kid is still here, perfect, now we can properly settle the score from earlier. He also noticed that the curator was surprisingly enthusiastic towards him. Wherever there are people, there is a world of conflict. Yi naturally understood what Sun Yuan meant. From the moment they entered, Yi could tell. The director and the 5 vice directors, although all appearing enthusiastic on the surface, were actually divided into 2 factions.
Among these vice curators, only one was close to the curator. The other three were led by Zhao Shanhai, which probably explains why Zhao Long dared to be so arrogant in Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Academy. Between the director and a vice director, Yi naturally knew how to choose. If it hadn't been for Zhao Long, he might have chosen not to take a side. But now, he wanted to play around and, incidentally, vent some anger for himself. Curator, does our martial arts academy also have contracting services? Sun Yuan glanced at Yi, then at Zhao Long, who guiltily lowered his head, and naturally understood everything. They were all old foxes, they didn't even need to make eye contact to grasp the meaning. What exclusive service? Our martial arts hall treats everyone equally. Whether it's an ordinary person or a great grandmaster, anyone who enters our hall can use the testing machines just the same. Is that so? Yi put on a look of sudden realization. I thought I was in the wrong, turns out our martial arts academy doesn't have any contracting business. So why, when I came up to test my strength just now, did that kid over there tell me they had contracted the equipment here and then told me to get lost? I thought someone else had contracted it, and I was in the wrong, so I gave way. I gave way out of respect for the curator and the rules of Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Academy. Since the director says there's no such rule, then what about this matter of a junior warrior master publicly insulting me, a grandmaster? Originally, this was a small matter to them. But if one really wanted to make an issue of it, it could be blown up into a big deal. Especially since the person who caused trouble this time was Zhao Long. Having finally caught this opportunity, he had to blow things up. What? Someone dares to do such a thing in the martial arts hall, and publicly insult a grandmaster at that? Are they looking to die? Sun Yuan's loud shout startled everyone. They didn't even look at Sun Yuan, fearing they'd be noticed. The show of force was complete now, it was time to resolve the matter. However, killing him was definitely not an option. After all, Zhao Long was a high-level warrior master, and his strength was still commendable. Moreover, his father was a high-level grandmaster, someone it wasn't wise to offend too deeply. Grandmaster Yi, although this subordinate of ours was impudent, he is still one of our martial arts hall's people. A small punishment will suffice, please don't take his life. He still had to give face to the curator. He nodded to show he understood, then took a step forward and beckoned to Zhao Long. Little fellow, are you going to come out on your own, or should I personally drag you out? Although Ye's voice wasn't loud, it was clear enough for everyone present to hear. The scene was quiet, but everyone's gaze unconsciously drifted towards Zhao Long. Zhao Long's face was very grim, his expression involuntarily darkening. He hadn't expected Yi to show him so little respect. So what if he was a grandmaster? His father was a high-level grandmaster, with the potential to break through to great grandmaster in the future. At Ye's age, his future achievements were already set. What right did he have to be so bold? He'd already offended him anyway, so he wouldn't be able to win him over to his side. Thinking this, Zhao Long haughtily walked out from the crowd. I wonder what instructions the vice curator has. Even at this point, Zhao Long still maintained this attitude, which showed how unshakable his father's position in the martial arts hall was. The curator, watching Zhao Long, also looked displeased. However, now was not the right time to move against them. After all, they were still the backbone of the martial arts hall, and if they defected to another hall, it would be a significant blow to their own. Young man, do you know what it means for insubordination to be an unforgivable crime? The expression on Ye's face didn't change at all, but anyone could hear the iciness in his words. If Zhao Long were to obediently lower his head and apologize now, you might, for his father's sake, give him a light punishment and let it go. But judging by Zhao Long's appearance, he didn't seem to recognize his mistake at all. A mere high-level warrior master was actually acting high and mighty in front of a grandmaster. Those who didn't know better would have thought he was the grandmaster. Subordinates defying superiors, unforgivable? Then how does Deputy Curator intend to handle it? Kneel. The aura from Ye's body suddenly exploded, pressing down on Zhao Long beside him. That overwhelming aura instantly enveloped Zhao Long. Zhao Long had originally thought that with his strength as a high-level warrior master, he could withstand a couple of moves from Yi. But when Ye's aura bore down on him, he realized he had been thinking too much. The power of a grandmaster was this terrifying. Under Ye's continuous pressure, Zhao Long's knees slowly began to buckle. If this continued, Zhao Long would soon be forced to kneel on the ground in humiliation.
Friend, that's enough.
Seeing Zhao Long being bullied like this, how could Zhao Shanglong, Zhao Long's father, tolerate it? He had spoiled his son rotten, and even he himself couldn't bear to make Zhao Long kneel.
What right did Ji have to make him kneel and apologize?
The vitality in his body surged wildly, and his aura erupted, directly cancelling out Ye's. This allowed the pressure on Zhao Long to lighten. Zhao Long also took the opportunity to move behind Zhao Shanglong.
With his father present, he wasn't afraid of Yi at all.
Friend, although my son was in the wrong, and you can teach him a lesson, you cannot humiliate him.
No one is qualified to make my son kneel, understand?
Yi knew that Zhao Shanglong wouldn't just stand by and watch Zhao Long kneel.
He had waited a long time and finally saw him make a move.
Faced with Zhao Shanglong's threat, Yi chose to ignore it completely.
Then why don't you tell me, Deputy Chief Zhao? Teach me how I should educate them.
Yi looked at Zhao Shanglong with a smile, waiting for him to offer a suitable solution. Having him copy the martial arts hall's rules and regulations once will be enough. As expected of a loving father copying rules and regulations, this kind of thing probably wouldn't even require Zhao Long to do it himself.
Many subordinates would be willing to do it for him. Is that so? Man, you'll also copy the rules and regulations later.
Ah. Oh. Although she was an ordinary person, she still had the necessary intelligence. She understood with just one look from Yi. She stood behind Yi. After all, she was just an ordinary person. What if Zhao Shanglong decided to snuff her out? You old geezer, get out.
Is this a place you can come to? Don't you know we've booked the whole place?
You old fool, if you dare come at me again, I'll break your damn legs.
A smile unconsciously appeared on Ye's face. This little girl understood him.
Under the repeated scoldings, Zhao Shanglong's face turned ugly, and the killing intent on him began to spread wildly.
What did you say?
The fierce glare made Zhang Man very scared. But the thought that she was one of Ye's people and couldn't bring him shame made her hold her chin high, ignoring Zhao Shanglong's threat.
You're asking for death.
Just as Zhao Shanglong was about to make a move, Yi took a step forward, directly blocking his path.
What, Vice Curator Zhao, what are you trying to do?
I've already punished her by making her copy the regulations. What else do you want to do to her?
I don't allow others to discipline my people.
The tension in the air was palpable, and the two were at loggerheads, neither willing to back down an inch.
Seemingly sensing the tense atmosphere, the two vice curators following Zhao Shanglong stepped forward to mediate. We're all one family, let's calm down. Everyone will have to work together in the future, so don't make it so awkward. Grandmaster Yi, you too. You're a Grandmaster level expert, after all. There's no need to be so petty, is there? Let's just drop the matter today and not let our subordinates see us as a joke.
Yes, calm down, you're both getting on in years, anger hurts the body, besides, little Long has already recognized his mistake, so don't dwell on it, just give us some face, alright? These two were clearly on Zhao Shanglong's side. Listening to their words, it sounded like they were mediating the conflict between the two. But upon closer reflection, one could hear that they were subtly implying he lacked the magnanimity of a grandmaster. Grandmaster's bearing. What was the use of that stuff? A warrior master had offended him, and not slapping him to death on the spot was already showing great restraint. And now he had to listen to their lectures? Did he become a grandmaster just to be lectured by others? What are they even? Did I ask you to speak? If you can't talk, shut up. Besides, who are you? Do I know you? You have no face at all, get lost. Offending one is offending three is also offending. Making himself happy is the ultimate goal, it's all about having a clear mind. Being cursed by Yi like this, the expressions of the remaining two men also turned sour. They wanted to say something, but for a moment, they didn't know what to say. It was clear that Yi was a troublemaker who wouldn't give them any so-called face.
Whoever made him unhappy, he would deal with. They had only stood up and said a few words, and Yi had already chewed them out. If they continued, there was no telling what else Yi might say. Unfortunately, they had ultimately underestimated Ye's explosive temper, especially since this was all with Sun Yuan's tacit approval. He had to show that he had enough value to exchange for more benefits. Vice Curator Zhao, if you're incapable of teaching, I don't mind helping you discipline him properly. It's not shameful to be incompetent and ask others to help you educate. With that said, Yi suddenly burst forth at 20 times his normal speed, leaving only an afterimage in the air. No one expected Yi to make a move at this moment, especially right in front of Zhao Shanglong. By the time they reacted, Yi had already reached Zhao Long's side. How dare you! The moment he came to his senses, Zhao Shanglong tried to stop Ye's actions. Unfortunately, Ye's leg was already raised. The terrifying force tore through the air, creating a series of sonic booms. Zhao Long froze in place, not knowing what to do for a moment. His mind had clearly reacted, but his body remained unable to move. Boom! With a loud crash, Ye's leg landed squarely on Zhao Long. Like a launched cannonball, with a loud bang, he was sent flying 7 or 8 meters away, slamming heavily into the wall. One must know that the inner walls of this floor were made of special materials ordinary people couldn't even leave a mark on them. Zhao Long, struck by Ye's kick, was sent flying and embedded directly into the wall. Tragic, utterly tragic. It was impossible to tell how many bones were broken, but he had already fallen into a coma. At least he couldn't feel the pain, which could be considered another kind of mercy from Yi. Seeing his son's pathetic state, Zhao Shenglong instantly transformed into a furious beast. Now, his mind was consumed by a single thought: revenge. He had to kill Yi and avenge his son. You're courting death, you truly are courting death. Go to hell! Zhao Shenglong lunged forward, the full power of a high-level grandmaster on display. His fists danced wildly, pressing down on Yi. The power of a high-level grandmaster was still something to be reckoned with. Had it been the old him, he might have truly been unable to handle such an attack. But at this moment, he had completed his transformation, and the power of lightning was subtly brewing in his palm. As soon as Zhao Shenglong came closer, he would give him a good lesson. Educating the son, then educating the father, could be considered seeing a good deed through to the end. Stop! The moment Zhao Shenglong made his move, Sun Yuan reacted faster than anyone else, his aura erupting fiercely. How could he possibly stand by and watch 2 grandmaster experts come to blows here? His feet floated, and he instantly appeared beside Zhao Shenglong, pressing down on Zhao Shenglong's shoulder with one hand. With a gentle push, the ground beneath them sank. Unable to move, his body was directly trapped. Sun Yuan, are you really going to stop me? At this moment, Zhao Shenglong had lost his mind, completely disregarding the title of Academy Master or anything else, his crimson eyes fixed on Sun Yuan. There must be no chaos within the martial arts gym. If you fight amongst yourselves, others will laugh at us. Although Grandmaster Ye's actions were a bit heavy-handed, Zhao Long was in the wrong. The dignity of a Grandmaster cannot be challenged. Since he did it, he must take responsibility for it. However, Grandmaster Yi, you were too forceful and damaged the martial hall's wall. You will be fined 6 months' salary. Let's just call this matter even, a 50-50 split. Zhao Shenglong laughed, a wild, unrestrained laugh, and even his gaze towards Sun Yuan was filled with hatred. A 50-50 split? A 50-50 split. My son is already like this, and he only gets half a year's salary deducted? You're playing favorites, I don't accept it. Sun Yuan had already given him a solution, yet he was still dissatisfied. This kid was getting more and more arrogant, not even giving his gym owner any respect. But now was not the time to completely fall out with him. Then what do you intend to do? Zhao Shenglong glared at Yi with a ferocious expression. If he could, he would have killed Yi on the spot. Of course, he knew it was impossible with Sun Yuan present, he absolutely could not kill anyone. Whatever pain my son suffers, he must suffer the same pain. And he must kneel before my son and apologize. Upon hearing Zhao Shenglong's words, Yi laughed,
while Sun Yuan's face darkened.
Forcing a Grandmaster expert to kneel and apologize?
Such a thing was impossible. You would rather fight him to the death than kneel and apologize.
Presumptuous. A Grandmaster's honor cannot be insulted.
Zhao Shenglong knew that Sun Yuan would not agree. The reason he made so many demands was simply to stall for time. Taking advantage of the moment Sun Yuan's guard dropped, a burst of violent power suddenly surged from Zhao Shenglong's body. Caught off guard, Sun Yuan's hand was actually broken free from his grasp. After breaking free, Zhao Shenglong didn't hesitate for a moment, charging straight towards Yi. This time, he was full of confidence, determined to kill Yi on the spot.
Old man, die!
Zhao Shenglong struck out in fury, his muscles bulging. Even from a distance, one could hear the sound of his vitality coursing through his body.
Like waves crashing against a hill, it emitted roars.
He gathered all his strength, concentrating it into his fist, intending to deliver a fatal blow to Yi.
Divine Dragon Fist.
Faintly, one could hear a dragon's roar, air coiled around his fist, adhering to his forearm, and a faint dragon shadow appeared.
His ferocious face looked as if it wanted to devour Yi whole.
Striking in a rage, he surpassed his peak, even feeling as if he had taken another step closer to becoming a great grandmaster. He was just a junior grandmaster with 120,000 combat power. There was no way he could be his opponent. And Yi had been cautiously guarding against him from the very beginning. So, the moment Zhao Shenglong made his move, Yi also mobilized all the strength in his body, the vitality within him surging wildly.
If Zhao Shenglong's vitality was a torrential wave, then Yi's was a deep-sea undercurrent. More dangerous, more lethal. ZZZ. ZZZ. Lightning was already surging in his palm.
Originally, Sun Yuan was prepared to step in and block Zhao Shenglong. With his speed, he could have completely intercepted him before he reached Yi.
Now, he gave up.
His gaze was fixed tightly on Yi, as if trying to see right through him. But the more he looked, the more mysterious Yi seemed, completely inscrutable.
What junior grandmaster? Bullshit. Which grandmaster's vitality could carry an attribute, and an extremely rare one like lightning power at that?
With Yi's strength, he didn't need his help at all. He could easily take care of Zhao Shenglong. He could only hope that Yi would show mercy and not beat Zhao Shenglong to death. Of course, all of this was for Yi to decide. He had no right to interfere. Even a grandmaster could not provoke the dignity of a great grandmaster. After gathering his power, Yi went all out, fully charging the sonic wave palm.
First layer, activate.
10 times the terrifying power swirled in his palm, but it wasn't enough.
Second layer, activate.
20 times the terrifying power gathered again. His palm had taken on an inexplicable purple hue, and the power of lightning had filled his forearm.
Not enough, not enough, keep going.
Third layer.
30 times the power.
This was his current limit, but it was more than enough to deal with a senior grandmaster. Under the 30-fold amplification, the power within his body could no longer be contained, and a terrifying aura swept through the entire 59th floor.
The seemingly indestructible floor couldn't withstand Yi's power and shattered completely. This was the first time Yi had clearly perceived how immense the power of a 30-fold amplification was. He had long since surpassed a junior grandmaster with a combat power of 100,000. Even intermediate grandmasters, senior grandmasters, and peak grandmasters couldn't stop him. His current combat power had likely already broken through 1,000,000, stepping into the ranks of great grandmasters. Roughly estimated, under the 30-fold power amplification, he should possess around 1.5 million combat power. His base combat power was approximately 50,000. It was enough.
Yi had finished accumulating power. In that split second, Zhao Shenglong had no time to react at all.
Get lost!
Yi roared, aimed precisely at the direction of Zhao Shenglong's attack, and slapped out with a palm that was fast, accurate, and ruthless. One palm to decide the universe, one palm to break all laws. Among the thousands of techniques in the world, my big slap is the fastest to take effect.
The palm struck with overwhelming force, like entering an uninhabited land. Slap!
A crisp, loud slap echoed as Yi, moving last but arriving first, struck Zhao Shenglong directly across the face. It was only because killing was forbidden here that Yi had held back slightly. Otherwise, that slap would have been enough to shatter his head. After taking his slap head-on, Zhao Shenglong's cheek twisted rapidly, his teeth knocked out by the force of the blow. The remaining force destroyed the power Zhao Shenglong had gathered, then carried his body, sending him tumbling through the air.
Boom! A tremendous crash. Zhao Shenglong, along with Zhao Long, was embedded in the wall.
The whole family, neat and orderly, spitting blood, unconscious, embedded in the wall, looking like human specimens. Only after he had slammed Zhao Shenglong into the wall, seemingly stuck there, did Ji slowly withdraw his hand. The aura around him instantly dissipated, returning him to his previous harmless, neighborhood grandpa appearance. As if the person who had just made the move wasn't him. Everyone around was dumbfounded. Whether they were warriors, warrior masters, or grandmasters, they all stared with mouths agape, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. The two deputy directors who had just joined Zhao Shenglong in accusing Yi now felt a slight twitching pain in their own faces. Even though they weren't the ones who had been hit, they felt an inexplicable sense of pain.
Yi paid them no mind.
He had a score to settle, and his target was only Zhao Shenglong. Although the slap was vicious, it wasn't enough to kill him. An advanced grandmaster was no joke. The defensive capabilities of their skin were maxed out. With his hands behind his back, he walked step by step toward Zhao Shenglong. No one dared to stop him. In fact, they unconsciously parted to make way. He continued until he was standing right next to Zhao Shenglong. Hearing the commotion, Zhao Shenglong endured the intense pain racking his body and slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with terror. Only after taking a direct slap from Yi did he realize just how ridiculously wrong he had been. The old man before him was no junior grandmaster, he was clearly a grandmaster. There was still a surge of lightning power within him, constantly damaging his body. Only attacks from a powerhouse at the grandmaster level would carry the power of an attribute. You're a grandmaster. Zhao Shenglong uttered these two words with difficulty. Though his voice was not loud, everyone present heard Zhao Shenglong's words. A grandmaster. The old man they had looked down upon was actually a grandmaster powerhouse. The second grandmaster powerhouse after the dojo master. No wonder even Zhao Shenglong, a senior grandmaster, was beaten so miserably. If it was a grandmaster powerhouse, then everything made sense. It was very likely that Yi had even shown mercy. The gap between a grandmaster and a senior grandmaster was enormous. A single slap could definitely kill a senior grandmaster, as easily as swatting an ant. Yi stood there, quietly looking at Zhao Shenglong embedded in the wall. He flexed his palm, then searched for a suitable angle. Although his expression hadn't changed, Zhao Shenglong saw a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Yi was going to kill him, truly going to kill him, without any regard for his status. What are you going to do? He could no longer be bothered by the pain in his body. His eyes were filled with pure terror. Ye's face was devoid of expression as he spoke faintly. Didn't you just say you were going to cripple me and then make me kneel and apologize? Naturally, I must satisfy your request. Wouldn't you agree? Yi had already raised his palm, and power was continuously gathering in his hand. The power of lightning kept spreading. Zhao Shenglong was already barely clinging to life. If he took another slap, his life would definitely be over. No. Don't. Dojo master, save me. The corner of Ye's mouth curled up slightly as he swung his palm towards Zhao Shenglong. It's over. Zhao Shenglong had no power to resist, closed his eyes, and quietly waited for death to come. But he waited for a long time and didn't feel any pain. Just as Ye's slap was about to land, Sun Yuan made his move. Although he could watch Yi injure Zhao Shenglong after all, that was the punishment for provoking a grandmaster. But he couldn't watch Zhao Shenglong be killed like this. A senior grandmaster was still a top-tier combat force. Boom! A contest between lightning and wind. Wind palm's speed and attack power are far inferior to lightning, let alone this kind of head-on clash. Although he ultimately managed to dissipate Ye's power, his palm still felt a scorched, searing pain.
His defense had been directly broken by Yi. So strong.
Seeing that Yi was about to strike again, Sun Yuan spoke once more to stop him.
Grandmaster Yi, no, Great Grandmaster Yi, don't attack.
Please listen to me first, I implore you not to act. Taking that one blow had already injured him. If he took another, he would be seriously injured. He certainly wouldn't let himself get hurt because of Zhao Shanglong. If persuasion could be done with words, it would be best to use words. One must give face to the hall master, Yi thought, glancing faintly at Sun Yuan.
Hall master, is there something you need?
Ye's indifferent gaze, devoid of any emotion, was enough to make even Sun Yuan's hair stand on end. He had originally just wanted to use Ye's hand to teach Zhao Shanglong a lesson, but he never expected Yi to be so ruthless, ready to kill at the slightest disagreement. Grandmaster Yi, we're all on the same side, all on the same side.
Just teaching him a lesson is fine, let's not resort to killing.
Yi glanced faintly at Sun Yuan, saying nothing, just staring straight at him. Grandmaster Yi, give the younger generation a chance. It's inevitable for people to make mistakes, and it hasn't been easy for them to cultivate to this point.
Please be the bigger person and let them off the hook.
Yi just stared at him, making his skin crawl.
He was clearly an elementary grandmaster himself, so how could his presence be so much weaker than Ye's? He was even starting to doubt if he was a match for Yi. Yi still didn't speak, but he also didn't make a move.
Sun Yuan knew that they had all lost this time. He had wanted to use Yi as a pawn to successfully suppress Zhao Shenglong's faction, but in doing so, he had also given Yi an opportunity. If Yi were only a grandmaster, he wouldn't be in this position, being manipulated by him. But who could have guessed that Yi was actually a powerhouse at the grandmaster level? Using a grandmaster as a pawn, how could Ye's wrath be appeased without a significant bloodletting? He had lost, Zhao Shanglong was injured, and Yi had won twice over. What kind of situation was this? Sun Yuan was inwardly complaining bitterly, but he dared not show it on his face. He had to try his best to take the responsibility upon himself, otherwise, if he really killed the Zhao father and son, the loss would be immense.
Grandmaster Yi, Brother Yi, please, give me some face, won't you? This time it's my fault.
I failed to teach properly, which led to today's events.
How about we discuss this privately?
There are too many people here, and if word gets out, it won't be good for our martial arts academy's reputation.
Brother, I beg you, please give me some face. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer.
A man in his 60s, a little old man, was here begging humbly. What else could Yi say?
He couldn't afford to completely offend Sun Yuan.
When it was appropriate to show respect, he had to give some face.
You handle things here. I'm very low-key, I don't like to show off.
He understood Ye's low-key nature.
If he weren't low-key, how could such an incredible grandmaster be completely unknown?
Don't worry, brother, not a single word of your news will get out. Man, take Brother Yi to my office to rest. Only after watching Zhang Man lead Yi away did Sun Yuan finally relax completely. Fortunately, Yi had shown him, the hall master, some courtesy. If he hadn't, Sun Yuan would have had no choice but to abandon the Zhao father and son. Although one of them was a high-level grandmaster and the other a high-level martial master, compared to Yi, they were far too inferior. Their value was nowhere near that of a single Yi. Don't be fooled by the fact that a high-level grandmaster is only one step away from becoming a great grandmaster. Many people can never cross that step in their entire lives. A powerhouse like a great grandmaster was a figure of consequence, with a voice that mattered, anywhere in the world. Not to mention in a small city like Hai, where there were only a handful of grandmasters. One could only imagine Ye's status. Once he was locked into their martial arts hall, the overall strength of their hall would take a huge leap forward. Before, they were competing with Haifeng Martial Arts Academy for the position of the second best academy. Now, there's no need for competition at all. Their overall strength has already surpassed that of the Haifeng Martial Arts Hall, putting them on par with the first martial arts hall. With the appeal of two grandmaster powerhouses, the subsequent recruitment drive would be much smoother, and more strong individuals would join. The expansion that hadn't been completed for so many years might very well be achieved due to Ye's addition. Thinking of this, a hint of disgust appeared in Sun Yuan's eyes as he looked at Zhao Shanglong. As for Zhao Shanglong, he no longer had time to think about these things. He just wanted to express his gratitude to Sun Yuan. Ye's actions just now had terrified him. If Sun Yuan hadn't stopped him in time, he and his son might have been sent on their way to the afterlife on the same day. Master of the martial arts hall, I can't thank you enough for saving my life. I will definitely dedicate myself to the martial arts hall from now on. Although they had provoked Yi and suffered a huge loss, to be able to completely win over a high-level grandmaster and a high-level warrior master, this deal wasn't entirely a loss. Of course, a good scolding was still in order. I told you to keep him in line, but you wouldn't listen. Now look, you've offended a powerful grandmaster. He only showed me a little respect otherwise, even if you were killed today, I wouldn't have been able to save you. Hand over everything you obtained this time. A grandmaster's anger needs to be appeased. If your things are gone, you can earn more. But if a grandmaster's anger isn't appeased, it's a sword hanging over your heads, ready to fall at any moment. Sun Yuan spoke very gravely, but Zhao Shenglong was already too overwhelmed to care about these details. They couldn't afford to provoke a grandmaster. Let alone handing over everything they got this time, even if it meant surrendering everything they owned, he wouldn't say a word. With life, everything exists. Without life, nothing remains. Alright, Master of the Hall, I'll do whatever you say, I have no objections. Seeing Zhao Shanglong cooperate obediently, Sun Yuan's anger subsided considerably. Remember this, nothing that happened today is to be leaked, especially anything concerning Grandmaster Yi. If word about Grandmaster Yi gets out, you will bear the consequences. They wouldn't dare to casually spread news about a powerful Grandmaster. Besides, with the Yuantai Martial Arts Hall's influence, if word got out, they could easily be traced. If a Grandmaster had his sights on you, your life was as good as forfeit. Send Deputy Curator Zhao for treatment. Watching Zhao Shenglong's miserable state after being beaten, Sun Yuan just shook his head helplessly. One slap directly beat someone into such a state Zhao Shenglong wouldn't recover for at least 10 days to half a month. Bringing the remaining 3 Vice Hall Masters with him, he made his way to the office. Upon seeing Yi, Sun Yuan's face was wreathed in smiles. The 2 Grandmasters who had just targeted Yi alongside Zhao Shenglong had even more fawning smiles. They were terrified that Yi would hold a grudge against them for what had just happened. The 2 of them couldn't even defeat Zhao Shenglong, let alone Yi. Sun Yuan was furious at their subservient behavior. If it weren't for the fact that they had some strength and were useful to the martial arts hall, he would have kicked them out long ago. They were grandmasters who didn't act like grandmasters at all, fawning over the powerful, bullying the weak, and fearing the strong. Stop grinning. Have you arranged the hotel I asked you to? Grandmaster Yi just arrived. Don't disgrace the martial arts hall. Don't worry, curator, everything has been arranged. The most luxurious hotel, the top-tier treatment. We can take our seats as soon as we arrive. For a powerful figure of the Grandmaster level, the treatment naturally had to be the best. Still having some sense, Sun Yuan waved his hand, signaling them to leave and make the arrangements. As for him and Yi, they needed to have a good, long chat to build their relationship. Brother Yi, the previous incident was an oversight by the Martial Arts Academy. Please don't take it to heart. We will surely satisfy you with subsequent compensation. After the father and son recover, I will have them personally apologize to you. He had to adopt a humble attitude and give Yi absolutely no excuse to leave the martial arts hall. If Yi were to join the Haifeng Martial Arts Hall, the Yuantai Martial Arts Hall would become the biggest joke in the industry. Brother, just treat this place as your own home. There's no need to be polite at all, we're all family. Yi was all too familiar with empty promises. He just smiled at Sun Yuan's words and didn't pay much attention. How could they possibly keep him with just empty promises? Was a grandmaster's dignity so worthless? Seeing Yi unmoved, Sun Yuan knew that Yi was about to make an exorbitant demand. He sighed silently, then, with a pained expression, took out an exquisite jade bottle from his robes. The few drops of blood clearly visible in the jade bottle were very active, as if they possess life. Looking at the jade bottle in his hand, Sun Yuan's heart ached beyond words. This was the only one he had, and now he had to hand it over to Yi. Yi raised an eyebrow at Sun Yuan, then reached out and snatched it.
What is this?
Although he was extremely reluctant, it was now in Ye's hands, and he had no face to ask for it back.
The blood essence of a Grandmaster-level beast, an iron-skinned ape.
The blood essence of a Grandmaster-level beast is already extremely rare, let alone the blood essence of an iron-skinned ape.
That's even more precious.
This small bottle of essence blood has already sold for 100 million, and it's something that is valuable but unavailable on the market.
I had to ask people and pull strings to get it.
This thing could sell for at least 150 million on the black market. Yi had never encountered a Grandmaster before, let alone known that the blood essence of a Grandmaster-level beast would be so expensive. Originally, he just wanted a few million in compensation, but he didn't expect Sun Yuan to give him such a big surprise. Opening the jade bottle, a rich vitality power burst forth. The life force emanating from within was enough to prove how powerful it had been in life.
How do I consume this? Hearing Ye's words, Sun Yuan was taken aback for a moment.
Brother, you don't know the use of iron-skinned ape blood essence?
Yi looked up.
Seeing the trace of stubborn confusion in Ye's eyes, Sun Yuan knew that he truly didn't understand the wondrous uses of iron-skinned ape blood essence.
If it were the blood essence of an ordinary beast, you would indeed need to consume it to enhance your vitality. However, the Ironhide ape's fierce beast essence blood is different from others, which is why the Ironhide ape's fierce beast essence blood has always been valuable but unavailable on the market.
Iron-skinned ape blood essence can be consumed, but its effect is not as good as smearing the blood essence all over your body. By absorbing the power in the blood essence through skin contact, you can not only effectively increase the vitality within you but also strengthen your body.
This is an effect that other fierce beast essence blood cannot achieve. Of course, the process is extremely painful.
Only those who can endure pain beyond what ordinary people can bear can use it, and generally, only Grandmaster experts would do so. Yi dipped a bit of the blood essence and smeared it on his body, then began a rapid deduction based on its effects. Although he couldn't immediately calculate exactly how much it could help him grow, he knew that this bottle of essence blood would be of great help to him. Most importantly, this bottle of essence blood was incredibly valuable, worth between 100 million and 150 million.
Curator, this is too precious. I cannot accept it. He put the lid back on, intending to return the Ironhide ape's essence blood.
However, Sun Yuan had no intention of taking it back. He never took back anything he had given away. Brother, though these items are precious, they are far less beneficial than what you bring to the martial arts academy. A Grandmaster expert is enough to elevate the martial arts hall to a new level. To be blunt, I plan to use this bottle of blood essence to win you over and bind you completely to the Yuantai Martial Arts Hall ship.
As a newcomer, wouldn't it be rude for the Academy Master not to offer a welcome gift?
Sun Yuan spoke with genuine sincerity. Sincerity is the ultimate killer move.
All talk about pleading for Zhao Shenglong and his son was false. He didn't need to at all.
His true purpose was to rope Yi in, tying him down for good. Otherwise, why would he pay such a heavy price?
Brother, if you don't accept it, you're looking down on me and not giving me face. Or are you saying you never wanted to join our martial arts academy from the start?
Looking at Sun Yuan's sincere and earnest expression, Yi could only sigh helplessly. Since the academy master had said so, if he refused again, it would truly be disrespectful.
Moreover, the Yuante Martial Arts Academy was quite good, even if there were always those two troublemakers.
But at least the academy master made him feel comfortable.
We're all on the same team, Academy Master, why the fuss? These things are so precious, I feel awkward accepting them. Alright, if I don't accept, I guess you won't be at ease, Academy Master.
So I'll accept your good intentions. From now on, let's work together to make the Martial Arts Academy bigger and stronger, and create new glories.
You're right, brother, you should accept it. We're all family, don't be so polite.
With some back and forth and a bit of pushing and pulling, amidst repeated assurances of being one of their own, Yi pocketed the blood essence. The two old foxes had calculating looks in their eyes, but in the end, they reached a very tacit understanding and balance. And the moment Yi accepted it, he was marked as belonging to the Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Hall. From this moment on, the Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Hall possessed two Grandmaster experts. From now on, Sun Yuan could also contend with the first martial arts academy. The reason they acted so unscrupulously and recklessly in Haicheng was precisely because they had two Grandmaster experts, wasn't it? Now, their Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Hall had them too, and one of them was a Grandmaster who wielded the power of lightning, with combat strength far greater than that of an ordinary Grandmaster. Thinking about it that way, it seems giving away the Iron Ape's essence blood isn't much of a loss. I might even make a profit. With that thought, a wide smile spread across Sun Yuan's face. Brother, about this news of a Grandmaster, as you know, to raise the martial arts hall's prestige, we need to let people know. So, if you take someone else's things, you must bear the obligations you should. Okay, go ahead and publicize it. With those words from Yi, Sun Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He had been afraid that Yi would not agree to publicize his identity. Although the martial arts hall had gained another Grandmaster expert, if it wasn't publicized, no one would know, and its prestige and status wouldn't rise much. But this was, after all, a personal matter, and any publicity required Yi's consent. Man, right? Go and announce that our martial arts hall has a new Grandmaster expert. Also, contact the official media in Haicheng and spread the news everywhere. Normally, such a task would never fall to Zhang Man. It would be best to do Yi a favor and let her handle this matter. Zhang Man hadn't expected to suddenly become so important. It was just a well-intentioned word of advice to Yi, and then things turned out like this. Only after hearing the Academy Master personally assign her the task did she react. Congratulations, Master. The dojo has gained a great Grandmaster, taking our dojo to the next level. After offering her congratulations, Zhang Man joyfully departed. It's impossible not to be happy. The personal assistant to a great Grandmaster, and the #1 lackey at that. As long as nothing happens to Yi, her status will rise accordingly, and no one will dare to provoke her. Even if she were an ordinary person, Grandmasters would have to greet her respectfully as Sister Man. And all of this was because of Yi. Because of Yi, her life had been turned upside down. Master, you haven't failed me, and I won't fail you. I will faithfully serve by your side. Zhang Man left with brisk steps. Right as they stepped out, they ran into the two lackeys from before, both Grandmasters. They might maintain an aloof attitude towards others. But towards Zhang Man, they truly didn't dare. They had already offended Yi. If they were to offend Zhang Man now, it would be a true slap in his face. Miss Zhang Man, take care. The two of them stopped Zhang Man. Zhang Man clearly disapproved of their actions. However, she didn't get carried away with pride. Her current status was entirely because of Yi. She was just an ordinary person and had no right to give them a hard time. Not to mention, they were also vice-curators. Vice-curators, do you need something? Zhang Man's attitude was very humble, and the two of them unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. If they were looked down upon by an ordinary person, their mentality could easily explode. Fortunately, Zhang Man didn't do that, giving them ample respect. Man, you're being too formal, aren't you? If you don't mind, call me Uncle Lu. Yes, if you don't mind, call me Uncle Qian. The two eagerly tried to build a connection with Zhang Man. This was the greatest benefit she could gain within her responsibilities. Then Man is indeed reaching high, Uncle Lu, Uncle Qian. Not reaching high, we're all family. If you have any difficulties in the future, just come to us. As long as we can help, we definitely will. But Man, you need to save us now. Grandmaster Yi, Zhang Man naturally understood what they meant. It was simply that they had offended Yi before and now didn't know what his attitude towards them was. After all, he was a great Grandmaster. They couldn't afford to provoke him.
I'm really sorry, Uncle Lu, Uncle Chien. I can't fathom the old man's thoughts, and I can't make decisions either. I don't know what his attitude towards you is. But I think the old man isn't the type to be petty. He won't take this matter to heart. The old man is very easygoing. If you two truly feel apologetic, you can apologize to him or something. We're all our own people, and the old man won't make things difficult for you. With a sincere attitude and a small gift, I believe the old man won't be able to bring himself to deal with you. After all, Zhao Long insulted the old man, and the old man only made him kneel and apologize. Don't you agree? Listening to your words is better than 10 years of study. The two instantly had an epiphany. Rather than worrying here for nothing, it would be better to prepare gifts and go beg for Ye's forgiveness. If they put aside their pride, wouldn't Ye be magnanimous enough to forgive them? Thank you for the reminder, Miss Man, we are immensely grateful. It's nothing, aren't we all on the same side? Knowing when to advance and retreat, and being polite, even if their strength is a bit lacking, it's still quite good. By the way, Man, are you preparing to? The latest mission from the Hall Master is to spread the news that the old master has joined the Martial Hall, joining the Yuan-Tai Martial Hall as a great grandmaster. Previously, Yi had joined the Martial Hall as a grandmaster, and while it caused a small stir in the outside world, compared to the status of a great grandmaster, that small stir was nothing. Look how simple this is. You just became an assistant and aren't familiar with everything in our martial arts academy yet. I'll personally show you around. Come on, let's go to the announcement room in the martial arts academy. Soon, the news of Great Grandmaster Yi joining the Yuan-Tai Martial Hall appeared on all the major screens within the hall. Immediately after, an announcement came over the loudspeaker. Warmly welcome Great Grandmaster Yi to the Yuan-Tai Martial Hall as its 5th Vice Hall Master. Warmly welcome Great Grandmaster Yi to the Yuan-Tai Martial Hall as its 5th Vice Hall Master. Warmly welcome Great Grandmaster Yi to the Yuan-Tai Martial Hall as its 5th Vice Hall Master. Important news is announced 3 times. Anyone who came to Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Academy for business received this message. The words Great Grandmaster boomed in everyone's ears like thunder. Everyone stopped what they were doing and quietly watched the message on the screen. Then came a continuous sound of sharp intakes of breath. The 3 major martial arts hall structure was broken today. With 2 great grandmaster experts, the Yuan-Tai Martial Hall now had the capital to compete with the #1 martial hall. Holy crap, did I hear that right? A great grandmaster expert, Great Grandmaster Yi? Who is that? Why haven't I heard of him? I must have woken up too fast. I actually heard the Yuan-Tai Martial Hall has another great grandmaster expert. I'm going back to sleep. Are they sure they didn't make a mistake? The news I got was that we were getting a grandmaster expert. How did it become a great grandmaster now? Yeah, the news I got was also grandmaster. How is the report now saying great grandmaster? The people in charge must have made a mistake. Well, they didn't make a mistake, you did. The person joining our martial hall this time is, for real, a great grandmaster expert. As if fearing they wouldn't believe it, the announcement once again confirmed Ye's identity. Yi, a great grandmaster expert, has joined the Yuan-Tai Martial Hall. This time, they heard it clearly and confirmed the accuracy of the news. No matter how careless the people in charge were, it was impossible for them to repeatedly emphasize great grandmaster expert. Our martial arts hall is really going to make it big this time. A grandmaster powerhouse. We'll have so much face wherever we go. You're right. Before, I was worried our martial arts hall would fall to 3rd place. Now it seems, 2nd place is definitely secure, and we might even contend for 1st. More and more people gathered on site even after finishing their business. They didn't leave. They wanted to see what this so-called grandmaster powerhouse actually looked like. After all, they had only ever seen grandmaster powerhouses on television before. Now, to be able to see 2 grandmasters at once, such an opportunity was rare. Perhaps it was to let them get acquainted with Yi, to prevent them from offending him out of ignorance in the future. So, after leaving the office, the 2 of them walked directly into the main hall.
He was old and frail, always wearing a faint smile, just like a friendly neighborhood grandpa. When Yi appeared, it somewhat subverted their perception of a grandmaster powerhouse. In their minds, grandmasters were aloof and arrogant. But looking at him now, the difference was simply too great. They even began to doubt whether Yi was truly a grandmaster powerhouse. Greetings, Hall Master, Vice Hall Master. Greetings, Hall Master, Vice Hall Master. Someone took the lead, and others followed suit, offering their greetings. Although they had their doubts, who else but a powerful grandmaster could walk alongside Sun Yuan? The other deputy academy masters were now standing behind Sun Yuan, not daring to overstep in the slightest. Yi responded to everyone's enthusiasm with a smile and a nod. After Yi acknowledged them, everyone was so excited they nearly forgot themselves. This was the first time a powerful grandmaster had ever smiled at them. Grandmaster Yi is truly kind, actually smiling at us. Yeah, this is the first time I've ever met such an approachable and powerful grandmaster. Hearing their discussion, the martial masters who had personally witnessed Yi brutally beat Zhao Shenglong remained silent. Kind? He did seem kind usually. But don't provoke Yi, or he'll slap you so hard into a wall that you can't be pried out. Unfortunately, they couldn't speak. The academy master had issued a gag order, and they dared not disclose anything about that internal fight. The crowd watched as Yi He and Sun Yuan departed before they too dispersed, ready to manually spread the good news. When the martial arts academy was strong, it reflected well on them too. They had to let everyone know that the Yuantai Martial Arts Academy was now on par with the First Martial Arts Academy, boasting two great grandmaster-level powerhouses. Seated in the car, Yi He and Sun Yuan chatted enthusiastically. From cultivation techniques to family matters, the two conversed like old friends who had known each other for years. My niece is truly adorable, her personality is exactly like yours, old brother Yi. As her uncle, I didn't have much time to prepare anything special. Here's some grandmaster-level beast essence blood. It's not much use to me, so consider it a gift for my yet-to-be-met niece. Yi He was taken aback, genuinely shocked by Sun Yuan's generosity. No, I can't accept such a valuable gift. He had accepted the great grandmaster beast essence blood earlier, but that was his joining fee for the academy, so he had taken it with a clear conscience. This, however, was different. Although grandmaster-level beast essence blood wasn't as valuable as a great grandmaster's, it was still worth a good 20 to 30 million. Yet, Sun Yuan directly gave it to him to foster a good relationship. Comparing oneself to others can be maddening. Just a few days ago, he, a great grandmaster, could barely make ends meet, yet here was someone else handing out gifts worth tens or hundreds of millions. Brother Yi, this isn't something you can refuse. I'm giving this to my niece, not to you. How can you refuse on her behalf? Hurry up and put it away. It's dispensable for me and not very helpful. Now that you mention it, that does seem to be the case. This was given to Alara by Sun Yuan. It didn't have much to do with him. He was just a complimentary delivery boy. Then I'll thank you on behalf of the little girl. The two chatted happily, eating, drinking, and talking at the hotel until they returned home late at night. By this time, Anna and Ilara were already asleep. After quietly returning to his room, Yi didn't rest. Instead, he took out the iron-skinned ape's essence blood. He wanted to test how much energy this essence blood contained. According to Sun Yuan, the iron-skinned ape's essence blood needed to be applied externally to stimulate the body for maximum effect. Yi didn't fully understand, but he wouldn't just blindly follow Sun Yuan's words. He needed to study it himself. His brain spun rapidly, his thousand-fold talent operating simultaneously. When he looked at the iron-skinned ape's essence blood again, one piece of data after another appeared in his mind. Based on the characteristics of the essence blood, combined with his own physical condition, various methods of use were all listed in his mind. The first method listed was external application of the essence blood, stimulating the body to enhance the absorption of the essence blood and also improve physical strength. From this perspective, it was indeed much more effective than direct internal consumption. But this was not the optimal method of use. Whether consumed internally or applied externally, it would be a waste of the iron-skinned ape's essence blood, squandering a valuable resource. To truly unleash the power of the iron-skinned ape's essence blood, one had to use both internal consumption and external application. Of course, this couldn't be done haphazardly. One needed to carefully calculate the timing and the dosage. He had to control the power of the essence blood, both when taken internally and applied externally. Then, as it entered his internal organs, vitality, skin, flesh, and meridians, he would detonate and collide them separately. The resulting immense impact force could more effectively cleanse the body. As long as one could withstand this powerful impact, the body's strength could be enhanced by more than just one level. Of course, if he couldn't withstand it, he could only wait for death. Yi would naturally not place himself in such a dangerous situation. He needed to calculate everything when and how to act to minimize the damage and, ultimately, be able to withstand it perfectly. If successful, his physical strength would be 10 times, or even dozens of times, that of others. Imagine, with the same strength, two people punching each other. You shatter the other person's internal organs with one punch, while they can't harm you in the slightest. Then it's not an easy battle, and cross-level fighting is possible. The ideas in his mind were perfectly recorded by him, but tonight was not the best time. He still needed to combine them with some medicine to ensure everything went smoothly. Tomorrow, once you're ready, we'll strengthen your body. After putting away the beast essence blood, he continued to perfect the third layer of the surging wave palm. Although the current third layer could already provide a 30-fold boost, there were still many imperfections, leading to occasional pauses during use. Even after using it, his meridians experienced some throbbing pain. After a night of deduction, the third layer was nearly perfect. However, by this time, dawn had broken. He hadn't felt the slightest fatigue after a night of deductions. Perhaps it was due to his recent increase in strength, as his energy had greatly improved. He recalled that in his youth, he could stay awake for 3 days and 3 nights without feeling sleepy. "You're back? Come eat. I don't know what you've been doing these past 2 days. You've learned to stay out all night." Faced with Anna's complaints, Yi just smiled apologetically, then went up and gave her a big hug and a peck on the cheek. "Oh, you're annoying. What are you doing? What if the girl sees us? Aren't you ashamed? What's there to be afraid of? We're an old married couple, no need to care about her." Yes, you two can be intimate, I'm just extra, I'll go. After a simple breakfast, he went out to find the medicinal herbs he needed. Having spent the first half of his life trying to increase his combat power, he had a crystal clear understanding of the effects of all kinds of medicinal herbs. So he could clearly formulate the necessary medicines himself. After preparing the medicine, he found a hidden cave on Sea City Mountain. This was where he had found the surging wave palm back then, and it was also his place for secluded cultivation. It was very safe, no one had entered it for all these years. After entering the cave, he began to mix the ingredients according to the proportions in his mind. After about 5 minutes of preparing the medicine, he casually took some mineral water and swallowed it. Although it wasn't as good as being decocted in a clay pot, it was still effective. A slight difference wouldn't affect anything. After taking the medicine, he began to circulate his energy, fully activating the 3 layers of the sonic wave palm. The 30-fold amplification effect burst forth. The moment the technique was activated, the medicine he had just swallowed began to take effect. His body felt as if it were enveloped by an extremely cold ice. His flesh, blood, internal organs, and even his soul were being frozen bit by bit. Pain. Extreme pain. Even for someone like Yi, who had tasted hardship for most of his life, this kind of pain was almost unbearable. But he knew he couldn't give up. Only after the medicine's full effect had taken hold could he consume the essence blood of the Ironhide ape. Only then could the essence blood fully work, and only then could he survive the clash of the two forces. Every step was calculated precisely, allowing no room for error. Hoo! Puffs of cold air escaped from Yi's mouth, and a layer of white frost had already formed on his body. His skin was peeling off in layers, genuinely frozen stiff like a grandson. Not yet, just a little bit more. He was about to reach the critical point of freezing. Once he did, he would ingest half of the Ironhide ape's essence blood and smear the other half onto his body. At this point, the three forces would form a peculiar balance, and his body would slowly absorb this power.
However, when he prepared to pull out the Ironhide ape's essence blood, he was utterly stunned.
His face instantly changed. He had calculated everything, how to balance this power, but he hadn't accounted for the fact that once frozen, he couldn't retrieve the Ironhide ape's essence blood at all, couldn't consume it, couldn't smear it on his body. If this continued without the essence blood of the Ironhide ape to counteract it, he would be directly frozen into an ice sculpture, directly frozen to death right here. A good life was clearly within reach, yet he missed one move, miscalculated one step, and trapped himself here. His chances of rescue were almost zero. This cave had existed for so many years, undiscovered by anyone when he first arrived. It was exactly as it had been during his last retreat. 3 days at the peak. Such is time, such is fate. Yi had already given up. He couldn't move now and could only hope for that 1 in a billion chance that someone would happen to pass by and save him. At this moment, on Haicheng Mountain, 2 pairs of siblings were climbing the mountain.
"I say, brothers, you said you'd take us out to play, and this is Haicheng Mountain?"
Zhang Zifeng and Bai Weiwei stared wide-eyed, straight at the two of them.
Zhang Zishuan and Bai Xiaoming exchanged glances, then gave a bitter smile. "The scenery on Haicheng Mountain is beautiful. We brought you here for a drive. Isn't that considered fun? Besides, we're both about to take the 100 Schools joint exam. Shouldn't we be working hard for it? 100 Schools League? Has it started so soon? Brother, do you think you can get into the top few?"
Looking at their expectant eyes, Zhang Zishuan sighed helplessly.
"What do you take me for? I'm just a novice warrior. There are plenty of students with stronger talents than me.
Besides, I have no backing, no resources. It's good enough for me to participate in the 100 Schools joint examination and see other powerhouses. As for winning a rank, forget about it."
"That's right.
The younger generation is full of experts, with intermediate warriors everywhere, and even some advanced warriors.
Plus, others have mastered amplification techniques. There's just no way to compare."
"Then why are you still coming to Haicheng Mountain?"
"There's no hope anyway."
The two of them rolled their eyes at the girls, annoyed.
When it came to disheartening people, they were professionals. "But we want to give it a try, don't we? If we can break through to intermediate warrior before the 100 Schools joint examination, we might just snag a ranking. Then we might be noticed by a warrior master expert and possibly taken on as a disciple. If a grandmaster took a liking to us, wouldn't that be even more perfect? We'd soar to the heavens in an instant, and the rest of our lives would be bliss."
The two began to fantasize about their beautiful future life right there. Unfortunately, what they received in return were simultaneous middle fingers from their two sisters.
"You two, can't you fantasize about something a little more realistic? Neither of you has even become an intermediate warrior yet. You'd be lucky to be noticed by a warrior master, let alone a grandmaster. Having a delusion, are we? You want a grandmaster expert to take you as disciples? Unless you can become the grandmaster's life-saving benefactor, but are you even capable of that? Stop fantasizing about the impractical.
With that time, you might as well climb the mountain.
Weiwei and I will take the cable car up." The group ended their unrealistic fantasies and prepared to admire the scenery on the mountain.
However, as soon as they turned around, they felt a chill.
"Why is it so cold? Where is this cold air coming from?" "Cold air? What cold air? There's no air conditioning on the mountain. Didn't you feel it? My back just felt chilly, it came from behind."
The group looked towards Zhang Zifeng's back, and it wasn't a problem not to look, but once they looked, they found something amiss. They also felt the chill, and not far behind them, they discovered a hidden cave. If you weren't staring, you'd never notice it, and the chill was definitely coming from inside the cave.
"So, want to go check it out? I think it's quite dangerous inside. You two are only junior warriors. What will you do if you encounter danger? Haicheng Mountain shouldn't be too dangerous, right?
Besides, I heard before that many people have found their fortunes on Haicheng Mountain.
Perhaps this is our chance. Let's go check the cave entrance first."
If it's dangerous inside, we'll run.
All right. As warriors, how can we not have a spirit of adventure? Don't you two usually like adventures? Why are you scared now? Scared? Absolutely not. It's just entering a cave. Let's go in and take a look. At worst, it's just death. After a quick discussion, they decided to enter the cave to check out the situation. There was only one opportunity like this. If they missed it, it would truly be missed. The four cautiously walked towards the cave. The closer they got, the more intense the cold became, making their bodies shiver involuntarily. Bro, maybe we should retreat first. What's there to be afraid of? We're already here. How can we not go in and take a look? If you're scared, just hide behind us. Step by step, they cautiously approached the cave. The closer they got, the more intense the cold, giving them an unsettling feeling. Gulp, gulp. Everyone held their breath, not daring to speak. Only the sound of their swallowing remained in the air. Everyone be careful. You protect the two of them, and I'll go ahead and scout the way for you. Inch by inch, they crept into the cave. It wasn't very deep. After taking just a few steps, they discovered Yi, his body covered in a thick layer of frost. Upon realizing that the cold was emanating from a person, the four collectively breathed a sigh of relief. I told you, there's nothing to be scared of. It's just an ice sculpture. It must be someone's prank, meant to scare people. I wasn't scared to begin with, just an ice sculpture, a ghost. Zhang Zifeng was about to explain something, but the words caught in her throat, and she couldn't help but scream. She immediately hid behind the two, her body trembling uncontrollably. The others, not understanding why, turned their heads to look at the ice sculpture. It wasn't a problem not to look, but one look and they were scared senseless, a chill rising from their feet straight to their scalp. Their bodies instinctively wanted to retreat, but their legs were trembling too much to move. Can't move. We're doomed, we're really doomed this time, we're going to be killed. At first, they thought Yi was an ice sculpture placed there, but when they looked again, they saw his eyes moving and his mouth opening and closing, as if he were trying to say something. Wait, don't be scared, he seems to be a person, and he seems to be calling for help. Bai Weiwei seemed to notice something was amiss. She stopped her trembling and walked toward Yi. Weiwei, you. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Although she was scared, Bai Weiwei still went to Ye's side and leaned down to listen to his murmurs. Senior. What did you say? Is there anything we can help you with? Yi hadn't expected anyone to actually come to this wretched mountain cave. It seemed heaven didn't intend to take him just yet. Left pocket, blood, feed me. Although it was only a few mumbled words, Bai Weiwei heard them clearly. Sure enough, there was a problem with his cultivation and he needed help. Left pocket, you said? I'll look for it, please wait. Bai Weiwei endured the chill emanating from Ye's body and pulled a jade vial from his pocket. The vibrant, potent beast essence blood within the vial made everyone's eyes widen. Although they didn't know what level of ferocious beast essence blood it was, something with such vitality was undoubtedly a priceless treasure. If they could claim the ferocious beast essence blood for themselves, they could exchange it for many useful resources. Moreover, Yi was completely powerless to resist right now. No matter how strong he was, even an ordinary person could easily kill him at this moment. What are you two thinking? This is the old grandpa's stuff. You mustn't have any ill intentions. Seeing their expressions, Bai Weiwei knew what they were thinking and immediately protected the beast essence blood behind her. The two chuckled awkwardly, scratching their heads. We don't have any ill intentions. It just looks like the beast essence blood is quite active, so it should be expensive. Even if it's expensive, it has nothing to do with us. Although we're weak, we must have a bottom line. Without wasting words, Bai Weiwei directly fed the essence blood to Ye's lips. Upon consuming the beast essence blood, Yi finally let out a sigh of relief. Although it was slightly delayed, the impact wouldn't be significant. It was good that his life was saved. The terrifying power of the demonic beast's essence blood instantly melted the frost covering his body. Yi also briefly regained his mobility. After thanking Bai Weiwei, he took out the essence blood from his right side and smeared it all over his body. He still trusted them. After all, when he had been defenseless just moments ago, none of them had harbored any malicious thoughts. He must seize every minute and second now to balance his powers as quickly as possible, otherwise, the power of the essence blood will burn his internal organs to explosion. After the essence blood was applied to his body, three distinct forces began to clash, continuously battering his body, vitality, and internal organs. Wow! This method of his was something no one else could casually attempt, except for the great grandmaster powerhouses. Even a super strong expert like he couldn't withstand it, let alone others. The moment the forces clashed, they would be completely melted. Old Grandpa, you. Before Bai Weiwei could speak, Yi reached out and stopped her. He could not be touched by others right now, otherwise, he would be destroyed by the violent forces outside his body. Bai Weiwei was just an ordinary person, not even a warrior. Touching him would undoubtedly lead to her death. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he continued to regulate his breathing and endure the impact. Under the force of the assault, his physical constitution was rapidly improving. However, it was also a tremendous strain on his spirit and energy. This was a test of willpower. As long as he could endure it, he would achieve significant improvement. Time passed, second by second, and the medicinal effects gradually faded. When all the impacts had completely dissipated, Yi smiled with relief. Then his head tilted, and he fainted directly. Bai Weiwei hurried forward to support Yi. So hot. The heat from Ye's body hadn't dissipated yet. Although it was scalding to the touch, it wasn't life-threatening. He's still breathing, not dead. You two stop gawking, lend a hand, let's get the old man to the hospital. The alternating cold and hot could be a fever. His body is very hot. You two help call a taxi, I'll contact his family. After entrusting Yi to Zhang Zifeng and the others, Bai Weiwei took out Yi's phone, preparing to contact his family. Fortunately, Yi was still using a non-smartphone, so there was no unlocked password. However, the way he saved his contacts confused Bai Weiwei. There weren't many people, but they were all just names, without a single affectionate title. Forget it, I'll look for the most recently contacted person. Sun Yuan? That name sounds familiar. Bai Weiwei didn't dwell on it too much. There were many people named Sun Yuan, who knew which Sun Yuan this was. Dialing the number, Sun Yuan's hearty voice rang from the other end of the line. Brother Yi, we really are in sync. I was just about to call you, didn't expect you to call first. After hearing Sun Yuan's voice, she felt it sounded even more familiar. However, this wasn't the time for her to think about such things. Hello, I'm Bai Weiwei, a student from Haicheng No. 3 Middle School. Bai Weiwei? I didn't dial wrong, isn't this Brother Ye's phone number? Listening to Sun Yuan's somewhat disbelieving tone, Bai Weiwei quickly explained. You didn't dial wrong. If the Brother Yi you're referring to is an old gentleman wearing a gray Zhongshan suit, then it's the right number. However, the old gentleman can't answer your call right now. When we found him, he was completely frozen, and now he's unconscious. He's on his way to the hospital. If you know the old gentleman's family, please inform them to come to Haicheng First Hospital to see him. Sun Yuan listened quietly to Bai Weiwei's words on the other end of the phone, not reacting for quite a while. Everything you just said is true? When he came to his senses, cold sweat had unconsciously broken out on his body. A Grandmaster-level powerhouse had been frozen in ice and was now unconscious in a hospital. If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Absolutely true, we don't know what's wrong with the old man. We're on our way to the hospital now. His body is very hot. After Bai Weiwei's repeated confirmation, Sun Yuan knew she wasn't lying. You wait at the hospital, I'll bring people over immediately. After hanging up the phone, Sun Yuan's expression became exceptionally grim. It took him a long while to calm down his emotions. He really couldn't figure out who could have severely injured Yi within the boundaries of Sea City Mountain without making the slightest sound.
When grandmasters fought, the battle would be earth-shattering.
Even if it were on Sea City Mountain, they should have been able to detect it from their side. Could it be a commander-level powerhouse? That doesn't make sense. How could a commander-level powerhouse appear in Haichang?
And even if it were a commander, they wouldn't act in Haichang without a compelling reason. Most importantly, after getting to know him over the past 2 days, he understood Ye's character.
He was very low-key and would never offend others unless provoked. What exactly happened? Never mind.
Anyone who harms someone from my martial arts school must pay. Actually, Sun Yuan had a suspicion. He suspected it was someone from the first martial arts school. In Sea City, only they possessed such strength. If they were to launch a sneak attack on Yi, it was highly likely they would succeed. After all, the news that the great Grandmaster Yi had joined the Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Hall had just spread, and now Yi was frozen and hospitalized. He didn't know if he could be saved. If he could be saved, then they should prepare to face the wrath of the Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Hall. Yi was one of them, not someone who could be attacked at will. Give the order, everyone to full alert. All missions are cancelled. Await my news. Sun Yuan's tone was very calm. As Sun Yuan's secretary, he naturally knew this was a precursor to his anger. It had been many years since Sun Yuan had been angry. He really didn't know which oblivious fool could have provoked Sun Yuan to this extent. Prepare the car, we're going to Haicheng First Hospital. Sun Yuan took the senior members of the martial arts school to the hospital. At this time, Bai Weiwei and the other 3 also rushed to the hospital. Due to the urgency of the matter, Sun Yuan had called the hospital in advance, so Yi was immediately put on a stretcher by doctors as soon as he got out of the car. The best medical equipment, the top medical team. They diagnosed Yi with the utmost professional skill. From head to toe, no tiny detail was overlooked. A diagnostic report appeared before them. Healthy. 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 External body temperature too high, cause unknown. All examination reports indicated health, except for the excessively high external body temperature, and crucially, no cause could be found. How strange. This was the first time they had encountered a patient in such a state. No obvious internal or external injuries, and a level of physical health that surpassed 99% of people. Yet, he was unconscious and his body temperature was too high. Everyone, what are your thoughts? This is someone Curator Sun personally asked us to treat, someone we must cure no matter what. What should we do now? All indicators are healthy, except for the high body temperature and the coma. This, we don't even know where to begin. In their eyes, Yi was just a healthy old man. Asking them to treat a healthy old man, how was that even possible? They could only stare blankly. How about we try physical cooling first? Perhaps once his temperature drops, he'll wake up. We can discuss the specific plan later. While physically cooling Yi down, they also supplemented him with enough nutrient solution. Nutrient solution is versatile, maintaining the body's basic nutritional needs. However, the moment the nutrient solution entered his body, it was immediately evaporated by the high internal temperature. The nutrients directly entered his body, making up for the deficit. Director? Look at this, it's absorbed instantly. Increase the output of the nutrient solution. Since his body can absorb it, it proves that his body lacks this element. Keep supplementing it, let's see to what extent he can absorb it. 500 milliliters, 1000 milliliters, 3000 milliliters, 10,000 milliliters, 30,000 milliliters. He absorbed a full 30,000 milliliters of nutrient solution, and everyone was shocked by Ye's body. 30,000 milliliters. Previously, the most they had ever seen absorbed was 500 milliliters. 30,000 milliliters, enough for 60 people. It was too terrifying. Like a long drought meeting a sweet rain, all the nutrients in Ye's body had been completely depleted during the energy clash. The reason he fell into a coma was precisely because the nutrients in his body were simply insufficient to sustain his current state. With the unexpected infusion of nutrient solution, his entire body was revitalizing, and his intelligent brain had regained control. His body temperature was also dropping little by little, and his heart began to beat frantically.
Thump. Thump. Thump.
The sound was deep and powerful, like drumsticks pounding on a muffled drum. Initially, it was once every 3 to 5 seconds, but then it grew faster and faster, reaching more than 10 beats per second. The faster the heart beats, the more vigorous the vitality in the body, and the stronger one becomes. Don't stop the nutrient solution, keep it flowing, and constantly monitor the patient's condition.
If his body becomes saturated, stop the infusion.
His body was still receiving the gifts of the nutrient solution. At this moment, his consciousness had already awakened. His body was in desperate need of the nourishment from the nutrient solution, so he said nothing. He lay quietly on the hospital bed, feeling the changes in his body. After the continuous impact of the 3 streams of energy, coupled with the replenishment from the nutrient solution, his body had become incredibly strong to an unbelievable degree. His combat power had at least doubled. Previously, his base combat power was only 50,000, but now it was conservatively estimated at 100,000. And this was a conservative estimate if he allowed himself to imagine. 120 to 130,000 was entirely possible. Yet, none of this was the most crucial part. What excited Yi the most was, after this energy clash, coupled with the tempering from the lightning power within his vitality, his cells had become exceptionally active. Active beyond the norm.
What does active cells represent? This is a precursor to stepping into the general rank realm. Great grandmasters condense blood spirits, infusing their vitality with elemental attributes.
To draw a sword and part the waters, to move stones and fill the seas, this is the true nature of a great grandmaster. And above the rank of great grandmaster is the realm of town general. Suppressing all directions, traversing the skies, withstanding missiles, tearing apart starships, omnipotent. The entire Haichang only has 9 general rank powerhouses. They each lead their own troops, guarding the border regions. It is also because of their existence that countless fierce beasts are unable to approach Hai City in the slightest. The reason these town general experts are so powerful is that the cells in their bodies have awakened. He had only managed to awaken his cells by a stroke of luck. For an ordinary person, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven.
Countless great grandmaster experts were stuck at this step for their entire lives.
Wanting to make cells active, and also perfectly integrate with the body, causing attribute power to condense within the cells, is too difficult.
Most people can't even take the first step.
Even after taking the first step, it is still very difficult to activate other cells thereafter. But as for Yi, the cells in his body didn't even need his control, they continuously condensed and intertwined with the power of lightning. They are somewhat overly active. The most crucial thing is that his combat power is currently only a mere 100,000, yet his cells have activated prematurely. Even the heavens had paved the way for him to advance to the town general realm. As long as Yi stayed alive, he would soon become a town general level expert. If this matter were to spread, it would probably shock the entire human world. Someone becoming a genius at 90 years old, it sounds comical just thinking about it. Outside the emergency room, Bai Weiwei and the other 3 waited. As long as the light was on, they couldn't rest assured.
I say, let's go. We've done our utmost by sending him to the hospital, the rest is up to his family. I think so too. If he survives, maybe we'll even get thanks from his family. But if he doesn't, we might get into trouble.
This kind of thing has happened too many times, I don't want to be extorted by them. Bai Weiwei looked at them, her brows slightly furrowed. I believe the old man isn't that kind of person, and I won't feel at ease until I see him come out safely. Bai Xiaoming knew his sister, she would absolutely not leave without seeing Yi. You all know Weiwei's temper. I'm not comfortable leaving her here alone, so I'll wait with her.
Zhang Zixuan glared at the 2 of them, annoyed.
You 2 are foolish. What if you get extorted by him?
Leaving now is the best opportunity.
Bai Xiaoming spread his hands helplessly. He actually wanted to leave too, but he couldn't leave Bai Weiwei here alone. Zifeng, come with me, we can't get involved.
Brother, I think we can wait and see, maybe. There are no more maybes. Haven't enough things like this happened? I can't watch you get dragged into it, let's go. Zhang Zifeng couldn't argue, so she could only follow Zhang Zishuan away.
Before the two secretly left the ward, as they reached the hospital entrance, one luxury car after another blocked the main entrance of the hospital.
Simple, overbearing. But no one dared to say a word.
Because they saw the license plates, these were from the Yuantai Martial Arts Academy.
What status did the Yuantai Martial Arts Academy hold in Haicheng? One of the three giants of martial arts academies.
Furthermore, recent news had spread that a great grandmaster expert had joined them. The current Yuantai Martial Arts Hall could now even contend with the #1 martial arts hall.
Unless a town general appears, a great grandmaster is invincible.
So no one dared to offend them. After the Yuantai Martial Arts Academy's cars stopped, everyone backed away, fearing they might disturb the Yuantai Martial Arts Academy's business.
High-level warrior masters are clearing the path? My God, this is too grand a spectacle. The Vice Hall masters, all three of them. They're grandmaster experts, and they're here too.
They had thought that the arrival of the three vice curators was already a grand scene. But when they saw the three vice curators standing aside, they knew they had been narrow-minded. There was only one person in the Yuantai Martial Arts Hall who could make the Vice Hall masters wait to the side, the founder of the Martial Arts Hall, the great grandmaster expert, Sun Yuan. Opening the car door, Sun Yuan slowly stepped out of the car, and what caught his eye was the gleaming diamond crown medal.
A great grandmaster. It's really the great grandmaster, Hall Master Sun. He actually came to the hospital. What kind of business is this? Why is it so grand?
I don't know, I haven't received any news. Sun Yuan ignored their whispers as if he heard nothing. His face had been grim the entire journey. After arriving at the hospital, he didn't stop for a moment and headed towards the emergency room. He moved swiftly, and no one dared to stop him. Zhang Zishuan didn't know what he was thinking, but he mysteriously followed their steps and walked towards the emergency room. He had a feeling that Sun Yuan's sudden arrival was related to the old man in the cave. At this moment, the siblings Bai Weiwei and Bai Xiaotian were still waiting at the entrance of the emergency room. They were also very anxious about Ye's situation, but they could only worry helplessly. As long as the light wasn't extinguished, no one would know the outcome. Just as the two were waiting, a commotion suddenly erupted in the corridor.
Following the sound, the siblings were completely dumbfounded.
A group of warrior masters clearing the path, wearing silver moon medals. These were already existences far beyond their reach.
But such existences were now clearing the way.
Hiss! The siblings involuntarily gasped. Diamond crown medals, golden sun medals.
The great grandmaster, followed by three grandmaster experts, walked right toward them. The two stood rooted to the spot, not daring to move. The terrifying aura had already intimidated them.
Cold sweat dripped continuously. Especially the leader, Sun Yuan, was still staring at the two of them.
Those eyes, too profound to look directly into, made the two shiver involuntarily, their bodies trembling uncontrollably.
Bro!
Bro!
Brother, are they looking for us?
No. This can't be right. I don't remember offending any great grandmaster experts.
The siblings were still a bit bewildered. They had no idea what was happening or why a great grandmaster expert would suddenly seek them out. Before the two could react, Sun Yuan arrived in front of them.
Did you make the call just now? Sun Yuan's voice was gentle, but it gave a feeling of unspoken authority.
Hearing Sun Yuan's words, the tense Bai Weiwei almost collapsed to the ground. If Sun Yuan hadn't caught her, Bai Weiwei would have already fallen.
Seemingly realizing he was too overbearing, Sun Yuan reined in his aura.
After all, of these two, one was merely a junior warrior, and the other was still an ordinary person.
Don't be nervous. I'm Sun Yuan, the one from the phone call just now.
You both did great.
Relax, come, sit.
Seeing that Sun Yuan had no intention of making things difficult for them, the two finally relaxed and hesitantly sat down on the chairs.
Grand! Grandmaster Sun, is there something you need us for? They hadn't even properly settled into their seats when the next second they sprang up.
The news Sun Yuan shared was too explosive, leaving them completely bewildered. Gentlemen, first of all, on behalf of the Martial Arts Hall, I want to thank you. Secondly, I'd like to ask where you found our great Grandmaster Yi, and what was his condition at the time. The two stood there, looking flustered. Great Grandmaster Yi, the second Great Grandmaster of the Martial Arts Hall. They never dreamed that they would one day cross paths with a Great Grandmaster, let alone save one's life. It felt too unreal. However, seeing the medals on Sun Yuan and the others, glittering brightly, left them no choice but to believe. It took a while for the two to react, their eyes filled with surprise. Although they hadn't thought much when they saved the person. But this was a Great Grandmaster. Anything casually bestowed by a Great Grandmaster would be more than enough to benefit them for life. Moreover, they would have a Great Grandmaster in their debt. If others knew they had saved a Great Grandmaster, who in Sea City wouldn't show them some respect? The two suppressed the joy in their hearts and then slowly recounted what happened on Haichang Mountain. Sun Yuan listened, nodding repeatedly, his face filled with relief. Although they spoke lightly, he had already sensed the danger at the time. If they hadn't arrived in time, Yi would likely have been frozen solid. If he had dealt with it himself, surviving probably wouldn't have been a major issue. I must still thank you on behalf of the Martial Arts Hall. If not for you, the hall might have lost a Great Grandmaster. You are benefactors of the Martial Arts Hall. I will remember your kindness. The three chatted there, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Zhang Zixuan and his sister, who followed closely behind Sun Yuan, witnessed the scene. To be able to converse with a Great Grandmaster like Sun Yuan was their lifelong dream, yet now they had missed it all. Because of his timidity, cowardice, and fear of responsibility, he missed out on an opportunity that should have been his. No, I absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. We saved him together, so why am I not involved? I'm not willing to accept this. Zhang Zixuan was green with envy. He too wanted to win the favor of a Great Grandmaster. He hurried towards the emergency room door. But as soon as he started to leave, he was stopped. Get lost. Without giving Zhang Zixuan a chance to approach, he was kicked directly away. Anyone who tried to get close to Yi was an enemy of the Yuantai Martial Arts Hall. The kick was fast, accurate, and ruthless. If not for the fact that he was only a junior warrior, prompting some mercy, this one kick would have been enough to kill Zhang Zixuan. One kick directly brought him back to reality from his dream. Seeing their menacing expressions, Zhang Zixuan dared not explain anything and scurried away, tumbling and crawling. However, the expression on his face was very grim, and there was even a hint of ferocity in his eyes. The situation here did not affect Sun Yuan and the others' conversation at all. They couldn't help much now, so they could only wait for the emergency room to open. During this time, they didn't forget to ask a few questions about the two. After the hospital executives learned of Sun Yuan's arrival, they put down their work and all came to wait outside the emergency room. Every single one of them prayed that nothing would happen to Yi, otherwise, they would be utterly unable to withstand Sun Yuan's wrath. Inside the hospital room, Yi lay there, furiously absorbing the nutrient solution as his cells were rapidly being activated. In just this short while, his cells rapidly activated, and his combat power was soaring. Without a machine, he could only sense it himself. Compared to before, his strength had increased significantly. His basic combat power was definitely over 150,000. With the rapid activation of his cells, Ye's body was also undergoing a gradual transformation. The instruments connected to Yi detected that his body had become extremely unstable. All data began to fluctuate wildly. What's happening? Everyone, get back. A faint aura leaking from Ye's body made them feel very uncomfortable, and they hastily retreated. Just as the few of them left, a powerful shockwave suddenly erupted from Ye's body, instantly destroying everything in the emergency room. The crowd fell to the ground in disarray, their eyes fixed on Yi, who was on the hospital bed. This power was terrifying. Thankfully, they had retreated in time, otherwise, they could have easily been destroyed by it. After channeling the remaining power within his body back, Ye's eyes snapped open, a golden light shining forth from them. Yi slowly got off the hospital bed. A general seal abruptly appeared on his chest. The seven-colored, brilliant divine light, the legendary general's seal, cellular activation, a reward from the Tao of Heaven. The first place where cells are activated will manifest a colorful general's seal. And since Ye's cells had activated in his chest, the seven-colored general's seal materialized right there. It was a magical existence, seemingly containing immense power. While Yi was still quietly admiring his own body, the doctors in the hospital room were all dumbfounded. Some of them were ordinary people, some were warriors, and the director was merely a warrior master expert. Although they were not strong, they were well informed. While they had never seen a colorful general seal in person, they had read about it in books and seen it on television. Knowing about it was one thing, but witnessing it live for the first time was entirely new to them. Staring at the general seal on Ye's chest, everyone held their breath, their eyes wide open, not daring to blink for fear of missing something spectacular. After a good while, they finally reacted. The director stared at Yi in disbelief, muttering as he sat on the floor. A grand general, he truly is a grand general. A living grand general, and we were the ones who treated him with our own hands. Although they hadn't done much, the nutrient solution was a form of treatment, so they could claim a little credit. Yi was quite satisfied with this. Though it was just a small amount of nutrient solution, it had been tremendously helpful to him. Without it, his cells would have lacked energy, and it would have taken longer for him to reactivate and become a grand general. You all. Whoosh. The moment Yi spoke, the group straightened up and knelt respectfully, not even daring to look up at him. Yi was taken aback for a moment, but he quickly understood. Their reaction was normal. After all, a general-level expert was already a being from another dimension. A grandmaster was already unattainable for them, and a great grandmaster was an existence they could only look up to in awe. But it's different for zone commander experts. They don't even dare to dream of such a supreme being, not even in their sleep. Such experts are temperamental and transcendent. If a zone commander expert is displeased, it's not just them who will suffer. It could even implicate the entire hospital, or even the entire Haicheng city. After all, a zone commander level existence is already a supreme being capable of carving out and governing territories. Suppressing a city with tens of millions of people is completely within their capabilities. There was once an incident where a zone commander expert was disrespected, and the city lord's inaction provoked the zone commander's fury. Betraying humanity and plunging into darkness, they exacted mad revenge on humanity before leaving. In the documentary, that battle had been earth-shattering, lasting for a full month. Countless grandmasters and great-grandmasters had died or been injured, and the warrior army had lost hundreds of thousands of soldiers. The entire city was reduced to ruins, countless innocent people were implicated, and bodies lay everywhere in the city. It was truly a scene of corpses strewn across the land, and resentful spirits filling the sky. The most crucial thing was that despite deploying such immense power, they ultimately failed to stop the zone commander expert who betrayed humanity. After that battle, everyone knew the terror of a general-level expert. If they offended a grandmaster, they might not survive, let alone a general. Their attitude must be humble. They must make zone commander experts feel their reverence, absolutely without the slightest hint of displeasure. Alright, all of you can get up. Yi wasn't angry. His tone was very calm, even carrying a hint of kindness. Your lives are saved. Everyone collectively breathed a sigh of relief, then shakily stood up from the ground. For no other reason than to obey the words of a zone commander expert. If a big shot tells you to stand and you don't, aren't you going against them? They stood up, heads bowed, looking as humble as could be. Yi knew they were frightened by his status as a general, but he didn't bother to explain anything. After all, it's ingrained in their bones, one must have sufficient respect for the strong. It would be the same for him. If you're weak, you behave yourself. If you lack strength yet look down on those who are strong, who else would get beaten if not you? Thank you for your hard work. If it weren't for you, I might not have made it. Ye's voice became even calmer. After simply draping his clothes on, the aura around him weakened again. He wasn't a powerful garrison general now, he was just an old man next door. Without the pressure of this terrifying aura,
the director and the others unconsciously relaxed. It's nothing. Curing the sick and saving lives is our job. You don't have to be so polite.
Although that's what he said, Yi still felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he had just failed to control his strength for a moment and completely destroyed the emergency room.
Look at these things, how much do they cost? It's nothing, it's nothing. This is a small matter, you don't need to worry about it. We were just about to bring in a new batch of medical equipment anyway. You've actually helped us out, we can't thank you enough. Demanding compensation from a town general powerhouse, are they too brave for their own good, or do they think the director has lived too long? Even if they had to pay for it out of their own pockets, they would never seek compensation from Yi. Sigh. Yi sighed silently in his heart. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person, these people were just being far too formal. But never mind. They definitely wouldn't accept payment from him. He'd ask the martial arts academy to cover it for him, and the money would be deducted from his salary later. And now that he had been promoted to a town general powerhouse, his salary would surely have to be increased. Well, you all carry on then. I'll be heading out. Yi clasped his hands behind his back and walked towards the emergency room entrance. After becoming a town general powerhouse, his perception abilities had greatly enhanced. He could even hear Sun Yuan and the siblings Bai Weiwei talking clearly outside the door. The lights in the emergency room went out, proving that Ye's treatment was complete. Now, they could only wait for the results of the doctor's treatment. Everyone gathered around the emergency room door, the scene terrifyingly silent, no one even dared to breathe loudly. Just now, facing the Bai Weiwei siblings, Sun Yuan had tried hard to calm his emotions. But the mere thought of Yi being sneak attacked filled him with rage. Was it Yi they attacked? No, they attacked the future of the Yuantai Martial Arts Hall. He would absolutely not let the person who sneak attacked Yi get away with it. Even if it was someone from the first martial arts hall, it wouldn't matter. He was just waiting for Ye's word. When the time came, he would lead the people of the Yuantai Martial Arts Hall to storm them and start a battle between the halls. The lights went out, and everyone waited anxiously. 1, 2, 3. The door opened, and a hunched figure appeared before Sun Yuan. Seeing that Yi was still alive, and very healthy at that, Sun Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the person was alive, he was at ease. Elder brother Yi, it's great that you're still alive. I thought you weren't going to make it. Next time something happens, remember to find me. We'll face it together. Even if it's someone from the first martial arts academy, we won't back down. Sun Yuan chided with a laugh, giving Yi a light punch on the chest. The clothes, which were merely draped over him, were shaken off by Sun Yuan's punch. Immediately, a general's seal, shimmering with 7 vibrant colors, appeared before everyone. Thump thump. Thump thump thump. The sound of a synchronized retreat. When they saw this ray of light, they subconsciously took several steps back. Within a 2-meter radius around Yi, there was not a single person. The expression on Sun Yuan's face instantly froze, and his previous jovial banter vanished. The concern in his eyes was replaced by terror, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. You. Sun Yuan pointed his finger at Yi, but the words that had reached his lips simply wouldn't come out. Everyone knew why Sun Yuan was acting this way. They had thought they were waiting for the great grandmaster of the Yuantai Martial Arts Hall, Yi. But the great grandmaster never arrived. Instead, what they got was a powerful town general. A town general, a supreme overlord who suppresses all directions. Senior. Bai Weiwei and her brother couldn't hold back any longer. A powerful town general, a being they wouldn't see even if they reincarnated 800 times in their dreams. Their legs trembled so much that they couldn't stand, and they immediately knelt on the ground. That single address of senior shocked everyone awake. Everyone, including Sun Yuan, bowed to Yi in respect. Their attitude was respectful to the extreme, not daring to overstep in the slightest. Senior. Senior. Sun Yuan smiled bitterly to himself. Just a second ago, he was calling him Brother Yi.
Before, he had thought that Yi was the one punching above his weight. Now he realized that the clown was actually himself, and he was the one trying to elevate himself. His so-called brother Yi was actually a general-level powerhouse. How could he have had the audacity to recruit Yi back then, and even offer him the terms of a great grandmaster? With Ye's strength as a town general, even if he offered the entire Yuan-Tai martial arts hall, the other party might not even give it a second glance. They were being far too respectful. Yi was just an ordinary old man. He didn't like this kind of overly tense atmosphere. He carefully draped his clothes back on, covering the general seal once again. Without the glow of the general seal, everyone visibly relaxed. Get up. You're my saviors. How could I let you kneel? It's bad luck for me. Yi helped the kneeling by Wei Wei and her brother to their feet. Although he didn't know where the other two had gone, he would count them as one for now. And you, why are you standing so far away from me? I don't eat people. Seeing Yi as kind and gentle as ever, Sun Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. I never would have guessed. You hit it so well. You're not a high grandmaster, but a super powerful garrison general. When you first tested, you were a grandmaster. I thought high grandmaster would be your limit, but it turns out you're a garrison general. You're not hiding anything else from us, are you? Could you be a marquee-level powerhouse? Yi looked at Sun Yuan as if he were an idiot. A marquee-level powerhouse was something he could imagine? Breaking through to general almost cost him his life. If not for the sudden appearance of Bai Weiwei and the others, Sun Yuan would have seen his corpse. General is enough, general is already enough. How could my Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Academy be so fortunate as to have a general-level powerhouse reside here? I say, Brother Yi, you wouldn't be. They all knew the significance of a general. If a martial arts gym had a general-level powerhouse, it would be a top-tier force in Haichang. He very much hoped Yi would stay at the martial arts hall, but the temple was too small for such a great Buddha. They might not truly be able to keep him. Yi could see the melancholy in Sun Yuan's eyes and naturally knew what he was worried about. I say, Xiao Sun, what are you thinking? Did that just defeat you? We're all on the same side. Doesn't my strength mean the martial arts hall is strong? With the title of a garrison general as vice director, will you still worry about not finding geniuses? Ye's words immediately made Sun Yuan smile. He understood Ye's meaning. Yi was willing to stay at the martial arts hall, and with the title of a garrison general at that. You're really willing? Haven't I always been the vice curator? Curator, did you fire me? No, I just think the vice curator position is a bit of an underutilization of your talent. How about you take the curator position, and I'll be your deputy? Isn't this a typical case of biting the hand that feeds you? What's so good about being a curator? All the scheming in trivial matters. He didn't want to do any of that. He just wanted to be a relaxed vice curator, focusing solely on cultivation and not on miscellaneous tasks. I won't aspire to be the curator, but we really should talk about something serious now, something very serious. Indeed, we should talk about it. Sun Yuan's expression suddenly turned serious, and a killing intent began to surge from him. This completely bewildered Yi. He just wanted to bring up the matter of a raise. Why was Sun Yuan reacting as if someone had killed his parents? Was this what they called being obsessed with money? Maybe I should just forget it. I have enough money to spend for now. Yi thought to himself, already planning to drop the matter of a raise. Brother Yi, tell me, which ignorant fool ambushed you and left you in that predicament? Was it those scoundrels from the first martial arts gym? They ambushed you secretly, right? Brother Yi, just give the order, and we'll march to the first martial arts gym and let them know the might of our Yuan-Tai martial arts gym. If we don't slaughter them until blood flows like a river today, then I don't deserve to be the curator of this martial arts gym. Listening to Sun Yuan's indignant words, Yi was a bit stunned. What is this all about? Why are we suddenly going to fight the people from the first martial arts academy for no reason? They didn't do anything, and my freezing was due to an operational error, a miscalculation, which had nothing to do with anyone else.
Although it's very dramatic, it's very moving. Only a martial arts academy like this is worth joining. To avenge him, Sun Yuan actually wanted to storm the first martial arts academy, and this was definitely not a joke. Because today, all the high-ranking and middle-ranking officials of the martial arts academy were gathered here. Such strength is enough to fight the first martial arts academy to the death. However, he still needed to explain he couldn't let the first martial arts academy take the blame for him. "Little son, you've over-imagined things a bit. No one ambushed me, I just made a small mistake when I broke through to Town General, which has nothing to do with anyone else. And actually, I was just about to talk to you about a raise. Seeing as I'm a garrison general now, do you think my salary could be increased a little?" As he said this, Sun Yuan was dumbfounded, standing rooted to the spot and staring blankly at Yi. A mishap in cultivation, a raise in salary. For a moment, he really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had brought everyone with such great fanfare, only to discover it was a misunderstanding. This. Brother Yi, Yi quickly waved his hand to cut Sun Yuan off, preventing him from getting any more embarrassed. "I understand everything, I've noted it. As for the salary increase, we'll discuss it when we get back." Yes, we'll talk about it when we get back. Gathering so many people was not a glorious matter after all, and it could easily cause unrest. It was best to dismiss them first. Take them back first. One was a high grandmaster, the other a garrison general. For now, there should be no one in Sea City who could threaten them. So, they didn't need these people to protect them. After greeting Sun Yuan, Yi turned his gaze to Bai Weiwei and Bai Xiaotian, who were standing to the side. Yi still had a very good impression of these two. Especially Bai Weiwei. If she hadn't insisted on helping him at the time, he might have been frozen to death. Such a young girl, not much older than his own daughter. Out of love for one, he extended it to the other. The more Yi looked at her, the more he liked her. "Both of you, if you don't mind an old man, shall we walk together?" With such a warm invitation from a garrison general expert, how could they refuse? Just being able to sit with a garrison general expert was enough for them. After making arrangements for everyone, Yi turned and looked at the hospital doctors with a smile. "Everyone, did anything happen today?" Although Yi was smiling, the immense pressure emanating from him made them very uncomfortable. They understood what Yi meant and all shook their heads, indicating they hadn't seen a thing. "Thank you all. I'm getting old and don't wish to be too famous. I hope you all understand." After a simple greeting, Yi called Bai Weiwei and her companion to his side. "Come, walk with me." To be treated so by a garrison general expert made everyone green with envy, but what could they do? After all, Bai Weiwei and the other were Yi's saviors. By associating with a town general powerhouse, these two have a bright future ahead, and everyone they meet will show them respect. Little did they know, Bai Weiwei and her companion were extremely nervous, especially sitting next to Yi. Sitting in the same car as a town general powerhouse was something she had never dared to dream of. All their usual mischievousness and playful antics were reined in, afraid they might disturb Yi. Seeing Bai Weiwei's reserved demeanor, Yi smiled and patted her on the head. "Don't be nervous, just treat me as an ordinary old man. Being a town general or whatever, those are external things, they can intimidate others, but they shouldn't intimidate you too. You are Grandpa's saviors. If you're so distant, Grandpa will be sad. Yes, don't be so reserved, you two. Old brother Yi is very kind, just treat him as an ordinary old man." At this moment, Sun Yuan stepped forward with a cynical remark. Had he not just been at the hospital and learned that Yi was a powerful town general, how different would he be from the two of them? To laugh at them now. Everyone had been terrified, so who was to say one was better than the other? They said they didn't care, but who truly wouldn't care? Fortunately, Yi seemed quite amiable, so they weren't as nervous anymore. "I'm not nervous, I'm really not nervous. Seeing you, Grandpa, reminds me of my own grandpa. You're both equally kind, I'm not nervous." If it weren't for her tense body that refused to relax, Yi would have believed her words. However, Yi didn't force her to relax either. After all,
she was just an ordinary person. If it were him, he'd be the same facing a town general powerhouse. It would be impossible to calm down. After briefly comforting by Weiwei, Yi chatted with them, naturally not forgetting to offer some guidance along the way. Just a few casual words from a town general level expert could be of immense help to them. Of course, Yi was not a stingy person.
A town general powerhouse could already achieve enlightenment through spiritual transmission. The sonic wave palm had an extremely high requirement for physical talent. Given their talents, even if he passed the technique on to them, they wouldn't be able to master it. The surging wave palm, developed to the 12th level, was already more than enough for them. He placed his hands directly on their heads, one on the left and one on the right. "Grandpa, you." The two dodged fearfully. They felt that Yi was acting strangely and had no idea what he was about to do. "Kids, you're in luck. Elder brother Yi is going to impart his cultivation to you, even at the cost of his own spiritual power. Seize this opportunity." Although they didn't know what Yi was doing, judging from Sun Yuan's words, it must be something extraordinary. It seemed Yi didn't want to be indebted to them, so he was finding a way to compensate them. "Grandpa Yi, you really don't have to. We saved you because we happened to be there. We would have helped anyone, regardless of their identity. Please don't exhaust your energy for us." Yi had indeed not been mistaken about them. An ordinary person facing such a benefit would have eagerly accepted it long ago. But they actually chose to refuse. Moreover, the young girl's eyes showed a hint of worry for him, fearing that imparting cultivation might harm him. What good children! But don't worry, this won't have any impact on your grandpa. Grandpa just likes you too and wants you to become a little stronger. Be good. Ye's voice seemed to possess a magical quality. After hearing Yi say this, the two no longer refused his kind intentions. The 12-level technique of the surging wave palm, along with his understanding of it, was transmitted into both of their minds. This set of techniques would be useful to them at least until the Grandmaster realm. With their talent, reaching the Grandmaster level was more than sufficient. Practice hard, don't disappoint your grandpa. And little son, they did save the life of our martial arts school's vice-curator. Shouldn't the martial arts school give them some reward or encouragement? This way, everyone will be more inclined to do good deeds in the future, don't you think? You wanted to give the two of them some benefits. Sacrificing a tiny bit of interest in exchange for a powerful backer like Yi, it was an incredibly worthwhile trade. Elder brother Yi, rest assured. I've already arranged everything. In a moment, I'll take them to the martial arts hall. Our hall has specialized equipment for training vitality, and I'll assign them under Old Lu and Old Xian. They don't have any apprentices right now, so let them guide the newcomers. Intermediate grandmasters. I think they should be qualified to be their teachers. Bai Weiwei and Bai Xiaotian listened to their conversation. The more they listened, the more alarmed they became. An intermediate grandmaster. In the Yuantai martial arts hall, that was the level of a vice hall master. Yet now, they were being assigned as their teachers. A warrior master level teacher was an extravagance for them, let alone a grandmaster expert. Grandpa Yi, we. Before they could refuse, Yi stopped them. Be obedient, accept Grandpa's arrangements, otherwise, Grandpa will feel uneasy. You know, at Grandpa's level, it's important to keep a clear and untroubled mind. You wouldn't want to see your grandpa sad, would you? With Yi having said that, what else could they do? Besides, they truly needed the guidance of a grandmaster expert. The higher the starting point, the greater the future achievements. Seeing them accept, Yi smiled with relief. He turned to Sun Yuan and said, "Send me home. I haven't been back all day, my family must be worried." Just as Yi was about to leave, Sun Yuan stopped him and pulled a box from his coat. "This is the Great Grandmaster medal we just applied for. Since it's already been approved, just keep it as a memento. When I go back, I'll resubmit the information and then apply for the Garrison General's medal." Yi was completely indifferent to this. While a medal could represent status, strength was what mattered most. As long as one had strength, medals or no medals, it didn't matter.
If worst came to worst, he could just reveal the general's seal on his chest, which would prove his identity as a garrison general. Of course, he still wanted the medal. It wasn't much use to him, but it was useful for his child. This was a symbol of his father's identity, and with it, no one should dare to do anything to her. When they wanted to do something, they would have to consider whether they could afford to provoke him. Soon, Sun Yuan had driven him to the entrance of his residential complex. After smiling and bidding them farewell, Yi pocketed the medal and returned home. As soon as he entered, he saw a heartwarming scene of mother and daughter. The two were sitting there, cracking sunflower seeds and watching TV, completely unconcerned about him.
Ahem. Ye's soft cough drew the attention of the two. You're back? Had your fun roaming around?
I never thought my old man, at his age, would wander off without coming home or sending a single message.
How rare.
Yi shot Ilara an annoyed glance. This little girl was getting more and more audacious, even daring to tease her own father. Actually, he had wanted to let his family know he was safe, but when he got out of bed, his power accidentally shattered his phone. So, he didn't even go to the martial arts hall, he came straight home to report his safety.
Go on, stay out of this. Yi trotted over to Anna's side.
Wife, I didn't report in because something happened, and then my phone shattered, so I couldn't let you know.
As soon as I dealt with it, I came straight back. People invited me to dinner, but I didn't accept.
I said no one's cooking is as good as my wife's, and I wanted to come home to eat. There will absolutely be no next time, I promise, I swear, if I can't do it, may heaven. Before Yi could finish, Anna covered his mouth.
Tui, what are you talking about?
I know you're like an old tree blooming, experiencing a second spring. Your career must be important, the family still relies on your support.
How could I blame you? Go eat. I saved you some food. It's all your favorites. Yi knew what Anna wanted to hear. After a thorough explanation, her anger subsided. Watching the two of them being so lovey-dovey, Ilara's good mood vanished completely. She could only vent her frustration on the television. I'm single, I'm proud, I save fabric for the country. These old folks, how many years has it been? Aren't they sick of each other? How come they're getting more sappy with age? Little did she know how deep their revolutionary friendship was, having gone from nothing to being deeply in debt together. And at this moment, the sound of a reporter's interview was playing on the TV. The camera was not aimed anywhere else, but precisely at Yuan Tai Martial Arts Academy. They were invited to attend the press conference, eager to witness the second Grandmaster powerhouse from the Yuan Tai Martial Arts Academy. However, as soon as they arrived at the venue, they were informed that today's press conference was cancelled, due to some special reasons, and could only be postponed until tomorrow. Of course, Yi knew all of this. After all, he personally found Sun Yuan to turn it down. As a town general expert, he was allowed this small bit of capriciousness. He still had to go home and explain everything to his wife. The press conference could wait until tomorrow. Dear viewers, although we couldn't attend the Martial Arts Hall's press conference, since we're here, let's take a tour of the Yuan Tai Martial Arts Hall. Everyone, follow my direction and look over here. The reporter walked towards the Yuan Tai Martial Arts Hall building. Ilara's eyes were glued to the television, afraid she would miss something important. Why are you so engrossed? What's so interesting to watch? Isn't it just the Yuan Tai Martial Arts Hall? You really didn't think there was anything interesting to see, considering he was the vice hall master and even had his own exclusive office inside. The moment Yi finished speaking, Ilara shot him a glare. He was clearly getting on in years, yet he had no worldly knowledge. Dad, this is Yuan Tai Martial Arts Academy. It's one of the top 3 super martial arts academies in our Haichang. The hall master is a great grandmaster, the vice hall master is a grandmaster, and there are tens of thousands of warrior masters and warriors. With such a powerful force, you're asking me what's so interesting to see? Do you know what was originally scheduled to be broadcast today? The Yuan Tai Martial Arts Hall has added a new great grandmaster. In our Haichang, besides the first martial arts hall which has 2 great grandmasters, no other hall has one.
Now the Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Hall has the strength to compete with the first martial arts hall. Before, the difficulty of getting into Yuan-Tai was much lower. Now with a second great grandmaster, it will be very hard to join. The allure of the top 3 martial arts halls was fatal to Alara. Especially Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Academy. She heard that Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Academy offered the best welfare and benefits among the 3, with high salaries, excellent perks, 3 days off a week, and all with pay. It was even said that you could train for free inside the hall after finishing your work. If you were lucky enough to encounter a warrior master or a grandmaster who offered a few words of guidance, you would have struck gold. Watching her father leave early and return late every day, working hard to earn money, Ilara's heart ached. "Dad, don't worry. Just hold on a little longer. After I take the 100 schools joint examination and get good results, I'll join the Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Hall. Then you and Mom can just spend your days walking birds and taking strolls. Let me handle the money-making." Ilara boldly took it upon herself, wanting to shoulder the family's burden. Yi didn't refuse her kind intentions, merely patting her head dotingly. "It's enough that you have this thought. Mom and Dad are very happy. But let's wait until you get good results in the 100 schools joint entrance exam first. Although I believe in your strength, there are many geniuses in the joint exam." Ilara took Ye's reminder completely to heart. "Dad, do you think there will be a lot of geniuses in this joint examination?" Ilara suddenly looked over with a serious expression. Something out of the ordinary must have a reason he knew his own daughter. Could it be that she was scared by the geniuses from these schools, feeling a bit emo? Was she seeking his comfort now? As a father, he naturally had to take care of his daughter's emotions and absolutely not let her have any negative feelings. "My girl, no matter how much of a genius others are, in Mom and Dad's eyes, you are the best. No one is better than you. Don't put so much pressure on yourself for the 100 schools joint examination. Just do your best." Ye's sudden sentimentality caught Ilara off guard. She didn't understand what Yi was trying to do. "Dad, what are you saying? I don't understand." "It's okay if you don't understand, as long as you are healthy in mind and body. Even if you are an ordinary person, Dad can ensure you live a life free from worry. Don't consume yourself with internal stress, okay?" Ilara naturally understood such a simple principle. Rather than consuming herself with internal struggles, it's better to blame others. Besides, she was a cheerful and outgoing young woman. She would never consume herself internally. "Dad, you're overthinking it. I was just simply asking you if there are many geniuses in this 100 school joint exam." Seeing that Ilara truly had no other reaction, Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Every school will have 1 or 2 geniuses. They have good family backgrounds and good talent, so their strength is naturally high. Ilara nodded in strong agreement. "That's right. They have good family backgrounds and talent, so if I want to catch up to them and win first place in the 100 schools joint examination, I have to work twice as hard. So I've decided. I'm going out of the city with my friends to train for a few days, to properly increase my strength before the 100 schools joint examination." Yi froze. He had gone in such a big circle, only to realize this was what she was waiting for. So that's why. He had been wondering how Ilara could possibly be feeling down. It turned out she wanted to go out of the city to train. With a single slap, Yi shattered the sofa beneath him. "Ilara, do you have any idea what you're saying? Or are you unaware of how dangerous it is outside?" In the past, Yi might have indulged her, but now, hearing that she was preparing to leave the city, he was instantly furious. "What did you just say? Where are you going?" Everyone wanted to stay in the city, where it was peaceful, prosperous, and entirely free of danger. They had put in so much effort and sacrificed so many lives back then to create such an environment. Yet his precious daughter actually wanted to choose to leave the city for training. Outside the city and inside were 2 completely different scenes. Battles were constantly occurring, and there were countless fierce beasts. Even a moment of carelessness could lead to an ambush. She was a young girl with no combat awareness. Going out of the city was no different from seeking death. "Dad, I've already made up my mind.
I'm definitely going, and I'm confident I can protect myself. Yi was so angry he laughed. Confident in protecting herself. Even mighty experts like grandmasters and great grandmasters wouldn't dare make such a bold claim. How many experts died outside the city each year? Even news of great grandmasters being killed was heard from time to time. Only experts at the level of a city garrison general could find a firm foothold in these chaotic times. Ilara was just a warrior. What right did she have to say such a thing? I'm telling you, it's impossible. You get back inside. Starting today, you're grounded. If you dare take half a step out of your room, I'll break your legs. Ilara was the apple of his eye, the child he had tried so many years to have. He would rather Ilara live a life of mediocrity as an ordinary person than let her go out and risk her life. She could skip school, she could skip the 100 schools joint examination, she could even marry an ordinary person, but she absolutely could not go out to hunt ferocious beasts. Yi grabbed Ilara, ready to lock her up. Hiss. But as soon as he reached out, he heard a cry of pain from her. Noticing something was wrong, Yi rolled up Ilara's sleeve. He didn't care at first, but one look and his face turned dark. What happened? Have you already been sneaking out? Yi carefully examined her body and found that it was covered in wounds, many of which had already scabbed over. There were also 3 fresh bruises on her back, clearly new injuries. Combined with her recent suggestion, it's likely she had already left the city and fought fierce beasts. These scars were clearly from battling ferocious beasts, especially the bruises. If not treated promptly, they could very well lead to internal injuries. She's young now, so she doesn't know these things. When she got older and her vitality began to wane, it would be just like his situation, the internal injuries would erupt, and it would be fatal. Looking at the wounds on Ilara's body, Yi was both heartbroken and furious. This girl was becoming more and more disobedient, actually sneaking out of the city behind their backs and getting injured. Good. Ilara, you've really grown up, haven't you? Acting first and reporting later, sneaking out of the city behind our backs to fight ferocious beasts, and even getting hurt. If I don't let you know the severity of our family rules today, you'll really think you can do whatever you want. He rummaged through his belongings, pulling out his long and used 7-wolf belt. He then swung it at Ilara's back. Of course, he knew his limits and didn't use too much force. Otherwise, with his current strength, a light tap would be enough to take the warrior's life. Holding back his strength, he struck Ilara's body, 1 lash at a time. Ilara kept her head down, gritting her teeth, neither dodging nor making a sound. This little girl's temper was exactly like his, stubborn as a mule. Even when getting a beating, she wouldn't listen. Seeing this, Yi became even angrier. Fine, you're tough, aren't you? Let's see how long you can keep it up. When Anna first saw the wounds on Ilara, she was also a bit angry, knowing he was doing this to make her remember the lesson. So, she didn't intend to stop him. But as he got more and more into it, Anna couldn't just stand by and watch. Ilara was her child. Seeing Ilara getting beaten, her heart ached, and she stepped directly in front of her. That's about enough. The girl already knows her mistake. Are you trying to beat her to death? Anna's intervention only made things worse. Ye's anger flared up even more. Recognized her mistake? Do you see her looking like she's recognized her mistake? She hasn't recognized her mistake at all. Her eyes were full of defiance, without a hint of admitting her mistake. Anna glanced back, and though she wanted to argue, she found she couldn't. The tempers of these father and daughter truly seemed to be carved from the same mold. Stubborn to the core. Once they made up their minds, 10 oxen couldn't pull them back. Girl, your dad's in a fit of rage. Can't you just lower your head and apologize? I'm not wrong. I just want to go out and experience things. I have my own life to live. I don't want to be a hothouse flower. I don't want to live my whole life under your protection. I'll decide my own life. No one can interfere. Even if you are my parents, it's the same. The path I choose, I'll walk myself. Only after Ilara said that did Ji realize his child had truly grown up. She was no longer the young eagle that needed their protection.
Her wings were now full, and she would eventually fly away from their protection. Though there was some reluctance in his heart, there was also some relief. He delivered one last belt strike to her bruise, then returned to his bedroom without a backward glance.
After watching he leave, Anna just sighed silently. But she first checked the wounds on Ilara's body. "My daughter, does it hurt? Don't blame your father. You've always been his treasure.
He saw you were injured, so he couldn't hold back and lashed out at you.
It's so dangerous outside the city. What if you run into trouble going out all by yourself?" How could Ilara not know what he was thinking?
She knew he was doing it for her own good, that he cherished her above all else. But she ultimately had her own path to walk.
To put it bluntly, Yi was already old. Even if he protected this family, how long could he continue to do so?
She didn't want this family to be unable to afford food or medical care. She needed to grow, to become stronger and stronger, and then find a way to extend her parents' lives. Otherwise, the next time Yi fell, she would be helpless.
"Mom, don't worry, I don't blame Dad.
I know he's worried about me.
But I didn't do anything wrong.
If I had another chance to choose, I would still do the same."
Only by experiencing life and death battles could she become stronger.
After just one battle like this, her combat power had already reached 27 or 2800, just a step away from becoming a high-level warrior. After returning to his room, it took Yi quite a while to calm himself down. He was actually very pleased with the girl's growth, and he didn't blame Ilara. After all, to become a truly qualified warrior, one must engage in battlefield combat.
He himself had survived countless battles in the past. And going out to hunt murderers was everyone's responsibility.
If he didn't even have the courage to fight the murderer to the death, Yi would rather not have such a child.
But he was still angry, unusually furious.
What angered him was that Ilara had secretly run out of the city, not telling him about something so important. If she had told him, he could have protected her from behind, at least preventing her from being so severely harmed.
A daughter growing up is no longer dependent on her father, he sighed.
After a sigh of emotion, he sat down cross-legged and continued his cultivation. Vitality circulated continuously along a fixed route. With each cycle of vitality, he could clearly feel his combat power increasing. Especially after he broke through to Town General, his cells became exceptionally active, and his combat power increased even more rapidly. Currently, conservatively estimated, his combat power has reached 200,000. Just a few days ago, he was a dying old man, and doctors had advised a lavish funeral for him. But now he is transformed, directly becoming a strong general-level figure with 200,000 combat power. Of course, his status as a general-level strongman is still somewhat hollow. Although he bears the mark of a general, his true strength has not yet reached that level. His current base strength was only 200,000, which only classified him as a mid-level grandmaster. Of course, this was without using any amplification techniques. A single punch could deal the damage of a mid-level grandmaster. If he uses the amplification effect of the sonic wave palm, a strike from the third layer can directly unleash 6 million damage. A combat power of 6 million was already considered a high-level grandmaster. To an ordinary person, such combat power was terrifying enough, but for Yi, it was far from sufficient. To become a true general-level strongman, he needs to raise his combat power to over 10 million.
Only then can he be considered an entry-level general.
10 million combat power is a huge hurdle. Once combat power breaks through 10 million, there will be a great blessing. His physical quality will be comprehensively enhanced, which can be considered a complete metamorphosis. He must seize the time to quickly reach the level of a general. Only by becoming a general-level strongman can he truly be considered to have entered the inner sanctum. Below the general level, it's merely child's play. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes tightly, sat cross-legged, and the vitality in his body began to awaken bit by bit. 1 cycle. 2 cycles. 3 cycles. The vitality circulated faster and faster, surging relentlessly within his body. Ye's body faintly felt as if it were about to rupture.
Can't stop, absolutely can't stop.
His combat power continuously increased as the vitality circulated, and with each additional cycle, his strength grew even more.
Yi dared not stop.
If he did, all his previous efforts would be wasted.
Boom! A rumbling sound echoed from within his body.
At that moment, the vitality stopped. Yi let out a light breath, which, like a sharp sword, sliced the table before him in half.
What a great feeling!
A smile tugged at the corner of Ye's mouth. Just now, the vitality had completed 108 cycles within his body. When his body reached its limit, the vitality stopped, and at that moment, his combat power completed its transformation.
200,000, 300,000, 400,000, 500,000, 600,000.
His combat power had tripled. Of course, this wasn't what shocked him the most. He was now a true garrison general expert. As the vitality circulated through its cycles, the cells in his body became more active, moving along with the vitality. A mysterious power surged within Ye's body. Where the power swept through, the pores on his body began to contract, his hair was re-dyed black, and even his wrinkled skin became firm. If he were to walk down the street, no one would believe he was a 90-year-old man. This was the life general body of a town general powerhouse, a divine body that revitalizes people.
Although he had broken through to the town general realm while in the hospital, his combat power hadn't met the standard, and he hadn't received the blessing.
He had the general seal, but not the ability of a town general. Only after his combat power reached the required level did his general body truly begin to manifest its power. He didn't know how many times his physical defense had increased. He would need to go to a martial arts hall for professional testing to find out. However, these weren't what he cared about most. What he cared about most was this body, which had regained its vigor. He felt his energy become abundant again.
He could even create another one.
Just then, a furtive sound suddenly came from outside the door.
Hearing the commotion, you didn't need to think twice. It could be no one other than Anna.
"Come in, you're a grown-up, stop acting like a little mouse."
"I'm not going to eat you." Upon hearing Ye's voice, Anna walked in with a beaming smile. However, as soon as he stepped into the room, he saw a head of beautiful black hair.
Yi, who had reverted to his youthful appearance, was instantly stunned. All the words she had prepared vanished from her mind. You. Yi naturally knew what she was surprised about and gently flicked his handsome hair.
"Have you been captivated by your brother's good looks again? I was charming then, and I'm still charming now. Are you feeling that flutter in your heart again?"
Her heart still fluttered for him, but now it was mostly filled with a sense of inferiority. Yi had returned to his youthful appearance, while she was still an old woman. She knew what Ye's recovery of his youth signified. To defy fate and regain a second spring, one could only achieve it by becoming a general guardian and receiving a blessing.
Have you become a garrison general expert?" He lifted his clothes, revealing the general's seal on his chest.
"The real deal, a garrison general expert. I told you, with me around, you and your daughter will live a good life. Now, I've kept my word. From now on, you just need to follow me and enjoy a life of comfort."
The corner of Anna's mouth twitched slightly.
She was genuinely happy for Ye's progress from the bottom of her heart. But while Yi was advancing, her own life was fading away.
How many more years could someone like her stay by Ye's side?
Yi was now a garrison general expert. This slight emotional shift in Anna naturally did not escape his eyes. He also knew what was causing Anna's dejection.
"Old woman, are you worried you can't keep up with me? Or are you worried that I'll go out and flirt with others now that I'm young again?"
"Both." Yi staggered, nearly falling to the ground.
He hadn't expected Anna to admit it so frankly. "How could you think of me that way? It really hurts me."
"My feelings for you are as true as the sun and moon, unchanging for 10,000 years. She knew Ye's feelings were genuine, but the current Yi had returned to his youthful state. And she was just a withered old woman, an ordinary person, now unable to satisfy Ye's needs. Over time, Yi would surely have his needs, and it would be inevitable for him to seek dalliances elsewhere.
Yet, she didn't want Yi to become that kind of man. But she herself. Anna was deeply conflicted. She knew she couldn't become an obstacle for Yi, but she also felt a sense of unwillingness to let go. Just as 1,000 thoughts raced through Anna's mind, Ye's hands rested on her shoulders. Looking up, she saw only Ye's eyes, which seemed to contain a universe of stars, filled with tenderness. Seeing the look in Ye's eyes, Anna couldn't help but feel a sense of peace. I understand. Good that you understand. Don't worry, I won't move forward alone. I'll take both you and our daughter with me. No one will be left behind on the journey. Believe me, you'll recover your youthful appearance. Then we can have another baby, what do you say? Anna's face flushed red at Ye's words. Humph, what are you talking about, have another baby? After the two flirted for a while, Anna snuggled up beside Yi and asked tentatively. Are you still angry? Yi was taken aback for a moment but quickly realized she was here to plead Ilara's case. Did you really think I was angry? How could I be angry with Xiaowan? I was just worried about her. Seeing her covered in injuries made my heart ache a bit. You should know how dangerous it is outside. So many people died back then. Although things are a little better now, it's still fraught with danger. One careless mistake can cost you your life. I understand her desire to become stronger. After all, she's my Ye's child. She has that ambition. But she has no combat experience at all. If she just tells me, I can protect her. I won't interfere with her actions, but with me around, she can avoid unnecessary harm. Sigh. Anna naturally knew what Yi was thinking. But as children grow older and more rebellious, no matter how much their parents say, the children may not necessarily understand. I understand, but a young eagle must eventually grow up. If she wants to fly, then let her fly. What could Yi do? Anna was playing the role of mediator, and Ilara wouldn't listen to him either. Although he was powerful, he had absolutely no status in this family. Besides agreeing, what else could he do? Where's Xiaowan? She went out to exercise. Don't worry, she didn't leave the city. She knows you're angry and is afraid you'll get sick, so she didn't dare to go out. The child is under so much pressure, you are primarily responsible. If you hadn't let her participate in the 100 school joint exam, she would still be a carefree little princess. In front of Anna, Yi had no temper at all, he could only nod and bow in agreement. It's all my fault, all my fault. When Xiaowan comes back, I, as her father, will apologize to her. None of them made things easy for him, but seeing Ye's expression, it seemed the matter had passed. As long as the two of them were fine, she would be relieved. Ding! While they were chatting, Sun Yuan's call came in. Always being so secretive. Go ahead, I won't bother you. If you don't come back, remember to call home. With such a gentle and considerate wife, what more could he ask for? You have nothing to do staying at home all day, how about coming out with me today? Your husband is the vice curator of Yuantai Martial Arts Hall and also a general-level powerhouse. The curator called me, he's probably preparing for me to attend an event. At such a dazzling moment, as the wife of a general, how about coming to see it together? Recalling the news report on TV just now, Anna instantly understood a lot. But as for her attending the event, she'd rather not. Yi was now a powerful town guardian, while she was just an ordinary person. People would say she wasn't good enough for him. Although she currently felt the same way, she was unwilling to give up. After all, they had so many years of feelings. I won't go. I'll head to the market in a bit to buy some groceries and come back to cook a nice meal for you too. Consider it a celebration of your ascension to the throne of Town Guardian. The fleeting look of disappointment in Anna's eyes was clearly caught by Yi. However, he didn't force Anna to do anything. He knew what Anna was worried about, but these days wouldn't last for long. In the days to come, he would guide Anna little by little. He would use his authority to exchange a large number of treasures for her, and he must elevate her to the level of a town general, allowing her to rekindle her second spring. Then remember to watch the news. I'll head over now. After tidying up his clothes for him, he reverted to the handsome appearance of his youth.
Even if Alara stood before him, she wouldn't recognize him as her dear father.
Only Anna could recognize Yi at a glance. After watching Yi leave, Anna stayed home alone, watching TV, wanting to be the first to admire Yi's handsome face. At this moment, the Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Hall had already set everything up. If Yi were merely a great grandmaster, they would never have arranged such a grand ceremony. But Yi was a town guard powerhouse, and such a figure naturally deserved to be treated with the most solemn of ceremonies. Even if Yi had requested a low-key approach, he couldn't take it literally. After all, this was the most basic respect owed to a town guard powerhouse. Moreover, how could he miss such a good opportunity to promote the martial arts academy? The stage was set, and reporters were invited. All the major and minor media outlets in Haichang were invited by him. Sun Yuan personally called to invite them, so how dared they refuse? They all ran faster than rabbits. Of course, the most important thing was that they wanted to see just who this newly promoted Grandmaster powerhouse of the Yuan-Tai dojo was. He was so mysterious that not a whisper had reached the entire Haicheng. That's right, Sun Yuan hadn't publicized it yet. He had invited them under the pretense of a Grandmaster powerhouse. The explosive news of a town general expert had to be announced to them in person, especially in front of those from the first martial arts academy. Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Academy having a town general expert was enough to suppress them. Thinking of their stunned expressions at that time, Sun Yuan's lips couldn't help but curl into a smile. Standing in the top floor office of the Yuan-Tai dojo, Sun Yuan's gaze was like a torch, fixed on the area below, ready for Yi's arrival at any moment. And behind Sun Yuan stood the 4 Grandmaster Vice Chiefs of the Yuan-Tai dojo. Even Zhao Shanglong, despite his severe injuries, came to participate in this event. That was a town general expert, a matter of supreme glory, and he had to attend, even if it worsened his injuries. The scars on his body didn't make him feel ashamed. Instead, he felt a sense of pride. He was personally beaten by a town general expert. Who has this blessing? He does. The thought alone feels incredibly exhilarating. Sun Yuan turned his head to look at the 4 people behind him, took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly. Today is the day our Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Hall makes a name for itself in Haicheng. You must take good protective measures and absolutely not let any problems arise, or else I will hold you accountable. Today, I will let them know which dojo is the number 1 in Haicheng. So what if they have 2 grandmasters? Our Yuan-Tai dojo has more than just grandmasters. At this point, everyone's breathing became noticeably heavier. They too were members of the Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Hall. When one prospers, all prosper. General level powerhouse, our martial arts hall today also has its own general level powerhouse. From today onwards, our Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Hall will stand above all other martial arts halls, the undisputed number 1 martial arts hall. I want everyone from Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Hall to walk down the street with their chins held high. I want them to feel proud and honored to have joined Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Hall. The ceremony can begin. A sharp glint flashed in Sun Yuan's eyes. To welcome Yi's arrival, their Yuan-Tai dojo had activated the highest level welcoming ceremony. The moment the order was given, the martial arts hall became like a precise machine, operating in an orderly fashion. In just a few minutes, all the warriors had gathered in the main hall of the Yuan-Tai dojo, a dense crowd with solemn expressions. Each column was led by a high-level warrior master, with their combat power arranged in descending order. The usually bustling and noisy hall was now so quiet that not even a breath could be heard. Everyone stood tall and straight, with cold eyes, and a faintly discernible, terrifying aura emanating from them. Although the main purpose today was to welcome the arrival of Yi, a town guard powerhouse. It was also more about demonstrating the strength of Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Hall, flexing their muscles to their enemies to awe and deter them. Therefore, no one dared to be careless. Anyone who made a mistake at this time would be expelled from the gates of Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Hall. One must know that Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Hall would henceforth be the number 1 martial arts hall, guarded by a general-level powerhouse. To be expelled now would truly mean losing face completely. Ceremony initiated. Everyone, burst forth with your chi and ignite your blood. The majestic voice of the vice curator came through the broadcast. Boom! Boom! Boom!
No sooner had the words fallen than sounds of chi bursting forth rang out, and the entire area was enveloped by their formidable aura. The scorching vitality circulated ceaselessly within their bodies. This was a silent roar they were welcoming as arrival in the manner of warriors. Meanwhile, reporters who had been waiting outside for a long time had already started live streaming, perfectly presenting the scene to the audience in the live broadcast room. Everyone, whether present at the scene or watching on TV, was completely awestruck by this spectacle. The vitality was like a dragon, seemingly about to devour them. This terrifying aura even forced them back several steps, and it took a while for them to regain their footing. Is this the foundational strength of the Yuan Thai Martial Arts Academy? How terrifying! Proceed to the viewing platform. Yes. With a collective roar, thousands of people marched in synchronized steps towards the viewing platform. Uniform and full of spirit, the reporters waiting outside were stunned by the scene before them. They had never imagined that a martial arts academy could possess such cohesion, like disciplined soldiers in the military. It was truly astounding. This was their first time participating in such a viewing ceremony, and seeing their proud expressions made one truly long to be a part of it. They too hoped to become a member of the Yuan Thai Dojo, to be a part of this, and to welcome the addition of a grandmaster. Boom! Boom! It was not a long path, but it took more than 10 minutes to cover it. Only when they reached the viewing platform did everyone dare to breathe deeply. The atmosphere just now was too tense. Especially the 4 Grandmaster Vice Chiefs standing at the very front of the formation, and the dazzling Grandmaster medals on their chests. They all stood there respectfully, not daring to be careless in the slightest, let alone ordinary people like them. Respect for a Grandmaster was still necessary. To disrespect today's Grandmaster was to disrespect the Yuan Thai Dojo, and how could they possibly afford to provoke a behemoth like the Yuan Thai Dojo? Boom! Just as everyone was lost in thought, a massive roar sounded from above. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the sky at that moment. Indeed, leaping from a 60-story building in such a magnificent manner was none other than the curator of their Yuan Thai Martial Arts Academy, Sun Yuan. His landing method was simple and brutal, so much so that one could hear the air exploding. However, the moment he landed was remarkably gentle, not even stirring up a speck of dust. Holy shit, is this the power of a Grandmaster? Is this the true strength of the Yuan Thai Dojo's chief? I'd heard before that Grandmaster powerhouses could briefly levitate, but I never expected it to be true. This is a 60-story building, and he can land so casually. He's just too strong. That's Master Sun's courage. If it were me, even if I could briefly stay suspended, I wouldn't dare do it. After all, that's a 60-story building. Sun Yuan's leap from the top of the tall building was perfectly captured by the reporters. Not only the people present, but even the viewers watching in front of their televisions were shocked by Sun Yuan's move. They had seen Sun Yuan on other occasions, and in their impression, Grandmaster chiefs like Sun Yuan were rather affable. But the scene today completely refreshed their understanding of Grandmaster powerhouses. Strong, too strong, completely beyond their ability to contend with. Feeling the shock in everyone's eyes, a smile appeared on Sun Yuan's face. He did this intentionally. He wanted everyone to clearly recognize the power of a Grandmaster powerhouse. He wanted them to hold a sense of awe for Yi, who would be appearing later. After seeing that the atmosphere had stabilized quite a bit, Sun Yuan, with his hands behind his back, walked step by step to the media. He didn't deliberately raise his voice, but everyone could hear him. And the moment Sun Yuan spoke, the scene instantly quieted down. His voice directly enveloped the entire venue. Everyone could hear it clearly. Thank you to the reporter friends and supporting friends who are here today. This old man, on behalf of Yuan Thai Martial Arts Academy, welcomes all of you. After expressing his welcome to the audience present, Sun Yuan began to talk about serious matters. I imagine everyone is very curious why our Yuan Thai Martial Arts Hall would publicize the joining of a great Grandmaster with such fanfare. Indeed, this was something they were very curious about. Normally, even if a great Grandmaster joined, they wouldn't make such a big fuss. Yet, the Yuan Thai Martial Arts Hall was making an exceptionally grand spectacle of it now. They guessed that Yuan Thai Martial Arts Academy had other intentions behind this.
They guessed correctly. Sun Yuan's big fanfare today had many meanings behind it. Are you all thinking that we are declaring war on other martial arts academies, or provoking the first martial arts academy?
At this point, Sun Yuan's expression grew serious, and his voice became even louder. You guessed right, we are indeed showing off, and provoking.
My Yuantai Martial Arts Academy will rise starting today. On this patch of land in Haicheng, my Yuantai Martial Arts Academy will be the strongest. After today, the position of the first martial arts academy will change hands. Of course, if anyone is unconvinced, feel free to challenge us. My Yuantai Martial Arts Academy accepts any form of challenge. Of course, you'll be responsible for the consequences. Overbearing, utterly overbearing.
In their impression, Sun Yuan had always been very kind.
But who would have thought that such a person would utter such overbearing words?
That surging aura directly crushed everything in its path, with no one able to resist, and they didn't even have the courage to look Sun Yuan directly in the eye. Yuantai Martial Arts Academy making such a big stir naturally attracted the attention of other forces. And just as Sun Yuan spoke these words with unparalleled arrogance, all martial arts academy forces within Haicheng were shaken. The first to be affected was the current First Martial Arts Academy, Honglong Martial Arts Academy. The moment they learned that the Yuantai Martial Arts Hall had added a second great grandmaster, they began paying close attention to its situation. When they heard Sun Yuan declare that Yuantai Martial Arts Academy cared for no other force and accepted challenges from all of them, they all stood up from their seats in excitement.
This Sun Yuan is too arrogant. How dare he say such things in front of the media? They haven't even become the first martial arts academy yet. If they really do, will other martial arts academies even have room to survive?
That Sun Yuan is really getting ahead of himself, actually daring to disregard our Honglong Martial Arts Hall.
My Honglong Martial Arts Hall also has two great grandmasters.
What makes him think his Yuantai Martial Arts Hall can become the #1 martial arts hall? Zhang Hong vented his frustration while watching TV with Zhang Long, the second great grandmaster of the Honglong Martial Arts Hall. With the two of them, Honglong Martial Arts Academy was the undisputed first martial arts academy.
Brother, don't get agitated.
Seeing Zhang Hong red-faced and agitated, Zhang Long stood up to comfort him.
Sun Yuan is nothing but a buffoon. He's just a junior great grandmaster. So what if he finds another great grandmaster? It'll just be another junior one. If we wanted to deal with him, it would be a piece of cake.
Zhang Hong knew Zhang Long was right, but he was still indignant, especially seeing Sun Yuan's arrogant face. It made his teeth itch with hatred. I know, but this Sun Yuan is somewhat ungrateful. If it weren't for us indulging him, he'd really think his Yuantai Martial Arts Academy could develop so smoothly in Haicheng. He really thinks he's hot stuff. After briefly venting his emotions, Zhang Hong looked back at the TV. He wanted to see what formidable individual Yuantai Martial Arts Academy had recruited this time. It actually made the usually timid Sun Yuan suddenly perk up. But he believed that with his own strength, he could definitely hold on to the top spot at Honglong Martial Arts Academy. No matter how strong Yuantai Martial Arts Academy was, they couldn't possibly be their opponents. This was their confidence. After all, their combat power far surpassed Sun Yuan's. Sun Yuan was merely a junior great grandmaster, while the two brothers were already half-step senior grandmasters, with combat power reaching as high as 6 million. Sun Yuan, currently at the scene, stood proudly above the crowd, his expression quite arrogant. He had the air of a serf who had finally risen and was singing his song. After all, for such a long time, Yuantai Martial Arts Academy had always been suppressed by Honglong Martial Arts Academy and Haifeng Martial Arts Academy. Now that he had this opportunity, he absolutely had to vent properly. Exhilarating. Unprecedentedly exhilarating. Just as Sun Yuan was basking in the adoration of the crowd, an incredibly ill-timed laugh echoed through the venue. Accepting challenges from anyone? Hall Master Sun is certainly confident. But does Hall Master Sun have the strength to back it up? The voice echoed through the venue. Sun Yuan's face turned ugly when he heard that voice. Others might not be familiar with it, but he certainly was. The person who arrived was none other than the Academy Master of Haifeng Martial Arts School, Feng Hai. Sun Yuan's strength was at the peak of the junior level, just one step away from entering the ranks of an intermediate Great Grandmaster. However, Feng Hai had already successfully advanced to the rank of intermediate Great Grandmaster, his combat power reaching 3.5 million, a full 500,000 higher than his. It was precisely this difference that caused his Yuan-Tai martial arts school to be suppressed by these two schools for so long, never having a moment to breathe. What, surprised to see me? Just now, Academy Master Sun boasted that he would accept anyone's challenge. Why are you silent now? Where's the dominance from before? Where were those grand words? The voice echoed step by step through the venue, and Sun Yuan's face grew increasingly grim. Oh dear, look at me, I almost forgot. Hall Master Sun Yuan has been stuck as a junior Great Grandmaster all this time and has never broken through. As soon as the words fell, several figures descended into the venue. Seeing the arriving figures, the faces of the Yuan-Tai martial arts school members were filled with uncontrollable anger. This was the most crucial moment for their Yuan-Tai martial arts school, and these people actually showed up and kept provoking them. Wasn't this a blatant insult? Everyone instinctively surrounded the people from Haifeng martial arts school. As soon as Sun Yuan gave the order, they would rush forward and tear the Haifeng martial arts school members to shreds. Sun Yuan stopped them, looking at Feng Hai with indifferent eyes. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to say that the strength of their Yuan-Tai martial arts school was indeed inferior to that of Haifeng martial arts school. Not only was his own strength as Academy Master inferior, but even the strength of his subordinates couldn't compare. The Yuan-Tai martial arts school only had 4 vice masters at the Grandmaster realm, while the Haifeng martial arts school had 6. As for everyone else, Haifeng martial arts school had just as many, if not more. And it wasn't just Haifeng martial arts school that showed up, many others were hidden in the shadows. Of course, he had anticipated this. After all, when he made his grand declarations, he had already expected these people to come knocking. Haifeng was just the first, but certainly not the last. Good, you've all arrived, have you? Sun Yuan's aura surged. Faced with the crowd's encirclement, he showed no fear, but instead burst into laughter. Even isolated and besieged, he stood firm, his proud spirit unwavering. All of you, get out here. Sun Yuan's roar didn't cause much of a stir. Apart from the people from Haifeng Martial Arts Hall, no one else appeared on the scene. What, besides Feng Hai, are the rest of you all cowards, hiding in the dark, not even daring to show yourselves? What, do I have to personally take action and drag you all out? That wouldn't be pretty. Sun Yuan had begun a blatant threat. Feng Hai was already present, and Sun Yuan was already struggling to stand alone, yet he still dared to provoke others. If there were truly other major powers, how could Sun Yuan possibly be their match? So arrogant, so overbearing. In fact, in their eyes, Sun Yuan had gone somewhat mad. Even if a great grandmaster joined them, they couldn't be this arrogant. Hall Master Sun, you're too arrogant. Since you've sincerely invited us, we can only come out and have a good chat with you. Sun Yuan had said as much. If they were truly dragged out from the shadows by him, they would truly lose all face. 4th Martial Arts Hall, Jingda Martial Arts Hall, here to pay our respects. How lively! Since you've all come, I must join the fun too. 5th Martial Arts Hall, Daeong Martial Arts Hall, here to observe the ceremony. If Sun Yuan hadn't mentioned it beforehand, they wouldn't have known so many people were hidden in the shadows. Figure after figure surged into the venue from all directions. The leaders were all great Grandmaster experts, with 2 or 3 Grandmaster experts standing behind each of them. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense. There were over a dozen great Grandmasters and dozens of Grandmasters present. In contrast, the Yuan-Tai martial arts school only had Sun Yuan, 1 great Grandmaster, and 4 Grandmaster Vice Masters. The faces of those present were full of mockery. Just moments ago, Sun Yuan was still clamoring, welcoming any martial arts hall, any force to challenge him. The next second, they came to make him lose face. With so many great Grandmaster and Grandmaster experts, if they were to attack together, they could easily suppress the Yuan-Tai martial arts school. They wanted to see how Sun Yuan would deal with this. However, this was destined to disappoint them. They saw no trace of panic on Sun Yuan's face, and even the 4 vice curators behind him showed no sign of alarm.
Moreover, from their faces, one could even sense a hint of schadenfreude. Seeing Sun Yuan smile, a sudden unease swept over several people. Sun Yuan's actions today were too abnormal. He remained very calm even when faced with so many of them. Something's not right, something's not right. What's going on with that old fellow Sun Yuan? To maintain composure under such immense pressure, either they were crazy, or they had absolute confidence in being able to suppress all of them. Crazy? It didn't seem like it.
Even if Sun Yuan had gone crazy, it was impossible for everyone else to have gone crazy at the same time. Then there was only one possibility: Sun Yuan and his people were confident they could suppress everyone. Coupled with the high-profile press conference today, everything reeked of strangeness.
Sun Yuan looked around, unable to control the schadenfreude on his face. Finally, he couldn't hold back and burst into laughter.
Good. It seems Sun Yuan, still have a lot of face. All of Haicheng's top 10 martial arts schools have actually come. You really do think highly of my Yuan-Tai martial arts school.
But do you think I, Sun Yuan, am a fool? Would I dare to make such a bold claim without absolute certainty?
You are not qualified to watch my Yuan-Tai martial arts school become a joke. I'm stating it here today: all the martial arts schools present, are trash.
Humiliation, naked humiliation. Although they had sensed something unusual, how could they tolerate being humiliated by Sun Yuan in such a way? Feng Hai stepped forward, his face very grim. Sun Yuan, you're really becoming more foolish with age. Do you truly believe that recruiting a second-grade grandmaster expert makes your Yuan-Tai martial arts school invincible?
Today, you've offended all of the top 10 martial arts schools. All of our masters are great grandmaster experts.
Who gave you the confidence to challenge all of us?
Even if your Yuan-Tai martial arts school had 2 more great grandmaster experts, you would still be no match for us.
Don't let him fool you either. He's just putting on a brave face now. As soon as we make a move, they're bound to show their fear. Such an analysis wasn't entirely wrong.
After listening to Feng Hai's analysis, Sun Yuan merely scoffed with disdain.
Then why doesn't Pavilion Master Feng Hai make a move? We're all just pretending to be calm. You guys should hurry up and act.
I've already put out the word that Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Academy accepts challenges from any force.
You wouldn't just be all talk, afraid to get serious, would you?
Feng Hai had originally come today to challenge Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Academy, and now being provoked by Sun Yuan on the spot, his fiery temper naturally flared up. So, upon hearing Sun Yuan's words, he immediately prepared to strike.
The others were also ready to act at any moment.
Today, they were going to make Sun Yuan understand that some words shouldn't be uttered carelessly. And just at this moment, Yi also arrived at the scene by car. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw the crowded scene. However, he was a town general level expert after all, so he could see what was happening on the scene even through the throngs of people. Naturally, he also saw Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Academy's current predicament. He was the vice pavilion master of Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Academy, after all, and Sun Yuan had always treated him very well. As vice pavilion master, he naturally had to advance and retreat with Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Academy.
Gentlemen, could you please make way? I wouldn't want you to get accidentally injured.
He reached out and patted a few people near him, signaling for them to move aside. The people turned their heads, looking at the young man beside them with somewhat strange expressions.
Brother, what is this? Brother? I'm already over 90 years old this year. Are you sure you want to call me brother?
Hearing Ye's words, everyone was stunned for a moment. Over 90 years old, yet looking like a young man in his 20s. Just how powerful must he be, how vigorous must his vitality be, to maintain his youthful appearance?
Brother, are you kidding me?
Yi smiled without saying a word.
Everyone, please move aside. I'm afraid of accidentally hurting you. Although they didn't know what Yi was about to do, they complied. After all, no one wanted to get hurt.
Seeing the people around him move aside, Yi smiled and nodded at them. Instantly, a formidable power erupted from Ye's body.
Boom!
The ground directly cracked open, and rocks flew wildly in mid-air. Luckily, they had moved out of the way, otherwise they would have been injured by these flying rocks. However, their focus was not on the rubble now, they were all watching the vanished Yi.
After the power erupted, Yi shot into the air.
The force exploded beneath him, launching him several meters high, and then the powerful energy propelled him towards the very center of the venue.
Finally here, you've made me wait so anxiously. The moment Yi unleashed that power, Sun Yuan successfully detected it.
Looking in that direction, he saw Yi speeding towards them. He had gambled correctly. He knew Yi was not an ungrateful person, he would stand with the Yuan-Tai martial arts school. Now seeing him besieged, Yi had made his move.
As long as Yi helped, his Yuan-Tai martial arts school would not fear being humiliated.
Today was destined to end in the Yuan-Tai martial arts school's victory.
Feng Hai, ha 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 ha. Seeing Feng Hai preparing to act, Sun Yuan couldn't help but burst into laughter.
Sun Yuan's sudden wild laughter startled Feng Hai, who didn't understand what he meant. But soon Sun Yuan spoke up.
Weren't you all dying to know who our new Grandmaster Powerhouse is? You're about to find out. Our Super Grandmaster Powerhouse is here.
Sun Yuan was overly confident. It was as if this new Grandmaster joining the Yuan-Tai martial arts school could solve every problem on the scene. Originally, they had planned to say some harsh words. But the next second, he felt his soul tremble, and an inexplicable fear made him somewhat uncomfortable.
Boom!
Before they could react, a whooshing sound entered their ears.
The whistling sound of air friction instantly reached their vicinity, closely followed by boundless pressure.
They all knew the enemy was right in front of them, but they dared not look up. It was like subordinates meeting a superior, a voice in their hearts told them to submit. At that moment, they had an impulse to kneel before Yi. But as Grandmaster Powerhouses, their pride kept them from kneeling.
Who's there? Boom!
As his voice fell, the pressure multiplied, and even if they wanted to hold firm, they couldn't anymore.
They immediately dropped to one knee. How is this possible? How can this be? My body is completely out of control. Who is this person? How can they be so strong?
They couldn't imagine that the person standing above them was a Grandmaster Powerhouse. Too powerful. Just the aura alone was enough to overwhelm them. If a real fight broke out, how could they possibly be a match? In that instant, they understood that Sun Yuan's confidence had never come from himself, but from Yi. Just as their minds were racing, Yi's voice rang in their ears once more. He showed them no courtesy whatsoever. After all, today was his induction reception. Their coming here to cause trouble was nothing but a blatant disrespect to him. Since they were inhumane, he couldn't be blamed for being unjust. Who gave you the audacity to cause trouble at the doorstep of my Yuan-Tai martial arts hall? Who's there?
Yi's thunderous shout sent the bystanders staggering back several meters. And that was without Yi even directing his pressure toward the onlookers.
Compared to them, the martial arts hall masters and vice masters who targeted the Yuan-Tai martial arts hall fared much worse. They were no longer just on one knee, their legs were directly on the ground, and even the ground had been shattered. The scene unfolded too quickly. It happened so fast that people couldn't react. By the time they did, the masters of the various martial arts halls were already kneeling on the ground. The crowd and reporters stared with wide eyes, looking at Yi in disbelief.
What did I see? What on earth just happened? General level expert. What general level expert? What are you talking about?
His chest, the general seal, a general level expert, he is a general level expert. Following the sound, a gentle breeze rustled, causing Yi's clothes to flutter in the wind, revealing his sturdy muscles and the clearly visible general seal upon them.
Holy smokes, it really is a general level expert. A general level expert.
I actually get to see a general level expert in my lifetime, a living general level expert, appearing right before our eyes.
How could such a super expert appear in Sea City, and even join Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Academy?
Everyone's eyes were wide, and in front of a general-level expert, they dared not be presumptuous at all. The few people who had just been talking with Yi were now dumbfounded. The general-level expert was so kind and even spoke so many words to them. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream. If word got out that they had chatted with a general-level expert for a long time, people would probably be green with envy. Meanwhile, Ilara, who was in the middle of her training, was also disturbed by the crowd's exclamations. She stopped her training and walked towards where they were gathered. Xiaowan, quick, come and see. The live broadcast from the Yuan Thai Martial Arts Academy. Ilara raised an eyebrow. She knew about the live broadcast from the Yuan Thai Martial Arts Academy today and that a great grandmaster was joining them. But she didn't have the leisure to watch such things right now. She needed to train hard and achieve her goals as soon as possible. You guys go ahead and watch. It's just a great grandmaster joining a martial arts academy. However, before Ilara could leave, someone beside her grabbed her hand. Don't go, what's your hurry? What do you mean, just a great grandmaster? It's not a great grandmaster, it's a town guardian. A town guardian powerhouse. Do you have any idea what kind of existence that is? You're not even going to watch a town guardian? What do you want to watch? That's right, a live broadcast of a general-level expert. Are you sure you don't want to watch? Each one of them was trying to tempt Ilara. How could she miss the live broadcast of a general-level expert? This was a rare and highly sought-after opportunity. Yuan Thai Martial Arts Academy was actually able to invite a general-level expert? Did something happen on site? Nothing happened, you'll know when you watch, it's so exciting. At that moment, everyone's attention was focused on Yi. The Yi on the scene was suspended in mid-air, his gaze cold, as if all living beings were mere ants. Feng Hai and the others knelt at Yi's feet, cold sweat pouring down, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. If it weren't for the formidable strength of a great grandmaster supporting them, they would have already fainted from fear. As for Sun Yuan, he felt no pressure at all. When he exerted his pressure, he had perfectly avoided the people from the Yuan Thai Martial Arts Academy. Looking at Sun Yuan's smiling face, Feng Hai suddenly realized that they had all been tricked by Sun Yuan. What great grandmaster reception! There was no great grandmaster. All they saw was a town guardian. Sun Yuan had deliberately made a bold claim to attract them, then used Yi to suppress them. They were to be shamed to elevate Yuan Thai's glory. Too despicable, too shameless. Sun Yuan, you, despicable. Sun Yuan merely sneered at Feng Hai's accusations, not responding to him, but instead walked past them to the reception venue. He raised his arm and shouted loudly. Martial Arts Academy lads, welcome the town general. As soon as Sun Yuan's words fell, deafening cheers erupted on the scene, wave after wave of sound, and the entire Haichang was filled with the shouts of the crowd. The disciples of Yuan Thai Martial Arts Academy shouted until their faces were red and their necks were thick. Everyone was in a state of extreme excitement. They, too, had previously thought that it was a great grandmaster powerhouse joining the Martial Arts Academy. Even that alone would have been enough to make them proud for a long time. But who would have thought that the person joining their martial arts academy was a super town general expert, a town general who suppressed everything? A martial arts academy with a town general expert would be a unique, top-tier super martial arts academy, and they, as members of Yuan Thai Martial Arts Academy, would also be respected. Their status and standing would truly rise. At this thought, their cheers grew even more enthusiastic, as if afraid others couldn't hear them. Yi hovered in mid-air, feeling their fervent gazes. Everywhere he looked, he was met with admiration. Showing off is enough, anymore and it gets tiring. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yi retracted his aura and slowly descended from the sky, landing on the high platform. Even though he had restrained his aura, when he landed on the high platform, everyone was still forced back a few steps in unison. Feng Hai and the others knelt on the martial arts stage. After Yi landed, they didn't even dare to raise their heads. Cold sweat dripped continuously, their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and they hunched over, trying to reduce their presence. But now they were kneeling on the high platform, forming a stark contrast with the crowd.
Moreover, with media reporters around, all their actions today have been recorded, which will be an indelible stain on their reputation for decades to come. Everyone will mock their overestimation of themselves, and they will be used as negative examples, truly becoming stepping stones for untill martial arts academy. Consequently, the academy's future recruitment is likely to be affected. But what could they do? This was all self-inflicted. If they could go back in time, they would definitely go back and give themselves a hard slap. How could they possibly participate in a martial arts academy guarded by a garrison general? Wasn't this just asking for death? Thinking of the Hong Long Martial Arts Academy, and then looking at their own group, they felt they truly deserved to die. Yi paced on the high platform, slowly and unhurriedly walking over to Feng Hai. When Feng Hai saw the top of Yi's feet, his heart raced, cold sweat flowed faster, and his head bowed even lower. How could he dare to look Yi directly in the eye? He was muttering to himself. I'm sorry, Garrison General, we really didn't mean it. If we had known that you were the one taking residence in untill Martial Arts Academy, we absolutely wouldn't have come to cause trouble. Knowing he was a garrison general, they were afraid. If he were just a great grandmaster, they would have really gotten the better of him today. Towards these people, Yi couldn't muster even a shred of pity. Hoof. Just a cold snort made Feng Hai's face turn ashen. Not daring to linger for even a moment, they feared that if they were a second too slow, Yi would take matters into his own hands. Thump, thump, thump. His forehead collided with the ground. He didn't use any spiritual energy for protection. His forehead made intimate contact with the ground, each knock with all his might. After just 2 kowtows, fresh blood spurted from his forehead. Yi took 2 steps back without a trace, afraid the blood would splash onto his feet. How could someone who could become an academy master be ignorant? Seeing Yi retreat, he stopped kowtowing and instead began to viciously slap his own face. One after another, to show his sincerity, spiritual energy was attached to his hands, but his face remained unprotected. Slap. With one slap, half his face immediately swelled red, and even his teeth were knocked loose. Seeing this scene, everyone felt it was very normal, and even thought the punishment was a bit light. The one they had offended wasn't an ordinary great grandmaster, but a genuine garrison general powerhouse. Grandmasters cannot be insulted, garrison generals cannot be questioned. Even just discussing a town general powerhouse is a grave sin, let alone offending them as they did. If he wished, he could execute them on the spot without any issue. Now he was only making them suffer a small punishment. Lord Town General, we're sorry, we really didn't mean it. I'm sorry. We were impulsive, please forgive us, Lord. With Feng Hai setting the example, the others instantly understood. A group of great grandmasters knelt on the high platform, the sound of slapping echoing endlessly. As for resisting, such a thought never arose in their minds. Let alone resisting, they didn't even dare to feel resentment. At their level, they knew how powerful a town general powerhouse was. Even if all the great grandmasters present were to launch a surprise attack together, they would be no match for a garrison general. And they might be instantly killed. For a town general powerhouse to eliminate them would be as simple as crushing an ant. Now, their only hope was that Yi would spare their lives, seeing how earnestly they were admitting their mistake. Otherwise, all of them would perish here today. Lord, we were wrong, please forgive us, smack smack. Lord, spare us this once, we won't dare next time, smack smack. A group of great grandmasters, apologizing while slapping themselves in the face. Quick, record this. This scene is rare. If you miss it now, you won't see it again. Record this secretly. After all, these are great grandmasters, we can't afford to offend them. No one dared to blink, simply watching Feng Hai and his group of great grandmasters admit their faults and apologize. Everyone lost their voice. But no one dared to stop them. Even though these people held supreme status in Haichang. Originally, they could have remained high above, enjoying people's adoration. Unfortunately, they failed to seize the opportunity and chose the wrong side, offending a powerful general. Thus, they deserved to kowtow, admit their mistakes, and slap themselves. And from beginning to end, Yi had only said a single sentence. There was no verbal communication throughout, just the seemingly absent aura emanating from him was enough to suppress them into silence. A general-level powerhouse, terrifying indeed.
Sai, Feng Hai, and the others weren't wrong either. It's just that Sun Yuan was a step ahead.
What great grandmaster! It was all a front.
He just wanted to use this facade as bait, and now look, besides the Honglong Martial Arts Hall, everyone else has been caught in the net.
Sun Yuan is too cunning. I knew he wasn't like this on normal days. Why was he so high profile today? He's quite the fisherman.
Listening to the whispers of the crowd, Sun Yuan's face grew increasingly smug. Regardless of schemes, overt or covert, as long as they could net all the enemies, it was a good strategy.
His exhaustive performance today wasn't in vain. He finally succeeded.
The only regret was that the two brothers from Honglong Martial Arts School didn't come.
Otherwise, it would have been perfect.
Sun Yuan looked around, then at the several people kneeling on the ground, slapping themselves continuously. He figured it was enough. Continuing would be a waste of time.
Brother Yi, it's getting late. How do you plan to deal with these people?
Even as the master of the Yuantai Martial Arts Hall, he had to ask for Ye's opinion before dealing with these people.
Yi glanced at them.
Each one was swollen like a pig's head, their faces nearly beaten to a pulp, yet without Ye's permission, they didn't dare to stop. If it were according to his old temper, those who offended him would have to pay the price.
Killing them all wouldn't be excessive.
However, he decided against it for now. They were, after all, a group of great grandmasters and grandmasters, the backbone of Haicheng. The city's development still relied on them. If he were to kill them all, although no one would say anything, it would severely impact Haicheng's development. He couldn't be so selfish. Even if he didn't give them face, he had to give face to the city lord of Haicheng.
Moreover, while the general was strong, he wasn't invincible.
There were still stronger individuals above him. There was no need to go to extremes. He would just consider it an act of accumulating good karma for himself. However, his moment of hesitation utterly terrified Feng Hai and the others.
They really didn't want to die, not at all.
So, the sound of the slaps grew louder, hitting even harder than before.
Stop!
Feng Hai, Zhang Jianjun, Chen Dehua, Lu Haiten, for deliberately causing trouble and showing contempt for the authority of a general-level expert. According to Haicheng law, you are sentenced to 10 years imprisonment, suspended for 10 years, and ordered to serve 10 years on the border battlefield. Before Yi could finish speaking, a voice appeared out of thin air. There was no room for discussion. The guilt of the group was directly determined. Anyone present who was a local of Haicheng would know where that voice came from. And only he was qualified to pronounce the judgment.
The Lord of Haicheng. He personally intervened. Ostensibly punishing them, he was actually protecting their safety in a roundabout way.
After all, they had offended a garrison general-level expert. If they weren't punished severely enough to satisfy Yi, Haicheng could very well face a bloodbath today.
But so many great grandmasters were also the foundation of Haicheng.
If they were all killed, the city's foundation would be shaken.
He could not watch Haicheng decline under his leadership.
So, he had to step in early, take them away to atone for their crimes on the battlefield, which would also serve as an explanation to Yi.
Brother Yi, are you satisfied with this punishment? No one could hear the city lord's voice transmission to Yi, asking for his opinion.
Yi had already intended to let them go and had no plans to kill them.
Since the city lord had proposed a punishment, he might as well give him face. After all, he would inevitably have to deal with the city lord in the future. Yi nodded slightly into the void, expressing his opinion.
Seeing that Yi agreed to let them go, the city lord also breathed a sigh of relief. It was a good thing he arrived in time, otherwise, none of these people would have been saved. In Ye's presence, even he could feel endless pressure. After Yi agreed, gusts of wind swirled on the scene, enveloping Feng Hai and the others. The strong winds swept them upwards, sending them to where they belonged, and the oppressive feeling completely dissipated.
They knew the city lord had left. Yi could disregard the city lord's authority, but they couldn't. A guardian was not to be questioned.
Respectful farewell to the city lord. Respectful farewell to the city lord. Sun Yuan led the way, bowing slightly towards the sky. The others followed suit, bowing to see off the departing city lord. With the city lord stepping forward, today's matter concluded perfectly. Yuan Tai Martial Arts Academy gained face, and from today onwards, the other martial arts academies were essentially ruined. From today, Yuan Tai Martial Arts Academy will completely rise and will even surpass all other forces in Haicheng. And there's only one reason for all of this. Yuan Tai Martial Arts Academy possesses a Zhenjiang powerhouse. Clean this place up, clear the site. Brother Yi, do you think the press conference should proceed as scheduled? As scheduled, no impact. To others, Yi was a lofty and powerful guardian, but to his own people, he was just an amiable old man. Of course, that description isn't quite fitting anymore, as he has regained his peak appearance and is no longer an old man. Go call Zhang Man and the others to join us. Zhang Man was his assistant, and Bai Weiwei and her brother were his saviors. It was a convenient thing to do anyway. Knowing that these three were connected to him, there was no fear of them being bullied, it was just a casual favor. With a super powerful guardian like he present, no one dared to cause trouble, and the press conference proceeded smoothly. Sun Yuan answered all the reporters' questions truthfully. Of course, Yi also wanted to answer a few questions, but no one dared to ask him anything. After all, he was a guardian-level powerhouse who had just suppressed so many great grandmasters. When a Zhenjiang rages, millions fall. Who knew if Yi was in a good mood or not? If Yi were displeased, one slap from him would cost them more lives than they had to ask questions. Asking Sun Yuan as usual was enough. The press conference lasted for over an hour. Yi, sitting there utterly bored, couldn't help but frown. Sun Yuan was constantly paying attention to Ye's condition. Seeing that Yi was getting a bit weary, he immediately stopped the interview. Dear journalist friends, thank you all for attending. Today's reception ends here. Alright, Hall Master Sun, we will report this in the newspapers immediately. Then, Lord Zhenjiang, Hall Master Sun, we won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. The crowd came quickly and dispersed just as fast, vanishing completely within a few minutes. There was no other way. The pressure Yi exerted on them was too immense, and they didn't dare to linger. After everyone left, Yi slumped into his chair. As long as those people were around, he had to maintain his posture to uphold the dignity of a guardian. But maintaining that posture was truly uncomfortable. Not only was it uncomfortable, but it was also a bit tiring, far less relaxed than usual. Elder brother Yi, what's wrong? Sun Yuan ran over to Ye's side with a respectful expression, showing his eager concern. Yi was very uncomfortable with Sun Yuan's attentiveness, but he knew it was absolutely impossible to make Sun Yuan change. This respect for the powerful was ingrained in their very bones. Nothing, just not used to this kind of activity yet, it's too boring. Forget it, let's not talk about that. I actually have something I need to ask you. We're all on the same side, elder brother Yi, what do you want to know? With Ye's current strength, what in Sea City could possibly be hidden from him? As long as he crooked a finger, a large number of people would offer him the information he desired. It's not a big deal, really. I just wanted to ask about the 100 schools joint examination. I heard that the 100 schools joint examination has always been sponsored and supported by the city's martial arts academies, so I wanted to ask, this year's 100 schools joint examination is. Sun Yuan had thought Yi was going to ask about some ancient secret. But in the end, Yi was only asking him about the 100 school joint examination. The 100 schools joint examination, huh? For years, the 100 schools joint examination has been sponsored and supported by the Honglong Martial Arts Academy. Elder brother Yi, why are you asking about this? It's nothing major. It's just that your little niece is also preparing to participate in this 100 schools joint examination, and I just want to go see how she performs on site. You should know, as parents, we always worry about our children's safety, and it's inevitable there might be some underhanded tactics involved. The child is grown now and doesn't want me involved in her affairs, so. Sun Yuan also had children, so he naturally understood Ye's good intentions. What's more, Yi had a child late in life, so he doted on his child even more.
I understand. This matter is easy to handle.
Now, our Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Academy is the #1 martial arts academy in Haicheng, and the right to host the 100 schools joint examination belongs to the first-ranked academy.
As long as we are willing, the Honglong Martial Arts Academy will have to relinquish this right. And I don't think the Honglong Martial Arts Academy would dare to refuse our request now. Sun Yuan was that arrogant now.
With Ye's support, he no longer paid any mind to the Honglong Martial Arts Hall.
Of course, this multi-school joint exam isn't very important to the Martial Arts Academy.
Given the current situation of Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Academy, as soon as they open, they will definitely be packed with people, and the academy's gate might even be trampled down.
So, the multi-school joint exam is dispensable for them.
However, if Yi were willing, he would be more than happy to take over the contract for this 100-school joint examination from the Honglong Martial Arts Hall. No need for all that trouble. Yi had no intention of taking on the responsibility for the 100-school joint exam. I'll just go to Honglong Martial Arts Academy myself.
Coincidentally, I have a small matter to discuss with them.
The multi-school joint exam is a minor issue, going to Honglong Martial Arts Academy is a major one. Of course, he wasn't particularly concerned about Honglong Martial Arts Academy. To him, all martial arts academies were the same, as no academy master was stronger than him. However, Honglong Martial Arts Academy possesses the most important Sea Dragon Stone in Haicheng. When the academy was first built, no one knew there would be a Sea Dragon Stone inside. It wasn't until Honglong Martial Arts Academy was completed that the Sea Dragon Stone suddenly caused a strange phenomenon, with a phantom of a sea dragon circling upwards. The light and shadow enveloped an area of 100 miles. As long as one was under the shroud of the sea dragon's phantom, their comprehension ability would significantly increase, and problems that were usually difficult to understand would instantly become clear. Most importantly, under the sea dragon's phantom, sea dragon tears would also be produced. These were priceless treasures, each worth over 100 million.
Honglong Martial Arts Academy owes its current success largely to the Sea Dragon Stone.
Some people also speculated that the Sea Dragon Stone suppressed an ancient fierce beast, the Sea Dragon King, a super fierce beast equivalent to a human world god of war. And the Sea Dragon Phantom they saw was the soul of the Sea Dragon, suppressed and forced out.
One day, the Sea Dragon's soul would be completely suppressed.
At that time, as long as one could obtain the Sea Dragon's physical body and refine and absorb it, their physical strength would be greatly enhanced. Afterwards, they might even soar to great heights and become a human super strong individual. And this was precisely one of Ye's goals. In his previous life, he wasn't qualified to view the Sea Dragon Stone. Now, as a guardian-level powerhouse, if he wanted to see it, the people at the Honglong Martial Arts School couldn't possibly stop him. Evidently, Sun Long also considered this, and asked,
"Brother Yi, you want to go see the Sea Dragon Stone, don't you?" Yi didn't deny it and directly admitted his purpose.
"That's right, I haven't seen the Sea Dragon Stone before. Since I have time today, I'll go take a look at the Sea Dragon Stone and resolve the multi-school joint exam matter at the same time."
"Alright, you get busy. Contact me if anything comes up. I'll make a trip first." Although he was now a deputy academy master, he was different from ordinary deputy academy masters. They needed to do things Yi didn't need to do anything at all. His only task was to ensure his strength continuously grew and that he remained alive. This was the greatest help he could offer to Yuan-Tai Martial Arts School. After bidding farewell to Sun Yuan, Yi hailed a taxi and headed for the Honglong Martial Arts School. Boom!
The sudden loud noise startled Yi. "Scared me to death, which car's tire burst?" Without lingering, he hailed a taxi and departed. Fortunately, these taxi drivers were busy making money. They had only heard on the news that the Yuan-Tai Martial Arts School had a new guardian-level powerhouse, but they didn't know what Yi actually looked like. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had a moment's peace on his journey. Seeing Yi come out of the Yuan-Tai Martial Arts School, the taxi drivers started making small talk.
"Young man, you must be from the Yuan-Tai Martial Arts School, right? That's great.
Your school has a new guardian-level powerhouse.
Have you seen him? Is he powerful? Is he handsome?"
Yi just listened quietly.
occasionally chiming in with a few words. Lord Garrison General is very approachable and very handsome, extremely handsome. He's the most handsome man I've ever seen in my life. Since he was praising himself, he naturally chose the most flattering compliments. I knew it. Lord Guardian, with great talent and good looks. I wonder if he has a family. Even if he does, it doesn't matter. As long as Lord Guardian is willing, women will be lining up at his door. I'm so envious. If I could become a Guardian-level powerhouse, no, even just a Grandmaster, I'd be satisfied for life. Comparisons are the thief of joy. I just can't compete. The journey to Hong Long Martial Arts School was only about 10 minutes, and thankfully, it was just 10 minutes. This taxi driver was truly talkative. Even if Yi Chen didn't respond, he'd continue prattling on by himself. Little brother, remember to give me a good rating. As Yi got out of the car, the driver didn't forget to give him a reminder. Silently opening his phone, a 5-star rating, with the comment, too talkative, hardship allowance. After finishing the rating, Yi walked towards the Hong Long Martial Arts School. It had to be admitted, the former #1 martial arts school still retained its pride. The location and floors were all superior to Yuan Tai Martial Arts School. He wondered if it was his illusion, or if it was real. Outside Hong Long Martial Arts Academy, one could feel their body lighten and their mind clear. Most importantly, the construction of Hong Long Martial Arts Academy surpassed 99.99% of buildings in Haicheng. Extravagant. Not particularly profound, just extravagant. Even the exterior tiles were custom-made, each worth tens of thousands. The jade lions guarding the gate were crafted from the finest natural jade, pure jade. Without substantial family wealth, who would dare build like this? And the fundamental reason for all of this was the Hailong stone. Those closest to the water get the first glimpse of the moon. Although they didn't restrict outsiders from obtaining the tear of the sea dragon, under normal circumstances, people from Hong Long Martial Arts Academy would know first. Even if others rushed there, they couldn't possibly be faster than Hong Long Martial Arts Academy. Possessing the tear of the sea dragon allowed Hong Long Martial Arts Academy to amass a vast fortune, enabling them to develop to their current scale. Hey, brother, what are you doing? Just as Yi was blankly assessing the situation, a shifty-eyed young man appeared by his side. And you are? Yi glanced at him, realizing he didn't recognize the man. He had no memory of ever seeing such a person before. Brother, you're also here to find a bargain, right? Also hoping to try your luck and find fragments of the tear of the sea dragon, right? I have a special channel here, not 99.98, not 66.66, just 998. How about I give you an excellent spot? Guaranteed to give you a fruitful harvest. For 998 you won't lose out or be cheated, trust me. Although he looked sincere, Yi Chen still wanted to ask, as he truly didn't know. What are tear of the sea dragon fragments? What do I need things for? Hearing his words, the young man paused for a moment, then looked as if he had a sudden realization. Oh, brother, you're worried I'm from Hong Long Martial Arts Academy, aren't you? Don't worry, I'm really not. If you don't believe me, go ask them. I'm truly thinking of you guys. Pay to buy my spot, and when the Sea Dragon Phantom appears later, the people from Hong Long Martial Arts Academy will only chase you away at the very end. So, when you pick up a tear of the Sea Dragon fragment, just leave quickly. Trust me, I've arranged all of them. Look at these angles, aren't they all tricky? Even if someone from Hong Long Martial Arts Academy comes out to look, they'll only seem like ordinary people. When the dragon's shadow appears and the sea dragon's tear shatters, fragments will fall. We grab them and run. The people from the martial hall won't be able to do anything to you. Yi scanned his surroundings and, sure enough, many ordinary people had gathered around the Hong Long Martial Hall. Some were office workers, some were cleaners, some were rushing to the bathroom, and some were pregnant women. Whatever you could imagine, you could find it there. These people seemed to be acting well, but in reality, they were full of flaws, because their eyes were always fixed on the Hong Long Martial Arts Academy nearby. They dared not look away. After all, the appearance of the dragon's shadow is only for a fleeting moment. If they miss it, they might miss out on a great opportunity. There's less than a minute left, buddy. Are you sure you don't want to try? Finding one is earning one, and my prices aren't expensive.
If you go it alone, you might very well be caught by the martial arts academy. Seeing Yi remain unmoved, the young man said no more and instead fixed his gaze on his watch. Through their years of research, they had mastered the timing of the dragon shadow's appearance. One loud bang is a warning, and the dragon shadow will appear. 2 loud bangs are preparation, it will appear within a day. 3 loud bangs are the start, the final 10-minute countdown. Now he finally understood what the earlier tire bursting sound was. It turned out to be a warning signal from the sea dragon stone. Counting the time, it should be about now. He was weak before and had been busy improving his strength, so he had never learned about the sea dragon stone. Today was a lesson learned. Everyone's eyes were on their watches, muttering to themselves. 10. 9. 8. 3. 2. 1. Boom! The ground shook slightly, but they were used to such occurrences. After all, the ground always tremors whenever the sea dragon's phantom appears. Once the tremor ceased, the sea dragon's phantom materialized in mid-air. Though merely a faint outline, it exuded an aura of unattainable grandeur. The moment the dragon's shadow appeared, time and space froze, and the world lost its color. Yi stared intently at the phantom of the sea dragon. This was the first time in all his years that he had seen it with his own eyes. Is this the sea dragon's phantom? If it were alive, it must be incredibly powerful. Just as Yi was marveling at the sight, the sea dragon phantom miraculously glanced in his direction. He had never heard of the sea dragon's phantom actively looking at people. And it couldn't possibly be alive. But Yi could swear that the sea dragon phantom had just, without a doubt, looked at him. With just that fleeting glance, he felt as if his soul was on the verge of shattering. What followed was the cells in his body becoming active, frantically active, continuously active. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. More and more cells became active, effortlessly stirring without him even needing to control them. It was a pity that the phantom came quickly and left even faster. If the phantom could have lingered a little longer, all the cells in his body might have become active, perhaps even undergoing a complete transformation. Breaking through to a marquee-level powerhouse in one go wouldn't be just a dream. If he could see the sea dragon's phantom a few more times, his strength would advance by leaps and bounds. It seemed he needed to visit Honglong Martial Arts Academy more often. All the strenuous cultivation for half a day couldn't compare to a single glance from the sea dragon's phantom. After calming the turbulent power within his body, he cast his gaze down toward the base of the Honglong Martial Hall. It was as if he wanted to see the full extent of the sea dragon stone through the academy. Brother, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and find the sea dragon's tear fragments, why are you spacing out? Seeing Yi standing there, unmoving, the young man kindly offered a reminder. But it was only a quick reminder before he turned and left. Just as the sea dragon's phantom dissipated, tears of the sea dragon rained down, along with fragments of the sea dragon's tears from the collision. They couldn't even imagine getting their hands on the sea dragon's tears. That stuff would be a hot potato. And even if Honglong Martial Arts Academy acquired the sea dragon's tears, they wouldn't use them themselves. All of it would be turned in and exchanged for money. This was also why they had been able to guard the sea dragon stone for so many years. Otherwise, the city lord would have taken back this area long ago. As for the fragments of the sea dragon's tears, those were a gift to them, the common folk. Everyone silently agreed to the unwritten rule: grab it and run. I'll symbolically chase twice, then pretend nothing happened. After the young man's reminder, Yi looked up. Just as expected, the sky was filled with fragments of the sea dragon's tear, interspersed with a few whole sea dragon's tears. No one touched the sea dragon's tears. They didn't want to cross the Honglong Martial Arts Academy. Everyone followed the unwritten rules for healthier development. As for the fragments of the sea dragon's tear, everyone scrambled for them. In no time, they were all snatched up by the crowd that had been waiting for so long. Yi swept a cool glance over them. His talent activated, and a stream of data appeared before his eyes. This included the composition of the sea dragon's tears, their formation process, and their effects. Sea dragon's tears, though sounding like the tears of a sea dragon, were actually a new substance formed from the compressed and refined energy within the sea dragon stone. Each appearance of the phantom was meant to bring out the impurities from these sea dragon stones. He hadn't expected them to be treated as treasures now. Although these items were indeed beneficial for a warrior's cultivation, and quite significantly so. However, long-term use of such things would place a heavy burden on the body. While helping to increase one's strength, it would also muddle their vitality. It would then require a great deal of time to purify the impurities from one's vitality. For him, the disadvantages outweighed the benefits. There was absolutely no need to pick these things up. Otherwise, with his strength, snatching these would be effortless. Ignoring the sea dragon's tear, Yi strode towards the Honglong Martial Hall. But just as he reached the entrance, he was shoved aside by a group of high-level warriors. Moreover, all the warriors who had been handling business on site were cleared to the side. This was the style of the former #1 martial arts academy. Simple, overbearing. Stand properly right now. Master Zhang Hong is about to come down. Don't let the master see this messy scene. Hurry up, all of you, stand properly. Don't you understand any rules? Normally, you can do whatever you want, but not now. Today, the master is receiving a distinguished guest. If the master sees you in this state, he'll surely throw you out. Are you trying to get fired, huh? Although Honglong Martial Arts Academy is no longer the top academy, it is still very difficult to get in. Being able to work here is already a rare opportunity, and if they were to be dismissed, they would be heartbroken. Seeing everyone cooperate with his actions, he reluctantly breathed a sigh of relief. But he still couldn't help but admonish them. Don't cause any trouble. If anyone does, don't blame me for being unkind. Just as he finished his warning, a dense sound of footsteps came from not far away. Even from a great distance, one could feel this immense vitality force. Most people like to keep their vitality force contained. To be so ostentatious, releasing one's vitality force outwardly like this. There was no one else but their master Zhang Hong. Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Hong led his people out, the dazzling medals on their chests constantly stimulating everyone's eyes. Zhang Hong showed no surprise at everyone's respect. This was the treatment they deserved as strong individuals. At Honglong Martial Arts Academy, there was a clear hierarchy. If you were weak, you had to unconditionally submit to the strong. If you were unconvinced, you would be crushed by force. It was the same for everyone. Battle power was king. If their battle power could surpass the master's position would be directly ceded to them. However, no one dared to cause trouble for Zhang Hong and his team. What is the master going to do? Why are all the vice masters assembled? What kind of important figure deserves such treatment from Master Zhang Hong? Could it be the city lord? Probably not. The city lord said he wouldn't visit any martial arts academy to avoid controversy. If it's not the city lord, then who could it be? Hearing their discussions, the warrior maintaining order shot them a fierce glare. Was this the time to talk? If the master heard them, they would all be punished. After being glared at by the person in charge, they didn't dare to speak anymore. Hiding in the crowd, Yi had no intention of staying any longer. If he guessed correctly, Zhang Hong had been notified by Sun Yuan in advance that he was coming to the martial arts academy, which was why he was making such a grand show of welcome. After all, he was a powerful town general expert. Even if he was an enemy's town general expert, he was still a town general, someone they couldn't afford to offend and could only entertain with enthusiasm. But just as Yi was about to step out to find Zhang Hong, he was stopped by a young man beside him. "Brother, what are you doing? At this time, you just need to stand here obediently, don't move around. If because of you, Academy Master Zhang Hong gets angry, we'll all suffer along with it. You should know that Academy Master Zhang Hong is notoriously short-tempered, the kind who kills at the drop of a hat." "That's right, young man. Just wait a little. A few minutes won't make a difference. Let's wait and take care of things in a bit." Yi knew they meant well and didn't want him to go to his death for nothing. But Zhang Hong was waiting for him if he didn't go out,
wouldn't Zhang Hong have waited for nothing? Thank you all for your kindness.
If I'm not mistaken, the person Academy Master Zhang Hong is waiting for should be me.
You? You can't be dreaming in broad daylight. What's your status, and what's Academy Master Zhang Hong's status?
You're not worthy of having Academy Master Zhang Hong wait for you.
Exactly, brother. You're quite the daydreamer. Just wait here obediently. Once the director has welcomed the important figure and they've left, we'll be safe.
Yi sighed silently and continued to walk toward the exit. The people around him grabbed him, one hand after another, and held him back.
Big brother, are you serious? Don't be impulsive. That's right, that's right. Don't get us all killed because of your recklessness.
For a moment, Yi didn't know what to say as he tried to break free from their grasp.
Is there a possibility that I am really the person he's looking for? Why don't you let go and see?
These people were doing it for his own good. He couldn't possibly injure them just for the sake of his pride.
Impossible, absolutely impossible. You cannot go out.
The person Academy Master Zhang Hong is looking for is definitely not you.
Yes, we absolutely can't let go.
Hold him down so he doesn't go out and cause trouble. Yi was young at most, he was a warrior master, or perhaps a grandmaster if he was a bit stronger. But even so, he wasn't worthy of being personally received by the Grand Grandmaster, Director Zhang Hong. To be personally received by Zhang Hong, one had to be at least a Grand Grandmaster.
Judging by the scale of today's event, it wasn't just any ordinary Grand Grandmaster.
Their strength had to surpass Zhang Hong's, which meant they were at least a peak Grand Grandmaster, or possibly even a garrison general. But this young man before them, no matter how they looked at him, couldn't possibly be a peak Grand Grandmaster, let alone a garrison general. Hold him tight, don't let him go out and cause trouble.
Hold him tight. Don't let us suffer along with him. Yi was immediately tied up securely by them.
I originally wanted to use a gentler approach, but it seems now that being less assertive won't work.
These guys are like plaster, clinging to him tightly. Are you really not going to let go? I'm about to make my move. It's impossible, so just give up. We are all warrior masters, how can you resist? Just wait here obediently.
You can go out after Director Zhang Hong has seen the person off.
After receiving this clear response, Yi sighed. With a boom, the vitality in his body exploded outward. That terrifying force of vitality instantly dispersed Zhang Hong's own vitality force. Holy crap! Help, 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 help me! What the hell, how can he be so strong?
The group of people was sent flying by the force of Ye's presence, tumbling backward 2.5 times in the air before crashing to the ground. Although Yi had controlled his strength, it still caused a commotion in the quiet hall. Everyone's eyes turned towards them at that moment.
It's over, we're completely finished now.
This guy is truly reckless, making such a big scene.
What should we do now?
The few who were sent flying lay on the ground, not daring to speak, a hint of panic in their eyes. At this moment, the people from Honglong Martial Arts Academy were staring at them with vicious eyes. They had been warned before not to make any noise, as it would disturb Zhang Hong. Now, these few had fallen in the hall, and right near Zhang Hong.
Wasn't this deliberately slapping them in the face and embarrassing them?
They had already etched the faces of these individuals deep into their minds. They would definitely have a face-to-face talk with them later. Before they could explain, their voices abruptly ceased as a cold gaze filled with murderous intent fell upon them.
It was none other than Zhang Hong, waiting by the entrance.
He was in a very bad mood right now because he didn't know what Yi was here to do. Moreover, this time they were welcoming a powerful garrison general. If he were to witness such an incident, he might think the Honglong dojo was trying to put him in his place. No matter the cost, his Honglong Martial Arts Academy could not afford it. So Zhang Hong turned his head, his eyes filled with murderous intent. However, in broad daylight, it wouldn't look good for him to personally kill someone. Drag them out, break their limbs, and forbid them from ever coming to Honglong Martial Arts Academy again. A simple, understated sentence directly sentenced several people to death. Although Zhang Hong didn't take their lives, it was enough to make them suffer immensely. The Honglong Martial Arts Academy had rejected them. Who would dare to hang out with them in the future? Curator, we. Zhang Hong clearly didn't want to hear their explanations. Any reason was an excuse to him. Those who made mistakes had to accept punishment. After receiving Zhang Hong's command, the two deputy curators stepped out to personally handle this farce. But how could Yi just stand by and watch them get seriously injured because of him? Moreover, they had just been looking out for him. If he wasn't a powerful garrison general and had rushed out recklessly, with Zhang Hong's temper, he would have surely been killed. I say, Zhang Hong, your temper is a bit too much, always wanting to cripple people. It's time to rein it in. They are my people, you can't touch them. Ye's voice was calm, yet it reached every corner of the hall. Following the sound, everyone's gaze focused on Yi. They wanted to see who was so oblivious as to dare speak to Zhang Hong like that. Little brat, you've got some nerve, talking to the curator like that. I think you're asking to die. Go, drag this guy out and break his legs along with the others. These two grandmasters had just returned from a mission outside and hadn't been paying attention to what was happening in High City. Therefore, they didn't recognize Yi. If they had known Ye's identity, they certainly wouldn't have dared to shout so loudly. But while they weren't familiar with Ye's voice, Zhang Hong was. The moment he heard Ye's voice, his face instantly changed. He turned his head, looking at Ye's face in disbelief. Terror, fear, doubt. In that instant, more than a dozen expressions flashed across Zhang Hong's face. Seeing that the vice dojo master was about to make a move on Yi, he finally snapped back to reality. Get the hell out of here, who told you to do that? Are you an undercover agent trying to destroy my Honglong Martial Arts Hall? Boom! He struck without mercy, ignoring any talk of camaraderie among martial artists. At this point, even if it were his own father, he'd be thrown out. Firstly, it was to protect Ye's dignity, and secondly, it was for their safety. If he didn't intervene, Yi would have to. His strikes were measured. He would only injure people, at most severely, but they would recover after a period of recuperation. But if they waited for Yi to act for a garrison general to personally make a move, those mere grandmasters would have no choice but death. So, Zhang Hong slapped the two men, sending them flying dozens of meters, smashing through the doors of several shops before they stopped. Everything happened so fast that they didn't even react, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at Zhang Hong. How could Zhang Hong care about their opinions? He walked straight towards Yi. My lord, really, why didn't you say anything in advance? Please, come in, please. My subordinates were being foolish and offended you. Please bear with them. They just returned from a mission and don't know your identity. Yi didn't think much of it. Besides, he wasn't here to make trouble for the Honglong Martial Arts Hall today. Waving his hand, he said indifferently, just let Hall Master Zhang handle it, I don't mind. But as for these brothers of mine, could they be released? I was just playing a little joke on them earlier. I'm sure Dojo Master Zhang won't mind. Now that Yi had said so, what more could he dare to say? He couldn't afford to offend Ye's brothers. Brother Yi is truly joking. They're all our own brothers, how could I mind? From now on, they are our Honglong Martial Arts Hall's senior VIPs. If they have any needs, they can come directly to me. If it were an ordinary martial master, why would he personally receive them? This was also a way of showing Yi some respect. The few people who had been sent flying by Yi were all a bit stunned. What's going on? What happened? How did they become senior VIPs of the Honglong Martial Arts Hall and even receive personal reception from the hallmaster? Hadn't Zhang Hong just been about to break their legs? Was the change that fast? In the end, all of them focused their gazes on Yi. This was all because of Yi. When Yi had sent them flying earlier, a trace of resentment had lingered in their hearts. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Yet now, because of a single sentence from Yi, their status was instantly elevated above the vast majority of people. One thought to heaven, one thought to hell. Today truly was an exciting day. After settling matters in the hall, Yi and Zhang Hong left side by side. The remaining matters were beyond their involvement.
Brother Yi, I already know about your visit here. Rest assured, during the 100 schools joint exam, we will reserve a chief referee position for you. If you have any objections to the competition results, then you can intervene.
Moreover, all the referees we've prepared are the most professional, so you can be confident there will be no under-the-table dealings. The first objective had been achieved. His presence here was to secretly warn Honglong Martial Arts Academy. His daughter was participating in this 100 schools joint exam, and he would not permit any shady operations. Offending a stronghold general for the sake of a few youngsters was not worth it. Of course, he still had to go. After all, it was his daughter's first official competition, and he wanted to witness her growth.
Thank you, Master Zhang. But I would like to see the Sea Dragon Stone. I wonder if that would be possible. Ye's attitude was so unyielding, it was clear he intended to view it by force. Even if he disagreed, Yi would still go and see it.
It was just that if they had a falling out, they would lose face. After all, with their strength, they were in no position to stop Yi. Since they couldn't stop him, it was better to simply grant his request.
Brother Yi, this way, please. Under Zhang Hong's lead, the two quickly arrived underground at Honglong Martial Arts Academy.
This was a secret chamber they had specially excavated after discovering the Sea Dragon Stone. To enter here, one had to pass through layers of verification.
Even a small mistake would attract the attention of the entire Honglong Martial Arts Academy.
Moreover, the materials used to construct the secret chamber were all top grade, so even a stronghold general would waste a lot of time trying to steal it. It didn't take too long before the two arrived underground. After passing through layers of trials, they finally saw the Sea Dragon Stone.
The Sea Dragon Stone.
100 meters long, its entire body shaped like a dragon, the stone was carved with all sorts of magical arrays. With just a single glance, he felt as if his head was about to explode. Profound and cryptic, massive amounts of array knowledge surged uncontrollably into his mind. Thankfully, he stopped in time, only observing with an appreciative attitude. Otherwise, the sheer knowledge of this formation would have directly overwhelmed him. Even with his current talent, he was unable to withstand it, which showed just how powerful the arrays on this Sea Dragon Stone were.
Moreover, the strength of a super being capable of being trapped by such a formation is simply unimaginable. He now somewhat believed the folk rumors that a super sea dragon might truly be sealed within.
Phew! Yi let out a long sigh and continued to observe the Sea Dragon Stone. Besides these formations, the stone itself was also carved with some intricate characters. If one were to disregard these things, the Sea Dragon Stone would just be a simple dragon-shaped statue.
Interesting, this thing is truly interesting. If the formation couldn't be figured out immediately, then he would study these mysterious characters.
His brain quickly churned, entering a state of complete concentration, and unconsciously, his body moved towards the Sea Dragon Stone. The guard watching over the Sea Dragon Stone tried to stop Yi, but was held back by Zhang Hong.
He waved his hand, signaling them to withdraw.
Over the years, they had also studied the Sea Dragon Stone, and given its appearance, there must be something unknown about it. However, no matter how much they researched, they couldn't figure anything out. They had no clues at all. Looking at Ye's current state, it was clear he had gained something. He, too, wanted to see what Yi could perceive from it. Yi approached step by step until the moment his palm touched the Sea Dragon Stone. An icy sensation swept through his entire body, and only then did Yi suddenly awaken. Now awake, Yi looked at the Sea Dragon Stone before him, then at Zhang Hong and the others not far away. He smiled and said, "My apologies, it's my first time seeing something so exquisite, and I was inadvertently drawn to it."
"Touching it shouldn't cause any problems, should it?"
Zhang Hong also responded with a smile.
No problem at all.
This Sea Dragon Stone can be touched freely. We've touched it before, trying to understand it, but we haven't had any breakthroughs. If you, old brother Yi, gain any insights, you're welcome to share them with us."
An epiphany?
Yi carefully recalled the experience. Although his mind had been captivated just now, upon reflection, it seemed there really was nothing to share.
"You might not believe me, but I really don't have anything to share." Yi was open and honest, his eyes clear. They saw no trace of calculation in his gaze. Perhaps Ye's cultivation was too profound, having reached a state of returning to original purity. But it didn't matter. If he didn't want to share, so be it. It was better to rely on oneself than on others. When their own opportunities were sufficient, they could figure it out themselves. Although I didn't gain anything today, it doesn't mean I won't in the future. Curator Zhang Hong, I have a presumptuous request that I hope you can agree to. The moment Yi spoke, Zhang Hong knew what he was going to ask. After all, Yi wasn't the first person to do something like this. All the powerful generals in Haicheng at that time had tried to understand the Sea Dragon Stone, but after researching it for a period, they hadn't found anything. Is old brother Yi planning to take the Sea Dragon Stone for research? No problem. The city lord and others all researched it before. However, there's one condition: the Sea Dragon Stone does not belong to any single person. Our Honglong Martial Arts Hall is merely safekeeping it. If you, old brother Yi, can't figure it out, you'll need to return the Sea Dragon Stone. Zhang Hong agreed readily. Yi had prepared a whole series of arguments beforehand, but now, not a single one was needed. As long as they agreed, he would have enough time to study the Sea Dragon Stone. My research time might be a bit long. If you need it, you can come to me for it. Here is my address. It might take a very long time to thoroughly understand and refine the Sea Dragon Stone. After handing the device for the Sea Dragon Stone to Yi, the stone was successfully secured without any issues. Taking the Sea Dragon Stone, Yi left with great satisfaction, not forgetting, of course, to offer some guidance to the brothers Zhang Hong and Zhang Long. After all, he owed them such a huge favor. Brother Yi, please visit often when you have time. Honglong Martial Arts Academy always welcomes you. No problem at all. Brother Yi, why don't you join Honglong Martial Arts Academy? The benefits here are much better than at Yuantai Martial Arts Academy. Even at a time like this, the two brothers didn't forget to try and win Yi over. As long as Yi came to their martial arts hall, the top spot among martial arts halls would remain in their hands. However, Yi had a rather good impression of Sun Yuan. The Yuantai Martial Arts Hall had treated him well, and he had no intention of leaving for the time being. Thank you both for your kindness, but I have no intention of leaving Yuantai Martial Arts Academy for now. After declining the kind offers from the two, Yi departed with the Sea Dragon Stone. As soon as he reached the entrance of the Martial Arts Academy, he saw Sun Yuan coming out to greet him. Brother Yi, the basement is ready for you. Let's go. Haicheng suffers hundreds of beast-tide impacts every year. To prevent harm to the public, many shelters have been built underground. As soon as the city gates are breached, people will immediately take refuge in the basements. Even more so for a super-large martial arts academy like Yuantai, which can accommodate more people, its underground safety measures are very well done. It can withstand attacks from marquee-level experts for a short period. Underneath Yuantai Martial Arts Academy, there are a total of 3 floors. The third floor is particularly massive, storing a large amount of living supplies and various cultivation resources. In case of an emergency, the provisions here can sustain tens of thousands of people for several years without issue. Of course, it had now also become Ye's exclusive research lab. The moment he knew Yi had obtained the Sea Dragon Stone, he had cleared out the area. Academy Master, Elder Yi. Just as the two were finishing arranging the Sea Dragon Stone and preparing to study it, Zhao Shanglong suddenly arrived in the basement, rushing towards them. When he saw Yi, Zhao Shanglong was still a bit frightened. After all, he had offended Yi in the past. But Yi didn't hold it against him. The old grievances were in the past. Besides, everyone here is from the same martial arts academy. It's simply not worth holding a grudge. However, seeing Zhao Shanglong's reckless demeanor, Sun Yuan frowned, looking at him with some displeasure. What's wrong? So flustered. As a vice curator, you should have the composure to remain unfazed even if a mountain crumbles before you. Aren't you shaming our martial arts academy? At this moment, Zhao Shanglong no longer cared about losing face or not. Curator, it's not that I'm anxious, it's that something's amiss.
Just now, I received a notification from the city lord's mansion. It seems to be targeting the old man. They said they want to see the old man at the city lord's mansion tomorrow at 9 a.m., otherwise, we'll face the consequences. Hearing this, Sun Yuan was taken aback, and Yi was also stunned. Logically, this shouldn't be the case. They are both strong garrison generals. How dare the city lord speak like that? Moreover, combined with the city lord's previous attitude, these words definitely couldn't have come from the city lord's mouth. When a garrison general is enraged, a million bodies lie dead. Anyone with a sound mind would not choose to offend a strong garrison general. Did the city lord say it himself? After hearing his question, Zhao Shenglong fell silent for a second, then shook his head and spoke. Not the city lord. The city lord never calls subordinates personally. Orders are usually conveyed by the vice city lord. However, this was contacted using the city lord's exclusive phone, so it should represent the city lord's intent. Hearing this, Ye's brow furrowed slightly, and his expression darkened. Although he had already anticipated it, his secret wouldn't remain hidden for too long. His foundation was unstable, and if the city lord and others were willing to investigate, they could easily uncover it. Before, he was just an unknown nobody, and no one would pay attention to him, causing no impact on Haicheng or Long Nation. But now it's different. He is now a powerful garrison general, and a garrison general who appeared suddenly. Let alone them, if he were in a high position, managing a city where a powerful garrison general suddenly appeared, he would also dig to the bottom of it and clarify the person's identity. So he understood the city lord's actions, but that didn't mean he could accept his fate. Even if they investigated the strangeness of his power increase, so what? With this in mind, Yi gave Sun Yuan a meaningful look. Sun Yuan instantly understood, dismissed everyone, and quietly awaited Ye's next move. He knew Yi definitely had something important to say. He had thought Yi was going to tell him some confidential information, but he never expected Yi to drop a bombshell on him. Sun Yuan, do you dare to gamble with me? A gamble with our lives on the line. Ye's voice was very cold, and equally serious. Hearing this, Sun Yuan's pupils sharply contracted, and his heart pounded non-stop. A dignified, powerful grandmaster, yet at this moment, his body felt somewhat weak. He had lived for half his life. He naturally understood what Ye's words implied. The implications were simply too vast, and the price too great. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it treasonous. Was the scene of the Guardian General causing trouble going to happen again? An expert of this caliber could suppress an entire city. If the city lord could suppress Yi, perhaps it wouldn't cause too much of an impact. But what if the city lord was no match for Yi? Then all the opponents who had once resisted Yi would have to die here. He looked up at Yi. Ye's eyes were icy, and his body didn't even emit the slightest aura, yet he saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in Yi. What kind of courage was this? Burning bridges, a hero with no turning back, and even a hint of madness deep in his eyes. Sun Yuan fell silent. This was a gamble of the century. If he defeated the city lord, he would become Ye's most loyal subordinate, and the Yuantai Martial Arts Hall would soar to great heights with Ye's support. If he failed, the Yuantai Martial Arts Hall would completely disappear from Sea City. The city lord would absolutely not spare anyone in their martial arts hall. They would be nailed to the pillar of shame, and not just them, but even their descendants would be unable to hold their heads high. At that time, Haicheng would have no place for them. But this was his best opportunity. To be unrivaled in Haicheng, wasn't that his lifelong dream? To make Yuantai Martial Arts Hall prosper, surpass other martial arts halls, and pioneer a new era for them. As long as he dared to bet, as long as Yi could win. While Sun Yuan was there pondering the pros and cons, Yi didn't rush him, merely watching quietly from the side. After a long while, Sun Yuan finally looked up, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at Yi. Are you confident? The outcome is uncertain, otherwise why gamble? If we win the bet, then what? Within Sea City, Yuan Tai will endure forever, a sole power, protected by the city lord. This was Ye's promise, and also the result that Sun Yuan desired most. As long as Yi won tomorrow, the Yuantai Martial Arts Hall would win. A gamble. Having lived this long, one must fight at least once.
Win, and everyone rejoices; lose, and one's reputation is ruined. I'm in. Yuan Tai Martial Arts Academy will advance and retreat with elder brother Yi. A smile appeared on Ye's face after receiving Sun Yuan's affirmative answer.
He was waiting for Sun Yuan's words. From the moment the system awakened, he knew that he would definitely be viewed with suspicion, and that his entire past would be dug up by others. They urgently wanted to know the reason for his sudden strength.
But he definitely wouldn't tell them. There was a deep conflict between them, so this battle was unavoidable. Since it couldn't be avoided, he could only stake his old life on it.
He would fight until heaven and earth lost their colors, and the sun and moon dimmed. Of course, his targets would only be the city lord and his faction, and would not involve ordinary citizens. He wanted to challenge the city lord's power and replace it.
Go, prepare for battle. A fierce fight awaits us tomorrow.
He felt as if he were seeing his younger self full of vigor and youthful arrogance.
Now, the feeling was finally right.
This was the real him, Yi, the transmigrator, the supreme being who would one day reach the pinnacle. Sensing the murderous aura emanating from Yi, a hint of killing intent also flashed in Sun Yuan's eyes. The two were now like grasshoppers on a string, sharing prosperity and suffering loss together.
After Sun Yuan left, Yi continued to study the Sea Dragon Stone.
Meanwhile, Sun Yuan urgently convened all the high-ranking members of Yuan Tai Martial Arts Academy. Notify everyone, within 10 minutes, all high-level executives are to report to the conference room for a meeting.
Anyone who is late will be expelled from Yuan Tai Martial Arts Academy. Seeing Sun Yuan's serious expression, the secretary knew that something important was about to be announced, otherwise, Sun Yuan wouldn't have this attitude.
The many high-level executives who received the notification still had smiles on their faces. Ever since their martial arts academy gained a powerful general-level expert, their status and position had undergone a dramatic change. Now, no matter where they went, upon seeing the Yuan Tai Martial Arts Academy uniform on them, everyone would fawn over them, speaking politely, for fear of offending them.
Why is the head curator gathering us so urgently? Is something wrong? What could possibly be wrong? Our martial arts academy is currently the largest in Sea City. Who would dare do anything? Who would dare say anything? You're right. Maybe there's some directive to convey. Let's go, we wouldn't want to be kicked out of the academy.
But when they arrived at the conference room, the smiles on their faces instantly froze. Because the head curator they saw was not the kind and amiable person he usually was. On the contrary, an icy, tyrannical aura enveloped him.
Everyone held their breath, sitting there, at a loss. What's wrong? What happened? Why does the head curator look like this? I don't know.
Logically speaking, the head curator should be in high spirits. Now is the time for the martial arts academy to shine.
Did the general level expert leave our martial arts academy? That's impossible. He just joined the academy, how could he leave already? Deputy head curator, what's going on with the head curator? Why does he look so gloomy? Never mind their confusion, even the vice hallmaster was completely bewildered.
They only knew that Sun Yuan and Yi had talked for a while in the basement, and when Sun Yuan came out, he was like this. They didn't know the specifics of what had happened, but they knew it definitely had something to do with Yi.
Everyone, quiet down. The head curator will explain everything later. For now, just wait quietly.
With the deputy head curator speaking, they could only remain silent, waiting quietly for Sun Yuan's next move. Go, close the conference room door. Completely sealed, even using formations.
They wouldn't be able to leave without the head curator's permission.
Everyone had a head full of question marks. Things were getting out of hand now.
Otherwise, how could the academy master be in this state?
Only after locking the conference room did Sun Yuan lift his head and look at everyone. All of you are core members of Yuan Tai Martial Arts Academy, so I won't beat around the bush with you.
Tomorrow is a make-or-break moment for our academy. An unprecedented challenge is approaching us.
If we overcome it, Yuan Tai Martial Arts Academy will soar like the sun, and your statuses will also rise steadily. Hearing this, no one showed even a hint of excitement.
After all, the Academy Master only mentioned if we overcome it, but there's also another possibility, that they might not overcome it. Academy Master, what if we can't overcome it? Since it was something they needed to face together, they naturally had the right to ask questions. Can't overcome it? A hint of a smile appeared on Sun Yuan's face. If we can't overcome it, all of you, including me, and including General Yizhen, will die. And after death, we will be nailed to the pillar of shame, and our descendants will be scorned. The consequences were so severe. Even the 4 deputy academy masters were frightened. They had no idea what kind of challenge they were facing that could even lead to the death of a general-level expert. It's important to know that in a remote small city like Haichang, a general-level expert was the embodiment of invincibility, a god in their hearts. Now, even a god might fall, which was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for them. Everyone lowered their heads, their bodies instinctively trembling. In a challenge where even town general-level experts could die, what use could they, mere warrior and master grandmasters, possibly be? They were nothing more than cannon fodder. What? Fear before the battle? Are you scared? Seeing everyone's reactions, Sun Yuan snorted coldly, his grandmaster aura pressing down on the crowd. If you don't even have the courage to face this challenge, then you're not suitable to join my Yuan Thai Martial Arts Academy. Of course, I won't force you to join tomorrow's challenge. You can choose to leave Yuan Thai Martial Arts Academy now, but you will have to stay here. If we lose, someone will naturally release you. If we win, I won't kill you, but you will have no further connection with Yuan Thai Martial Arts Academy. You can make your own choice. Sun Yuan was already being very tolerant and generous, still giving them the power to choose at such a moment. But who among those present wasn't ambitious? What was the purpose of their long and arduous struggle? Wasn't it to climb higher step by step, to become stronger, more formidable, and achieve a higher status? Now, with such an opportunity before them, they were reluctant to give it up. Zhao Shenglong was the strongest person besides the curator, and also the most composed among them. He showed no panic, merely watching Sun Yuan with interest. Curator, may I be so bold as to ask what challenge we will be facing tomorrow? We also need to weigh the pros and cons. If it's truly impossible, we certainly won't participate. However, if there's even a glimmer of hope, we are willing to advance and retreat with Yuan Thai Martial Arts Academy. Zhao Shenglong spoke very realistically, and Sun Yuan knew that these were the true feelings of most of them. They needed to weigh the pros and cons. If they were being asked to die, they would certainly not agree. Sun Yuan pondered for a moment, then decided to inform them of the situation. Tomorrow, we will declare war on a general-level powerhouse. What? They had considered many possibilities, even other martial arts academies uniting against Yuan Thai Martial Arts Academy, but they never expected that they would declare war on a general-level powerhouse. That was a general-level powerhouse. No wonder it was said that even General Yi might fall. They hadn't witnessed a battle between general-level powerhouses in so many years. Now, being asked to participate, they were inevitably a little nervous, scared, and of course, a little excited. No. No. Curator, you must be joking. We're going to declare war on a general-level powerhouse? Impossible, impossible, how could this be? How could a battle easily occur between general-level powerhouses? But, Curator, no, it can't be true, can it? The discussions among the crowd grew quieter, their voices filled with increasing uncertainty as they spoke. The curator's expression was serious, with no hint of humor or jest on his face. From Sun Yuan's demeanor, they knew this time it was serious. Curator, may I ask who the general-level powerhouse we need to challenge tomorrow is? Do we know them? They only hoped now that the general-level powerhouse they challenged tomorrow would be a relatively weaker one. This way, they still have a chance to win. Perhaps seeing the atmosphere in the room was too tense, Sun Yuan suddenly smiled. The moment they saw Sun Yuan smile, everyone unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. However, before they could swallow that breath, Sun Yuan threw out a depth charge, blasting them into a daze. It's not a particularly strong opponent, just the city lord, plus 9 powerful garrison generals under his command, a fight to the death. You should think carefully. If you are willing to fight alongside me, you can come find me. If not, then stay here peacefully until the battle ends tomorrow." After speaking, Sun Yuan left. The power of choice was handed over to them. Whether they could seize the opportunity was their business. After hearing Sun Yuan's words, everyone fell silent. The conference room remained silent for a full 20 minutes. They then reacted, exchanged glances, and gave a wry smile. For a moment, they didn't know how to choose. Including the city lord, there were a total of 10 powerful garrison generals, but their Yuan Tai martial arts academy was actually going to declare war on the city lord's mansion. They only had one person at the town guardian level, Yi. If they were facing just a single opponent, the choice would be easy. They could advance or retreat together with the Yuan Tai martial arts hall. But now they were facing 10 powerful garrison generals. Their probability of winning was 0. What should we do? How should we choose? What other choices there? I'm definitely not getting involved. What's the difference between this and suicide? 10 town guardian experts, not 10 great grandmasters. There's simply no chance of winning. Yes, there's no chance of winning at all. Going there is just asking for death. But do you think the hall master is an idiot? Why would he choose to side with town guardian Yi? One great grandmaster and one town guardian. Do you really think they can take on that many town guardian experts? Perhaps town guardian Yi isn't as simple as we imagine. He even claimed to be just a grandmaster expert before. As for their conjectures, that was their business. It just depended on what they ultimately chose. At this moment, Yi was in front of the Sea Dragon Stone, his mind working furiously as his 1033 times talent activated. After his talent was enhanced, his deduction abilities were also greatly strengthened, coupled with the continuous improvement of his strength. His overall deduction ability was already 1 + 1 + 1 greater than 3. He focused all his attention on the mysterious text on the Sea Dragon Stone. Through continuous deduction and analysis, it didn't take too long for him to decipher the text on the Sea Dragon Stone. Although the text seemed sparse, it described a technique for manipulating vitality. The reason they couldn't uncover the secret of the Sea Dragon Stone was that they hadn't mastered this technique. Only by using this vitality technique and circulating vitality along a specific path could one activate the core of the Sea Dragon Stone and truly begin to comprehend it. Moreover, this Sea Dragon Stone is not as simple as they imagined. This item can help condense physical strength, and it can also be used as a weapon. Although there's no specific grading system, it can be considered a supreme treasure of the highest quality. After mastering the vitality technique, he began to circulate his energy according to the technique's path, then combined it with the effects of the Sea Dragon Stone to temper his physical body. I want to see just how much help this Sea Dragon Stone can give me. With a thunderous roar from Yi, the vitality in his body began to churn, surging forward like a torrential mudslide in a storm, unstoppable. Boom! He circulated his vitality, channeling it along a specific path, and slammed a fist imbued with vitality power into the Sea Dragon Stone. The very instant of impact, the vitality within Yi's body was violently pulled by the Sea Dragon Stone. Then, a terrifying shockwave erupted from within the Sea Dragon Stone, blasting Yi back several steps. The vitality power circulated continuously within the Sea Dragon Stone, and in a moment's time, the phantom image of a sea dragon appeared before Yi. Before he could react, the Sea Dragon Phantom leaped to his head, delivering a direct divine infusion, burrowing directly from his skull into his body. It delved deeper and deeper along the meridians of his body, through his flesh, vitality, internal organs, and cells. In that instant, his body was shattered by the Dragon Phantom. However, at the very moment of collapse, it instantly reorganized. Over and over again. Yi truly never wanted to experience that extreme agony a second time. He wanted to faint but couldn't. The power within the Sea Dragon Phantom forcefully kept him conscious, making him watch as his physical strength grew little by little. The process of being crushed and reformed lasted for a full 30 minutes. Only when Yi's entire body emitted a golden glow did this power shift to his cells. He had no time to check his body's condition. His consciousness followed the power of the Sea Dragon Phantom. Those active cells were directly shattered under violent torment. All the cells in his body lost their vitality,
and the impurities hidden deep within the cells were now all pulled out by a mysterious force, then expelled from his body en masse. With the impurities cleared from his body, under the power of the sea dragon phantom, his cells gradually reassembled, slowly recovering their vitality. Until all the power dissipated. After this power dissipated, Yi sensed the vitality within his body. It was too active. If his previous vitality power was a volcano poised to erupt, then his current vitality power was the roiling magma shooting into the sky, incinerating the heavens and earth. As his vitality power continuously increased, his combat strength naturally rose with it. The battle power, which was previously stuck at 600,000, is now rising frantically. 700,000, 800,000, 900,000. It skyrocketed, breaking directly through to 1 million, and only then did it stop. Sensing the immense power within him, Yi couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. This was only the first time using the Sea Dragon Stone's power, and his base combat strength had already soared directly from Grandmaster to Great Grandmaster. Even without amplification, his current battle power could secure him a place in Haicheng. But if he uses the 30-fold amplification of battle power, 1 million instantly transforms into 30 million. A general-level strongman with 30 million battle power has already entered the mid-stage, and would be a well-known strongman in Haicheng. However, at the general level, it's no longer purely about battle power. Many other factors influence victory and defeat at this stage. Moreover, he doesn't believe that the City Lord's mansion would lack marquee-level strongmen. Tomorrow, he won't just be facing general-level strongmen, but possibly even marquee-level strongmen who surpass generals. Marquee-level strongmen, truly exciting. I wonder if they will choose to make a move tomorrow. Yes. Even if he knew there were experts at the marquee level, Yi wouldn't feel the slightest fear. His heart held only an endless battle lust. Fight, fight to the death. Even if they are marquee-level strongmen, they still cannot stop his restless heart. Having been calm for so many years, it's finally time to make a grand showing. In this battle, he would display the flair of a transmigrator. He would let the world know that he, Yi, was the strongest. However, with his current battle power, there's still a gap when facing general-level strongmen. He still needed to continuously temper his body and vitality, limitlessly increasing his own strength. Boom! Following the path of the vitality technique, Yi gathered his power. Under a 30-fold amplification, 30 million pounds of fist power slammed violently into the Sea Dragon Stone. Vitality power erupted from Yi's fist, and the faint smell of scorched air hung in the atmosphere. His vitality power was so vigorous that even the air couldn't withstand it and was completely burned away. With combat strength exceeding 30 million, Yi hammered the Sea Dragon Stone punch after punch, and vitality power instantly permeated the stone. Terrifying blood red covered the entire Sea Dragon Stone. 3 faint blue Sea Dragon phantoms burst forth from the Sea Dragon Stone. Finally, they drew upon Yi's vitality power and coalesced into a single, terrifying blood-red long dragon. It vaguely even had a tendency to materialize. The blood-red long dragon raised its eyes to glance at Yi, its gaze indifferent, even carrying a hint of disdain. But seemingly influenced by the power of the formation, the blood-red long dragon reluctantly burrowed directly into Yi's body. The sea wind howled, and a bloody sea tornado wrapped around his body. This time was even more direct and brutal. The sea dragon's power tore directly at Yi's flesh. It was like countless sharp blades slicing across Yi's body, one after another. Even the punishment of 1,000 cuts would be no worse than this. Yi tried to struggle, but he was trapped firmly by the sea vortex, able to do nothing but let it continuously slice away at his flesh. Every inch of flesh and blood was cut open, but what flowed out of his body was not blood, but drops of black liquid. These were all impurities hidden deep within his body. Yi's physical defenses were too formidable. The simple purges from before were completely unable to cleanse these impurities. This time, without destruction, there is no construction. His body's defenses were directly shattered, revealing the impurities hidden deep within. Ugh! It smelled foul. Just the scent alone made you feel a bit queasy. If these substances remained in his body for long, they would affect his talent, making it difficult for him to continue improving. After clearing the impurities from his body, the power of the blood dragon began to permeate his body little by little, and a faint golden light streaked across the surface of his body.
Indestructible golden body?
When he saw the layer of golden light on the surface of his body, the 4 words "indestructible golden body" instantly burst into his mind. This was a scene he couldn't have imagined. Even with the system, he never thought he would condense an immortal golden body. Giving Yi no chance to be surprised, just as he was about to marvel at the power of the immortal golden body, a series of sharp pains shot through him. The power of the blood dragon permeated his blood vessels and meridians, constantly helping him to widen them. The pain he just felt was the inevitable suffering during their expansion. Following the power of the blood dragon, his blood circulated rapidly within his body, turning from bright red, to light red, to colorless, to pale yellow, to yellow, and finally, to gold. Yi was nearly blinded by the flash of his own blood. Now he even somewhat doubted if he was still human. An immortal golden body is already an extremely rare existence. And now, even his blood had completed its evolution. His current blood can be called immortal golden blood without exaggeration. Wherever his blood flowed, Yi could feel boundless power. Moreover, under the constant nourishment of his blood, his internal organs were also strengthening bit by bit. His body is golden, his blood is golden, and his internal organs are golden. He is now literally a little golden man. After successfully transforming his blood, all the power of the blood dragon was injected into his cells. A mysterious force from an unknown source merged with the blood dragon's power and was then directly injected into his cytoplasm. The cells that had previously become active, with the blessing of this power, directly transformed into golden immortal cells. And those cells that had not been activated are now being activated little by little. 1, 2, 3. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. You know, a typical town general strongman only has a little over 100 active cells. Once they activate over 300 cells, they can be considered a mid-level town general. And to become a high-level town general, they need at least 1,000 active cells. As for a marquee-level strongman, only with over 10,000 cells can they reach the strength of a marquee. Yet in just that short time, Yi had directly reached 3,000 active immortal cells. Moreover, his power hadn't been depleted yet, and cells were still being continuously activated. 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000. When 8,000 cells were activated, the immortal golden body, immortal golden blood, immortal organs, and immortal cells very skillfully merged together. Looking at the golden light emanating from his body, Yi suddenly thought of that powerful figure from history, whose immortal golden light made him invincible on the battlefield once it was fully mastered. He could even withstand a peak strike from a king-level strongman with just his physical body. Strong, truly too strong. If I can truly master them, and activate all the cells in my body to become immortal cells, then the immortal golden body will truly reach grand perfection. Achieve sainthood through the physical body, and become invincible under heaven. The very thought of this made Yi unable to contain his excitement. But he also knew it would be incredibly difficult. For a warrior, cultivating the physical body was already a difficult path, let alone achieving the immortal golden body. That strong man from back then didn't succeed, so why should he succeed? Don't be fooled by the fact that he had already condensed the body, vitality, internal organs, and cells. But the truly difficult part is the bones. To immortalize the bones requires great perseverance. One must grind down the bones in their body piece by piece, and then recast them with immortal power. If any deviation occurs midway, all efforts will be in vain. One would need to grind down the bones again and start over, all while maintaining consciousness and personally enduring this extreme pain. The mere thought of it sent a shiver down Yi's spine. But for his future, for achieving physical sainthood, he had to do it. What he was best at was his fist and foot techniques. Even if it was immortalization, it would start from his hands and feet. And after so many years of training, his hands and feet were frequently injured, with broken bones and shattered palms. Even if the bones on them were crushed, it was within their tolerance. Shattered palm. Crack, crack. As Yi exerted force, the bones in both his palms were instantly crushed to dust. A problem occurred in his palms. The power of the blood dragon, imbued with mystical force, continuously surged into the fractured bones of his palms.
Regrowing from broken bones, Yi endured immense pain. Recasting the golden bones was more difficult than he had imagined, and far more painful.
Just his palms had to endure such excruciating pain, the sternum and skull afterward were vital areas, and a single mistake could lead to death and oblivion. Moreover, those areas were relatively fragile, making it incredibly difficult, exceedingly difficult, to forge immortal golden bones there. Power continued to pour in, and his palms absorbed the immortal energy like a dry sponge.
Just these 2 golden bone palms took almost an entire night to complete.
Although only the golden bones were condensed, his combat power underwent a drastic change. His combat power of 1 million surged wildly the moment the golden bones formed.
1,300,000. 1,500,000. 1,800,000. 2 million.
After his combat power increased to 2 million, it gradually came to a halt. The blood dragon's power also slowly dissipated within his body. Although the blood dragon had dissipated, the cells were still activating bit by bit. They didn't need Ye's direct control, they spread on their own, activating one by one. Phew! Yi sighed deeply. This night of cultivation had allowed him to make incredibly fast progress. The immortal golden body was already largely complete. It only needed all the bones in his body to be immortalized, and the cells immortalized, for the immortal golden body to be perfected. Although the immortal golden body was largely complete and his combat power had significantly increased, he did not show the slightest carelessness. There is no end to martial arts. The city lord's mansion has stood in High City for so long it must have trump cards. He only had to achieve perfection to survive tomorrow's great battle. As Yi was deep in thought, the 4 Grandmaster Deputy Curators had already arrived at Sun Yuan's office. And Sun Yuan had been waiting for their arrival. Seeing them arrive, Sun Yuan slightly raised his eyes and looked at them with a serious expression. "What have you decided?" The 4 exchanged glances, then gave a bitter smile, their faces filled with helplessness. They didn't want to make a choice, nor did they want to fight against the city lord's mansion. That was 10 garrison general powerhouses, and perhaps even stronger individuals behind the city lord's mansion. For them to rush headlong into their deaths like this, it was already quite good that they hadn't collapsed in fear. "We've thought it through. After so many years at the martial arts hall, enjoying so many years of its benefits, how could we leave at the most critical moment?" "That's right, and to be honest, we've already been branded with the Yuan Thai Martial Arts Hall's label. Even if we don't participate, others won't believe we're clean. Better to kill wrongly than to let go. I don't believe they'll spare us. For our own lives, we can only fight once." The 4 were actually still somewhat helpless. But there was no other way. To ordinary people, they might be high and mighty grandmaster powerhouses, but in the eyes of truly powerful individuals, they were nothing. What right did they have to choose? It was death either way, so why not take a chance? If they fought and won, there was still a chance to elevate their status. "Curator, just give the order. Tell us what you need. We are people of the martial arts hall in life, and its soul in death. We will go through fire and water for the martial arts hall, without hesitation. We are willing to fight for the martial arts hall our entire lives." Seeing their commitment, Sun Yuan's face broke into a satisfied smile. These 4 were indeed people he had meticulously cultivated. If even they couldn't stand with the martial arts hall, let alone others. Although there was still some worry in their eyes, they didn't hold much hope for the martial arts hall. To boost their confidence, Sun Yuan told them about the situation he had investigated. "You don't need to be too desperate. We might not necessarily lose this time, perhaps a miracle will happen. When I made this decision, I had actually investigated the situation." "Do you really think General Yi isn't capable?" Sun Yuan lifted his gaze to look out the window, his thoughts drifting back to the past. When he joined the martial arts hall, he had already investigated him. With his status, he could easily uncover Ye's identity. He even investigated how many times Yi went to the bathroom each day with crystal clarity. The first half of his life was unremarkable, his talent was average at best, and he barely scraped by, relying on an augmented surging wave palm technique. His wife, on the other hand, was very beautiful, and the couple was deeply in love. It was only due to Ye's internal injuries that they never had children. Not until he was over 70 did he have his first child. Not long ago, he was even pronounced by a physician as needing a grand burial. But it was this very person, whose vitality was depleted and who was about to be laid to rest. He suddenly erupted, not only passing the warrior assessment but also continuously improving, right up to his current level of garrison general. Based on his understanding of Yi during this period, he saw an air of invincibility and heroic pride that looked down upon all others in Yi's eyes. Moreover, since Yi dared to say such words, he refused to believe that Yi didn't have a trump card. At least he possessed the strength to resist 10 general-level powerhouses. He trusted his own judgment. He wanted to take a gamble. His future was right before his eyes. If he didn't seize it, he might regret it for a lifetime. Even if it meant losing his life, he would have no regrets. After hearing Sun Yuan's words, the fear in their hearts did not dissipate much. The shadow covering them became even more pronounced. However, they did not show it in front of Sun Yuan, merely bidding farewell and leaving the office. "Curator, we understand. At dawn, it's a fight to the death." After the few people left, they collectively went to Zhao Xinglong's office. Upon arriving there, their legs gave out, and they collapsed directly onto the ground. At this point, they no longer cared about mocking each other, as their conditions were similar. Sun Yuan had acted too insanely just now simply because he believed he was willing to stake the entire Yuantai Martial Arts Academy. They didn't want to die, they truly didn't want to die. What should we do? What should we do now? Tomorrow we're facing 10 garrison general powerhouses. We're just little grandmasters. The gap is so huge, how could we possibly be their opponents? What exactly does the curator want to do? Why provoke the city lord's mansion instead of running the martial arts academy properly? We only have one general-level powerhouse. How dare we? Exactly, general-level powerhouses have guarded Haicheng for over 60 years. Everyone knows their strength. Does the curator not know this? That's a general-rank powerhouse we're talking about. They're no longer in the realm of humans. They are gods, peak existences. How can we possibly fight them? There's no fighting them, absolutely no way. But what can we do? What else can we do? To fight is to die, not to fight is also to die. Once the head instructor challenges them, do you think we can escape unharmed? Another wave of silence fell upon the group. They all bore the mark of Yuantai Martial Arts Academy. Everyone knew they belonged to Yuantai. Once the battle began, they would inevitably be affected. They wouldn't even have a chance to escape. If a general-rank powerhouse wanted to kill them, fleeing to the ends of the earth would be useless. The more they thought about fighting a general-rank powerhouse, the more terrified they became. A sense of fear hung heavy over everyone's heads. They held not a single thought of fighting victory? That was too ridiculous. How could a human fight a god? Tomorrow, their Yuantai Martial Arts Academy would become the laughingstock of High City, perhaps even nailed to a pillar of shame, with their descendants forever unable to hold their heads high. How about we run? I think the chances of surviving by fleeing are greater. The others looked at Vice Head Lu as if he were an idiot. Run? I can't believe you even thought of that. If you want to run, go ahead and run now. We absolutely won't stop you. Do you really think you can escape from a general? Once the battle fails, news will be reported nationwide. We'll be like rats in the street. Where do you think anyone would tolerate us? This won't work, that won't work, so what should we do? I don't want to die. I worked so hard to cultivate to the Grandmaster level, I haven't even had a chance to enjoy life properly yet. Facing Vice Head Lu's lament, they had no intention of mocking him, because these were also the words they wanted to say. Having worked so hard to cultivate to the Grandmaster level, how could they be willing to give up their lives so easily? Fighting for others, if the odds were even, perhaps they would participate. But knowing it was like throwing an egg against a rock, continuing to participate would be sheer foolishness. Don't panic, everyone. Think of something. There must be a way. Everyone fell silent, only the heavy sound of breathing remained in the room. After 10 minutes of silence, Zhao Shenglong's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had thought of something.
Never mind, there's no way. We'll just advance and retreat, live and die with Yuan Tai Martial Arts Academy. You all think what you want. I'm going to rally the troops. The more people, the slightly higher chance of winning. With that, Zhao Shenglong left. The others didn't take Zhao Shenglong's words to heart, assuming he had given up. It was only the moment Zhao Shenglong pushed the door open and left that a successful, scheming smile appeared on his face. A bunch of fools, you can just go to hell with Yuan Tai Martial Arts Academy. I'm not going to my death with you. I'm going to spill the beans. I'm going to tell the city lord's mansion about your actions. That way, I'll be considered to have abandoned the darkness for the light. When Yuan Tai Martial Arts Academy is destroyed, not only will I not be punished, but I'll also be rewarded. I might even become a confidant of the city lord and rise to prominence from then on. No one knew Zhao Shenglong's thoughts. They were currently preoccupied with tomorrow's battle. At this moment, Yi was still continuously striking the sea dragon stone, wave after wave of power washing over his body. Cells were continuously activated, and his forearm bones became indestructible under his constant tempering. Cannot continue, absolutely cannot continue. The strength of his forearm bones had surpassed his imagination, a pain that tore at his soul. The further he went, the greater the difficulty, and the more intense the pain would become. With his current strength, he can only endure up to the forearm bones any further, and his soul might not be able to bear it. Phew! Yi took a deep breath, and the turbid air he lightly exhaled formed a small whirlwind on the ground, but he stamped it out with a foot. Let me try to see how strong I am now. The basement beneath Yuan Tai Martial Arts Academy was specially reinforced. Even a garrison general expert couldn't destroy it with a single blow. So he could boldly try out his attacks here. Breakthrough for me! With a roar from Yi, a brilliant golden light flashed from his body, and the surging power at this moment rapidly converged towards his fists. The third level of the sound wave palm directly erupted, a 30-fold power increase, instantly unleashing a punch force exceeding 60 million. Boom! This punch shook heaven and earth, making ghosts weep. The instant it collided with the basement's barrier, a terrifying shockwave surged outwards in all directions. Yi bore the brunt of it and was forced back several steps by the force. Fortunately, he had already condensed the indestructible golden body, so this force only pushed him back without harming him in the slightest. And that underground barrier, which was said to be able to withstand the attacks of a garrison general expert for half an hour, was now gradually cracking. Crack, 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 crack. The damage slowly grew, becoming unstoppable, until the barrier completely shattered, dissipating completely in the air like a moon reflected in water. With the barrier broken, the punch force continued. Without the barrier's obstruction, this punch directly slammed into the ground. Boom! A massive roar echoed throughout the entire Yuan Tai Martial Arts Academy. After all, this roaring sound came from beneath the Martial Arts Academy. Everyone stood up, looking around vigilantly, but found nothing. Only Sun Yuan knew that Yi was the only one underground. Only Yi could create such a huge commotion. I still underestimated you, as expected. I knew you'd have a trump card. Now that everyone has gathered, calculating the time, it's about right. It's time to announce this news to them. Attention, all members of Yuan Tai Martial Arts Hall. At dawn, Yuan Tai Martial Arts Hall will issue a challenge. Attention, everyone! At dawn, Yuan Tai Martial Arts Hall will issue a challenge. Important things are said 3 times, and everyone's attention returned to Sun Yuan. They didn't know what Sun Yuan was up to. Why would they suddenly declare war on the outside world? It must be about settling old scores and grudges. Before, our martial arts hall wasn't very strong, and we had to endure many things. Now that we have a garrison general expert, it's time to reclaim our prestige. That's right, this time we're afraid of no one. I wonder if we're declaring war on Haifeng Martial Arts Hall or Honglong Martial Arts Hall. Who cares who it is? We have a garrison general expert. Who are we afraid of? We'll defeat anyone who comes. Ever since he joined the Yuan Tai Martial Arts Hall, their confidence had skyrocketed,
and they paid no mind to the martial arts halls that had once lorded over them. However, before they could celebrate for too long, Sun Yuan's next words reached their ears, instantly stunning them into silence for a long time. At 9 a.m. tomorrow, Yuantai Martial Arts Hall will declare war on the City Lord's Mansion. Our opponents, 10 garrison general experts. When Sun Yuan finished speaking, the scene fell into a dead silence.
Everyone's eyes widened, staring at Sun Yuan in disbelief.
They were stunned, unable to react for a long time.
They even thought they were hallucinating. After a good while, murmurs arose, followed by a widespread burst of gasps. They couldn't believe it, they couldn't accept it. The amount of information was too vast, too much for them to process. What did the Academy Master just say? Who are our opponents tomorrow? I must have zoned out for a moment and didn't hear clearly. I think I zoned out too. I seem to have heard the Academy Master say that our opponent is the City Lord's Mansion, and the target is 10 garrison general experts. Garrison general experts, and 10 of them? What kind of joke is this? We must have been training too hard recently and misheard. They all couldn't accept this fact. After all, in their eyes, no matter how strong the Yuantai Martial Arts Academy was, it couldn't possibly be an opponent for the City Lord's Mansion. That was the number one power in Haichang, a superpower with 10 Zhenjian level experts. If they didn't have an absolutely overwhelming power, how could they suppress the entire Haichang? Unfortunately, they were overthinking it. Sun Yuan's words echoed in their ears once more. I know you can't believe it, but it's the truth. The target of Yuantai Martial Arts Academy's declaration of war tomorrow is precisely the 10 Zhenjian level experts. At this, everyone was in disarray. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. Has the curator gone mad? Is this going to throw away the entire Yuantai Martial Arts Academy? Just when we finally started to gain some ground, he's actually so arrogant as to want to confront the City Lord's Mansion. Those are 10 Zhenjian level experts. What on earth is the curator thinking? Or is it that this decision wasn't made by the curator at all? Everyone suddenly thought of Yi, who had just recently joined the Yuantai Martial Arts Hall. The only one who could make such a decision, besides Sun Yuan, was Yi. But no matter who made the decision, it was an unchangeable fact now. They didn't have much time left. It was almost dawn, and the decisive battle was about to begin. A sense of terror surged in everyone's hearts. Instantly, a horrifying aura permeated the interior of the Yuantai Martial Arts Academy, enveloping everyone like a swirling mist. Whether they were warriors or warrior masters, everyone present was terrified, their faces pale and their legs trembling. Some even collapsed to the ground. They had absolutely no chance of winning against 10 Zhenjian level experts. Moreover, by declaring war on the City Lord's Mansion, they weren't just fighting the City Lord and his people. As long as the City Lord raised his arm, the entire Haicheng force would participate in this battle. They were facing the forces of the entire Haicheng. They couldn't win, not at all. Not to mention that there are far fewer powerful garrison commanders, but even warriors, warrior masters, and grandmasters, they can't compare. Although his Yuantai Martial Arts School had gathered many warriors, looking at the entirety of Haicheng, the warrior masters of his school were but a small fraction. An ant trying to shake a tree, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They couldn't afford to be part of this battle. They had to leave here quickly. Let's go. Yuantai Martial Arts Academy is no longer safe. The curator has gone mad, actually attempting to challenge the City Lord's Mansion. Let's go, together. Someone took the lead, and others followed, leaving. After all, they had only joined the martial arts school to enjoy its benefits and treatment. Besides, why would a warrior master risk their life? They didn't want to die. In the face of death, positions, morals, loyalty, all became worthless. More and more people fled, and the Meditai Martial Arts Academy uniforms on their bodies were discarded on the ground. Sun Yuan did not stop them. He just considered it a pre-screening to identify those loyal to the Martial Arts Academy. If no one remained, it would only prove that he, as the curator, had failed. Some people left, some watched, and some came to Sun Yuan's side. Taking a chance might lead to great fortune.
This was their only way to break through class solidification. Otherwise, with their current strength, they would remain as they were for life, so they might as well take a gamble and become Sun Yuan's trusted subordinates.
If they won, their status and position would rise dramatically.
Of course, many people stayed because Sun Yuan had shown them kindness and appreciation. If not for the martial arts academy taking them in and providing them a place to settle down, they would have been bullied to death.
So these people stood firmly by Sun Yuan's side without wavering. Time passed little by little, and the entire building became quieter and quieter.
Those who wanted to leave had all left, and those who were willing to stay remained by Sun Yuan's side. From a martial arts school of nearly 20,000 people, fewer than 4,000 remained, and among these 4,000, there were hardly any warrior masters. They were all warriors without talent. They had initially joined the martial arts academy because Sun Yuan didn't want to see them bullied outside without any power. They were all unofficial staff, only slightly higher in status than general laborers. The truly cultivated core forces had all chosen to leave without any hesitation, not even looking back as they departed.
Sun Yuan's heart ached.
But there was nothing he could do. Everyone had their own aspirations, and he couldn't force these people to stay and die with him.
Good. With you all here, it's enough. Since you trust me, I will certainly give you a perfect ending. The Yuantai Martial Arts Academy will not perish, and neither will we.
Believe me, believe in the academy, and believe in General Yizhen. They naturally believed him. Moreover, they had stayed with a determination to die. For them, none of that mattered. Their current standing was entirely due to the Yuantai Martial Arts Academy's nurturing, so they considered it all a repayment to the academy.
Academy Master, from the moment we joined the academy, it became our home.
We are willing to give everything for this home, even death.
We are not afraid of death, nor are we afraid of battle.
That is right, Academy Master. As long as you give the command, we will charge wherever you send us, as long as you don't disdain our weak strength.
We are willing to live and die with the academy.
Willing to live and die with the academy. Willing to live and die with the academy. Everyone was shouting in unison. Sun Yuan hadn't been this moved in many years, but now he was touched by these warriors. He would not let those who believed in him regret or be disappointed.
He wanted to follow Yi and create a new golden age. He wanted the Yuantai Martial Arts School to flourish under his leadership.
Meanwhile, at the city lord's mansion, 9 general-level powerhouses floated in the sky, their gaze fixed on the direction of the Yuantai Martial Arts Academy. Even from a great distance, they could still see the situation at the Yuantai Martial Arts Academy. What a bunch of adorable fools who don't know the meaning of death. I really don't know who gave them the courage to challenge us with their paltry warrior master cultivation.
It's been many years since we last made a move. Perhaps some have forgotten our identity.
The sun is up, the wind is blowing, and it's time for the Yuantai Martial Arts Academy to disappear. Their eyes were cold. They didn't take the Yuantai Martial Arts Academy seriously at all, and they scoffed at its declaration of war. Such dregs, they could wipe out a whole bunch with a single slap. I really don't know who gave them the guts to even try to resist the city lord's mansion's power.
Why don't we take him down now?
The deputy city lord glanced disapprovingly at the speaker.
Capturing a general-level powerhouse without reason? Do you want the city lord to resent us? If you want to die, go by yourself. Don't drag us into it.
However, it was clear they didn't take the deputy city lord's words to heart.
Deputy city lord, you're really overthinking it.
The city lord just left and is heading to the Frostlands. He won't be back for at least 10 days to half a month.
Right now, isn't High City still under your control? Just give the order, and we can take them down in an instant.
The few of them paid Yi no mind. In their view, Yi, who had just stepped into the town general realm, could be dealt with by a mere wave of their hands. Of course, they were so eager to act to prevent Yi from growing any stronger. They had conducted a background check on Yi and discovered how extraordinary she was. To recover from a dying old man to peak condition in such a short time was not something an ordinary person could achieve.
There was definitely a secret about Yi that they didn't know.
The reason they brought Yi to the city lord's mansion was to extract this secret.
If he was sensible, they might show mercy and let her go. But if he didn't know what was good for her, then they couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. A secret that allows one to quickly grow stronger, how exciting! If we can master it, it would be a great achievement. The city lord might even praise us when he returns.
Watching their smug expressions, the deputy city lord frowned slightly and said,
"Don't be careless.
Yi is a town general level expert, after all. Even though she just entered this realm, there's no telling what trump cards she might have that we don't know about. We can't afford to be caught off guard and fail miserably." Even though the deputy city lord said so, they still didn't take it to heart. They had been in high positions for so many years, and there were 9 town general powerhouses among them. With such a powerful lineup, even if a marquee-level expert came, they could still put up a fight for a couple of rounds. Even if he had trump cards, she couldn't possibly be their opponent. The few of them glanced at Yuan Tai Martial Arts Academy, then dispersed, returning to their respective residences. Now they just had to wait for daylight, for Yi to bring her people to their door for battle. Time flowed by, minute by minute. The sun rose, and that ray of morning light dispelled the darkness. As the night faded, a sensational piece of news spread directly throughout the streets and alleys of Haicheng. Sun Yuan, the head of Yuan Tai Martial Arts Academy, along with his academy members, officially challenged the city lord's mansion. When everyone heard this news, they all felt like they hadn't fully woken up. What did I hear? Yuan Tai Martial Arts Academy is challenging the city lord's mansion? Did I sleep badly last night and have a nightmare? How dare Yuan Tai Martial Arts Academy do that? How can they challenge the city lord's mansion? I have received definite news. This is all true. Sun Yuan is leading people to challenge the city lord's mansion, and now the Yuan Tai Martial Arts School has fewer than 4,000 people left. They are basically all just warrior masters, everyone else has fled. That's a no-brainer. If it were me, I'd run too. It's like trying to smash a rock with an egg, just asking for death. Who would follow them to their doom? Not a single person had a good impression of Yuan Tai Martial Arts Academy. They genuinely couldn't understand where Yuan Tai Martial Arts Academy got its confidence from. Just because they'd gained 1 town general level expert, they dared to challenge the city lord's mansion, which boasted 10 town general level experts. They'd gotten carried away, inflated with ego. Such a path could only lead to one outcome, a tragic death without even a proper burial. Of course, the most pleased and agreeable were the martial arts academies in Haicheng. Sun Yuan had previously subjected them to great humiliation, and they had thought there was no hope of recovery. They hadn't expected retribution to come so swiftly. Sun Yuan was arrogant and too full of himself. No sooner had he become the #1 martial arts academy in Haicheng than he couldn't wait to challenge the city lord's mansion. He really thought the city lord's mansion was a pushover. Within 10 minutes, the city lord's mansion would completely obliterate Yuan Tai Martial Arts Academy. Then they could easily divide up Yuan Tai Martial Arts Academy's resources and power. What a pity, what a pity. They were #1 for only 1 day, and now they're gone. Indeed, one shouldn't get too carried away, otherwise, they'll lose sight of themselves. This time, Yuan Tai Martial Arts Academy is truly beyond saving. Everyone was waiting for a good show, and with the sensationalism from interested parties, they knew the time. 9 o'clock quickly arrived. No one wanted to miss this battle of the century. There were even fearless war correspondents attempting to film the entire event. Master Sun, do you mind if we conduct a live report? No, I don't mind, but please don't disturb our challenge. Don't worry, we are the most professional, we only record the most authentic scenes. Sun Yuan led his people outside the martial arts academy, preparing earnestly. However, some people seemed to have no intention of giving them much time. Boom! 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 9 soaring auras condensed into a true dragon in mid-air, pressing down towards the Yuan Tai Martial Arts School. Though far away, they could still clearly perceive the oppressive feeling. Many warriors were already on the verge of collapsing under this pressure. After first crushing them with their imposing presence, the 9 figures shot into the sky, rushing towards the Yuan Tai Martial Arts Academy. They couldn't wait any longer, eager to suppress the Yuante Martial Arts Academy beneath their feet. From a distance, people felt the intense oppressive force emanating from these 9 auras. The general seal shone brightly wherever it passed. People knelt and bowed, no one daring to look directly for a second. Horrifying, is this the deterrent power brought by a general-level expert? Comparable to a living Tai Sui god. I really don't know who gave Yuante Martial Arts Academy the confidence to challenge the City Lord's mansion. With 9 general-level experts mobilized, Yuante Martial Arts Academy is finished. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, the 9 figures hovered directly above the Yuante Martial Arts Academy. There was no emotion in their eyes, and their auras enveloped them. Except for Sun Yuan, who could barely stand, all the others fell to their knees. There was no comparison, let alone fighting. Merely standing under their oppressive aura was an extremely difficult task. Ants. In the presence of the 9 general-level experts, they were like mere ants. In fact, they had never even considered Sun Yuan and his group a threat. Their target from beginning to end was only one person, Yi. However, since they lacked a legitimate reason, the necessary pronouncement still had to be made. Yuante Martial Arts Academy, disturbing social order, openly provoking social conflict, attempting to disrupt the peace of Haicheng. As guardians of Haicheng, we have the right to suppress them according to the law, and restore a clear and righteous order to Haicheng. Are you all ready to be punished? The auras of the 9 general-level experts erupted directly this time. Even Sun Yuan couldn't withstand it, dropping to one knee with a thud. As for the others, they fared even worse, with some even fainting directly. These 9 individuals were like 9 suns, high and mighty, their light too dazzling. The searing vitality seemed capable of incinerating all things to ash. Even though they were prepared to die, fear still crept into their hearts at this moment. Despair, fear, helplessness. A terrifying atmosphere enveloped their hearts, impossible to shake off, leaving only endless despair. However, it was clear that the town generals didn't pay them any mind. Where is he? Their objective from beginning to end was only Yi. To obtain the secret of rapid growth from Yi, they had to defeat and capture her. Yi, get out here. Are you planning to be a coward and hide in your shell? I'll give you 3 counts. If you don't come out after 3 counts, they will all be executed. As this voice fell, streaks of dark electric light flashed in the air. No one doubted the truth of his words. If he did not come out within a count of 3, these bolts of dark lightning would mercilessly reap their lives. This is the Dark Electric Town General. It really is him. I didn't expect him to return from the border. If it's the Dark Electric Town General, then they're finished. The Dark Electric Town General's strength is top tier among town generals. Indeed, I heard about the Dark Electric Town General's achievements recently. He single-handedly fought against 2 town general beasts on the battlefield, killing one and severely injuring the other. It's more than just that. The Dark Electric Town General has too many achievements. He's an elder generation strong expert of Zhenjiang. Back then, he suppressed a large city with a population of millions. I also heard about that battle. There's even a documentary. It was truly a river of blood, with heads piled high. Tens of thousands died at the hands of the Dark Electric Town General, like a god of slaughter descending. Yuante Martial Arts Academy is truly miserable. To challenge the City Lord's mansion when the Dark Electric Town General returned, isn't this just asking to be slaughtered? Regarding the Dark Electric Town General, everyone was very respectful, but more so, terrified. After all, the Dark Electric Town General's reputation as a god of slaughter was widely known. Who wouldn't be afraid? Listening to the crowd's discussions, the Dark Electric Town General became even more arrogant, slowly descending in front of Sun Yuan. His gaze was indifferent, looking at him as if he were an ant. He has abandoned you. Tell me his location, and I can give you a quick death. Anyone who dared to challenge the authority of the City Lord's mansion must be executed. Of course, if they were willing to reveal his current whereabouts, he would stop the torture. Sun Yuan gritted his teeth, raised his head to look at the Dark Electric Town General, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He thought he had prepared himself for death, but when his eyes met those of the ruthless General Yudian, his heart still gave a sudden jolt. Cold sweat dripped uncontrollably from his forehead just one glance, and his soul felt as if it would freeze solid. The words were on the tip of his tongue, yet he couldn't utter them. Irresistible, unstoppable, the suppression from a higher being made even resistance impossible.
Still resisting stubbornly? It seems I'll have to send you on your way first.
Although Sun Yuan said nothing, he saw defiance in Sun Yuan's eyes. It was obvious that Sun Yuan would not cooperate with him. No useful information could be obtained from Sun Yuan's mouth.
But it didn't matter. With so many people present, someone was bound to know Ye's location. He would ask them one by one, torture them one by one. There would always be someone with a weak will. A bolt of lightning suddenly surged from General Yudian's hand. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I'll make you clearly feel your body crumbling bit by bit. To go against the city lord's mansion, you, a mere grandmaster, actually dare.
Just as General Yudian was about to send the lightning bolt from his hand into Sun Yuan's body, the earth suddenly quaked violently.
Rumble.
Immediately after, the ground shook violently, splitting open. A crack spread horizontally for thousands of meters, directly separating Sun Yuan and his group from General Yudian and his men. As everyone watched in astonishment, a golden light shot up from underground.
So dazzling, so blinding.
Sun Yuan and the others felt as if they had seen light. Their originally dark and despairing hearts were once again illuminated by the radiance. The newcomer was none other than the ace of their Yuan Tai martial arts hall, the super town guardian expert, Yi.
Who gave you the audacity to touch someone from my Yuan Tai martial arts academy? Do you wish to die?
The voice was very calm, but they could hear endless killing intent in Ye's tone. Yi was indeed very angry now. All the people from Yuan Tai martial arts academy present today were his loyal followers. People willing to stand with him in critical moments. Yet now they were suppressed by these people. If he had come out a little later, Sun Yuan might have already been killed by them. So Yi was very angry, and his eyes carried killing intent as he looked at them. Ye's entrance was too dazzling. The 9 town guardians present immediately cast their gazes over.
The terrifying pressure from their bodies pressed down on Yi.
The others were just small ants. As long as Yi was dealt with, the rest would be instantly crushed.
Are the juniors nowadays so audacious? Do they have no respect for their elders? Too arrogant, much more arrogant than I was back then.
Even I wouldn't dare treat an elder like this, and in front of so many elders no less. No wonder he dared to commit such treasonous acts. Too presumptuous, disrespectful of elders. He's swollen with pride after gaining a little strength. If such a person is allowed to continue, it will pose a great danger to Haicheng. He must be suppressed as soon as possible. Indeed, such a person cannot be allowed to remain and harm Haicheng. In my opinion, such a person should have their limbs broken and then be hung on the city wall as a warning to others.
Alright, enough with the nonsense, let's just act. I don't want to waste any more time on him.
The 9 of them clearly didn't take Yi seriously, each one of them talking big. It was as if Yi were an ant on the ground that they could crush however they pleased.
Yi, did you hear that?
This is the voice of the people. But I truly admire your guts for daring to come out and die.
Since that's the case, I'll personally see you off.
Yu Dian was clearly stunned when he saw Yi, but it was good that Yi had come out.
He also coveted the secrets Yi possessed.
Even if they were of no use to him, he could give them to the younger generation of his family, turning everyone into town guardian experts. So he had to capture Yi and absolutely not allow him to leave. Die, traitor! A flash of lightning sparked on Yu Dian's body, and with a whoosh, he rushed towards Yi. Watching the crowd make their move, Yi just sneered in disdain. He had only said one sentence, and they had already labeled him a traitor. No wonder these people had remained at the town guardian level for so many years, wasting all that talent.
Instead of striving to improve their strength, they focused on infighting.
If he had possessed their talent before, he might very well be a marquis-level expert by now, or even a king-level expert. But none of that mattered. No matter how eloquent they were, he could break through it all with sheer power. In the face of absolute strength, all of their words were mere trifles. In the blink of an eye, Yu Dian had already arrived in front of Yi. Ghost Lightning's afterimage lingered in the air. His speed had already surpassed the speed of sound, exceeding everyone's dynamic vision. They couldn't see Ghost Lightning's movements at all, only hearing a series of explosions in the air. His speed was so fast that it could detonate the air, showing just how incredible his pace was. Others couldn't see his movements clearly, but Yi could see them perfectly. His speed was indeed impressive, and his attacks were certainly fierce. However, Yi paid him no mind, not even showing any intention to dodge. He just stood there silently, his gaze indifferent, watching Ghost Lightning rush towards him. In a flash, Yu Dian arrived before him. His palm, enveloped in shadowy lightning, surged violently towards Yi Chen's glabella. Even for a general-level expert, the glabella is a fatal spot. It's even more vital than the heart. In some cases, people can survive a heart injury, but if the glabella is breached by an enemy, there is absolutely no chance of survival. While piercing the glabella, the enemy would instantly shatter the soul space. Once the soul space is breached and the soul dissipates, any possibility of survival will be completely lost. Can't react? What a useless waste, and he still thinks he can fight us. Seeing Yi stand motionless, the Umbral Lightning General thought Yi hadn't reacted. A smile had already appeared on his face. But the moment he got close to Yi, he happened to meet Ye's indifferent eyes. Mockery, disdain. From Ye's gaze, he unexpectedly sensed these things. It wasn't that Yi hadn't reacted, it was that he disdained to react at all. And in that instant, Yi struck out decisively with just a simple, straight punch. Only, it was faster and more powerful. With one punch, golden light burst forth, and the air itself was incinerated to ashes. Not good. Although it was just a simple punch from Yi, he felt an endless sense of pressure from it. How could a mere junior general possess such speed and power? The intelligence was misleading. At this point, General Yu Dian already wanted to retreat. He had to avoid a direct clash with Yi. There were 9 of them. As long as they attacked together, no matter how strong Yi was, he would be no match for them. However, by the time he wanted to retreat, it was already too late. He had ultimately underestimated the speed of Ye's attack. Before he could pull away, Ye's fist, though thrown later, arrived first, instantly appearing before him. A punch landed directly on his head. Yu Dian only felt the world spin, and then he was sent flying. No one had expected such a drastic change. They had all thought the Umbral Lightning General would be able to finish Yi off immediately. Unexpectedly, not only did he fail to finish Yi, but he was sent flying by Ye's punch instead. Without the slightest pause, the moment the Umbral Lightning General was sent flying, Yi shot up from the ground, following closely behind, and instantly caught up to the backward flying general. How could it be so fast? The Umbral Lightning General, still in mid-air, had just regained his senses when he saw Yi soaring up from the ground. Fast. Too fast. His speed was actually a notch faster than his own. Among the generals, he was already considered to have peerless speed. But now, he was much slower than Yi. What are you thinking? You dare to get distracted while fighting me? In the instant the Umbral Lightning General was stunned, Yi had already closed in, his fist slightly raised and aimed at the general's head. At such a close distance, the Umbral Lightning General finally sensed just how surging Yi's vitality was. And as that vitality churned, he actually saw a golden light. Others might not know, but he was very clear. No. Immortal. The Umbral Lightning General's eyes widened as he stared at Yi in disbelief. He truly hadn't expected that Yi had actually condensed the indestructible golden body and indestructible golden blood. If he wasn't mistaken, Yi must have accidentally obtained the inheritance of that powerful expert. Otherwise, how could he have condensed immortality? How could you? Before the Umbral Lightning General could finish speaking, Ye's second punch came crashing down. Have questions? Go explain them to the King of Hell. He doesn't accept any explanations here. And he was too lazy to waste words with them. The moment they presumptuously pronounced the crimes of the Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Hall, they became enemies. Yi never needed to show mercy to his enemies.
Boom! In the blink of an eye, Yi's fist slammed heavily onto the Umbral Lightning General's head. The moment the fist and skull collided, a roar erupted, followed by a crisp shattering sound. One punch directly smashed his skull into powder, leaving a clear fist print on his forehead. The remaining force sent him flying again, back thousands of meters before he crashed heavily to the ground. With such injuries, anyone else would have died countless times over. But the town general powerhouses possess tenacious vitality. As long as it's not a fatal wound and they are given time to recover, they can still heal. So, Yudian didn't die immediately. But Ye's 2 punches had already made him lose all faith in life. They were both town general powerhouses, yet the gap was simply too immense. 2 punches almost beat him to death. He didn't want to continue participating and quickly waved his hands to surrender and concede. I surrender, I surrender. No, 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 you can't kill me. You can't kill me. Seeing Yi already above his head, the Umbral Lightning General completely panicked. However, Ye's eyes were indifferent, looking at him as if he were an ant. This gaze was so familiar. It was how they looked at Sun Yuan and the others when they first arrived. They didn't pay any mind to Sun Yuan and his group, and similarly, Yi didn't pay any mind to them. Now that he couldn't defeat Yi, he could only die. It's too late. Since you've come, you are my, Ye's, enemies. And I never hold back against enemies. Boom! His fist turned golden, concentrating half of his power onto it, and he smashed it down fiercely towards Yudian. With just one punch, the ground directly sank over 10 meters. As for Yudian, he was utterly destroyed by Ye's overwhelming power, right before their eyes. A venerable, veteran town general powerhouse was just destroyed like that. From the start of the action to the end, less than a minute had passed. Yet, in that single minute, a town general powerhouse had fallen. At this moment, whether it was those watching the scene in person, or those watching the live broadcast through screens, everyone was dumbfounded. Even the 8 strong town generals who were watching from the side were stunned. Their bodies, which wanted to move and provide support, had stopped in place at some point. Too fast. It was simply too fast. So fast that they couldn't even react, couldn't even rescue. How could a battle between town generals be decided in less than a few days and nights? They had thought that the previous Phantom Lightning Town General being knocked flying was just carelessness. But who would have thought that their small moment of carelessness would lead to the demise of the Phantom Lightning Town General? They had been waiting to see Yudian the General crush Ye's spirit, hoping to see Yi humiliated and trampled under Yudian the General's feet. But what was the result? It was beyond all their expectations. Yi sent him flying with 1 punch, severely injured him with 2, and instantly killed him with 3. How is this possible? How is this possible? How could the Phantom Lightning Town General be instantly killed? 3 punches? What a joke, the Phantom Lightning Town General couldn't possibly be that weak. An illusion, it must be an illusion. I must not have slept well last night. I'll sleep, and when I wake up, you will definitely have been instantly killed by Yudian the General. Fake, it's a fake video. What live broadcast? It's all edited. The Phantom Lightning Town General is so strong, how could he be instantly killed with 3 punches? These must be the Phantom Lightning Town General's haters. If only they knew the power of a town general, they wouldn't have made such a fake documentary. Everyone was unwilling to believe what was happening before their eyes. But what did it matter? Whether they believed it or not, Yi had already slain the man. In front of everyone, Yi lifted the shattered remains of the body, his gaze fierce, and looked at the remaining 8 people not far away. Those who are not convinced, come and fight. Although it was only 5 simple words, it sent a shiver down people's spines. Before, they would have just thought Yi was overestimating himself. But now, it seemed, Yi wasn't overestimating himself at all. He possessed genuine strength. Even the Phantom Lightning Town General hadn't lasted 3 moves against him, let alone anyone else. The way everyone looked at Yi changed completely at this moment. They truly hadn't expected Yi to actually kill Yudian the General. It's important to know that even they, back then, had only planned to cripple Yi and then take him away to extract his secrets. They had no plan to kill him.
After all, a general-level powerhouse was already a pillar of humanity. Killing a general would be huge news. It could even cause unrest throughout the entire human race, potentially attracting attention from higher authorities. It was even more likely to alarm the war god powerhouses. If they truly shook the foundations of Dragon Country and alarmed a war god, they would truly be unable to live and unable to die.
Damn it, you actually dared to kill General Udian. You're too arrogant. Lawless. Utterly lawless. You are challenging human laws, so arrogant. You must be executed. Kill him.
At this point, they had no other choice.
Ye would certainly not let them go.
Likewise, they would not let him go. To quell this matter, they could only kill Yi and use Yi's corpse to appease the public's anger.
Grinding stone suppresses heaven. Someone was already impatient and launched an attack on Yi first.
A huge millstone appeared above Yi's head, instantly enveloping him. With Yi wrapped inside, the millstone began to slowly rotate, seemingly intending to grind Yi to death little by little. General Grinding Stone had made his move.
Everyone's hanging hearts completely relaxed.
Speaking of this millstone general, he was also a legendary figure, considered a super entity who rose against the odds. His experiences were not dissimilar to Yi's. And before this, he was just a grinder. Then one day, a meteor shower streaked across the sky, and somehow, he suddenly awakened. He created a technique from the millstone he lived with day and night. After that, his combat power soared, continuously increasing until he reached the rank of high-level general. Now, he possessed a combat power of 70 million. Compared to Yi, he was currently stronger.
Is that all?
How pitifully weak. Everyone else thought Yi would be slowly ground to pieces by the millstone. However, Yi stood in the very center of the millstone, watching it slowly rotate, his body completely unaffected. He had now condensed the indestructible golden body. How could an attack of such power possibly harm him? Yi wasn't in a hurry to break free. Instead, his mind was fully engaged, working furiously. Others were waiting for him to be crushed into powder by the grindstone, yet inside, he was analyzing the grindstone general's attack patterns and the way his vitality circulated when he used an attack. With the 1,000-fold talent bonus, his brain worked furiously, and every detail of the grindstone general's attacks appeared in his mind. The first style, successfully deduced. The second style, successfully deduced. The third style, successfully deduced. The 12th style, successfully deduced. The 13th style, successfully deduced. In just a few breaths, Yi perfectly replicated the Millstone Town General's technique. He had mastered everything except for not being as proficient in using it as the general. Moreover, while mastering the Millstone Town General's technique, his Soundwave palm also gained a glimmer of insight, advancing one step closer to the 4th level. If he could deduce the 4th level, that would be a 40-fold increase. His combat power could instantly reach 80 million, or even become more powerful. He wasn't sure. Only after truly deducing it would he know how strong the 4th level specifically was. Perhaps his combat power could directly exceed 100 million because of it. Not enough accumulation, still not enough accumulation. If I accumulate more, absorb more techniques from powerful individuals, integrate these techniques, build up my strength, the 4th level will come naturally. As soon as he thought of this, Yi's eyes became sharp, and he looked at the crowd as if he was seeing lambs waiting to be slaughtered. These people were the channels for his technique accumulation. Who among the town general powerhouses didn't have a few trump card techniques up their sleeves? Breakthrough for me. The grinding wheel's rotation was very uncomfortable. Although it couldn't harm him, who would like to have something constantly spinning on their body? The undying golden body suddenly exerted force, a golden light burst forth, and the blood-colored grinding wheel couldn't withstand it at all, instantly exploding. The grinding stone general, who was controlling the grinding wheel, also didn't expect such a sudden turn of events. His indestructible crimson millstone couldn't even last a second, and was instantly burst open by Yi. One must know that his grinding wheel had ground countless fierce beast generals to death. Anyone trapped by his blood-colored grinding wheel would simply have no way to escape. They would be slowly ground down by the millstone, losing their physical defense, vitality, and spirit, until they were eventually ground into a pure power that integrated into the millstone.
Fight to sustain the fight.
The more people he killed, the stronger the Crimson Millstone would become. On the battlefield, he was also a great slaughtering god. Few among his peers were his match, let alone able to break through the seal of his Crimson Millstone. He broke free from the Crimson Millstone and exchanged glances with the Millstone Town General. For a moment, the Millstone Town General felt his soul tremble, as if he had been targeted by some monstrous beast, and a bad premonition suddenly arose. The next second, he rushed towards him with extreme speed. "Go to hell!" Accompanied by Ye's roar, his golden shining fists continuously bombarded him.
The force of the punch compressed the air, instantly igniting it.
In front of him, countless fiery fist shadows directly blocked all his escape routes, leaving him nowhere to flee.
Petty tricks, Millstone defense.
They had witnessed how powerful Ye's fists were. 3 punches to kill a Shadow Electro. Even Millstone didn't dare to be careless in the slightest.
He directly pulled out his life-bound defense.
The millstone rapidly rotated, firmly protecting the Millstone Town General inside.
Any attack attempting to approach the millstone would be mercilessly shredded. Interesting, I knew they wouldn't be that simple. Aren't they coming again?
A smile curled at the corner of Ye's mouth, his brain quickly working, and he instantly mastered the Millstone Town General's defensive skill. Now, it was time for a personal test.
Just now there's a live power gauge. If not experimenting on him, then on whom?
You have your millstone defense, I have my millstone suppressing heaven.
Suppress him.
In the Millstone Town General's astonished eyes, a golden millstone descended from the sky, enveloping him within it. His millstone rotated frantically, helping him resist external damage.
And Ye's millstone also rotated rapidly, trying to completely grind the Millstone Town General to death.
One red, one gold, both so dazzling.
The two collided in mid-air.
Moreover, it seemed that Ye's golden millstone had a certain advantage, successfully disintegrating streaks of crimson energy. The Millstone Town General, protected in the middle, was stunned and took a long time to react. This millstone technique was his own original creation and his famous unique skill. He had not taught it to anyone, nor could anyone possibly know his unique vitality operation rhythm. But now, Ye had actually mastered the millstone heaven suppressing. Although the color was different, it was indeed his technique. It was exactly the same as when he performed it earlier, without any flaws, and even the power was a notch stronger than when he used it. He was now even wondering who was the creator of this technique.
Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could you possibly know my grindstone technique? You couldn't have learned it. General Grinding Stone still couldn't believe it.
But now the fact was right before his eyes, leaving him no choice but to believe. And in those few moments of his days, the energy of the blood-colored millstone had already been completely depleted. The millstone was riddled with holes, and in less than a second, his millstone would be completely crushed. Once the defensive millstone was crushed, his body would be slowly ground by the golden millstone, eventually turning into the millstone's energy, just like his enemies. To die by one's own technique, how ridiculous! After pondering for a long time, he still couldn't come up with a way to break the millstone. With his current strength, it was simply impossible to destroy it from the inside.
To continue waiting would only be a dead end.
So, he could only call for help, looking at the garrison general who was once again stunned.
What are you still waiting for? Why don't you act quickly? Do you really want to be like the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandpa, one by one offering yourselves to die? Hurry up and act now, or do you want me to die by Ye's hand?
Shouted at by the Millstone garrison general, everyone immediately reacted. Yes, the Ghost Lightning Town General has already died by Ye's hand. They cannot just stand by and watch the Grindstone Town General also die by Ye's hand.
Losing 2 garrison generals in one day, how could such a thing happen? Attack!
First, break open the millstone and rescue the Millstone garrison general. They no longer particularly care why Ye knows the Grindstone Town General's technique.
Ye's pressure on them is too great.
If they don't get rid of Ye today, he will undoubtedly become a major threat in the future. Everyone attacked together, directly assailing the continuously rotating golden millstone. The current millstone was weak on the outside and strong on the inside, whereas a defensive millstone was strong on the outside and weak on the inside. Under their combined attack, the millstone instantly shattered into pieces. The millstone garrison general broke free from the center of the millstone. Having escaped the millstone, his life was assured, which allowed him to grudgingly breathe a sigh of relief. That was too close, I almost died. Who told you that I almost died? Are you safe just because you're out of the millstone? Ye's figure appeared right behind the Grindstone Town General. After hearing Ye's voice, the Grindstone Town General didn't even dare to hesitate for a moment. A massive millstone appeared directly in his hand. This was his exclusive weapon, forged from heavenly materials and earthly treasures, his exclusive millstone. He was accustomed to using such a weapon. Holding the millstone, he spun his body sharply, swinging the massive millstone fiercely towards Yi. Go to hell! The sweeping millstone instantly created a vacuum, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Yi. As for the Grindstone Town General's attack, Yi merely glanced at it casually, not even making an extra move. Bang! The millstone ultimately struck Ye's body. But the outcome was somewhat different from what he had imagined. An ordinary person taking his millstone head-on would be smashed to pieces, and even if not shattered, enduring his attack would cause some damage. But what about Yi? After the millstone hit him, there was a violent roar, and then his millstone just shattered. That's right, it shattered into fragments. The weapon directly clashed with the body and lost. Millstone Town General was dumbfounded. It was the first time he had witnessed such a situation, and the first time he knew that such a powerful physical body existed in the world. Impossible, impossible, your physical body. Millstone Town General's pupils suddenly contracted, as if he had remembered something else. Staring at Ye's body, sure enough, a faint golden glow was emerging on its surface. As a seasoned town general expert, he naturally knew what this meant. Yi was treading a very difficult old path, but this path was also very powerful. Physical body becoming a saint, unrivaled among peers. He had thought that no one would condense an indestructible divine body after the previous senior, but unexpectedly, Yi was also attempting this technique. Most importantly, Yi had already condensed an indestructible golden body and indestructible golden blood. This talent seemed to be much better than that senior's. His current physical defense was unrivaled among peers. If he were allowed to continue growing, he would truly add a glorious chapter to human history. They had actually offended such a person, and even wanted to capture him to extract his secrets. Who gave them such audacity? He truly wanted to slap himself. Millstone Town General was afraid. He couldn't afford to offend such a person, nor could he kill him. Having condensed an undying golden body and refined undying golden blood, what if they had 9 garrison commanders? They still wouldn't be his match. So now he wanted to escape. They absolutely couldn't continue to antagonize Yi. I concede, I surrender, you win, goodbye. With a whoosh, Garrison Commander Mosh took off, ready to leave. He wanted to escape, much to the surprise of everyone present. Unfortunately, how could Yi give him this chance? All who dared to destroy him would face his thunderous retaliation. Therefore, they could only die. Trying to escape? Did I agree? Garrison Commander Mosh excelled at offense and defense, but his speed was relatively weaker. Even Yu Dian, who specialized in speed, couldn't match Yi Chen's speed, let alone Garrison Commander Mosh. In the blink of an eye, Yi was once again in front of the Grindstone Town General. This time, he didn't utter a single word of nonsense. He struck directly, his iron fists suppressing everything. No. No. How is this possible? Ye's forearms and fists had also condensed into indestructible golden bones. One must know that forging the indestructible golden bone is the hardest task, yet Yi managed to achieve it. You can't kill me, you really can't kill me. You can't bear the responsibility of killing 2 garrison commanders. The city lord will punish you when he returns. Let me go, and we can still be friends in the future. More friends, more paths. I will send you compensation afterward, just let me off the hook. Garrison Commander Mosh didn't hesitate for a moment, directly stating his conditions. After all, Ye's punch is just that, a punch, and resisting even one would come at a great cost to him. Unfortunately, despite such tempting conditions, Yi remained completely unmoved, his golden fists continuously swinging, seemingly determined to suppress all injustice under heaven.
Thump, thump. With no power left to resist, after being struck by Ye's fists, the Millstone Town general instantly lost all ability to fight back. Let alone speak, Ye's first punch had directly smashed his mouth. In Ye's words, he was noisy. Facing the Millstone Town general, who had no power to resist, Yi rapidly swung his fists, each blow landing on the general's body. One punch broke a rib, 2 punches tore the flesh, and after 3, 4, 5, and 6 punches, the grinding Stone Town general was no longer recognizable. Blood continuously gushed from his mouth, occasionally bringing out fragments of internal organs. Get lost! With a downward stomp from Yi, the Millstone Town general was kicked flying, ultimately crashing heavily into the ground. Along with the grinding Stone Town general's fall, the entire ground trembled 3 times. Although the grinding Stone Town general's injuries were severe just now, they were merely severe. Town general powerhouses possess active cells in their bodies, which help them quickly repair fatal injuries, preventing them from losing their life force. Of course, while alive, he had no combat power whatsoever. Even if he had combat power, it's believed that the current grinding Stone Town general wouldn't dare to step out. He would rather live a wretched life underground than be unilaterally slaughtered by Yi. And all of this happened too quickly. The few of them were still immersed in the atmosphere of having just rescued the grinding Stone Town general. No sooner had they released the grinding Stone Town general, and before they could even launch a joint attack, the grinding Stone Town general was already tormented to this extent. Why are you still standing there stunned? Quickly rescue the grinding Stone Town general. Under the grinding Stone Town general's strong resistance, he was still rescued. There was nothing he could do. He was severely injured now and couldn't resist even if he wanted to. The others carried the grinding Stone Town general out. He sat on the ground, coughing awkwardly, blood continuously flowing from his body, unable to stop. Grinding Stone Town general, are you all right? No vital organs injured, right? Millstone Town general didn't want to say a word. He didn't want to come out at all. How good it would be to be a coward at this moment, instead of facing Yi. That kid showed no mercy when he struck. Every time was a lethal blow. The fact that he was still alive was a testament to his great fortune. Millstone Town general, after fighting Yi, what do you think of him? Can we take him down? Everyone felt a little apprehensive. After all, 2 town general powerhouses had fallen at Ye's hands. They cherished their lives and would absolutely not allow themselves to become the third. Very strong, truly very strong. What junior general? That's complete nonsense. Your intelligence is completely inaccurate. This guy is definitely a senior general, or even stronger. Most importantly, he has forged an indestructible golden body. You should know what that means, right? Listening to General Moshi's words, everyone gasped in unison. A senior general, and with an indestructible golden body. How is that possible? How could he have become a senior general in such a short amount of time? Before, he still looked like an old man. Everyone knows that only by becoming a general does one regain their youthful appearance. Did he become a senior general the moment he became a general? Everyone fell silent, but their eyes, looking at Yi, were filled with even more greed. The more astonishing and shocking his performance was, the more it proved that the fortuitous encounter he received was incredibly precious. It allowed him to become a super powerhouse in such a short time. If this secret belonged to us, could we also grow rapidly? It's highly possible. Let's act. This time, don't give him any chances. That's right, let's attack together, take him down, and share this secret. Watching them talking eloquently and planning to target Yi, Millstone Town General decided not to get involved anymore. Having survived with great difficulty, why would he continue to entangle himself in this mess? He wanted to return to the battlefield, to stay away from Yi. He didn't want to see Ye's face even for a second. One would never know Ye's true strength without personally fighting him. Just with a few of them, they wanted to take down Yi?
General Moshi was somewhat skeptical. So, while everyone was discussing, General Moshi gathered all his strength, disregarded his injuries, even burned his vital essence, and with a whoosh, vanished directly into the sky.
Everyone was stunned. They watched General Moshi's retreating figure in disbelief.
A person seriously injured and on the verge of death actually fled so quickly.
Is General Moshi that scared?
He's so terrified that he doesn't even dare to fight and just runs for his life.
No way, he couldn't really have been scared, could he?
Everyone found it unimaginable that the usually high and mighty General Powerhouse now scurried away like a stray dog. Originally, everyone had some confidence, believing they could defeat Yi with their numerical advantage. But now, the Millstone Town General had fled, casting a shadow over their hearts.
Why did Millstone Town General flee? Wasn't it because he genuinely believed in his heart that they were no match for Yi?
Thinking about it now, it seemed true. He killed the Ghost Lightning Town General in 3 punches, rendered the Millstone Town General utterly helpless, and now the latter had fled in disarray.
Was such an existence truly someone they could afford to provoke? What are you thinking?
No matter how strong he is, he's still just a town general.
One person isn't his match, but there are 7 of us. Can't 7 people kill him? Exactly, there are 7 of us. The Millstone Town General is a coward, easily scared witless. We're different. Let's act together and finish him off.
The few exchanged glances, their thoughts clearly understood by each other.
If there weren't enough benefits, how could they possibly make a move against Yi? Ye's secret outweighed the threat of death.
So they still decided to act against Yi this time. Yi had to be taken down, or their reputation would be completely ruined.
Kill. Boom! 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 Roars echoed as the remaining 7 town general powerhouses directly erupted with vitality, their aura surging as if to suppress Yi. Feeling their utterly unthreatening aura, Yi merely hooked the corner of his mouth, completely unconcerned. These guys were still afraid of death. They wanted to use their auras to test his strength. But how could such a level of attack possibly affect him? I say, you guys are really useless. It's been half a day, how come you don't even dare to make a move?
You're even worse than those 2 just now. At least they dared to attack. You only dare to test with this childish game.
Losers, I really look down on you.
Ye's eyes were full of disdain, and he even gave the camera the middle finger. This was a complete disregard for them.
They couldn't delay any longer.
It was already against the rules of the Jianghu for so many people to besiege one, and it could be explained later.
But now, despite their numerical advantage, they didn't dare to confront Yi.
If this got out, the reputation of their town generals would be completely shattered.
Do it!
With a roar from the deputy city lord, the remaining 7 town general powerhouses simultaneously attacked Yi. These 7 were seasoned veterans, and their coordination was excellent.
Their intertwined maneuvers perfectly balanced defense and offense, echoing each other, ready to cover any weakness instantly. Watching the 7 charging figures, Ye's aura also surged.
After all, they were 7 garrison generals, veteran super experts, so there was definitely pressure. No matter the outcome today, Yi would be famous throughout Haicheng. If he could take them down, it might shock the entire nation. Thinking of this, the vitality within Yi churned, and his entire being was in a state of exhilaration. But the more excited he became, the clearer his mind grew, even reaching an unprecedented state. The cells in his body became increasingly active, and the general's seal on his chest pulsed with heat. His mind spun faster and faster. The movements of the few people appeared like slow motion before Yi. He felt as if he had entered a wondrous state. And at this moment, the system's ethereal mechanical voice reappeared.
10,000-fold talent stacking.
As the voice faded, his mind instantly became clear. A golden light flashed in Ye's eyes, and all pressure dissipated in this instant. Moreover, the movements of the few of them became slower and slower. In just this short time, Yi had already analyzed all their information. The angle of their attacks, their speed, the way their vitality operated, the vulnerabilities in their bodies. Everything about everyone converged in his mind. Under the 10,000-fold talent, Everything was so smooth he assimilated everything. His combat power also soared dramatically at this moment.
2.3 million. 2.5 million. 2.8 million. 3 million. 3.3 million. 3.5 million.
Vitality surged wildly, cells became increasingly active, his body was uncontrollably excited, and even the speed of cellular immortality accelerated significantly. The third layer of Soundwave Palm was completely perfected, gradually advancing towards the fourth layer. He just needed to accumulate a bit more, and he would be able to smoothly step through the gate of the fourth layer. And now, he possessed a combat power of 3.5 million, which, under a 30-fold amplification, could instantly unleash a combat power of 105 million. As his combat power broke through 100 million, an additional dragon-shaped phantom appeared next to his general seal. This was a transformation. 100 million combat power represented the strength of one dragon, and the entry level for a marquis was also the strength of one dragon. That is to say, the current Yi possessed strength not inferior to that of an initial marquis level expert. Just as Yi completed his transformation, the 7 town general powerhouses also rushed before Yi. One by one, they roared, and various attacks assailed him. The battle between the suppressing generals officially began. The onlookers unconsciously retreated a certain distance. This kind of battle was not something they could interfere with. In fact, they didn't even dare to get too close, otherwise, they could easily be caught in the crossfire. Each suppressing general had their signature ultimate move, each move a peerless killing technique forged in countless battles on the battlefield. They could easily be accidentally injured if they got too close. Without the strength of a suppressing general, being accidentally injured meant only one path: death. Long rainbow pierces the sun. 10,000 arrows unleashed. Ice blade, thousand snow. Each move was a well-known ultimate technique, their renowned signature moves. When they acted against Yi, they showed no mercy at all. Even from this distance, one could feel the immense power within, let alone Yi, who was at the center of the storm. He endured far more pressure than they did. The scene was like the end of the world. They had all given up on Yi. He can't survive, really can't survive. How could anyone possibly survive under such an attack? I think so too. These are all their signature moves, each one immensely powerful, having killed countless fierce beasts on the battlefield. I never thought they'd all be used on Yi now. Who can be blamed? Blame Yuante Martial Arts Academy for overestimating itself, daring to challenge the City Lord's Mansion's authority. He deserves to die. Yi couldn't hear their discussions, so he naturally didn't care. All his attention was currently on the attacks of these people. He had to admit, these guys did have some skill. These moves required him to deal with them carefully. But to think they could take him down with this, that was absolutely impossible. Good, bring it on. With a roar from Yi, the vitality in his body began to surge, and a silent aura swept towards everyone. Stop him, don't let him run. Feeling the violent aura from Yi, they thought Yi was planning to escape. One by one, they spread out their formations, surrounding Yi. What a pity, Yi is still very strong, but he offended the wrong people. Yes, challenging anyone else would have been better, but challenging the City Lord's Mansion, this time, there's truly no hope. Even though Yi had shown incredible power before, killing the Dark Lightning Town General with 3 punches and driving the Whetstone Town General to a mental breakdown. But at this moment, they held no hope for Yi, as he was facing 7 super powerful town generals. These 7 worked in perfect sync, their attacks sharp and relentless, something Yi simply couldn't compare to. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks grew sharper, vitality surged continuously within their bodies, each person striking with full force. Dealing with Yi put them under great pressure. They were afraid of accidentally letting Yi escape, which would mean losing both the wife and the army, and facing punishment from the city lord. The several individuals exchanged glances, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in their eyes. Their strikes became even more ruthless, various technique visions frequently appearing in mid-air. And in this life or death situation, Yi also began to frantically channel the vitality within his body. The roaring sound of vitality directly overwhelmed the 7 of them. Golden blood surged endlessly, and an aura of immortality permeated the scene. The immortal golden body simultaneously radiated golden light, seemingly echoing the surging immortal golden blood. At the same time, cellular activity was maximized, and he glowed like a small golden figure, radiating nobility. In just the blink of an eye, a golden giant over 30 feet tall rose behind Yi. The moment the giant appeared, everyone's gaze was drawn to it.
Dazzling, so dazzling. It was the first time they had ever witnessed such a phenomenon.
Despite some displeasure at Ye's insubordination, they still had to marvel that Yi was truly too powerful. The giant's radiance almost enveloped half of Sea City, and anyone who saw this light was drawn out.
Naturally, this also involved Anna.
Others merely marveled at Ye's power, but only she gazed with pity and affection in her eyes. This giant looked exactly like Yi when he was young, just as handsome and dashing. Now, he shone brilliantly, standing in the center of Sea City, revered by thousands. What he had promised was slowly coming true. He had said he would become a man who stood tall, a good man who would shield her from wind and rain.
Now he had done it.
Now, he stood towering between heaven and earth, his gaze fixed not on others, but on her, Anna. Indeed, the direction the Yi giant's vision looked was not elsewhere, but straight towards his home. He also saw Anna standing and gazing, and could even playfully wink at her. After a brief interaction with Anna, he continued to face the 7 individuals present. Right from the start, he unleashed a powerful move the moment the golden giant formed. It completely depleted the vitality power within him. But the fighting spirit in his heart burned like a flame, boiling like molten liquid.
Ha! With a fierce roar from Yi, the light emanating from the giant grew even more intense.
The indestructible golden body was so dazzling, and its icy gaze seemed capable of freezing the entire world solid.
Yi was at the very center of the giant, controlling it. If you want to defeat him, you must defeat the giant first. Suppress him for me.
With a very simple slap, the giant raised its arm and swatted at the attacks rushing towards the 7 people.
Clap, clap, clap.
A series of crisp sounds echoed as their proud attacks, under Ye's golden palm, shattered into dust like a mirage.
The residual power of the palm even swept towards them. Damn, what exactly is this thing? What kind of opportunity did he get to become so powerful?
They did not possess Ye's indestructible golden body and dared not directly withstand such a slap. If they were to take that slap head-on, they might be instantly crushed to powder. One by one, they retreated in panic, their newly formed formation disrupted by Ye's single palm strike. After narrowly dodging Ye's attack, the 7 felt a surge of fear. From that one instance, they felt a power capable of destroying everything emanating from the giant. Even their own town generals would die upon contact.
What kind of power is this? How can it be so strong? Is this really the power a town general can wield?
Impossible, absolutely impossible for a town general expert. He is a marquee-level powerhouse. He's playing the pig to eat the tiger.
A marquee-level powerhouse. Damn it, he's fishing, he's luring us in.
Everyone's faces turned very grim. They had initially thought it would be an easy task, that with so many of them, they could effortlessly subdue Yi and seize his fortune. But now, it seemed they had thought too much. This time, they had truly bitten off more than they could chew. They had actually dared to covet the opportunities of a marquee-level powerhouse.
Why are you still standing there? If not now, when will you run? Are you waiting to be killed? Yes, fighting a marquee-level powerhouse, how many lives would they have to spare? If not now, when would they run?
They needed to escape quickly. They now finally understood why Millstone Town General had run so quickly, even at the cost of burning his own life. They were just mocking the courage of Grinding Stone Town, but now it seems they were the clowns all along. Facing a marquee-level powerhouse, not running means only death.
What is a marquee?
Marquises, or kings as they are called, have always been at the pinnacle of power since ancient times. They are super beings, holding high positions and great power, revered and respected by thousands.
Becoming a marquee-level powerhouse is already a peak many find unattainable.
While a garrison general sits over a small city of 1 million people, a marquee-level powerhouse can preside over a large city of 10 million people. If a garrison general is the backbone of humanity, then a marquis-level powerhouse is its soul.
It is under their protection that humanity enjoys its current prosperity.
But they had been audacious enough to covet Ye's fortune, even surrounding him and attempting to cripple a marquis-level powerhouse to plunder his opportunities.
How ridiculous.
A garrison general is nothing but a fart in front of a marquis. This backbone can be broken at will. The majesty of a marquis must not be offended. Those who violate it will be killed without mercy.
This is explicitly forbidden. No one is allowed to challenge the majesty of a marquis.
Of course, this is also to preserve their lives, and the lives of their city. Otherwise, a marquis's wrath could lead to millions of corpses, and a city of tens of millions would instantly become a river of blood. Now that they had already offended Yi, there was only one course of action left.
That is to escape. To run for their lives.
Scatter and delve deep into the battlefield, so you wouldn't be able to hold them accountable. Unfortunately, their idea was good, but Yi wouldn't let them have their way.
Offending him and still wanting to escape? Does he have no pride?
Today, he would show the world Ye's power.
Die.
The majestic voice of the golden giant directly resonated between heaven and earth. It was as if a high-ranking marquis, with indifferent eyes, was quietly scrutinizing rebellious officials and traitors who had defied their superiors. As soon as his voice fell, pairs of large hands appeared directly above their heads, then slammed down hard on them.
Clap, 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 clap.
The sound of slapping was endless. Just like Sun Wukong couldn't escape the Buddha's five-finger mountain, they too couldn't escape Ye's palm. The town general expert closest to Yi was slapped to the ground by Yi before he even had time to escape. Despair, helplessness. A formidable town general expert had no power to resist in front of Yi. He wanted to escape, but was surrounded by golden palms.
No, Lord Marquis, spare my life, I know I was wrong. Don't kill me, don't kill me.
Only after being suppressed by Yi did he feel fear, crying out for mercy helplessly.
Unfortunately, Yi was completely unmoved, not even granting him a direct glance. If you want to live, grow some eyes in your next life. Bang!
The golden palm slammed heavily onto the ground, and along with it, naturally, the body of the town general. The massive hand crushed down, leaving a five-fingered pit in the ground. As for the town general, his body was completely shattered. His physical defense simply couldn't withstand the attack of a marquis-level expert.
As fragile as paper, a slight pinch would turn it to dust.
The second town general expert vanished. This was not the end, but the beginning of a massacre. Having dealt with one, Yi turned his gaze to the second person not far away. The golden palm instantly arrived before him, poised to repeat the action on the first person.
Slapping one to death was as simple as swatting a fly.
But for the sake of his own life, even if he couldn't win, he had to try, even if there was only a 1 in a billion chance of survival.
I'll fight you to the death.
The town general expert targeted by Yi immediately burned the vitality within his body, unleashing all his combat power.
I have to fight, I really have to fight now.
If I don't fight now, I'll be a corpse in a moment.
Sword rainstorm.
Tens of thousands of long swords swirled in the air, forming a sword dragon that shot towards the direction of Ye's palm. This move was once a super ultimate skill that instantly killed a general-level fierce beast.
Everyone watched with eager anticipation, hoping it could pierce Ye's palm.
As long as Ye's attack missed, he would have extra time to escape. However, a general is still just a general, and there's a big difference between that and a marquis. With one slap, the sword dragon was instantly shattered into pieces, and fragments of long swords scattered everywhere. The residual power of the palm remained undiminished, sweeping towards the general-level expert, leaving no trace. The general-level expert was directly pulverized. After the slap, a dragon-shaped phantom still lingered in the air. The power of a single dragon, earth-shattering, comparable to the attack of a marquis-level expert, was unstoppable. Coupled with the blessing of the undying giant, this palm strike was terrifying. After dealing with the second town general expert, he looked in the direction of the third person.
None of the general-level experts present today would escape.
Just as Yi was about to make a move, a loud roar suddenly came from the horizon, interrupting Ye's next action.
Stop!
This roar was laced with infinite fury. If it were an ordinary person, Yi certainly wouldn't stop.
But now there was no way, Yi couldn't move even if he wanted to.
Before the sound dissipated, a figure stepped through the air, their vitality so dense it was like a sun standing before you.
The aura of the general-level expert seemed so insignificant before him. How could the light of fireflies contend with the blazing sun?
And from the moment he appeared, his aura had already locked onto Yi.
Yi Chen's golden palm was invisibly met with immense resistance, preventing him from continuing to attack others.
This also gave the other generals a chance to breathe, allowing them to escape with their lives, though they didn't go far, instead staying not far behind this figure. Knowing that he couldn't continue hunting unless he dealt with the person in front of him, Yi chose not to act.
His gaze was burning, fixed on the person in front of him. The younger ones had no impression of him whatsoever. But Yi had a very deep impression of him.
When Yi Chen was young and an unknown nobody in Haicheng, this man was already Haicheng's deputy city lord.
Although he still held the title of Haicheng's deputy city lord, his power was immense.
Even the city lord had to show him some respect.
After all, Lu Guoran was now a marquee realm expert.
Yi just watched him quietly, his brain working furiously, able to clearly perceive the subtle changes in every expression on his face. Lu Guoran was truly seething with hatred, the muscles in his face taut.
The rage in his eyes looked as if it wanted to burn Yi Chen alive.
But despite this, he chose not to act. Others might not see it, but he could. Currently, Ye's entire body was filled with an immortal aura. His immortal golden body had already condensed, and the immortal golden blood within him was clearly visible.
His cells were incredibly active, even subtly tending to surpass his own. Most importantly, Yi could now make the immortal giant manifest.
One must know that to manifest the immortal giant, the immortal aura within one's body must be sufficiently powerful. To this day, he had only witnessed the appearance of the immortal giant on that one senior figure. I never expected to see an undying giant again after so many years, especially on Yi.
Envy, jealousy, and hatred.
Lu Guoran was truly envious beyond measure. Once he learned about Ye's intelligence, he knew that Yi must possess a great fortuitous opportunity.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have mobilized his subordinates to ambush Yi. However, he hadn't anticipated that Ye's strength would exceed his imagination.
These people, working together, not only failed to capture Yi but also suffered losses, with one person severely wounded and 3 killed by Yi. If he hadn't intervened at the end to stop them, all the town generals present might have been annihilated by Yi Chen. These were not ordinary people. These were all powerful town generals. Losing even one was a big deal, let alone losing 3 in a row. He had to bear primary responsibility for this matter.
When the city lord returns, he will definitely demand an explanation from him.
Damn it, you truly deserve to die. Lu Guoran's words were filled with murderous intent. In his opinion, Yi should have been more sensible and obediently handed over all the fortuitous opportunities. That way, everyone would be happy, and this big incident wouldn't have happened. Now, he even had to personally intervene to settle it. If word got out, he would lose face completely. Yi, you are too lawless, publicly abusing and killing fellow citizens of Dragon Nation.
Do you know how many resources and how much effort it takes to cultivate a powerful general rank expert?
Only one garrison general appears among hundreds of thousands of people. They are the backbone of the Dragon Kingdom, the spine of humanity. Your wanton slaughter has already committed a heinous crime. The city lord is absent, and I am in charge of the city's order.
Yi, do you admit your guilt?
One big accusation after another was directly placed upon Ye's head.
Yi expressed disdain for this heinous crime.
Yi knew their intentions perfectly well. They merely wanted to know the reason for his sudden increase in strength and to seize his fortuitous encounters.
Coming up with such high-sounding reasons was truly laughable.
If they had openly admitted that they simply wanted the fortuitous opportunity, Yi might have even thought more highly of them. Now it seems they are nothing but a bunch of spineless cowards. Previously, Yi had some respect for Lu Guoran and the others, as they had fought on the front lines back in the day. But now, engaging in internal strife over a small opportunity has exhausted all of Ye's respect for them. If they wanted to convict him, they should let strength speak for itself.
If you are strong, you can accuse me of anything you want. But if you are not strong, you will pay the price for speaking falsehoods. Seeing Ye's indifferent expression, Lu Guoran wanted to say a few more words to assert his authority. However, he was interrupted by Yi before he could even speak. No more nonsense. If you want to fight, I'll fight. If you don't, then get out of the way.
As for those flattering titles, whoever wants them can have them.
Me? Don't even think about it. These merciless words directly enraged Lu Guoran. For so many years in Haicheng, who hasn't respectfully called him Senior Lu? But now, Yi dared to defy him publicly, making him lose face. Presumptuous. Lu Guoran let out a furious roar, and the aura around him became even sharper. What do you take Haicheng's laws for? Where do you place the city lord? Where do you place our countless citizens? Since you are so incorrigible, then I, on behalf of Haicheng and humanity, will pass judgment on you. Yi, vice-curator of Yuantai Martial Arts Hall, attempting to incite human conflict, wantonly slaughtering the strong town guarding figures of Haicheng Town, you are sentenced to 300 years imprisonment in the dungeon. After 300 years, you will hunt fierce beasts on the battlefield, never to return to Haicheng for all eternity. Do you accept this judgment? Yi obviously would not accept the judgment. Of course, Lu Guoran also knew Yi wouldn't accept it, so as soon as he announced the verdict, he unleashed his full power, intending to completely suppress Yi. That violent aura enveloped half of Haicheng, standing in stark contrast to Ye's immortal giant. The crowd unconsciously retreated a considerable distance. This was when they could freely watch the show. These were two marquee-level powerhouses. Getting too close would be tempting fate. The auras of the two first clashed in mid-air. Rumbling sounds echoed above the vast sea city, the world lost its color, and the sun and moon lost their light. This was the battle between marquee-level powerhouses. Every action would cause a resonance with heaven and earth. They felt as if they were in an apocalypse. Even more so, some had already hidden in underground shelters. Once the two fought, it was highly likely that the entire sea city would be affected, and ordinary people like them simply couldn't withstand even a slight bit of destruction. Escaping Sea City now was definitely not an option, so they could only choose to hide in shelters. That way, there was still a slim chance of survival. The auras of the two had clashed to their limit. Trying to suppress the other with aura alone was absolutely impossible. Boom! After a collision of their auras, both simultaneously reined them in. In the next second, the two were about to engage in battle. Just as they were about to clash, a golden light flashed, and a figure glowing with golden radiance, not much different from Yi, appeared between the two. Stop! Just a simple, understated sentence directly disintegrated the auras of both. The newcomer was very strong, and their aura was formidable, completely beyond what they could contend with. Most importantly, he felt that this person in front of him was somewhat ethereal, even his face was a bit blurry, as if this person wasn't human. He just didn't know why. While Yi was observing him, he was also observing Yi. He sized him up and down, then nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Your undying golden body is complete, and your undying golden blood has been fully formed. Once your undying cells are completely activated and your undying golden bones are refined, you will reach perfection. With just one glance, he had grasped his current progress. He didn't know if the newcomer was friend or foe, couldn't even discern the true nature of the person before him, yet the other party knew everything about him. This was not good. If he and Lu Guoran were in cahoots, he might truly fall here today. He had calculated everything, yet still missed this one thing. Now, he could only leave it to fate. Looking at the slightly furrowed brow of Yi, the newcomer knew what Yi was thinking. The one before you is merely a clone. A clone I condensed from my essence blood. It doesn't possess much combat power, so you needn't worry. With his explanation, Yi indeed felt at ease, but he didn't know what the newcomer intended to do. Old City Lord, he disregards the law, wantonly abuses and slaughters the strong town guarding figures of Haicheng Town. Yi didn't recognize him, but Lu Guoran was very familiar with him. The newcomer was indeed the old City Lord of Haicheng, not the previous one, but the very first City Lord. He was also a powerful existence possessing an undying body. Similar to Yi, but the old city lord was much stronger than Yi now. Before Lu Guoran could finish his report, old city lord Ao Tianxiong's gaze immediately turned cold, devoid of the tenderness he had shown Yi just moments ago. Lu Guoran, do you take me for a fool? I don't want to meddle in the dirty deeds you've done, but now that things have escalated so much, do you still want to continue? Or do you want the entire Haicheng to be buried with you? Lu Guoran, you have overstepped your authority. At Ao Tianxiong's words, Lu Guoran instantly sobered up. The one before him was not a city lord of the general rank, but the foremost figure in Haicheng. His petty schemes were utterly insufficient in front of Ao Tianxiong. I'm sorry, my lord, I know I was wrong. Lu Guoran didn't dare to argue at all. He knew the old city lord's temper best. Although there was only a clone before him, the old city lord had a myriad of ways to crush him. At this moment, admitting his mistake was the best course of action. After all, he was also a marquee-level powerhouse. The old city lord would definitely not kill him. At most, he would just give him a minor punishment. Leave one person to guard the city lord's mansion. The rest of you, go to the beast lair to atone for your sins. Any objections? How could they dare to object? They simply did whatever the old city lord told them to do. We leave it all to your discretion, sir. Lu Guoran kept his posture very low. If Lu Guoran had no objections, the others would also bow their heads and accept their punishment. Today's incident was the city lord's mansion's fault first. You were acting in self-defense. Rest assured, no one will trouble you afterwards. Although Yi was arrogant, he wasn't so conceited as to think himself invincible. At the very least, the old city lord in front of him was many times stronger than he could imagine. He was once the number one person in the immortal golden body, achieving sainthood through his physical body, and his strength was even more unfathomable. It was not advisable to offend such a person for now. Moreover, judging by the old city lord's demeanor, he was clearly well disposed towards him. Yi bowed slightly, indicating he wouldn't hold it against them. Seeing Yi's politeness, the old city lord also felt relieved, nodding in satisfaction. After all, Yi is a marquee-level powerhouse, and with 3 generals dead today, the matter has already escalated significantly. If he still intended to pursue the matter further, to quell public outrage, he would have no choice but to take Yi away. Fortunately, Yi didn't disappoint him. He understood decorum, grasped the bigger picture, and knew when to advance and retreat. Let's go. After giving Lu Guoran a warning look, the old city lord's doppelganger directly dissipated. Lu Guoran dared not delay for a moment, cast a slightly reluctant glance at Yi, then turned and left. Yi paid them no mind at all before the old city lord arrived. He dared to fight against a multitude of heroes alone, let alone after the old city lord had left. After Lu Guoran left, only a few general-level powerhouses remained on the scene. At this moment, they no longer possessed the high spirits they had arrived with, slinking away like stray dogs. Yi did not prevent their departure, nor did he continue to kill. He still had to show respect to the old city lord, and besides, killing 3 had already proven his strength. Continuing to slaughter these town generals would only harm the people of Haicheng, and might even incur their scorn. Eventually, he would be denounced as cruel and bloodthirsty. His goal was merely to defend his own authority, not to become a villain. After watching them flee for their lives, Yi was the first to fly back to the Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Academy. Meanwhile, Sun Yuan and the others, who couldn't help but had witnessed the entire battle from in front of the academy, were filled with joy and adoration, much like devout followers of a religion. Now, Yi was their idol, their spiritual pillar. What they thought would be a suicidal battle ended up being a victory, won so effortlessly, so decisively. Aside from their initial minor injuries, not a single one of them was harmed, yet their opponents lost 3 powerful town generals. Sun Yuan was thrilled. He was so excited he couldn't control himself. Before, when he followed Yi's lead and declared war on the city lord's mansion, they called him foolish, like an egg hitting a rock. Not a single person had faith in them, and even they themselves believed this battle was doomed to fail. The Martial Arts Academy, once boasting over 20,000 members, now had less than 4,000 remaining. Even among the vice-curators, only 1 had stayed. The others had all defected,
constantly slandering the Yuante Martial Arts Academy. If the city lord's mansion reacted so quickly without any inside information, something was definitely amiss. The moment 9 powerful town generals suppressed them, even Sun Yuan had despaired. There was no way to resist. Even a great grandmaster expert was just an ant that could be easily crushed in the eyes of a town general. But Yi appeared at the most crucial moment. He killed the Gloom Electric Town General with 3 punches. He effortlessly crippled the Millstone Town General. And then he consecutively eliminated 2 more town generals. Seeing Yi's impressive achievements, he couldn't suppress his excitement. Just when he thought Yi could easily crush these town generals, Lu Guoran appeared. He knew Lu Guoran's super existence at the Marquis realm. In Haicheng, he was a top-tier figure. With someone like him targeting the Yuante Martial Arts Academy, they had no hope at all. To be honest, when Sun Yuan saw Lu Guoran appear, his heart sank to rock bottom. No matter how strong a garrison general is, he can't be a match for a marquis. Unfortunately, he still didn't understand Yi well enough. Without this level of strength, how could one dare to challenge the city lord's mansion? Yi had made thorough preparations. The dragon-shaped phantom next to the seal had proven everything. He, too, was a marquis-level powerhouse. Moreover, he had condensed an indestructible golden body, the same kind as Out Yin Shon, the first city lord of Haicheng. Achieving physical sanctity meant combatability was far superior to that of an ordinary warrior. After all, they endured dozens of times more hardship than ordinary warriors. When he saw Yi erupt, his hanging heart finally settled. He had won the gamble. A 1 in a billion chance, and he had won it. From today onwards, his Yuan Tai Martial Arts Academy would also be a super martial arts academy with a marquis-level powerhouse. Although they didn't have many people now, with Yi as such a golden brand, they weren't afraid of not being able to recruit people. Once this news spread, he believed many grandmaster and great grandmaster experts would come attracted by his reputation. He was already imagining the future growth of the Yuan Tai Martial Arts Academy, expanding step by step under his leadership. And all of this was because of Yi. Watching Yi fly down from mid-air, Sun Yuan could no longer control the excitement in his heart and let out a long howl to the sky. "Welcome, Marquis Yi." After hearing Sun Yuan's roar, the disciples of the Yuan Tai Martial Arts Academy behind him also couldn't help but roar. This feeling of surviving a catastrophe and being reborn, ordinary people simply wouldn't understand. Everything, absolutely everything, was due to Yi's presence. "Welcome, Marquis Yi. Welcome, Marquis Yi." They shouted themselves hoarse, one by one. Yi, in mid-air, was almost startled by their sudden roars. But seeing their tear-filled faces, Yi understood how they felt. They had thought it was a certain death situation, but now they were alive, and their status would only rise from here. Who wouldn't be excited? Even he couldn't help but feel a little excited at this moment. Amidst everyone's shouts, Yi slowly descended and came before them. Looking at their disheveled appearance, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. He gently raised his hand, and the roars instantly dissipated. Everyone's eyes were on Yi. They were waiting for Yi to speak. "Brothers, let's go." Although they hadn't been of much help, they were still comrades who had faced life and death together, sharing hardships. Besides, Yi wasn't someone who liked to put on airs. Only by delving into the hearts of the people will they hold you high. Yi directly placed his hand on Sun Yuan's shoulder. "Curator, let's go. How about a couple of cups of tea upstairs? Bring out that private stash of yours for the brothers?" He was still the same, completely unpretentious. He had thought that after Yi's strength improved, he wouldn't consider them as his own people anymore. Good, tea. Today, even I'll go all out. I'll bring out all my treasured teas for you all to drink your fill. Thank you, Marquis Yi, thank you, Curator. Then we shall impose. I actually want to drink alcohol more. I was too nervous, need to relax. But come to think of it, tea that the esteemed curator keeps private must be good stuff. If we don't try it now, we might not get another chance. That's right. Let's go fleece the curator together. At this moment, there was no distinction between superiors and subordinates, only the brotherhood of having faced life and death together. The group returned to the martial arts academy in high spirits, leaving behind only the onlookers. Where there is joy, there must be disappointment, and a large number of people at that. They once had this opportunity, but unfortunately, they missed it.
A single wrong decision could even ruin their entire lives. After this, no other martial arts academy would be willing to accept them. No one would offend the Yuan-Tai Martial Academy for their sake. After all, the Yuan-Tai Martial Academy now had a marquee-level powerhouse guarding it from behind. The Yuan-Tai Martial Academy would soon rise rapidly, becoming a super martial arts academy, towering above all other martial arts academies in Haicheng City. It could even achieve a position on par with the city lord's mansion. They harbored resentment and jealousy, but mostly fear. Especially those who had previously spread rumors, slandered, and backstabbed the martial arts school, they were already terrified. Once the martial arts school completely stabilizes, it will be time to thoroughly settle accounts for what happened today. Not a single one of these traitors will be spared by the martial arts school. At this moment, Yi and Sun Yuan were strolling through the martial arts academy. However, compared to its previous prosperity, the martial arts school now looked somewhat dilapidated. After all, with such massive commotion outside, Yuan-Tai Martial Arts School bore the brunt of the initial impact. The fact that it didn't completely collapse already speaks to its good quality. The martial arts school is quite sturdy, it didn't even shatter. But looking at it, it probably won't last much longer. As the #1 martial arts academy in Haicheng, you can't use a place like this, can you? It lacks prestige, and won't attract people. He spoke to him like an old friend. Looking at Yi, he didn't seem to be faking it at all, just like when they first met. Yi, as a marquee-level expert, had no airs, so why should a humble great grandmaster like him stand on ceremony? Their interaction was like friends. Being too deliberate would only make it awkward. Brother Yi, what you're saying is thanks to you, of course. This time I'm going to bleed money, how about you chip in a little? He stared wide-eyed in disbelief, looking straight at Sun Yuan. You're truly Sun the Skinflint. I haven't even received my salary yet, and you're asking me to pay for the repairs of the martial arts school? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I can contribute effort, but money? Not a single cent. Having been poor for half his life, now that he finally had a chance to be a bit wealthy, he was absolutely not going to dig into his own pockets. Sun Yuan knew it. Yi valued money more than his life. He was just joking with him a moment ago. The money for repairing the martial arts school didn't need to come from them at all. This matter was ultimately caused by the city lord's mansion. Simply go to the city lord's mansion, find the contact person, and request financial subsidies. Alright, I don't want your money. Not only do I not want your money, your salary will increase tenfold, you'll get half the shares, and you just wait for your dividends every year. Yi was a marquee-level expert. What's wrong with spending a little more money to firmly tie such an expert to Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Academy? Experts of their caliber, if they wanted money, a mere cough would have people eagerly bringing it to their doorstep. He already got a really good deal. You know, it's really embarrassing. We're all brothers here, saying that makes it sound like we're strangers. But seeing your enthusiasm, I know not accepting would be disrespectful to you. In that case, I'll reluctantly accept. Ha 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 ha. The two exchanged glances and couldn't help but burst into laughter. In such a harmonious atmosphere, the martial arts academy members following behind them also laughed. Yi would be the anchor of their martial arts academy from now on. With Yi there, no one would dare look down on them. Even if they only had the strength of a warrior master. As long as they were at Yuan-Tai Martial Arts Academy for even one day, grandmaster experts, and even great grandmaster experts, would have to be respectful when they saw them. There was no particular reason, it was just because they had endured hardships with Yi. Even though they hadn't made much contribution, this was already enough. Go to the underground cellar and bring up all my treasured fine teas and wines. I'm happy today, and I permit you all to drink until you drop. Drink your fill, I'll be watching over you, so no accidents will occur. Hearing Yi say this, everyone's smiles became even brighter.
A marquee-level expert personally standing guard for them. Such a thing had never happened since ancient times. They never expected to have this honor today, with a marquee-level expert personally guarding them. Since that was the case, they couldn't let Ye's good intentions go to waste. If they didn't drink until the world turned upside down and the sun and moon lost their light today, they weren't men. As for Yi, he slowly savored tea with Sun Yuan in the office. Drinking was out of the question after all. There were people at home worried about him, and he had promised Anna that he wouldn't drink anymore. Besides, this tea tasted good, even better than wine. The two discussed the future development of the martial arts academy while sipping tea. However, most of the time, Yi listened while Sun Yuan spoke. After all, Yi didn't know much about the operation of the martial arts school. He just needed to be a competent fighter and strive to improve his strength. The rest of the operations could be left to Sun Yuan. Phew! It's finally over. I'm never having tea with you again. I'd rather have some drinks with them. You don't even give me a moment to rest. During such a relaxing time, you're discussing the development of the martial arts school with me. Ye's head was buzzing from listening, so he ended the conversation with Sun Yuan. I'm used to it. Isn't this also for the development of the martial arts academy? If the academy develops well, we can make a lot of money and live a better life. Sun Yuan had a firm grasp of Ye's thoughts and naturally knew what Yi wanted to hear. As soon as making big money was mentioned, all of Ye's dissatisfaction vanished instantly. I understand. It's all for the development of the martial arts academy. You've really worked hard. Making big money, that's our fundamental goal. In this world, it's really hard to move an inch without money. After encouraging Sun Yuan, Yi intended to leave directly. Meanwhile, in a ruin not far from Yuantai Martial Arts Academy, a small figure emerged directly from within. Tui, I almost died. I thought it was a battle between town generals, but it turned out to be a battle between marquis. I almost got buried alive. The one who climbed out was none other than Ilara, who had secretly come to watch the battle. Although she couldn't participate in such a battle, she could learn a lot. Watching their fight up close was the luckiest thing a small warrior like her could experience in her life. It was just bad luck that she almost got accidentally injured. Crawling out of the ruins, she surveyed the scene. It was terrible. No wonder they say that town general powerhouses and marquee powerhouses can cause millions of casualties with a single move. This kind of destructive power could be achieved with ease. Yi had just casually waved his hand during the battle, and the scene was already damaged to this extent. If the people here hadn't received the news in advance, they would have been annihilated in an instant. The battles between powerhouses are truly terrifying. The lives of ordinary people mean nothing to them. My strength is still too weak. Others' mere residual power can instantly kill me. Seeing Ilara's lingering fear, the remnant soul within her spoke with disdain. Look at your lack of courage. This is nothing. They've only just unleashed the power of one dragon. And they can only show off in this small place. What you'll face in the future are super horrors, countless times stronger than them. Such opponents can accurately target you on Earth from across the universe. While they have the power to destroy this planet, they can also kill without a trace. Perfectly controlling one's power, that's what a true powerhouse does. They're still far from it. Ilara was completely stunned by the remnant soul's words. She already found the battles between marshals and marquises irresistible, but she never expected even more terrifying existences to emerge from the remnant soul's mouth. From across the universe, accurately obliterating me on this planet and leaving no trace? You're not bluffing, are you? What kind of existence is that? Even gods can't do that. Watching Ilara's incredulous expression, the remnant soul smiled, not explaining too much. Little girl, your current strength is too weak. And what good would it do to tell you? That's an existence you can't reach right now. Focus on improving your strength and first aim to possess the power of one flood dragon. If the remnant soul didn't want to say something, she couldn't force it to. But what was this power of one flood dragon? Senior, what is this power of one flood dragon? Based on my research into your world's power system, the power of one dragon is the threshold for a marquee-level powerhouse, equivalent to 100 million combat power. As for the power of one flood dragon, it's a level slightly below that of one dragon, but it's still equivalent to 10 million combat power, with not much fluctuation. Your temporary goal is the power of one flood dragon. Listening to the remnant soul's understated words, Ilara truly wanted to say something, but she didn't know how to refute it. After all, the remnant soul had just described such terrifying existences to her. The power of one flood dragon might not be a challenge for it. But for her, Ilara, this was an almost impossible goal to achieve. Before, she had no concept of the strength of one flood dragon, but now she had a very clear one. Those people who fought here not long ago were individuals possessing the strength of one flood dragon. And she, a mere warrior, was already trying to stand alongside powerful beings possessing the strength of a dragon. Senior, you think highly of me. With my talent, I don't know how long it will take to reach that level. I might not even get there by the time I die. Ilara had a clear understanding of her own talent. Her mother was an ordinary person, and her father was slightly stronger than an ordinary person, but he was just a warrior, not even a warrior master. As Ye's offspring, how good could her talent possibly be? At best, she could surpass her predecessors, becoming a proud warrior master. This might be the limit of her body. Don't be discouraged. Perhaps your talent was only so-so before, but now you are a completely different person. With my help and your future efforts, you might even surpass them the day after tomorrow. Believe in yourself, and believe in me. Anyone I deem worthy will never be bad. Although she knew the remnant soul was comforting her, the comfort indeed made her feel much better. She just needed to do her best. As for the outcome, she would leave it to fate. Alright, let me see what progress you've made. Watching them fight at such close range, you must have absorbed a lot of their vitality. And this time, it's the immortal golden blood, which will be of great help to you. She didn't come here purely to watch battles and absorb combat experience. More importantly, she had mastered a magical technique that allowed her to absorb the vitality emitted by others during their battles to strengthen her own vitality. Otherwise, she wouldn't have risked so much to come here, almost getting buried alive. Ilara slowly circulated the vitality within her body. Unlike Yi and his companions, they could control their vitality at will. Ordinary people like her needed to concentrate and mobilize their vitality bit by bit to make it surge. It was only when the vitality surged within her body that she felt a difference. The vitality had become much thicker and more vibrant. Compared to before, it was much more abundant. However, its exact strength still needed to be tested by the system. After controlling her vitality for a good while, it slowly calmed down. Ilara also eagerly asked the remnant soul about the situation. How much has my vitality reached? The remnant soul fell silent for a moment, then spoke after a long pause. Sigh. That single sigh instantly chilled Ilara's burning heart by half. What's wrong? Is there a problem? No major problems, just a bit of a difference from what I predicted. I originally thought you could break 10,000 this time, at least reach 9,000, but unexpectedly, you only broke 8,000. Sigh. Listening to the remnant soul sighs, Ilara wished she could punch him to death. This was 8,000 combat power, a full 8,000 combat power. What more could he be dissatisfied with? Senior, are you mistaken? This is 8,000 combat power, a full 8,000 combat power. Listening to Ilara's excited voice, the remnant soul showed no emotion. After all, 8,000 combat power was as good as nothing to him. Is 8,000 combat power very high? Only you would care about it. If you had followed my instructions and moved a few steps closer, you could have absorbed even more immortal vitality, possibly even breaking 10,000 by now. But you, little girl, are too timid. How will you know if you can't do it if you don't give it a try? Ilara rolled her eyes in exasperation. This guy really spoke without feeling the pain. Move a little closer. Here, she was almost caught in the aftermath of the battle. If she moved any closer, her life would be completely gone. What good was combat power if her life was gone? Senior, you. But before Ilara could speak, the remnant soul's voice rang out within her.
Someone's coming.
Yi, who had just said goodbye to Sun Yuan, suddenly felt a fluctuation of vitality, not very strong, only about 8 or 9,000 combat power. Such a level of combat power, a while ago, he might have given it another look, but now, he didn't really care. Of course, he had no contemptuous intentions after all, everyone started from that stage, and he understood completely. He had expected it to be some warrior caught in the crossfire, but unexpectedly, when he looked around, it was someone he knew. It was his lovely, delicate, yet stubborn daughter, Ilara. After seeing Ilara, a smile unconsciously appeared on Yi's face. However, upon thinking about the little girl's recent series of actions, Yi's expression darkened, though it was all an act. A father's authority must be maintained, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep this girl in line. Good combat power. In just a few days, she's already reached over 8,000. Perhaps she really has a chance to win the 100 schools joint examination this time. This little girl is determined to drop out of school and venture out on her own. Yi silently sighed, then walked towards Ilara. Having been warned by the remnant soul beforehand, Ilara wasn't too nervous. This was still within Haicheng's boundaries, and she hadn't done anything illegal or disruptive, so she wasn't afraid at all. "Little girl, what are you doing here?" Yi's sudden shout still instinctively startled Ilara. Even though she knew someone was coming, why was she still startled? No choice. Because the tone of the person speaking behind her sounded too much like her father. Being scolded like that since childhood, it was instinctive to feel fear. But she quickly reacted. How could her father be here? Why are you yelling? Is your voice the only loud one? Don't you know that startling people can scare them to death? Didn't your parents teach you that? Ilara's sudden outburst caught Yi off guard. What's going on? Where am I? Who am I? This was really going against the natural order. This little girl actually dared to yell at her father. Rebellious, rebellious. You actually dare to speak to your father like that. See if I don't whip you. Hearing Yi say this, Ilara's face immediately darkened. Although her father was a bit older, a bit hot-tempered, a bit weaker, and had a bit less money. But he was her father, her birth father who had spoiled her since she was little. How could she allow others to insult him like this? You brat, who are you talking to? You've gone too far, wanting to be my father. Don't you even consider if you're worthy? Is just anyone capable of being Ilara's father? Listening to Ilara's fierce shout, Yi instantly calmed down. She didn't recognize him. That made sense, he had now returned to his younger self. And Ilara was their late-in-life child. It was normal that she hadn't seen his handsome appearance when he was young. She wasn't intentionally being rebellious, she was entirely defending his dignity. Little girl, do I look like your father? Pfft, do I look like your father? You want to be my father? My father is much more handsome than you little scoundrel. He really is your father, that marquis-level powerhouse, who took on 9, slaying 3. He is undoubtedly your father. Thousands of curses against her father were still in her mouth, but she couldn't spit them out. If someone else had said that, she might not have believed it. But what the remnant soul said was 100% true. This young, handsome good-for-nothing standing before her was none other than her father, her biological father. Senior, are you not kidding me? He's really my father? Isn't my father an old man? How did he suddenly become so young? After becoming a town general expert, your body undergoes a complete transformation and returns to its youthful state. Your father is already a marquis expert. Isn't it perfectly normal for him to become younger? Ilara fell silent. She stared at Yi for a long time, unsure what to say. All her rebellious thoughts instantly subsided. What kind of international joke was this? She was merely a warrior with 8,000 combat power, while her father was a marquis expert with over 100 million combat power. There was an enormous gap between them. If she were to rebel, she'd probably be beaten to death by 7 wolves. Dad, you're so annoying, you just love to scare me. In Ilara's mind, 1,000 ways to explain herself instantly surfaced. But after thinking for a long time, none of them seemed suitable. The most suitable one was to act cute and spoiled. Yi did indeed fall for her tricks, but he still lifted her up with one hand. Seeing her disheveled state, it was clear she had been caught in the aftermath of their previous battle. A mere warrior actually dared to come to the territory where town general and marquee experts were fighting.
Isn't that just asking for death?
He hadn't noticed at the time, otherwise, he would have given her a good lecture.
Don't try to charm me. That trick won't work on me now. Confess honestly, why are you here, and how did you get yourself into such a mess? Don't try to lie to me.
You should know your dad's strength. I'll be able to tell if you utter a single lie. Having spent so many years in the Jianghu, he might not have many other skills, but the ability to see through people's hearts was certainly one of them.
Under Ye's gaze, Ilara dared not lie.
Although her father had become younger, his principles remained unchanged. If she dared to lie, you would dare to hit her. At this point, telling the truth was the best option.
Let's get this straight first.
If I tell you the truth, you can't lay a hand on me.
I'll consider it.
No, if you don't agree, I won't tell you.
At most, you can beat me up. Anyway, you wouldn't dare to kill me.
Yi truly had no temper with her. This little girl is stubborn. If you don't agree to her terms, she won't say a word. Besides, he wouldn't dare actually hurt her. She's his precious daughter. If she got hurt, he'd be on his knees scrubbing the floor when he got home.
All right, I promise not to hit you. Now, tell me, what exactly happened? What are you doing here?
A gentleman's word is his bond, hard to chase even with 4 horses.
As a marquee-level expert, what I've said and sworn, I will absolutely not break. It's actually not a big deal. I just learned a technique and had a small opportunity.
I can absorb the overflowing vitality from others when they fight.
By absorbing others' vitality, I can improve my own strength.
I didn't know there would be town general experts fighting here, so I came to try and leech some vitality. I didn't expect it to turn into a marquee experts battle.
Although Ilara spoke lightly, he could sense the danger within.
She was just a warrior, yet she dared to risk coming to leech vitality from a town general expert. At such a close distance, even a slight ripple of attack from a commander-level expert could annihilate her. Not to mention today's battle involved marquee-level experts. This little girl is growing more rebellious by the day. She even dared to come to such a dangerous place. If she's not properly educated now, who knows what she'll become in the future?
Feeling the changes in Ye's aura, Ilara took off running.
This was a feeling cultivated since childhood. Dad was angry, and her bottom was going to suffer.
Unfortunately, how could her warrior strength be a match for Ye's?
After only 2 steps, she was lifted by the scruff of her neck. Ilara looked at Yi timidly, like a frost-bitten eggplant.
Dad, you said you wouldn't lay a hand on me. You can't break your promise.
You said that if a person makes a promise, they must fulfill it.
You wouldn't want me to become someone who doesn't keep their word, would you?
This was her only option. As for the remnant soul, although it had a way to help her escape, it wasn't necessary. It was her own father. Even if he punished her, it would just be a light lesson, a bit of physical pain.
Did I say I was going to punish you? Hearing Yi say that, a smile appeared on Ilara's face.
She had finally gotten through this ordeal today. However, before she could even be happy, Ye's next sentence struck her from heaven to hell.
Although I promised not to punish you, your mother didn't, did she?
I need to let your mother take a good look at what her precious daughter has been doing. You dare to approach a town general expert's battle. You're truly bold. Ilara was held by Yi like that, looking at him with pitiful eyes. In the past, Yi would have definitely softened, but not now. This little girl is too much, daring to do something so dangerous. If I don't stop her this time, who knows what else she'll dare to do in the future. She dared to try participating in marquee-level battles, and even king-level battles.
This idea had to be nipped in the bud. Dad, why don't we just drop it? My mom is just an ordinary person. Can you really bear to see her worry so much about me? Just this once, please let me off, okay? It was true that he was worried Anna couldn't handle it, but more than that, he was afraid Anna would scold her. No next time? Ye's eyes were full of disbelief. He'd rather believe there were ghosts in the world than trust her unreliable words. She might say she wouldn't do it again now, but once a battle broke out over there, she would definitely scurry over. Really, Dad, I swear on Ilara's reputation of over a decade, this is absolutely the last time. I will never participate in such dangerous things again. Yi chuckled, then picked up Ilara and hurried towards home. He'd rather believe he was the Jade Emperor than believe her. Dad. Don't even think about it, it's impossible. I won't agree. Just accept your punishment obediently. You deserve it. Seeing that Yi was unmoved, Ilara completely gave up. This old man was not easy to fool after getting younger. She was doomed now. Her bottom was going to be blooming when they got back. Thinking of her old mother's bamboo cane punishment, Ilara couldn't help but shiver. A childhood trauma. She never thought that even after becoming a peak warrior, she would still have to endure such pain. Forget it, there's no escaping. Ilara resigned herself to her fate, letting Yi carry her. Seemingly unresponsive, she was actually discussing the next steps with the remnant soul inside her. Only by being this close can I feel how powerful my dad's vitality is. The undying golden body you mentioned earlier, that must be my father's, right? Do you have any way to quickly enhance my physical strength so I can also condense an undying golden body? The remnant soul almost scattered the last bit of its essence, exasperated by Ilara's wild thoughts. Hey, little girl, aren't you being a bit too imaginative? Daydreaming isn't good. The undying golden body has already entered the first stage of physical cultivation. Do you think it's as common as cabbage? Look at the people on your planet. How many of them possess an undying golden body? The conditions for condensing an undying golden body are extremely stringent. The primary condition is that you must possess the strength of one jiao. Only then do you have a chance to even try. With your current body, if you tried to condense an undying golden body, you would instantly collapse. The strength of one jiao, the strength of one jiao. The 4 words power of one dragon made Ilara's head ache. The conditions for cultivation are too harsh, everything requires the strength of one jiao. Is there no way to strengthen the physical body without needing the strength of one jiao? Of course there is. You don't even know who I am. Hearing the remnant soul's words, a gleam flashed in Ilara's eyes, and her face was filled with hope. Elaborate. Special bodies are not limited to just the undying golden body. There are many other golden bodies you haven't heard of. For those with no special physical requirements, there's only the glazed golden body. When cultivated to its extreme, the glazed golden body possesses power no less than that of the undying golden body. At this, Ilara's interest grew even stronger. But before she could even celebrate, the remnant soul poured a bucket of cold water directly over her head. Don't get too happy yet. While the glazed golden body doesn't have many physical requirements, it is also the most expensive one. To forge a glazed golden body, a large amount of resources is needed. Although this planet isn't very rich in resources, it can barely gather what's needed for the glazed golden body. I've checked, and the materials are very expensive. Each material costs hundreds of millions. Do you have the money to forge a glazed golden body? This bucket of water instantly chilled her to the core. One material costs 100 million yuan? This isn't 1 yuan, not cabbage by the roadside. She was very clear about her family's financial situation. They couldn't even afford meat before. Although Yi was very strong now, he had just ascended, so how could he have so much money? He couldn't possibly let Yi embezzle or rob rich families. He still couldn't bring himself to do such things. So, she still had to rely on herself. Don't worry too much. Just follow my steps, and once you leave Haicheng, go search for the treasure trove I left behind. It contains the materials for the glazed golden body, and then it'll be easy to help you condense it. Got it. Previously, her desire to leave Haicheng was to search for the treasure trove left by the remnant soul, so she could quickly increase her strength and lighten the burden on her family.
Now that Yi had strength and could protect the family well, she had even fewer concerns and could fly around freely. Yi was a marquee-level powerhouse, and now with the tenfold talent boost, his perception abilities were incredibly strong. In just this short while, Ilara's emotions had changed several times, and he wondered what she was thinking.
This little girl is definitely up to something mischievous.
It seems I need to keep a close eye on her and prevent her from causing any trouble.
But he only thought about it. So what if Ilara caused a big disaster?
In this small corner of Haicheng, as long as he didn't provoke the old city lord, he had nothing to fear. Not to mention that the old city lord and the others were currently absent, leaving him as the sole dominant figure in Haicheng.
Let anyone who dares try to touch Ilara, their skulls would be crushed.
The two of them, each lost in their own thoughts, returned to the entrance of the residential complex. As soon as they reached the entrance of the residential area, Yi stood at attention, his body instinctively a little nervous.
"Dad, what are you?" Cough. Yes, slight cough immediately alerted Ilara that something was amiss.
Anna stood at the community entrance, holding a spatula, her face clearly showing that something was wrong. At this point, Ilara dared not act playfully anymore. She straightened up immediately, aligning herself with Yi, like soldiers awaiting inspection. Although Anna was just an ordinary person, her status in the family was absolute.
Normally, when Anna didn't say anything, they could be carefree and laugh.
But once Anna became serious, they all had to step aside.
It's over, it's over.
We didn't report the battle in advance, and it was against a general-level marquee powerhouse. This has made her worried.
What should I do? I'm dead.
No, I need to get Xiaowan to go up and draw fire first.
Anna would probably be much more lenient with her daughter. Cough. Yi lightly coughed, signaling Ilara to go first. But how could Ilara dare to go up? She was already in the wrong.
She thought her trip to the center of the battlefield to absorb vitality power had been discovered. She originally wanted to retreat 2 steps, but under Yi's fierce gaze, she still walked forward step by step. This father was completely useless as a marquee-level powerhouse. He wasn't taking the initiative and even wanted his daughter to take the blame.
But who made her the lowest in the family?
For the harmony of this family, she had truly given her all. If she had to be scolded, so be it, she'd get used to it.
"Mom, I'm back, I'm sore."
Ilara was just about to explain her situation when Anna interrupted her before she could finish.
"This has nothing to do with you. Go back and eat." Anna's gaze remained fixed on Yi, not sparing Ilara even a glance. Hearing this, Ilara immediately breathed a sigh of relief. If it wasn't about her, then it was fine.
As for the big battle between her parents, a young girl like her couldn't intervene, and she might even become their shared punching bag.
Leaving now was the best option. Under Yi's hopeful gaze, Ilara vanished in a flash.
Only the couple remained, confronting each other. Being looked at by Anna like that, Yi felt guilty, especially with that hint of gnashing teeth mixed with concern in her eyes. Yi didn't know how to explain.
But they couldn't just stand there in a stalemate either.
He could only scratch his head with an awkward smile, then walked over to Anna.
"Well, if I said all of this was an accident, would you believe it? Leave everything to accident."
Even at this point, Yi was still beating around the bush with her. The spatula in Anna's hand was already twisted out of shape.
"Tell me, should I believe you or not?"
"If you don't explain yourself clearly to me this time, you don't need to come back to this home.
Aren't you the vice curator of a martial arts hall, a marquee-level super strong expert? There should be many places outside worth your attachment, right? How could a golden nest or a silver nest compare to one's own doghouse?"
Yi knew she was just saying angry words, so he didn't take it to heart.
"Good wife, don't be angry."
"It's my fault as your husband, I was wrong, I apologize to you."
"Poof." Anna snorted, turning her head away.
When Yi walked to her other side, he then realized that Anna was already in tears.
"Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry.
I truly know I was wrong, I made you worry this time.
You actually kept such a big matter from me. Do you know how worried I was about you at the time?
Those were 9 marches of the realm powerhouses. How could you be so foolish?"
How could you challenge the city lord's mansion? What if?
Before Anna could finish speaking, Yi pulled her into his arms.
Okay, everything is over. Don't you know me? I never do anything I'm not confident about. Look, aren't I perfectly fine now?
Let alone 9 marches of the realm, even 90 marches of the realm wouldn't be worth a glance to me. If it weren't for the old city lord appearing at the end, and me giving him some face, these people would all be dead today. Watching Yi casually proclaim his strength, Anna found herself unable to get angry. She had only been worried about Ye's safety from the start. But this time, it was indeed my fault, hubby. I was also afraid you would worry before, so I didn't dare tell you.
Such things will absolutely not happen again in the future. No matter how big the matter, I will tell you, and absolutely not conceal even a shred.
For example, during a battle, that girl Xiaowan was at the center of the battlefield. She secretly ran over, trying to absorb the residual vitality power from the battle of a town general expert. Tell me, she dares to do such a dangerous thing.
Won't she turn the world upside down in the future? Sacrifice the Taoist priest, not the monk.
To quickly move past the topic, Yi could only bring up Ilara, using her to divert a large portion of the firepower.
No one understood Anna better than he did.
The moment he said that, Anna completely exploded.
What?
What did you say? That girl went deep into a town general expert's battlefield, just to absorb residual vitality power? This dead girl, if I don't hit her for 3 days, she'll climb onto the roof and tear off the tiles. I have to teach her a good lesson today. Don't stop me, or I'll deal with you too.
What if he was a marquee expert?
He would still lose face in front of her. Yi certainly wouldn't stop her. Right now, Anna needed an outlet for her anger, and Ilara was the best target for it. You can take care of her, but you can't take care of me. I reported her, so I'm meritorious.
Hoof.
Anna snorted coldly and stomped back into the house, still clutching the spatula. Upon entering, Ilara was seen meticulously preparing the meal, her face full of smiles, and she had already brought all the dishes to the table, with the bowls and chopsticks neatly arranged.
Dad, Mom, you're back. Come sit down, your daughter has thoughtfully prepared everything for you.
You can eat after washing your hands.
Who was Anna?
She had watched Ilara grow up day by day.
If Yi Qingwan hadn't done something wrong, how could she be so obedient and prepare everything?
Come here. Anna sat there, and with just a cold command, Ilara's body involuntarily shivered.
Move? She didn't dare to move at all. She could only look at Yi for help. But how could Yi, who had just managed to crawl out of the mire, enter it again? Moreover, the mire Ilara was in was one he had personally created. If he couldn't see it, he'd pretend not to know.
He directly ignored Ilara's pleading gaze, and just sat there, head down, shoveling rice. Seeing that Yi was not an option, she could only resort to her ultimate plea.
Acting spoiled. Dear Mama, I... Stand still. Before Ilara could finish begging, Anna's angry shout directly interrupted all her thoughts.
Even Yi, who was by her side, quickly put down his bowl and chopsticks, standing obediently and waiting.
This doesn't concern you. Sit down and eat your food. Oh. Yi sat there obediently eating, not daring to utter a sound.
As for Ilara, she could only stand there, awaiting the forthcoming lecture.
Tell me, what have you been doing these past 2 days? I've been forg. Ahem. To avoid making Anna worry, she really wanted to lie.
However, after hearing his cough, she knew that Yi had sold her out.
Truly a father, selling his daughter at a critical moment. You're ruthless.
Ilara glared at Yi through gritted teeth. But she was quickly straightened back by Anna's spatula. Don't look at your dad, he has his responsibilities.
Now let's talk about you. What have you been doing these past 2 days? What's with all this mess on you?
Yi had sold her out, so what else could she do but truthfully explain what she had done?
After listening to Ilara's story, the veins on Anna's forehead throbbed. Xiaowan, what did you promise me? Tell me, what did you promise me?
Not to go to dangerous places, not to take risks, and always ensure your safety.
Is this your promise to me, not to take risks and ensure your safety? Who told you to go to the battlefield of a general-level powerhouse? How many lives do you have to waste? Have you ever thought, if you died, how would the two of us live? Anna was very scared. If Ilara hadn't been lucky, she might have been caught in the battle.
She, a mere warrior, would die with a single touch. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, and she slapped her on the backside twice. It was hard, but for Ilara, it was negligible. She could feel Anna's worry, so getting 2 slaps was normal. After a few slaps, a large part of Anna's anger dissipated. Seeing Anna's gaze soften, Ilara immediately pounced over and linked her arm through Anna's.
Mom, don't worry. See, I'm perfectly fine now.
Besides, she can't blame me entirely for this matter. As Ilara's eyes darted around, he felt that this guy was up to something. And he always felt a chill down his spine, as if he was about to be backstabbed.
What do you mean?
You barged into the battlefield of the general-level powerhouses, secretly absorbing their residual vitality force, and you're telling me that's not your fault? Seeing that Ilara still hadn't recognized her mistake, Anna flared up, ready to teach her a lesson.
However, Ilara stopped her. Mom, listen to me. If you think about it, why would I have broken in there to absorb vitality force?
It was simply to improve my strength.
But why does a child like me need to improve my strength? Do you think I don't want to lie flat, don't want to live a peaceful and stable life? But I can't. You know what my dad's health was like before. I have to take on my dad's responsibilities and contribute to our family.
That's why I've been working so hard, pushing myself constantly. But my dad, he clearly possesses super powerful strength, yet he's been hiding it from us, not saying a word.
If I had known my dad was a garrison general, or even a marquee-level powerhouse, do you think I would have risked going there?
I definitely have to take responsibility for this, but the greater responsibility lies with my dad. All these incidents happened because of his concealment.
Yi was dumbfounded. How did this little girl manage to turn this back on him?
It was clearly an issue that had already concluded, but now, he had to explain himself again. You two, take your food and go stand by the wall to reflect.
I don't want to see either of you, I have a headache. Grabbing a bit of food, holding their bowls, the father and daughter stood in a corner, occasionally bickering. Little Nini, you're ruthless.
To think you'd even try to scheme against your dad at the very end.
The feeling's mutual. I have to thank my dear dad for this. If it weren't for you, how would Mom scold me? You just wait, don't let me get an opportunity. I must get revenge for today's grudge. When will the cycle of vengeance end? But I accept. Let's see who's more powerful.
The two weren't even honest while facing the wall, still bickering non-stop. However, the atmosphere seemed quite harmonious.
Little Nini. Oh, Mom, I'm here. Do you need anything?
Ilara scurried over to Anna's side, looking utterly like a sycophant. Since your dad is so strong now, you don't need to worry about household matters anymore. You also don't need to participate in the upcoming 100 schools joint exam. Just focus on your studies. She almost forgot about that. Her excuse for wanting to drop out was that her dad was no longer capable, and she needed to shoulder the family's burden. Now that Ji was getting more and more formidable, even rising to become a marquee-level powerhouse, she had even less to worry about regarding family matters. So, there was no longer any need for her to drop out. But if she didn't drop out, she couldn't leave the city. If she didn't leave the city, she couldn't continue to